stay a little longer. Let's just try. Can we talk about it for a while? Stay a little, stay a little, stay a little, stay a little longer, baby, now. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Can we talk about it for a while? Stay a little, stay a little, stay a little, stay a little longer. Let's just try. Can we talk about it for a while? Stay a little, stay a little, stay a little, stay a little longer, baby, now.
With you, I'm always open-minded. I'm not the one that I used to be. Phasing in and out, acting all crazy. Yeah. Turning my head inside out, spinning my mind till I'm upside down. I never had any doubts. Stand out in the crowd. You're resolute, just like a leader. Yes, you're a leader, and I'm not gonna lie. When I'm with you, with you, with you, I'm feeling crazy when I'm with you, with you, with you. It's all a game to you, but I'm not playing. Focus, listen, it's obvious. Fight for me and I will fight for you. Yeah. Turning my head inside out, spinning my mind till I'm upside down. I never had any doubts. Stand out in the crowd. You're resolute, just like a leader. Yes, you're a leader, and I'm not gonna lie. When I'm with you, with you, with you, I'm feeling crazy when I'm with you, with you, with you. When I'm with you, with you, with you, I'm feeling crazy when I'm with you, with you, with you. Yeah, I'm about to lose it to you, baby. 'Cause girl, you really make me go crazy. You make me go crazy. When I'm with you, with you, with you, I'm feeling crazy when I'm with you, with you, with you. You make me crazy when I'm with you, girl, with you, girl, with you. You make me crazy when I'm with you, with you, with you.
together, gonna rock them up. Just me and my sisters, make it all worthwhile. Gonna come together, gonna rock them up. Count to 10 and I'ma let you go. Maybe you surprise me, you never know. I can be forgiven, I can give you loving. Baby, make the gamble and I'll let you know. You talk, honey, I'll make you sing, baby. You keep your secrets, but I'll break it down, break it down. 'Cause I've been there, baby, betrayed by every lover. I know the game, you're all the same. You think you're winning, baby. Don't be a fool. You ain't got nothing on me, playing it cool. I know you're nervous, honey. You think you're special, don't you? So many came before you. Don't be a fool. You ain't got nothing on me. Let me tell you where it starts and ends. Creeping your way in, but you don't know who I am. I'll get you believing I learned from the best. I came here to tell you you can save your breath. You talk, honey, I'll make you sing, baby. You keep your secrets, but I'll break it down, break it down. 'Cause I've been there, baby, betrayed by every lover. I know the game, you're all the same. You think you're winning, baby. Don't be a fool, don't be a fool. You ain't got nothing on me, playing it cool, playing it cool. I know you're nervous, honey. You think you're special, don't you? So many came before you. Don't be a fool. You ain't got nothing on me. You ain't never fooled me. You won't never win me. You will never fool me. You ain't never fooled me. You won't never win me. I know you're nervous, honey. You think you're special, don't you? So many came before you. Don't be a fool. You ain't got nothing. Don't be a fool. No, 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 don't be a fool. Don't be a fool. No, 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 don't be a fool. Don't be a fool. No, 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 don't be a fool. Don't be a fool. No, 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 don't be a fool.
I was a young boy in New York City. I worked the night shift until it hit me that you are what I'm living for. My father taught me for years to be a strong man, hold back my tears. My mother taught me love, and she told me I will fight for you. 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 Everything I do.
you at the park with your friends, waiting till the sun went down. Smoke came out and you turned thin. Call me when it's 10:30. Sneak out of your window again. Burning rubber on the pavement. Bottom of the bottle again. Thinking of where you went. Laying on the floor again. It's easy come, it's easy go. Back when we're together, back when we're together. You know that I can't let you go. We should stay together, we should stay together. It's alright if you call me. It's the summer, we were 18. It's easy come, it's easy go. We should be together, never say never. I'm back on tour again, wishing I was in your bed. You know it pains me. Your every face I see in the end. You're in the crowd, you're in my head. In my dreams you chase. If you want it, I'll be calling. You're the one who keeps me honest. I'll be waiting, I'll be waiting. If you want it, I'll be calling. You're the one who keeps me honest. I'll be waiting, I'll be waiting for you, babe. It's easy come, it's easy go. Back when we're together, back when we're together. You know that I can't let you go. We should stay together, we should stay together. It's
at your face and your bright eyes, and now you're not with me. It's a sad sight. I wish I was your light. I wish I was your light. I see silhouettes dancing in the dark. You took a chance on me. This heart has been arrested. You're my chest and feeling the dancing. I see silhouettes dancing in the dark. You took a chance on me. This heart has been arrested. You're my chest and feeling the dancing. You know I'd be loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. Loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. Loving you well, loving you well. It's your t-shirt, the way you walk into a room makes my heart hurt. I never felt alone until this best curse. I wish I was your light. I wish I was your light. I see silhouettes dancing in the dark. You took a chance on me. This heart has been arrested. You're my chest and feeling the dancing. I see silhouettes dancing in the dark. You took a chance on me. This heart has been arrested. You're my chest and feeling the dancing. You know I'd be loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. Loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. Loving you well, loving you well, loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well, loving you well.
motion running round my head. Thinking about the things you did, the things we said. So who's lying now? And who's crying now? Look who's crying now. Try to pretend that you don't really see. You don't really see all the things you do and what it does to me. And now you've gone away. But you'll be back someday. But it's a long time coming. You'll be walking back to me. And you'll be begging on your knees. And all the lies, the way you made me cry. And begging, baby, baby, please. But it's a long time coming. Talking to myself and wondering what went wrong. Knowing what we had was good, the feeling strong. Voices in my head, repeating what you said. What you said. Baby, what we had was still worth fighting for. The way I'm feeling now, I never felt before. But now you've gone away. But you'll be back someday. But it's a long time coming. You'll be walking back to me. And you'll be begging on your knees. The way you let me down and treat me like a clown. You'll be back, I just believe. It's a long time coming. You'll be walking back to me. You're coming back. And you'll be begging on your knees. Ashamed of all the lies, the way you made me cry. Begging, baby, baby, please. It's a long time. You'll be begging back, begging. Begging on your knees. I'm begging, begging, baby, please. But it's a long time coming. You'll be walking back to me. And begging, begging, begging me. The way you let me down and treat me like a clown. You'll be back, I just believe.
At some point in every gamer's life, there's a question to be asked. Do your clothes match your hobby? In any situation? Or do they just represent what you dream of? No matter what situation, there's always the right way and the wrong. The only real question is, which are you going to choose? Decide for yourself.
ESL 1 Birmingham is brought to you in part by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Qiddiya, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and the United States Air Force.
Morning, everybody, and welcome back to the ESL 1 Birmingham group stages for 2024. It is, of course, MLP Dota and John X Fire. Jonathan, welcome back. So we've got another action-packed day of some group stage Dota. How the hell are you feeling?
Feeling great, Mike. We had a lot of great action yesterday. Of course, day one of groups concluding. Group A, I believe, having a lot more draws, with one exception. Group B, maybe a little bit more back and forth, but looking forward to developing now. Again, we're sort of midway through now on the groups, so every match counts. We say this every tournament. The group stage isn't that long, guys. There's so many matches. Every single one does count.
Certainly does, and you can have a look at the teams, of course. Jonathan, I'm not going to read every single team out again, but it's obviously a fantastic bunch of teams that we've got here at the tournament, and Like you said, I mean, it's an evenly matched kind of affair, at least for Group A, because we had a lot of draws going on yesterday. And speaking of the Devils, here we go. The standings are here for Group A. G2IG was actually the only team that got a 2-0 victory yesterday, and that was up against Bet Boom in our final series that we casted, John. Apart from that, literally everyone else ended up getting a draw, apart from, of course, Bet Boom, who did get 2-0'd by G2IG, like I just said. But as you can see, John, fairly even affair here for Group A.
That it is. It makes it more exciting to see if we have like tiebreaker situations coming out for Group A. If this keeps up, if we end up with another day of draws across the board, that middle of the pack, and the one cut-off slot at number 5 is going to be pretty deadly as the groups continue. Of course, Group B, a little less back and forth in the sense that they didn't have as many draws, but there are quite a few reflective score lines, kind of mirrored score lines. There are a lot of 1-1s, one series and one draw series, each for our current top 3 for Heroic, OG, and Tundra. Team Spirit getting away with 2 draws, and Gaimin and Extreme off to a slower start. Extreme in particular, going 0-4, does not set a good tone coming into day 2, but they still have a chance to bounce back in here.
I wonder what actually happened to Extreme. Like, that's the one team I think that nobody expects to do too badly, and I suppose I don't have to wonder too much because we'll get to see some highlights here of the games yesterday. Of course, this was a game you and I casted as well, Talon versus Shopify Rebellion, which I believe ended up in a 1-1 draw. Very, very back and forth, but we'll get to the jokes about Talon very, very soon, John, because I know you made a joke yesterday about today's games between Talon and G2IG, so we'll talk about them a little bit later on. But of course, this was a pretty action-packed series we had, and this felt like anyone's series between Talon and Shopify. I got to tell you, John, especially that game 2, had no idea who was going to pull off the victory for that one.
Yeah, game 2 maybe was a little bit more dominant coming out from Talon. Game 1 certainly was a lot more back and forth, and it felt like, especially in Game 1, there were a few things that needed to be tweaked from Talon. They come into Game 2 and adjusted well. Game 2 for Shopify, you were pointing this out in draft, and we always talk about it when a player like Yopaj gets something like DK, but it didn't feel like he could do Yopaj things, right? Like, yes, he can blink Dragon Tail, but there's not much pizzazz left for a flashy player like Yopaj. He's doing his job, but it just feels like you lack a tool when you end up giving your like movement player a hero like DK.
I mean, absolutely. I've always kind of complained every time they give Yopaj a boring hero, and well, it certainly did happen yesterday as well. Of course, you had Team Spirit up against Heroic. That did also happen yesterday in Group B. I believe this one also ended up in a bit of a draw. So again, fairly even kind of affair, but it was obviously a very action-packed game, as you can see. And well, I don't know what to tell you, John. I mean, there's just so many draws happening on the first day, and I kind of expected it to be a little bit more one-sided, considering how established the meta is now in this patch, but apparently not. Apparently, new things still being discovered and surprises still happen.
Yeah, I mean, there's always a little bit more to pick out. I think we've had a pretty established set of heroes popping up, though. Like stuff like Luna's certainly up there. Lifestealer's been up there. Rubik's has been pretty strong hero. You've got still consistent Shen bans. We're seeing a lot more Timbersaws come out. Again, not just in South America, but it's already spreading elsewhere, as we've seen in qualifiers and a couple of the tournaments happening beforehand. It does feel like, I don't know if we're really seeing too much new tech, but we are seeing stuff run back. Like, we're seeing a little bit more IO, as we're seeing here from Team Spirit coming out with Lesh. And we're starting to see some permutations come back in, even without the new patch. I mean, it's nice that we're still getting a few changes here and there, but I'd still say a patch would be nice and exciting, Mike.
It certainly would be, Jonathan. We're obviously probably not going to get it midway through the tournament, but you never know. I continue to dream that it will happen. And here we are. Of course, Gaimin versus Team Spirit also happened yesterday. Spoiler alert, Jonathan, that was another draw. Surprise, surprise. Another draw ending here between these two teams. And that is about it for the highlights for yesterday. Again, a fantastic action-packed kind of day. And I think, if anything, we learned that this is going to be one of those tournaments that's probably going to be very, very even and very close.
That it is. It's already shaping up that way, of course. This feels like it tends to happen in a lot of our group stages, where it is just a lot more.
My camera keeps losing focus. It's really getting on my damn nerves. This is an expensive camera, Jonathan. The damn thing I don't know what it's trying to focus on, but apparently it's not me. You'd think the camera was my wife with the way it's been behaving recently. Just no focus on her husband. Unbelievable.
Well, the camera can only focus in as much as its subject keeps its focus, Mike. You asking me stuff about these even groups, and then you go on about the focus on your camera. We're professionals, Mike. All right, this is Birmingham group stages. All right, and we can probably focus on our prize pool here. Thank you for the good old production.
Producer
in the
gave you
background.
that segue. Do not even
Yes,
try
he
to take
did.
credit for that.
I am not. I'm not that focused here, Mikey. The prize pool is
No,
something to focus on, though. Again, first place 300,000, going down 175, 120, all the way down. Of course, the prize pool is great. It's a good chunk of money for a lot of these teams outside of the DPC not existing anymore. But the big thing that all of these teams are fighting for is definitely those sweet and juicy EPT points. We've all seen that sphere in Las Vegas. This is the tournament that takes you to the the Esports World Cup, Riyadh Masters within that World Cup. And you have a lot of points on the line here for Birmingham, 26,640 points. So, again, we keep saying it, every single series counts. At minimum, you get around, 280 points. That's not enough to qualify you to Riyadh, to the Esports World Cup. You're going to need more. You need to not bomb out in groups here.
No, you certainly don't. All right, let's have a look at the standings as well for those APT points and see exactly who's sitting where. Of course, Bet Boom, currently the top team in the whole of the APT leaderboard. As you can see, a lot of big teams here. G2IG sneaking into the top 8 as well. You'd hate to be past that top 8. Like you're so close yet you're so far. See, teams like Shopify Rebellion trying to fight their way into that top 8 through this tournament. Very, very important for them to try and finish at a decent standing here for ESL 1 Birmingham to try and lock in their position in the top 8 if they possibly can. We'll have to wait and see if that does happen, of course. By the way, Jonathan, I was thinking recently, why the hell don't we have some EPT standings for casters? I mean, right? You know what? Ignore what I just said, because I kind of get this camera to focus. I don't think we should have EPT standings for casters.
We're not.
We'd probably be in like the top 1,000 or something if there isn't even 1,000 casters left in Dota 2. Yeah, never mind what I said.
No. I mean, the award can only carry us so far. But what we don't need to carry on too far about is, of course...
Let me clarify. If anyone's missing the joke, John Xfire is apparently Philippines Analyst of the Year this year. So how, I don't know, but apparently he is the Filipino Analyst of the Year. Congratulations once again on your award, Jonathan. Do you have the award? Or do you want to show the award off to everyone?
It's actually outside with a bunch of pictures. Okay, this is a bit of a segue before we talk about the matchup. It's outside on a shelf, and it's in front of pictures of me, because when I get pictures for TI, I have to go to a studio. They print out the pictures. So I have pictures of me not doing anything, and then it just looks so dumb. I feel so dumb. Like, every time I go up, I'm like, why'd you put it there, Ma? And it's like, it's nice. It's like,
So I'm gonna walk into your house and I'm just gonna see John everywhere. Like you're the. Well, there you go, John. That's good. It's good to see your family's proud of you. Even though, again, we're all confused as to why you won the award, but you've won the award, Jonathan. Congratulations. Anyway, what are we moving on to, John? You were trying to segue to something before I made a fool of you again.
Yeah. Well, what's not a wonder is what we've got coming up next. Of course, our first series for today is Shopify up against Team Liquid. Now, Shopify, again, we've seen them take draws across the board yesterday. It's a little bit rockier in the game that you and I watched when they were playing up against Talon. Game 1 looked really strong, but also not clean. Talon was managing to bounce back a little bit, and Liquid, for their part, as well in their series, has been maybe a little bit more back and forth. Again, ending up with draws. We've heard every single time we talk to Liquid, group stage openings for them tends to be a little bit slower. But Shopify, as a team, I feel like it's a team that's, again, been steadily improving. I think having Yopaj on, having Teolacor and Kitrak has kind of changed the environment. I mean, it certainly does when you change players that have been on for a long time, but it does feel like Shopify is maybe hungry again and have something to prove. I know for sure Yopaj certainly is. At the very least, that boy has something to prove, and we've seen him sleep deprived many times. So, we'll see if they've woken up today, as we can take a peek at that roster, of course. But yeah, they've done some great work. It's been a lot. It's been steadily improving. We say this all the time about this team, but it always feels like they're on the cusp of just being top out there, not just in NA, but somehow it always somewhat falls short.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly a team that definitely has a lot of potential. And speaking of potential as well, the man we love to talk about non-stop, of course, their offlane Saberlight, obviously has a lot of impact in this team. And I've always kind of loved this guy. Like this guy's got a great personality. He's fantastic to talk to, and ever since we've seen him on the pro scene, he's been great, Jonathan. He's one of those new stars that you just love to see do better every time you see him, and we'll see how he does do up against Team Liquid. Of course, they are good friends with Team Liquid, especially Saberlight. So I'm sure he's got a lot to say. Of course, he was playing with Team Liquid during ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur, if my memory is serving me correctly, Jonathan. Please do correct me if I am wrong, but I'm pretty sure you and I were there, so I'm pretty sure I'm correct.
Yeah,
you know,
I think we were there, and I think you are correct, and I think you are right. Saberlight is a fantastic player, and I just want to point out he looks a lot more alive in the videos than he does in his picture. For some reason, he looks really dead in his picture. Yeah. Maybe that's just killer phase, I guess. But he's a really jovial guy, and he does uplift that environment as well for Shopify. And
he's drinking a monster.
Outside of just, of course. With the monster logo in the back, he's got to do it, of course.
Oh look!
Unleash the beast.
Immediately throws. There you go. Thank you for that product. I do appreciate that. Mango Loco is the flavor he's having, Jonathan. I can't have those anymore because I'm drinking sugar-free monster drinks now. Trying to lose some damn weight, Jonathan. Thought I'd point that out.
I always told you the sugar-free ones were surprisingly good, Mikey.
Yeah.
Ever since Stockholm, it's like the only one I can drink. It's really good. Anyway, what else is liquid outside of our monster drinks is liquid as well that Shopify is playing up against.
Very good segue.
There you go, Mikey. That's why I get those awards, Mikey. Now liquid as well. This roster has always been on the cusp of taking that win, going deep in tournaments. But again, in some of these group stages, it's been a little bit shakier to kick off. And in this case, again, draws aren't bad. They're not taking full losses, which is great. But it does feel like there's still more that Liquid needs to bring out. Like we've always heard in the interviews, they always want to come out strong in the group stages. But again, these kinds of starts aren't too uncommon for Liquid. We'll have to see if this day kind of shakes them up and maybe shows us a bunch more of 2-0s if they can do it.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I mean, while we're talking about offlanes as well, of course, the offlane of Team Liquid, Mr. 33 himself, is the man we're looking at here for our player spotlight. And listen, I've been saying this since he was in Alliance, and I think we said this to Loda at TI11. This guy is incredible. I could not believe that Alliance actually let this man go. I don't know what the ins and outs were of that, but he has been proving to be unbelievable, and he's in his very famous crab stance there, Jonathan. You can't underestimate when he is in this stance. This is his I don't want to say his peak, but this is where it gets scary. He's already ready.
Oh yeah. He's all set in his proper gamer posture, which I can never understand. But if it works for you, it works for you. That's what gets 33 in the zone. And I'm excited to see what they bring out. It does feel like that, again, like most of the core offlane heroes we've seen hasn't really shifted. We haven't seen that much like crazy offlane picks coming out for 33. So I'm curious to see if we see any of that today, but it should lead to a very interesting matchup with Saberlight and 33 on those opposing roles. I'm wondering if they're just going to be fighting over stuff like the Doom, whether or not that's something that's even considered in this series. We don't need to think about that too long, though. We should be able to jump into this draft for game number 1 of Shopify up against Liquid. Nothing too strange in the bans just yet. Liquid taking care of the Pango and the Chen. Shopify banning out the Io, so some more respect for the Io coming out here at the very least. That is something that, again, we have seen pop back up just a little bit more here, along with the Doom being banned out by Shopify. But otherwise, it hasn't really shifted too much from the qualifiers. I'm wondering if Kunkka is a priority ban for Liquid. It's not something that Shopify's played too much recently, but, Yopaj is Kunkka, especially if you kind of want to take that out. It has been up there in the bans as well. There you go.
It certainly has been. The Team Liquid, one more ban to go before we can start the drafts. See the Disruptor removed. Shopify Rebellion, their final ban out to be made. Again, both these teams did pretty much get all draws yesterday from what I can understand, so looking to get some points on the board for both sides. Obviously, a 2-0 victory much better than a 1-1 if you can afford it for either team. Both sides will have 2 series today as well, by the way. We are going to start off with the Brewmaster. I mean, why the hell not? You've seen how powerful this hero can be. Obviously, the mascot of the whole event as well, and Saberlight, he loves the hero.
That he does. He showed off some of his micro prowess yesterday, and we saw how much impact this Brewmaster had in that game 1 up against Talon as well. It just does a lot of work. It doesn't really have too many hard counters in lane. You have a lot of laning partners you can kind of pair it up with. Rubik could stand out here for Shopify if it's not banned out or taken by Liquid themselves. So you have a lot of options and just setting up to have a great time for Saberlight to kind of snowball off of. I'm wondering what Liquid prioritizes now themselves. They could steal something like the Rubik away now. They could go for maybe something like Centaur or Batrider. Feels like the Batrider tends to be the one that kind of gets picked immediately if it's not banned in first phase. Like Batrider, Timbersaw. They want either one. They'll go with the Luna priority first.
Ooh.
They want that Luna into Brewmaster lane, which we did see yesterday again in that first series of Talon versus Shopify, and was maybe a little bit of a rougher time for Akashi, but I don't think it's the worst thing in the world for a Luna. You can just flash farm back in. You've got some good pacing here to hit. You've got some good farm spikes. Your build choice is pretty open. Although again, it's typical to just go for Massive Madness, Manta, Conda, and BKB, maybe an Ags down the line if it's necessary, but you don't usually need to go that far in. We'll see. Still, like the Luna, it's been one of the more winning heroes of the first day as well. I believe it's one of the few heroes with a really good win rate for how often it's been picked. Picked 9 times, won 6 games. It's up there.
Yeah. And that was one of those games was Team Liquid that they won with the Luna. So there you go. Team Liquid did play the Luna once, and they beat Talon with it once. In fact, they beat them in 29 minutes to boot, so it was quite a fast victory for Team Liquid in that game up against Talon. Well, obviously, Team Liquid feeling quite confident, and like you said, John, currently 6 out of 9 win streak here for the Luna, so happy days for her. I feel like the hero is a bit hit or miss, personally. Of course, we did see yesterday with Shopify Rebellion versus Talon, Void just completely deleted her every single time they got into a fight. So it seems like Faceless Void probably one of the preferred position 1s to play up against this position 1 Luna. But like you said, stats don't lie. 6 out of 9 is the current scoreline here for the Luna, so she's looking good.
She is. They do leave that Faceless Void option as well. Team Liquid not banning it out. Normally seeing it at this point, so have to see if Shopify will try to snatch that up. Again, a lot more supports left in the pool. Enchantress is still there if you kind of wished. Does a lot in lane. The healing does make it hard to shove these safe laners away as well, so you're happy enough to sit back and farm. Hoodwink's still in the pool. If you're worried about something like the Faceless Void, I suppose the Oracle's there as well. I think that's something Liquid has been picking up for Insania, so that is still a pretty viable option as well. Good save for something like the Chrono if you are expecting Void pickup. Maybe something like a Venge could be something Liquid wants to run. Venge and Luna. Pretty basic lane, lots of damage coming out with all of the auras. You can just run down these objectives early as well, and you have swap to save from Chrono. We'll go with the Oracle instead, so that's their save option, just in case something like the Void does come out here for Arteezy. And again, we've seen Insania play this for many years now. He's very proficient in that good old Oracle.
Well, last time we spoke to Insania, I did ask him why Oracle wasn't popular. Can't remember exactly what tournament that was, but he was telling me that the damage you deal with Oracle is just absolute garbage. You know, the right-click damage is not very good, range is not good, and overall, he was not happy with the state of the hero. Since then, I don't believe much changed for Oracle, but it seems as though he may have changed his mind.
Yeah, I think
played
it's
twice yesterday.
Yeah, he played it a bunch already. I think it's in a decent spot. It's not like amazing, but it can still work the lane nicely. Luna Oracle lane works pretty well. You've got a good stun to set up from your carry. You can run down. Shopify for their part will go to Rubik and the Ench, both supports we were talking about as well. Now you've got the Brewmaster Rubik lane. Easy way to set for Cinder Brew. Left back into the Thunderclap, chase down. Really good kill potential coming out from Saberlight early on. You have some really good spells to steal as well, especially from the Oracle. Like it's not too hard to steal anything good from the Oracle, so that's going to be a little bit of an issue for Liquid running forward. Just Rubik tends to... It makes having an Oracle feel bad. And it's just one of those heroes that feel absolutely awful when you're up against a Rubik. Stuff like Omni Knight kind of feels the same way, although maybe not as bad, but certainly the Oracle save is just going to boost Shopify Rebellion's presence in these team fights as long as the positioning here is on point for Shopify, which it has been.
And you can KS a hell of a lot with this Rubik as well, this game. Like, you're still Purifying Flames and Fade Bolt. You're just KSing everybody. In fact, this might be the perfect game for a Rubik Phylactery. Like, you can still Purifying Flames with a Phylactery you're always winning. You're
Yep.
never healing the enemy with it. So it's actually a pretty damn good game if this support Rubik can pick one up early. Still, Team Liquid, they have gone for the Leshrac into the Tusk pickup. I imagine that is just going to be a support Tusk and a mid Leshrac coming out here from Team Liquid's end of things. No surprises, I'd argue. Like we have seen Tusk proving to be quite popular during that first day, and seems as though Leshrac has also been relatively popular during that first day.
That it has been. And, I mean, again, it combines really nicely with Oracle. We've got a good hero to just frontline tank damage. As long as he has mana, he's going to do a lot of damage throughout the False Promise. Boxy Tusk is another great save tool as well once the blink is up. Great repositioning tool once you've got the kickback. But again, it also gives the Rubik a few options if that Ags does come in. You have some good spell steal still. I'm surprised Shopify take the sniper into the Lesh. I guess that's fine. It's not into the Tusk mid. Leshrac can't gap close like the Tusk would, right? No snowball shards to worry about. Stand back, maybe take a value point in Shrapnel if you feel like it, but it's rather interesting. I'm trying to recall if we've ever seen Yopaj play that in his time in Southeast Asia, and I want to say no, I don't think we've seen him play that. I'm sure he plays it, but I don't think we've seen him do that while he was still in the sea.
Judging by his face, Jonathan, I don't know if he does play it. You know, he's just looking very disappointed right there. Just looking right down, just yes boss, no boss is all that comes out of his mouth these days.
What's
Yeah.
good? I wonder if I wonder
the
if Bulba's telling
cameraman
me
pans straight
how
to
to act.
Bulba as I say that. As soon as I say it, they pan to Bulba. How dare they?
I hope Bulba's telling me try to con the Ags. It's good here. it's all you need. Make sure you get the Shard though for the Tusk and the Hurricane Pike, but con the Ags. That's the way. That's our ticket. It's not amazing.
Don't do
I mean,
it.
it's fun, but I don't know if it even feels good when you're up against Oracle, right? Like Fate's Edict, False Promise, suddenly that just kind of falls a bit flat. It's nah, I don't know. Like it's just a bit too memey. Then if you just go plain right click, it feels underwhelming, right? Like Maelstrom, Hurricane Pike, Mjolnir into maybe, I don't know, Butterfly or Daedalus. It's like, just doesn't feel like he slaps hard enough in Sniper relative to other cores. And now Liquid has the chance to ban out that Faceless Void we've been talking about. They have somewhat of a counter with Oracle, but, you know, Faceless Void in late game scenarios can get dicey. Don't want to deal with it. Don't want to deal with Archer Void. So it's just gone. What options are left for Shopify safe? Lifestealer's still there. Lifestealer into Luna's. Yeah, it's not amazing. It's not too bad. If you have a bailout for the Sniper as well to an extent. But there's a lot of AoE from Liquid, so it's not like Depth Shroud is the be-all end-all save. Maybe something like Sven could be annoying as well. I suppose a good front line to keep pace with a Brewmaster and buy space for your Sniper to just play back.
Well, still thinking about it here for this final ban out for Team Liquid. You got to be a little bit
Stuff like
cautious
Morphling
as
as well, I guess.
Yeah, Morph is there. Have we haven't seen anything like an Ursa coming out during day one, did we? For
No,
position
no.
ones. Okay.
I don't think so.
Shopify Rebellion's turn.
Well, there's a Sven you pointed
Versus
out.
something.
That is banned.
It makes
Well, what about
sense.
the
Just frontlining. I think Lifestealer is all right. You've got Rage. You don't care too much about the magical damage. Leshrac will pump out. The punch and the kick can still be annoying, but it's not something you really think about. That's the Lifestealer early on. Issue for Lifestealer here is you don't really have a vehicle outside of just playing with Saberlight, I suppose. So could still work. I think the matchup against Luna's fine. It's not amazing. It's not bad. It is workable. I like that they do ban out the Batrider, just preventing that meta hero pick from coming in. We've seen a lot of Batriders do a ton of work from position 4, and on the occasion it's an offlane, can be really annoying as well. What is it for Artur here? I mean, Morphling's still an option if you want it. We've seen Morph into Luna a few times. Lifestealer. CK is the call for Shopify Rebellion.
CK was very popular in Group B yesterday. We did see a lot of Chaos Knight coming out. I didn't think they'd go down this route against the Leshrac of all things, but even against the Luna, I thought it would be a little bit problematic, but it was very, very popular throughout Group B. In fact, we did see quite a bit of it during their game against Falcons for Shopify Rebellion. They did play it twice against Falcons, winning once and losing once with the CK. So there you go.
It still does all of the same things that we were talking about with Sven. Front line, play with a Brewmaster, buy space for Sniper. But the AoE clear you have in Liquid is already really high. And now you've got the Slardar on top for Team Liquid. So you have a lot of backline jump just coming out from the Slardar. And the Tusk. The Sniper is not going to be the safest.
And the laning
You've got a lot of minus armor. The laning stage is hellish with tag team plus all the physical output that 33 can provide with Slittering Crush and the bashes. Like, yeah, it's not going to be fun. Insania's already looking like he assumes a fun time here, which you can't really fault him for. For Shopify, I don't know. These lanes they're not bad. I mean, you've got Enchantress CK, which is pretty durable. You can kind of trade blows quite nicely up against dual melee. The Enchant's going to be good to slow down the chase. I don't know if your CK is going to be too comfy jumping in until like level 3, level 4. For Saberlight, his lane should be, again, straightforward Rubik Brewmaster lane up against a Luna and an Oracle. It's not too bad, but there's so much sustain coming out from the Oracle. There's a possibility of just dispelling off a lot of your burn. So I don't know if you can really fully pressure Mika here as much as you'd want to stop that farm. I would say overall Team Liquid's draft is a lot more cohesive. They have some answers to the CK with Nisha's Lush. They've got Jump for the Sniper and the Tusk support and the Slardar now. They have so many good options to just take these fights. I'm just wondering whether or not the Sniper pick for Shopify will pay off, because they could have prioritized a different hero for Artur, like that Sven instead, like the Faceless Void as well, but Sniper into the Leshrac. Maybe it crushes the Leshrac lane hard enough. It's not something that I think Sniper wins out that hard though. Like Leshrac can always just play with Lightning Storm instead and still find really decent farm here.
We're going to find out, see exactly how it does happen. I mean, CS-wise, I feel like the Sniper should have somewhat of an advantage, but harassment-wise, we'll have to wait and see if it really does play out that way, as we do have game number 1 officially underway between Team Liquid and Shopify Rebellion. My main concern is certainly the safe lane of Shopify. Like, that Slardar vs CK is not going to be very fun, I don't think. A lot of pressure on Kitrak to ensure that this Chaos Knight can actually just hit some creeps. Should mention as well, by the way, the game that they did lose with Chaos Knight yesterday was to a Leshrac. So there you go.
Yeah, I mean, there's just so much clear. I don't know how well of a game Arteezy will have. He has to be pretty ahead coming out. I think if they can play with that tempo, it can work. The level 1 engage of Liquid is really terrifying as well, but no one's biting the bait from Shopify so far. Unless someone suddenly just walks up, but they do have a ward and the Watchers, so should be safe breaking that smoke if they want to.
It's going to be a rather large wraparound here. Boxy looking for an opportunity to get a shards off. Is going to have his smoke broken, but Shopify Rebellion are going to be able to retreat quite successfully. No first blood to be drawn from either side, and it's going to be a nice even trade for Bounty Runes, 2 for 2. And of course, we'll start off with the mid lane, John, the one we've been talking about quite a lot. Of course, it is going to be Yopaj on the mid Sniper against Nisha on the mid Leshrac. I don't know what to expect here. I think I'm just going to kind of wait and see how this does go. I still want to say that Yopaj should have a slight advantage, but it does seem like it could go either way.
Yeah, I mean, you can play this lane pretty nicely. You have a decent enough range advantage once you have points in to take aim. I don't think Nisha's going to be left out too bad. Does have Lightning Storm to play with as long as he has rune control. Water Rune's going to be bigger for him than it is for the Sniper. He should be relatively fine. We'll see. Going to be interesting to see whether or not that focus is going to be on mid. I feel like a rotation out from Boxy early on, maybe by the 4 to 6 minute mark. This Sniper is going to be a real easy target to go for. That's the one concern. Like, Leshrac +1 is just going to run this down if they can get the room out in the side lanes. It all kind of hinges on these side lanes just being stable enough that the supports can abandon them for a moment to help mid.
Bottom lane, of course, you're going to have Insania and Mickey playing up against Saberlight and Theolacore. A lot of kill potential here from the side of Liquid, I want to say, but it kind of goes the other way as well for Shopify. If there was to be a first blood being drawn, it's definitely looking like it's probably going to be the side lanes, and well, either side lane looks very, very aggressive, but I want to say the bottom lane is arguably where the most damage could happen.
Yeah, there's a lot of just raw output here. Insania's doing a great job just zoning out, securing creeps as much as he can. You've got really good nuking spells from afar for the side of Liquid. Just the Purifying Flames, Fortune Sand, and the Lucent Beam can help to run down. Teolacor has to be a little bit careful. It's not the easiest one to line up for the Thunderclap Cinderbrew, unless Mickey oversteps. But again, he has a lot of saves. He's not too concerned about trading blows early on. Silverlight does go for the Drunken Brawler. Wondering if he's going to fully prioritize it, just to focus on that CS and a little bit of right-click harassment or too close. Seeing a few blows onto Yopaj on the mid lane, and level 2 on the Lightning Storm. And Nisha is managing the lane quite nicely. He is lagging a little bit behind, but honestly, considering this a sniper lane, I wouldn't say this is too bad for the Lesh. It's still in workable condition.
Oh, absolutely. Nothing to write home about for either side quite yet. Level 3 marks in these side lanes, I think, is where the action will start to begin as well, right? Like, especially that bottom lane, we already talked about it, but the level 3 marks for pretty much every hero at this bottom lane is just absolutely massive. We'll see who does kind of go first. Sableye, you kind of asked the question as well, does he go for the point in Cinderpru, or is he going to just max out Drunken Brawler or Thunderclap? And I would like to see 1 point in Cinderbrew at the least, especially if you are proving to want to be a little bit more aggressive, but maybe he already assumes that the lane could be quite defensive on his end of things, as they are going to go now. Teolacor will cop the root out from Insania. The runaway is there, but they will have a Lucent Beam in 1. Sadly, though, Mickey, he hits level 2 now, or rather level 3, but does go for the second point in Lunar Bliss. Meanwhile, mid lane, Yopa, he's alright. Nisha, though, looking to get rather aggressive on the Leshrac, and Yopaj's got to be very, very cautious. The Lightning Storm will connect, 1 more will do it, but he's lost vision. Yopaj, though, he's so unhealthy right now in the HP department. It's got no regen either, apart from 1 Fairy Fire and 1 Stick Charge. How do you play this lane now?
Yeah, it's a tricky one. You have to have that sustained for Nisha.
Oh, we couldn't get in range for the Lightning Storm.
Yeah, just a little bit too far out, but this is already a good state for Nisha. Again, he's had first Rune Control was pretty good. They've got Rune Control again for the water. No one's coming out to deny. Yopaj might still be able to grab his own. He'll have a little bit to play with, but as long as there's mana for Nisha, again, going for the Lightning Storm build, it's not the best of times for Yopaj. It doesn't even need a +1. We were talking about rotations out from like Tusk, but there's no need for Boxy to even make his way down there just yet. Opening up the possibility at 6 minutes with a few more levels is massive here.
Top lane, Arteezy. Oh, that's a very nice shot from Boxy. Locking him in by the tier 1 tower. 33 is going to move back in, but we'll get the stun here from Arteezy. It looks like that's going to be about it. They won't go too much further. So 33 has opted to just kind of go for the 2 points in Slitherine Crush as well, so not opting to max the Bash of the Deep quite yet. And it doesn't really seem like he's been able to abuse it too much anyway against Kit Rack's Enchantress, so it's like he would rather just go for the extra points in the stun.
Yeah, just have a little bit more clear, a little bit more safer poke onto that CK. It is pretty scary once they can gap close. I'm surprised there's no value point in maybe Guardian Sprint. Level 4, he does have that point up now, so the chase down can commence. Boxy fishing for an angle. They could still take care of Artur at this point. Like, the CK is pretty tanky, 1000 HP, Bracer and Belt of Strength up. But, again, you can't underestimate just the sheer physical output right now on the side of Liquid top, and they don't quite have the Nature's Attendance just yet. There's a 10-second window here. It could get some things going on the unpause.
They could try. We're having a look at some fantastic imagery here in the mid lane. I believe that is a duck target being exploded here by Yopaj.
Yes.
How do you feel like Yopaj feels about this mid sniper pickup? Like, I know you and I know know the young man very well. It really doesn't feel like his kind of hero. It just really doesn't.
If you get something like a Blink Dagger, I guess it can feel like a hero he'd play, but I don't know if you'd want that.
Top Boxy. Boxy. Be a bit of a snowball out into the CK. Shards will land as well. He is a very high HP, high armor hero here on Arteezy, so he can tank through a lot of damage. Boxy's going to keep trying to go, so will 33. They'll cancel the TP that was incoming, and now Kitraki kind of blocks the way. He helps Liquid block Arteezy in. And Kitrak, he is not looking to make it out either, as they do land the stuns. And Kitrak will be the second to fall. As Boxy looking to die, but 33 will not allow it. Finally letting him go down. Meanwhile, bottom lane, a bit of a chase onto Saberlight, but it looks like Saberlight's going to be just fine. Still, a double kill up at that top lane. Already concerning signs here for the side of Shopify Rebellion.
It's just that physical output. Tag team plus the bash, plus the Slither and Crush is a lot to kind of contend with here for Shopify. The cancel TP as well, just not making matters any simpler. That does at least allow a bit of a reset as well for Nisha onto mid.
They're going to fight over those 6-minute power runes. Nisha is being chased down here by Yopaj, but they don't really have the damage nor the control. Nice slows onto Nisha, but it really means nothing in the end. Saberlight.
Great block. Oh.
Bottom lane taking a fair bit of damage on the way out, but is still going to be okay.
This is one thing I want to ask myself, you know, is our Oracle, is Insania actually going to try to go for Phylactery? I mean, it sounds pretty bad, but, you know, it's the funny way. It's the fun way to play Oracle. I'm sure Insania would love to be able to do so.
He definitely will. I think Thea Lacour, because Thea Lacour is, he could really abuse it, right? But I don't think Insania will. As sad as
it's so funny if the Oracle has it. Oh.
It is.
Yeah, Insania's too smart for that. It's probably not going to do it. But if he does, then you know he's having fun. We'll see. Probably not.
He's either too smart or not smart enough, John. You know, it's there's no real in between.
No. Still, really solid back and forth start already. Liquid, again, coming out ahead with those 2 kills up top here. Coming out for 33, but Shopify is not too far behind in terms of just controlling their lanes. They're coming out on top still with a farm coming out for Artur. About to hit that level 6, can start to clear out even faster.
Chase is on for the Luna. Problem is Insania is right behind them to just kind of abuse the Fortune's End and purge off everything. I suppose that was the real reason that, you know, Saberlight only goes for the 1 value point in Cinderbrew, is of course Insania will always be there to purge it off with the Fortune's End. Doesn't actually go for any points into Fate's Edict, just seeing the maximum value in the Fortune's End this game, and it does really feel that way anyway. Like, there's plenty of spells to purge off.
Yeah, there's a lot of great saves for Insania just to cut off some of that DPS and control. Not the easiest time for the side of Shopify to kind of play into that in the bot lane, and it's giving such a free lane for Mika. Does have level 5, the Glaive's up.
They found Yopaj.
Catch out Yopaj.
They've got him for a moment. Lift back from Thea Lacour onto Insania, and they are going to retreat. They did not want to make their way up to that little high ground, as they are going to find a nice double a damage amp rune here for Yopaj. He'll take that happily.
Structures are fortified.
Meanwhile, Arteezy is actually TPing into the mid lane. They want to try and get aggressive this early on. Nisha's going to see him, but where's the setup? Arteezy, he's still rushing towards him. He really wants this attempt. There's the tips out from Nisha. I believe it was actually Thea Lacour that messed up. I believe they were waiting for the Rubik to go for the lift, but it never came. In fact, never mind, lift was on cooldown at the time. It was Arteezy.
Yeah. I mean, it was just a little bit too keen as well. Like, there was already enough space there for Nisha to just back off completely. They do manage to find a mid-tier 1 off the back of it, so they're still somewhat worthwhile down bot, though.
Primal Split is out. Mickey taking a fair bit of damage. We've seen this quite a bit from Saberlight, just getting in as soon as he hits that level 6 mark. And that'll be Mickey going down as now Insania. On the run, but surely has no way out. So he will try for Saberlight's life. One more Purifying Flames, but oh, he loses vision. And now Saberlight coming back into vision just to show him that he was not afraid at all. With that, another double kill set up here for Yopaj off the back of Saberlight. And it's kind of a thing with Brewmaster. As soon as you hit level 6, you can basically just kill anyone you want.
Yeah, really easy rundown. Really great opportunity to be spotted there by Shopify. Knowing that there was some commitment onto the mid, they couldn't really regroup and try to save bot after being left solo for so long. I'm a little bit curious about Yopaj not going for the assassin. I suppose they feel like they don't need that point burst. They just need him to stand his ground, play around with the early strength of Shrapnel, try to get some headshots in, can go from there. I'm keen to see what Yopaj does build up into. He is going for the standard Dragonlance, maybe into Hurricane Pike early to save from the jump in. But after that is, again, it's still fairly open for the sniper to kind of pick and choose what he wants to play with. Saberlight still being annoying down bot. I mean, they still have that bot tier 1 they're hanging on to here on Liquid. Shopify not in a position to try to push in, but they're getting a lot of room out for Arteezy to just farm. Like, he's got full control up top despite losing his tier 1. No one's making their way down there. They're still focused on Saberlight.
They sure. Oh, they missed the stun. 33. A very rare mistake out from the Slaughter, just not within range to land the stun. And well, Saberlight will let him know about it.
Yeah, it's the Storm Brawler form. It's just way too much when you Cinder Brood up. So much move speed. Nisha?
Caught out. Very nice setup here from the side of Shopify Rebellion, seeing that he was left alone. The mid lane was undefended, so they will be able to secure both the mid tier 1 tower and Nisha's life. And now they just roam the map. Down towards the Radiant Jungle they go. Yopaj will take over that area of the map. And you know what? With the way things are going, I gotta tell you, Shopify, they are looking very strong at the moment. I thought their laning stage would go a lot worse than it actually did.
Yeah, they managed to come out on top quite nicely. I think it just comes back down to maybe not pressuring mid hard enough for the side of Liquid, not able to really leave those side lanes as well. Like, they applied pressure on the Sniper before any of the bigger levels came up, capitalize on the Leshrac and the gap close you have with your Tusk. You might have been able to pin down Yopaj, feed off of that Sniper a lot more, as we've seen in some of our slower Sniper games. We'll go out for a smoke now with the two supports hanging behind Nisha. See if they can find something. They do just freely give bot to Saberlight, and this guy's just having a free ride into that Radiance that we know he likes to build. Timing is looking to be on point here.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
This rune going to be used as bait. Nisha, he'll break his smoke onto Thea Lacour. Kidrak did get spotted for a second, but they're not confident that they can actually deal with him quick enough. In fact, Kidrak's just keeping up vision for his team to back him up. And Liquid, they are very well aware of it. They just look to retreat, assassinate out on Boxy, will keep up the vision. Saberlight doesn't really hit with the Cinder Brew anyway, so Boxy's going to be fine. And that's about it. But you can see Shopify, they understand they are the stronger team at the moment. And they certainly want to fight. Especially if Kitrak's the one on the front lines. Once again, I mean, Liquid trying their best to set up a nice gank attempt, but nothing will come out of it.
Yeah, it's starting to really hurt. That's that early set of times you'd want to meet with your Lesh. Nisha's not been able to pressure a tower. He's not able to just camp around with the Edict post-fight to just take a tier 1. With the mid still standing, it's really hard to cross that river at this point. They are getting a lot of free room out for Mike and 33 as well. And they've got that Blink Dagger up in the Slaughter now, so they've got a little bit less pressure on Boxy to keep landing like the snowballs you can initiate with 33. The issue is finding that angle, finding that backline. Right, you don't want to jump the Brewmaster or the CK. They are a little bit tanky, although I suppose Saberlight isn't that bad to jump into if you manage to chain stun him. But you do want something like Yopaj in the back, just punishing something like that squishy Sniper, which again, you've got the Tusk, you've got the Slaughter with a Blink. And that's really what your draft is geared towards. We'll see again, another smoke out here with a Blink.
They're going to give it a crack. And Kitrak's the one shying in the mid lane at the moment. Yopaj right behind him. See Kitrak, they'll make the jump in with 33, but it's going to be a hard kill. In fact, look, he got the healing off just beforehand to Bird, but they will finally take him down. Problem is, Saberlight now is here to try and trade, and it seems as though they are going to at least find Boxy. And in fact, they'll even find Insania on top. Make that a third as well, because Nisha is gone. Arteezy will take him down. And Insania, well, trying for the haste rune, not going to find it. Yopaj will deny it right in front of his face. And that's 3 down for the price of 1. Kitrak baiting perfectly for his team. I mean, you knew it was a bait as well. He got his Nature's Attendance off. He got his Seeds of Serenity off. And it's just such a great bait. It's like 3 for nothing, basically.
And they're under heavy pressure on Liquid to try to capitalize on these timings, because they know they're losing a little bit too much ground in terms of farm. Like, CK farms so effectively, you need to punish these other cores that show up. You have to take what you can get, try to snowball off the back of that, but Enchantress is just not an easy target. They're not able to follow through with a Bash of the Deep because of that Untouchable. Now that's the bread and butter of Slaughter, to follow up from the Slitherine Crush, to get the chain stuns off. It's just not enough, even with the punch and the snowball, with a crush. You need some of those bashes to come in. And you also weren't quite in the best of range to maximize the output on Nisha as well with magic damage to instantly burst, giving a good opportunity for Shopify back. Like, every single time they're taking these fights on Liquid without spotting the backline, without being sure where Yopaj is or whether or not Saberlight can kind of show up with his split, it gets really dicey really fast. Like, you cannot underestimate the early output of Sniper. Even though, again, it's a funny hero. It plinks away with something that looks like a BB gun, but you give him enough time and space, pops that take aim on, it's not a laughing matter to get those ducks quacking over your head.
Absolutely not. Kitrak, he's gonna find Boxy. Again, you see Kitrak, it's just not the target you want. The man is just too tanky as a support and even has a 4-staff already up. They're looking for a defense up at top lane. Arteezy staring down 33. They've got Yopaj making his appearance as well, but nobody really showing on the lane yet. Arteezy, he'll get underneath the vision now of the Radiant, but does get a D-ward off. Very, very nice.
Are scanning.
And with that, Team Liquid, they will get nothing for these rotations up towards the top lane. So they will just continue to go back to the drawing board and continue farming up. And throughout all of this, by the way, John, Mickey is still relatively behind Arteezy. You know, considering he is playing Luna, still about a K behind.
Yeah, it's not to be, that's not really unexpected. I'd say a CK spamming Phantasm can be just as effective, if not a little bit more, than the Luna because of how well he can also join these early fights. Arturo?
33,
Oh.
yeah, he's been caught up at that top lane. They will use the false promise to try and save Insania, who'll go for the TP out immediately and does make it. The Lacour barely missing out on seeing 33, sadly, so 33 is actually going to make his way out just fine.
Yeah. And they managed to bail out, but they're not finding anything for their trouble. And they're not able to really capitalize on 33 just yet. He's trying to work onto his Ags now. They've got this Kai already up, trying to go for the Bloodstone on Nisha. And these are tools that will help, but I'd say the big one right now is maybe a blink for Boxy. Just having these two ways of starting these fights, giving you more options, more angles, more ways to hold back in the chain control if you can just burst one down, save the next bit of control for, say, the Brewmaster before he splits, the Sniper if he presents himself. Should simplify the game for you here on Liquid. Still, Shopify for their part, 3-7, 4K lead up. Still a great time for Arteezy and Farm. Again, using those Phantasm illusions really well. They're using the map space they have control of really nicely as well. Like, the vision they have set up just ensures that they're really safe in wherever they're farming. Liquid, they've got one piece of forward vision left. One just kind of watching this area by the tier 1 to spot TPs and jukes, but it's not really info they can use to hunt. And now Roche open for Shopify. It's not going to take long with the output here.
Absolutely not. They'll make their move in. Question is, does Liquid try to contest? And the answer seems to be no, because they probably don't have any idea it's actually happening. Things are coming out towards the bottom tier 1 tower. Now the scan is there onto the Roshan pit, so now they are officially aware that Roshan is indeed happening for Shopify Rebellion. They will take the time to push the bottom tier 1 tower out while they still have a chance. But an immediate smoke from Shopify. Twin gate usage is there, and they're going to run right into Mickey if he's not too careful. So Mickey does scout out the usage of the twin gates with the Manta illusions, and it seems that that's going to be enough. In fact, Kitrak, once again getting away from 33, that the snowball is going to be onto the high ground. Kitrak will finally go down. In comes Arteezy. He'll move on to Boxy and just take down the Tusk immediately. No messing around. They'll find a quick trade. And it's still in the favor of Shopify Rebellion.
And it's still a net gain for Liquid in terms of just net worth from trading that way, with them being so far behind. And that does lead to a little bit faster if a blink for Boxy still. Like, you still have a lot of tools on Shopify. You don't really expend too much there at all. In fact, as long as you have Primal Split, you're happy here on Shopify with these trades. Still have that option left for Saberlight. He's got the Radiance up, he's going for the Shard to increase that duration, and have the cancel option just in case it melts to the Lesh, or the Glaives bouncing around potentially from Mikke. But they can just set up for more pushes. Like, they've got the output, they've got this really strong Orchid on Arteezy to help just chain control someone down, melt them 100 to 0 real quick. And Liquid, I mean, they have some saves for that. Again, there's Snowball, there's the Fortune's End, kind of stall things out. It just doesn't feel like they can start these fights on Liquid. They're trying. It's not from a lack of trying. They've been trying. It's just they're not finding the targets.
Line's been drawn right towards Mickey up at that top lane as well, John.
Oof.
They know exactly where he is by the looks of it. Even 33's right around the corner. Well, Mickey going back towards the top lane to boot. Are they nearby yet? It doesn't seem like a Shopify. They actually kind of leave Arteezy to go back. So maybe not 100% knowing that he was there. But Theodlacor's at least going to find 33. So they have found themselves an offlane Slardar. 33 has no help incoming. So he is gone. He will tank the gank. for his carry at the very least, so that you do get Mickey out of there, but you don't really want your position 3 scouting out these games.
No. It's still better than your pause 1 dying in the overall picture of things, so you'll have to just take it. But again, Shopify, they're just choking out the side of Liquid right now. They've got so much reach. They've got kind of really great front line with RTZ and that CK. It's really all you want when you're playing with a sniper mid. Just someone to start these fights for you, allow it to just clean up from the back. Again, they're not able to find his backline, which I figured Liquid could.
Well, maybe
It's
now.
just not presenting itself.
Maybe now though, John. Boxy's making his move up. They want to try and find her against Arteezy, but the Orca does make him kind of hard. Still, he'll go for a snowball, hitting 3 targets with the stun out. Arteezy, he's got the Aegis up, so he's going to keep manning up here up against Team Liquid, but it's looking pretty rough for him. He will at least go down the first time. Do they back him up? Arteezy's in the middle of nowhere right now, and the answer is just no. They could not get there in time to help out the CK. And so Team Liquid, they will be gifted a very important couple of kills, as it seems like even Saberlight now going to get caught, but does have the primal split, so he'll pop that. He'll try to go after 33, but realizes he cannot solo the Slaughter anymore. And Team Liquid again, I mean, they're still on the chase. They still want to try for that Brewmaster, but it doesn't seem like they can really keep up.
You need the 2 frontliners up there in these full team fights. There's only so much Yopaj can do this BB gun from the back. And he's there to help clean up, there to soften them up, but not to help with counter control at all. That's going to be on Saberlight. So a big swing back for Liquid. They find their Tormentor off the back of that as well. Getting a decent one coming out for Insania with a Reign of Destiny. Just a little bit more healing coming out. Quite a fair bit of healing if you maximize that amplification as well. And the net worth does even out a lot more. 6 to 9, 2k lead up for Shopify, which is not too significant to 23 minutes in. Mike managing to catch up at a really good pace with that Luna. Again, he's had a lot of space to just farm up. It's been basically 33 and Nisha kind of trying to work out the lanes. He's had free access to the safer parts of the jungle. And this recovery for the Luna is going to do a ton of work. Once he has that shard up, he's not going to be scared of the CK jumping in at all. As long as those Glaives actives are still available, melting down the Luna with a backup of the Oracle, it doesn't feel like it's going to be the fastest thing in the world. Heck, even jumping Nisha now with Bloodstone up, I don't think you have enough burst to take care of these heroes at this point now, considering all the saves and all the sustain they have to play with those saves on the side of Liquid.
Yeah. Still 4k ahead is Shopify Ribbon. Things are getting closer and closer between these two teams.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Shout out to the F10K betters, by the way, as well, John. They're having a bit of a rough night already. 24 minutes in. No 10
I
kills
love that.
yet. But we have a very nice scoreline at the very least, so
Radiant are
you know you get something for your trouble.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Can you imagine if Liquid takes it? Oh,
Radiant's top tower is
the
under
mauled
attack.
would be beautiful. There's always that. At least it's not 40 minutes in, Mike.
Yeah.
We've had those circumstances in Southeast Asia.
We certainly
Thank you,
have.
Talon and Polaris. All the way back.
Don't remind me. That's a horrible, horrible times. There's going to be a big smoke up, John. They've got the Aghanim Scepter of 33 now, so a huge power spike for the Slaughter. They'll make their move in. They seem to have seen Kitrak there for a second. Still looking for a target. Smoke will be broken. 33, though, misses the initial stun, and now Thealacor looking to try and turn this one around. Will start to move in along with Saberlight. They found Mickey first. The
Mickey?
Luna, she's the big target. Already being targeted, though
Ooh,
Saberlight
Saberlight.
needs to get back together. He just took way too much damage. He's got no primal split left. Saberlight's still running. Nisha unable to finish the job, but now 33. He found a 4-man stun. Oh, what a setup from 33. You missed the first one, but there was no way in hell he was missing the second. Arteezy's been caught to boot. On the high ground, still trying to survive, but the chase is continuing. Can he make it out? The answer is no. An ultra kill for Mickey. And what a fight for Team Liquid.
And it just goes back to sustain, right? It goes back to that lack of burst for the side of Shopify. They can take care of these pickoffs nicely when it comes down to the clump up from Team Liquid at this point. Like, they've got this backline oracle that no one is jumping in from the side of Shopify. They have to take care of this frontline initiation that 33 and Nisha have the confidence to apply now, considering that they've hit their spikes. That added regen you get, the Guardian Sprint, and wider pool that your Silver Beam Crush provides just so much to keep 33 alive throughout without anything defensive. He has no BKB, he doesn't need anything like that. And Nisha with Bloodstone is just so damn durable as well. You saw how fast Saberlight lost those Brewlings in the split. Like, again, it's just down to this draft. Right? AoE damage on Lesh, you've got the glaives bouncing around from Mike, which is also why it's surprising that CK was the pick here for the side of Shopify. They play around the early Orchid well, but it's at this point in the game where it's a little bit scary. Like, all of this AoE burn, all of this sustain, limited jump potential for Shopify Rebellion, it feels like there's a lot of pressure on Saberlight, right? He's trying to go into the Manta, into that Blink. This is necessary for Shopify to start taking these fights now. They need to find a way to jump into the back. They have to take care of Insania as well.
33, cheeky little jump onto Arteezy, but does back his way out. I mean, the shards up as well on 33 makes it really hard, because that 4-man stun he got, that applied 4 corrosive hazes. You know, with a Luna, that is not what you want. And well, 33, if he lands these Ravages, you know, with a Luna on top, with all that minus armor, you basically just get wiped in a couple hits. It's pretty damn rough.
It is. Just so much output right now. Again, this investment to allow Mika to just free farm this entire time when they play as 3 or 4 has paid off massively for Liquid. They find a tier 2 for the trouble. High ground is a reality, but Roshan is available as well. With that Corrosive Haze and tag team, it's not going to take long for Liquid to wipe this one off the map. Shopify are in no position to really fight into that tight, confined area. See how much Liquid can do with this Aegis. Shopify, I don't know where you go from here. Like, Yopaj is going up, going back for the Maelstrom into Mjolnir, trying to get some damage going that way. Artur is just trying to tank up with a Heart. It just really feels like it's down to Saberlight getting this Blink up. Like, he has to be able to counteract this movement in from Liquid. He has to find that backline somehow.
Twin gate usage right down towards the bottom lane. Seems like Team Liquid have already decided which way they want to go. The Shopify Rebellion 2k behind now, but it's really the big Luna you've got to worry about. Mickey really starting to overtake in terms of the net worth department. We'll have the Kanda up very, very soon. In fact, it's on the way as we speak. In 33, just one big multi-man stun is all they need to completely wipe Shopify, really. Shopify Rebellion obviously looking to sit back and relax for a little bit. It's going to get a little bit more tanky here on Arteezy before they get going again. Bit more damage to come out onto Yopaj as well. Bit of a shame for Saberlight to boot, right? Because Saberlight, that last primal split we saw in that team fight, it just got absolutely destroyed within like 2 seconds.
Yeah.
You just don't want to see that happen if you're a Brewmaster.
It's the same issue coming down to it, right? Like, it's the Slithering Crush onto all the Brewlings and then all the Glaives bouncing around. It's just, there's not much you can really do about that if you're Saberlight. Maybe an AC can help the cause mildly, but it's not going to be nearly enough. And no, I'm just trying to think of ways for Shopify to take these fights. They have to be able to split up Liquid. If they can isolate Liquid one by one, the game becomes a lot easier for them, but there's just no seeing this split up anymore.
Now into the tier 3 tower they go. Team Liquid again feeling very confident to just try and go for this immediately, though Kidrak is scaring them off just a little bit. So he does have a Grove Bow plus the Hurricane Pike, so plenty of range here on the edge. And they actually do back off just based off the Ench hitting them. They just do not feel like they want to stick around and risk it. Already plenty of damage being dealt anyway to that tier 3 bottom tower. And instead they'll go ahead and address the side lanes that were being forced in here from Shopify Rebellion. So still a very close game between these two teams. However, Dota Plus currently 79% the way of Team Liquid. So net worth wise very even, win probability wise not so much.
I'd agree with those odds. I think you had this really good window for Shopify Rebellion, but it does feel like they kind of let go of that. A couple of bad fights. Like, the window's kind of shifted back onto the side of Liquid. And this is where their scaling really kicks in, right? Leshrac late game is still really damn scary. You've got the Shivas coming out for Nisha next. Mika going just for the full Satanic into the Blink. Probably the Swift Blink upgrade afterwards as well, taking care of that Power Tread slot. Again, it's just... The issue is the backline. With the Blink up on Saberlight, perhaps now you can consider trying to just burst down Insania first somehow. If you can kind of isolate him away from the saves of Boxy as well. But it's easier said than done.
Easy. Caught out. Shards will lock him down for a second, but not for long enough. They do not want to dive that deep. They've got to be a little bit wary as well against the sniper. Going into that high ground attempt. There's a jump in from Saberlight. He's found 4 targets with that Thunderclap. He'll go for the split as well, but all his Brulings are just melting.
My God.
Saberlight is gone. Saberlight just absolutely annihilated by Team Liquid. He can't jump in on his own like that. It's just too easy.
Yeah, that wasn't the initiation that Shopify needed. It looked like a good opportunity. Artur was a little bit too far. I think if they managed to get the follow-up from the CK as well, maybe that goes a little bit differently. But now the high ground feels a lot comfier for the side of Liquid without worrying about that big teamfight split.
Okay, still taking a fair bit of damage here, but they are going to make the jump in with
God.
the Eclipse off the back of Boxy. They've got Yopaj and Kidrak. Theolacor will follow very, very soon by the looks of it. A double kill for Mickey. And Team Liquid, they have now taken down 4 out of the 5 Shopify Rebellion heroes, which probably means they're going to find Megas, John. I don't really see how you slow them down.
You're not slowing down this push with a Leshrac Luna. Just not going to be happening anytime soon. Shopify, even with respawns coming in, I just don't know what you can do. Like, Artur is going to have a heart up in 300 gold. Great. I don't think the heart saves you. I don't think that's enough HP to play with at all. There's just not enough to counteract the sustain.
It's very desperate times for Shopify Rebellion. This could be the final team fight to come for them. If Team Liquid continue, Saberlight, he's going to jump in again, but it's just so much damage being dealt. And they wanted to go for the racks anyway. On they go onto that Luna, but Mickey, he's going to have the false promise to save. Aegis is gone in 5 seconds, so maybe they do have an opportunity to try and find Team Liquid with their pants down, but not quite. Even 33 gets the Wind Waker delivered, just as he needs it. Everything goes perfectly for Team Liquid, and they can just back off and reset. The Mega Creeps are going to be incoming.
Yeah. Inside of Shopify, not the easiest lineup to clear out these Mega Creeps safely and try to get something happening on the map. I don't know. What options do you have here? Maybe something like a Divine on Yopaj? It feels like you've kind of gotten to that point for Shopify where you actually have to consider something like the Divine. Maybe in as puppy as this sounds, like a Divine Conda does feel like you need to just play back, try for burst, because your front line's melting. Saberlight's just dying. He still needs his level 20 talent. That helps a ton. But I still feel like just a couple of, or just one Slitherine crush into a couple of glaives bouncing around. Maybe even just a couple of Lucent Beams, and those Brulings are still dead. So it does feel like you're actually starting to bank on like the potential for the sniper as a Divine carrier as the game lags on. And you're just nowhere near that kind of gold. You don't have the economy to sustain that build-up for Shopify Rebellion. You don't have the map space to get that build-up. You don't have the vision forward to try to get some map space for yourself even. Liquid, they're just in complete cruise control. They've got the cheese still ready to go on Nisha. They've got the Swift Blink coming out soon here from Mike. They'll try for a smoke out. If this falls flat, then Shopify will have no defense left, even with some buybacks up. They have no buybacks up.
Nothing to speak of here for Shopify Rebellion. Just one last team fight is all they can hope for. Lines are drawn out from Team Liquid. The 5-man smoke has been used. They're going in. They know where they are on the side of Shopify. far eastern side of the map. They'll rush there immediately. In fact, Team Liquid, they're going to try and hold the high ground of the Dire base and just use it against them. Deal, of course, coming back in, but it's a perfect setup here from Team Liquid. They've already found the Rubik. They're in a bit of a tight position, but it won't matter. Nobody's dying from Team Liquid. They're all just surviving, or are they? Boxy, he's getting a little bit lower. They will at least find the Tusk, but it's already cost them too many, I think. They go again. Arteezy still trying, does find 33. In fact, does take down the Slaughter, but will die to Mick. Yopaj also dying as well. GG is called. They've seen enough. That'll be the first game of this 2-game series going the way of Team Liquid. Shopify Rebellion. And they had control for the first, say, 30 minutes, but one bad team fight is all it took for Team Liquid to just turn this one around.
That it is. And for the side of Shopify, it felt like they just needed to go full on gas the entire time, right? Like Arteezy, he played a lot more active than what we normally tend to see from him. You know, even on the CK, he tends to just walk around Phantasm. But early on, he was helping out his team, joining in these engagements. Liquid, it felt like they weren't getting as much out of those lanes. You know, they weren't coming in to harass out Yopaj early on. They weren't controlling runes as hard. But they still managed to hit these good spikes, and the side of Shopify just not able to bite back. In the last fight, things actually lined up for Shopify a little bit better, right? Like they catch Insania off guard, he's out of position, they instantly burst him down. The fight becomes a lot easier, but it's just way too late in the game for them to capitalize on that play. They needed to find this Oracle back way earlier, and this time around, Saberlight with his jumps in. I get the confidence, you know, I get that he has to make these plays, but it also comes down to this draft. Like, you picked, okay, the Brewmaster opener is fine, but picking the CK into the Leshrac was just, it was never going to be an easy game for Artur as the game scaled on. And then, like, the Sniper as well, even if you're not laning against the Tusk, just all of this jump in meant it was never going to be a comfy game for Yopaj either, and it all just kind of showed up in this game. It's just, they played this draft to the best that they can on Shopify. I think those first 15 to 20 minutes are a sign of that. It's just, they didn't win out hard enough to capitalize on that, to really, you know, get full control of the game after that point. And again, Liquid for their part, Mika was just farming. They were trying to gank up, no success, but the Luna was just free to play this farm game and just have no real answers with coverage they have, with all these saves and all these front lines they have on hand.
Yeah, I mean, you really got to appreciate Team Liquid and the confidence to make this comeback happen after that 30-minute mark. Of course, we're going to head off to a very short break, John, and right after that break, we're going to be back with our Game 2 between Team Liquid and Shopify Rebellion. We'll see you soon.
At some point in every gamer's life, there's a question to be asked. Do your clothes match your hobby? In any situation? Or do they just represent what you dream of? No matter what situation, there's always the right way and the wrong. The only real question is, which are you going to choose? Decide for yourself.
Hold the hands of time. Promises will follow.
ticking by. To you, I surrender. Never ending. My love is reaching.
Team Liquid, the best at almost being the best. Despite countless second and third placements and some slightly worse results sprinkled in, Team Liquid is a roster that seems to consistently be one of the best teams in the world, but never quite makes it the whole way. With the classic Liquid team we've all come to love, Mickey, Nisha, Boxy, Insania, and a relatively new player to the roster, 33. We've yet to see their roster change pay off. Maybe they still need some time to get their new playstyle in order. I mean, it's only been 5 months. Will they be able to achieve the gameplay flow required for greatness, or will they freeze under pressure? Sorry guys, that was a bit shit. Anyway, maybe ESL 1 Birmingham will finally be the event to win for Liquid. Or maybe we will just have to look forward to another top 3 placement. Good luck, boys!
That was one of the most toxic things I've ever seen in my life. What the narrator just, I don't know what he was trying to do there, Jonathan, but he just completely crapped all over Team Liquid. They made it sound like coming second's a bad thing. In what world is second so bad, John? You're second all the time. How do you feel?
I don't feel great about myself, Mike. I have many mental health issues that I've been struggling with, have recently been struggling with. And hopefully that's not what Liquid's struggling with, but sure did. Well, it was a little bit more back and forth, just a little bit, but it did seem like Liquid was in control for most of that game past a point, and they set a good tone for themselves coming into the series here. So maybe, you know, if they keep that momentum and just clean it up every single time, they get to that #1 spot. Who knows? For the Liquid boys, for Shopify's part, I'm curious to see what the roast of Shopify would be down the line if we ever have, or if we have that content piece. I would love to hear what they have to say, but, you know, Liquid, let's hope it's warm. Let's hope they don't freeze over. Then again, when it's too warm, like, they evaporate. I don't know if it's good either.
The narrator knew how bad of a joke that was, Jonathan. Apparently you didn't know how bad it was, but apparently he did. Anyway,
got to double down
rather soon. Yeah, you sure did.
We got those double down MMR tokens. I'm doubling down. That's it.
Switch to the draft.
Double down on the draft. Nothing too crazy on these bans. Chen Pango again from Liquid. Shopify with the IO again. And the Doom. Let's see what the adjustment is. Again, for Shopify in the last game, it just felt like CK last pick into Lesh. Sniper pick into a Tusk already on hand. It was not the easiest time to play. They do ban out the Luna of Mika, and they start off with Brewmaster once more. Let's see if goes better this time around for Saberlight. Liquid, I wonder how they adjust. I don't know if they want to start off with Mika's hero again, but it's open enough. They could go, I don't know, just straight into Oracle. Like, the laning phase for Saberlight just didn't feel like he was able to really play off with that laning presence, right? Like, he was doing good work again with the Drunken Brawler. He was just kind of harassing back, getting his farm, holding that lane steady, going 1v1 for a few minutes as well. Just building up gold, getting that Radiance timing, but in terms of stopping Mika, it wasn't there. And I feel like the Oracle was a big part of that. Just Insania having this dispel and save made it so difficult. They'll start with Leshrac instead. So, should be our Nisha hero, but it's flexible enough. I don't think we've seen as much support Leshrac nowadays in comparison to some of these qualifiers a month ago, but it is still certainly a possibility here.
I mean, absolutely. My question is though, John, like, if you're going to be up against mid Leshrac, like, what are you picking against it? Because we said this yesterday about the Dragon Knight. We said it today about Sniper. Neither of those heroes is a Japoi hero. So every time I mention Japoi, the camera goes to the face.
Yeah, it cut from Japoi to Bulbin. Japoi looks so sullen. Like,
all we need is Arbed for the third camera shot. That'd be the best part, I think. Just have Arbed ready on standby for the third camera shot is what we need.
Hey, Arbed's a happy man now.
Our production team is telling us a story without saying any words, Jonathan, I think. I appreciate it.
Oh, we'll see. Hopefully not the Sniper. I don't think it did enough for Japoi. I mean, again, even his laning phase, sure, he was getting ahead in denies. It didn't feel like he was fully shutting down Nisha, who was in a couple of hairy situations. The Lightning Storm build still makes decent trading with a Sniper. They had rune control on Liquid's side, with some great movement out from Boxy to just help secure even Insania, managing to find some moments to just dip out, grab the opposite Water Rune and Bounty just to ensure there's no, like, top-up potential for Yopaj. Man, it's just so key when you're playing up against a Lesh to have that room control. Maybe if you had a little bit more play for Yopaj, he could try to work that out himself, but just Sniper doesn't have that play. So, let's see. They ban out the Faceless Void. Shopify Rebellion, for their part, did take out the Insignia Oracle, and they do take care of the Lifestealer early on, so just setting up the lane for Saberlight. They get to pick the Weaver on Liquid's end. Again, this is a little bit flex, but it should just be our Mike Weaver very early on. Prioritizing 2 cores is rather interesting, so I'm expecting maybe one of these picks to be flexed. Like, we have still seen a couple of support Weavers. The Urn build-up and Spirit Vessel still great. Love the answer here from Shopify into the Bane and the Mirana. So just the straightforward Bane-Mirana combination. Nightmare Arrow is nice. You've got a good way of holding down this Weaver as well. And you've got some good team fight to play with. You have much better jump potential outside of just relying on Saberlight. So it's already an improvement for Shopify to kind of find their own game, get some early rotations mid even, if that presents itself with Yopaj's hero here. It leads for much easier early activity for Shopify.
That it certainly does. Definitely a nice answer here as well against the Weaver. Just the Nightmare into the Arrow always going to be very, very effective. Team Liquid. Some supports to be picked up, I'm sure. They'll go into the reserve time for this one. There's some decent value in something like a Rubik this game, you know, being up against the Bane. One of the heroes that Bane really doesn't enjoy being against is something like the Rubik. You've got heroes like, I mean, we haven't seen Abaddon in such a long time as a position 5, but you could potentially go down that route against the Bane. You definitely want some kind of hard dispel, I would argue, against Bane Mirana. I don't think you want to leave it the way it is.
You've got the Shadow Demon save as well, right? Like that's
true.
been one of the more popular saves on hand. Wouldn't mind it too much for Team Liquid. Can kind of set up for the Lesh nicely. They'll go to Rubik first. So they have a lot of great spells to steal, as you mentioned. They've got a good way of saving. Really easy to steal off that grip if you can find the angle in. The Shard's going to be nice as well to just kind of bail out. It's already a lot of value here for Liquid. It can kind of set up for a great lane for 33. I wouldn't mind if they ran like an off-lane Lesh track for some reason. Like off-lane Lesh Rubik is a pretty good lane. Level 3, level 4. You can start to get a lot of kill threats going on there. There's a lot of play for Liquid without Rubik pick. Wonder how they tie it in. Like this pick has to reveal whether or not they're just picking back-to-back supports now, or if they're still playing flex with either the Weaver or the Lesh. Those options have to start dwindling down now.
We'll go for the Tiny pickup as well. I don't mind seeing the Tiny coming out. Do you remember those times as well when Rubik had with the Arcane Supremacy, just did more, what was the word they used? Not status resist removal, but like they, basically if he stole Fiend's Grip, he'd just hold you for like 10 plus seconds. And there was nothing you could do.
Yeah.
He would just hold you forever.
Yeah.
It was sickening.
It was sickening when that was around. I'm glad it's not. I'm wondering which way Liquid goes with this, because there's a little bit of flex. I'm expecting this to maybe just be, I don't know. Actually, it's really open. Boxy could play Rubik, and Sanya could be like a Weaver 5. You could run the Tiny mid. You can run the Tiny support as well for Boxy instead. Run Insania and Rubik, which feels like the most straightforward way to kind of play this now, but
yeah.
Again, it's open-ended enough. I think your Leshrac versus Zeus lane is much more playable for Nisha in comparison to Tiny versus Zeus. Zeus is just going to be able to heavily jump away. He doesn't care too much about your reach with the tree grab and clearing out the creep wave. He can just sit back, play with Arc Lightning quite nice. I like this change up for Shopify though. It's still conceptually somewhat similar to Sniper. Right? Zeus is going to be hanging back. He's going to be spamming spells. I wonder if Yopaj is going to go for the typical build that we've been seeing, which is like Phylactery, Manta, Shard. It doesn't feel too bad here. You get some consistent vision for the Weaver as well with the Lightning Bolt, so it's going to be a little bit harder to scurry away here for Mike, assuming the core Weaver. Which it does look like they are expecting now, banning out 33 offlanes, and Liquid just taking care of the whole pool of RTZ with the Sven, CK, and Lifestealer. Up against a Weaver matchup. What's left? Maybe something like that Slark you've suggested a couple of times could work out. Again, there's some AoE here from the Leshrac, but it's not that terrible for Slark to kind of try dancing around. I don't know, it doesn't feel like you have the best options left here inside of Shopify.
They do want, for now, Team Liquid. Oh, they go the Bloodseeker route. Never mind Shopify Rebellion. So that's going to be the answer there for the Weaver. And I don't mind it. I have my doubts always about Bloodseeker position 1s, but certainly feels like it fits the bill here.
And it does. Your lane is pretty strong. I suppose you've got Bloodright from a Nightmare follow-up. You can kind of just try to run down. You've got a lot of press. Oh my god, Liquid. 33, you absolute maniac. Venomancer comes out.
And he gets a fist bump as well. How horrible is that?
Oh god, this is disgusting. That's not going to be comfy now for RTZ. You're playing into a tiny Venomancer. There's a lot of nuking damage, a lot of slows, a lot of control. Kitrak's going to have to work double time to try to make that a workable lane for our tour. There's some really good tempo from Liquid. We've seen from safe lane Weavers that you can get away with just like a Javelin into rotation, like Falcon Blade Javelin. Then you can start rotating, join the Slush Rack for the push, look for some pickoffs, run it down really fast. And that's what we kind of need to see from Liquid with this kind of lineup. You do want to play a little bit more up-tempo. You want to be able to pressure a little bit earlier on, start to siege on these tier 1 towers. Again, there's some really strong rotation potential out from Liquid, but so there is as well for Shopify Rebellion, right? Like you've got a Mirana Bane support duo. There is a lot more play. Just kind of playing with that setup. You've got the follow-up in Bloodright this time around. I always mention this when there's a Zeus Bloodseeker. You've got the Blood Rage spell amp for Yopaj, but that never comes out, so always makes me sad. But it's always a funny possibility in the world of possibilities, Mike, but never happens.
Never happens. Never happens, sadly, Jonathan, but we'll get into it. Game number 2 between Shopify Rebellion and Team Liquid. Almost said game 1 again, John, but I did not. Game number 2 underway. Obviously, Shopify Rebellion hoping for a 1-1 draw. Team Liquid looking for a 2-0 victory to get their day number 2 started at ESL 1 Birmingham 2024. And here 33. We go.
That's exactly the pose I expect from someone playing Venomancer. Punched up like that, just looking like they're just as toxic as the hero, Yeah. They've got that gamer pose.
I mean, the only person with a straight posture is probably Cuckoo when it comes to playing Venomancer. Cuckoo.
Is that why it's
cursed? As we like to call him. Yeah.
Is that why it's cursed? Doesn't have the gamer pose.
I've heard rumors that Cuckoo actually taught 33 how to play Venom. There you go. I mean, rumors, Jonathan. I don't want to expose too much truth here.
Smoke on smoke. Oh.
Okay. They have the Nightmare available from Kitrak, so any moment someone cops the Nightmare, chances are you are probably going to die. Wards are down here from Team Liquid. Sentry is there, though, from Saberlight, so they will go ahead and secure some easy gold here for RTZ. Love to see it.
For Kitrak. You dropped
it was Kitrak. Yeah, it was for Kitrak. All right, I know. I'm going to correct myself, Jonathan. Give me a break. Nisha gets a Nightmare off. Kitrak, arrow is flying in. He is locked down here on the left track, and Nisha is gone. A beautiful setup from Shopify Rebellion. And first blood of all people will go to Yopaj.
Yeah, that's such a fantastic start for Yopaj. Gets to do a lot more in that mid. Gets to have that early bottle timing lining up for himself. Although it does look like he's shipping something else. He's sending out a null, just with a little bit more trading, a little bit more mana regen to play with. It's not quite done with a chase.
No, Nightmare was taken at the very least from Insania, so Insania going to ensure that his Weaver does get away. Problem is he may not get away now, as Insania is going to go down. So the Nightmare into the arrow setup so far has already provided Shopify Rebellion with 2 kills.
Yeah. And that's all they need, right? A little bit more activity out from the supports, just being able to set up like this. Kitrak goes for a hard reset already. Probably doesn't want to waste time walking back and trying to find a TP in, or TPing back and then walking back to lane. Still, great tone for Shopify early on. And again, you've got that great start for Yopaj already having the null. Trades a little bit more up against Nisha in the mid. Mid lane matchup is not as topsy-turvy. This one's a lot more even for both sides. They've got a lot of nuking potential. Just clearing out all these waves. Rune control is the big part here. And that's where the threat of Shopify again comes into highlight. With Mirana with a Bane coming in for 4 minutes and 6 minutes isn't too unfeasible. And it's going to be pretty scary to get a kill threat onto Nisha if he's not too careful here.
Absolutely. that bottom lane. Boxy and 33, of course, against Kitrak and Arteezy. You kind of mentioned this during the draft phase, but you do have the Nightmare into the Blood Ride setup, and not really too hard to hit it, of course. It's like very, very easy to hit that combination, as Boxy's going to move in now with an Avalanche out onto Kitrak. This is kind of the issue, though, right? Because you do have some great counterplay here with the Venomancer and the Tiny. Every single time Kitrak does try to get aggressive, like if a Gale connects onto Kitrak, he is in huge trouble.
That he is. And once you've got the follow through from Boxy with a few more levels up with the toss back, I don't know how feasible it is for the Bane to just walk up there. It's not going to be the greatest feeling. However, Boxy is still stuck with one, not able to run down for the pull. Good cut off from Shopify. Arteezy, and despite being up against a Veno, early levels are lining up for him. And just this early willingness to trade for Kitrak, although
they're going to try and move in onto Arteezy. Arteezy already had the Blood Rite going, and in fact, it's Boxy taking too much damage. They'll turn back onto the Venomancer now with Kitrak. No kills to come out, though. At the very least, Shopify really holding their ground here. Not giving too much away to the side of Team Liquid. And I say not giving too much away, Arteezy's top of the CS board right now, so things are going pretty swimmingly.
that it is. Like the top lane as well for Mika, going pretty swimmingly as well. Not too far behind on that Weaver, pretty much at the same score line. It is fairly hard for the side of Liquid to fully punish Teal Liquor, and Saberlight is just a little bit too tanky to try to chase down as well. But the same thing goes for Shopify. They can't really pin down a Weaver. They can't really line up for an arrow combo. You don't have a Store Storm to easily ignite the Cinder Brew as well, or to just kind of try to snipe the range creep without expanding the arrow. And Insane's doing a great job just chasing Teal Liquor. Ooh.
Chases on Teal Liquor. He's going to go down, but Saberlight's now on the chase for Insania. Should have him eventually. Insania trying his best to survive, and in fact, Saberlight will not have him. Not quite enough control nor damage to take down the Rubik, so a nice little support pick off here from Team Liquid. That'll be all she wrote.
I like that read from Liquid. They saw one leap being expended early by Teal Liquor. They isolate him in a good choke spot, and they get the lift back in the Swarm. The Swarm connects, they get the lift back, and then they just run him down. Really great read, knowing that 2 jumps probably aren't enough. You've got enough time to just get the extra attack out with the Geminate on Mika. And that minus armor early on does hurt a lot. Saberlight, not really able to do much. Again, it's hard to connect with Miranda there. Just going for the pull, but it's not the healthiest.
Saberlight again going to be in huge trouble. Saberlight being chased down. Insania with the lift out. Does at least have the Storm Brawler form, so it is proving to be a little bit challenging to actually secure the kill, and Saberlight is actually going to make it out just fine. Even had a Lotus in case he needed it. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Kitrak looking to set up here onto the Venomancer, but you don't have the Mirana with an arrow to set up properly, so just the Bloodrite going to connect. It does still make sure that 33 does not feel too comfortable here on the Venomancer. Though I say that, Kitrak may have gone a little bit too far that time around, just copping a Gale on his way out. Overall, though, I think Shopify pretty much coming out ahead at this bottom lane. Pretty happy with the way things are going.
They are, and they're also getting a lot out of mid now. And they managed to take all of the water runes, no top up for Nisha, no one dying for that bottle refill as well. So Yopaj is really starting to pull ahead at a good amount here.
Teal Liquor landing a very nice arrow. No setup for that one, but he managed to land it. Meanwhile, bottom lane, 33 also being caught out, is surely going to go down, and will. Arteezy will secure the kill himself off the back of a beautiful setup here from Kitrak once again. And both those side lanes going really damn well now as they found both the Weaver and the Venom. In fact, another arrow coming out will land onto Insania top lane. Teal Liquor, he is landing these arrows left, right, and center, though it may cost them Saberlight's life. Can he get an evade? Not quite. Saberlight is gone.
Still worthwhile overall for the side of Shopify. They're finding some severe punishment out on top. They're getting a lot out of mid, having all of these lanes stuck up, denying Nisha some rune control early on, and just playing their lanes really well. I love this understanding from Shopify. I love the shake up in the draft. Again, it's just early activity that felt a little bit harder to pull off in the last game.
Arrow.
Find a Nightmare Arrow.
It's just too easy. As long as the Liquor has a TP or a way to get down towards the Bane, Kitrak will be able to set up with him every single time, and that's going to be another kill being fed the way of Arteezy. Now 2-0-1 as they're going to head into the mid lane. Nisha going to be very, very cautious because Teal Liquor, again, has just not been missing. He'll throw an arrow out, and it's going to land. Teal Liquor, he did have some help there from Yopaj, but again, this man is just not missing today.
No, and forces a full rotation onto mid. Insania and Boxy having to show up. At the very least, Insania and Nisha does manage to get the bottle refill off of Boxy, so he does have some play in this lane left, but you're seeing just how well Shopify is now playing as a unit. And this is, again, this is exactly what they need to do with this kind of draft. Just coordinated movements out from the supports, connecting onto that mid, trying to take control of the runes. They get the deny and the invis on the way out, and just force all of this attention out. And in solo lane, Saberlight has no threat of dying, so he's free to farm. Arteezy as well is very free to just keep farming down bot. And you're just working the map so well. There's no threat of invasion on the Wisdom Rune, so you're going to get some good EXP spikes coming out here for Teal Liqueur, no contest. And for the side of Liquid, they're the ones that aren't really able to connect just yet. They're going to need some build-up. They need some levels to really be up here on 33, and that's where the Venomancer is really hurting. Like, the CS isn't amazing, sure, but he's behind so much in EXP, almost a full level behind in comparison to Arteezy, 2 levels behind at this moment. Like, without the threat of Noxious Plague coming out, you can't really hope to try to burst down some of these heroes and go into a push anytime soon. There's nothing for Nisha to connect into just yet.
You can certainly feel the kind of tension here down in that bottom lane at 33, just not feeling safe at all to even just stand by the creep wave at this point. So Arteezy well and truly just getting all the free farm he could ask for here. Not going to spell great news for Mickey either, because this is a direct counter towards the Weaver. Mid lane, Kitrak looking for a Nightmare, is going to find one. Very nice position here from the Bane to set up onto the Leshrac once again. And Nisha cannot survive, and Yopaj, he will take the kill on the Zeus. And I've got to give props to Kitrak, John, as a Bane spammer myself. He has been very well positioned this game.
That he has. Just finding the right angles in to set up for these kills, knowing the timing, getting some few pivotal right clicks off while the Nightmare's up, just adding some chip damage to help clean up. It's been doing a lot of work. 7-3 for Shopify. Kind of reminiscent of game 1 almost. Their early game was also really strong, but this one does feel a lot more dominant with how confident they are. Like, they're still hanging around the triangle. They've got good forward vision to watch that ramp. They want to keep going. They want to just keep playing with this pick-off potential that Nightmare Hour provides them every single time.
I appreciate that little ward on the high ground as well, just to really ensure that if somebody does get their way into the triangle from the dire end, they're just going to be caught out anyway. Well, they're on the hunt. Insane is going to spot out the Liqueur, heading into Nisha, who's already been caught here by Saberlight. And that is the key right now for Shopify. Just shut down this Leshrac. Do not allow Nisha the game he wants. Though Nisha is still running, but the Liqueur will jump in with the leap and ensures they will secure. Is the Mirana still alive, though Boxy is chasing him down. They cannot secure the kill quite yet. Mickey's going to move it. He'll find the Mirana, but they'll lose Boxy in the meantime. And now Mickey needs his own way out and will just use the Sakuchi to be able to get his way out. The Saberlight still thinking about continuing the chase onto Insania, but does think better of it. But look at this, Jonathan. All the stacks now being taken by Arteezy in the grand. That's not a fun time for Liquid at all.
No, that's the full recovery that's lined up there for Nisha. At very least, the triangle does have at least one stack on the smaller camp, but it's not something that they really have control over. That ward they dropped earlier from that rotation. And get the sentry down as well to try to clear up, but they still have that forward vision. It's not something you expect very early on to watch that spot. Kitrak still hanging around. I mean, Arteezy's just so confident. And he's playing around this strong Javelin timing as well. This is what we were looking for from Miko with Weaver, but it's Arteezy to show up in the Bloodseeker here.
Drop shot onto Insania. Arrow is going to be blocked here from Nisha. He does kind of take the bullet. They'll find Kitrak with the toss-back play from Boxy, and now the chase is on to try and see if they can get Arteezy, who did cop the poison, the Noxious Plague. The chase is still going from Mickey onto the Bloodseeker. Arteezy, which way do you go? The answer is just straight down. He is just dead, and so is Yopaj. They overextend, they overstay their welcome in that mid lane, and it cost them just so much. Even Theo Lacour's not out of the woods yet. The chase is on from Mickey. And Theo, he's out of leap charges. He is just as good as dead.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oof. That's where things go south for Shopify. If they're not able to open up with Nightmare setup and to just chain disables onto one, or even just get an actual setup onto one in the wider team fight just to cut them off from getting their spells off, And they get punished. Just not in a good position there. Overstaying their welcome. Great read from Liquid to find their punishment at last. Great activity for Mika to find with his own timing, right? We were talking about that Javelin. He has it up and he shows up as well. He's willing. He knows how much damage that Geminate attack does. Just with a lucky proc or two. So he is getting some work done. Still a Shopify, not held back. Will smoke up. Thunder God's Rat at the ready. Really good forward ward here to watch. And try to spot out Insania.
Well, Nisha's going to show on the creep wave, I think. They'll just turn right back around if they see the Leshrac show up in the mid wave. And here we go. They do turn it back around. They love picking off this Leshrac every single time. If they can get within range to set up for the Nightmare or even just the Fiend's Grip, Yopaj will take down the tier 1 tower. Nisha knows something's wrong and Kirak's already there to cut him off. There's just no escape from this Bane, or is there? Boxy will cancel the Fiend's Grip, but it means nothing. Nisha will still drop. And Shopify Rebellion will just continue to punish every single time.
They've really slowed down Nisha's game. Right barely above 33 in terms of net worth. Saberlight finds Insania hanging around up top. Again, with a really good ward. Watching that area behind the tier 1 tower as well, just in case. I mean, this vision game from Shopify, look at it. Like, really good ward by the tier 2 on mid, complementing that ramp ward. Still, Kitrak
has been caught. He'll go for the Nightmare onto Mickey, but is still going to die. Yopaj seeing if he can just secure the kill onto Boxy, but will not be able to do so quite yet. Though Mickey may be going a bit far, but no, he's all right. He is okay. It looked close, a little bit too close for comfort, but he does manage to get away.
Does bail out. It does cost some time lapse, but it's not the longest cooldown spell. It does force out Yopaj with Thunder God's Wrath, so don't have to worry about that global nuking presence anytime soon. Shopify, though, they're using the space so well. Again, Saberlight's just camping top, getting kills, shoving in the lane. Radiant's only one part off now for our Brewmaster once more. Arteezy, he's got the full Maelstrom up. He's got free reign as well in this bot jungle with the tier 1 still standing. Liquid aren't able to play around his push potential that the Venomancer and the Lesh can really provide. They are bringing Nisha down now. They can start to try to take some control back in this area. They need to set some forward vision out. They need to try to punish, because with Shopify and their vision game, they're just going to be across the river every time. They're so damn secure here. There's just nothing holding them back right now.
Saberlight? I mean, he's pretty far forward up at that top lane. Boxy's going to join him. The thing is, Saberlight, he's got teammates right behind him, so it's a bit of a bait play. Liquid, they won't commit all the way anyway, seeing that Thea Lacour was right behind him. Seems like they're even going to find a nice damage amp group here for the side of Shopify Rebellion. Yopaj will go ahead and pick that one up for himself. Shopify, they are certainly the ones looking to continue hunting. Mid lane, they're going to look at Boxy on that mid tiny. Rather the support tiny. But maybe it's a little bit too far. Like, even if you have the setup with the Nightmare, it is right by the tier 2 mid tower. May not be really worth their time. I mean, they'll pop the Moonlight Shadow. They are running right into a Sentry Ward of the Dire. Nisha, though, has been spotted, and the jump is there. Saberlight with no hesitation. Even the arrow set up from Thea Lacour just in case. They want more. Saberlight rushing right onto Boxy, looking for the tiny. Will not find him, but instead finds 33. Will cyclone him up pretty much immediately, but there's no teammates coming in. Seems like the rest of Shopify already looking to back their way out, as Saberlight had different ideas for himself, but will hand his own life away. Maybe a bit of a disconnect. Second game in a row where it feels like Saberlight's jumping in on his own and the rest of his team just do not want to commit.
Yeah, just a little bit cut off. I get the want to play around his vision they dropped by the tier 2, but again, it's such a risky spot. Good punishment out from the side of Liquid. You've got the full Gleipnir and out for Mika as well, was flying in at the tail end of that fight. And he is going straight for the Lincoln, so he's getting some protection out from the Bane setup. Let's see if they can keep this momentum up on Liquid, but doesn't feel like the smoke is going to really pan out to too much. Side of Shopify, while all of that happens, though, again, free space out for Arteezy, BKB 2 parts away. 1 part away, really, just a recipe left to farm up for. Yopaj, he's got his shard. Even his right-click damage is starting to amp up now. And Thea Lacour, for his part, just going for full sustain. Looks like we're going to be seeing the mech coming out from Marana in not too much time left here. Oh,
Nisha, he's around to try and help out Boxy. They will catch out Thea Lacour. Silence is there, so Thea Lacour will drop. Kid Rack, he's on the run. 33, Boxy and Nisha all still going for the chase, and with a nice toss in onto the Bane. He should be as good as dead. Kid Rack will indeed go down, and Team Liquid once again finding a couple supports for their trouble. Shopify Rebellion overextending just a little bit. And Liquid, they want more. They aren't done yet. They want Sableye on top. Boxy has not got the blink up yet. They will break the smoke. They'll know the Brewmaster is around. But can they actually secure the kill? Toss is there. They will catch out the Brew this time. With the Orchid out, they'll have enough damage and control. Shopify Rebellion suddenly losing 3 down at that bottom lane.
yeah, it goes back, right, to what we were saying earlier. The tier 1 tower had to fall for Liquid to start playing in this area. Once it falls, they get this really good forward vision right below the cliff spot by the rune ward, by the rune, and right on that cliff as well, watching that forward jungle down bot, and they get the punishment. They needed that tower to fall. They managed to play around that area now. And again, they've got the confidence with Mika having that Bleakmere, just a little bit more control, a lot more damage coming in. They can start taking control of some of these fights. Artur, he still wants to wait for that full BKB, which is only 100 gold away. That's going to be the big difference maker for Shopify at this point going forward. But they've got to tighten up the coordination once again on Shopify. They need to connect with Saberlight a little bit better. Ensure that, you know, if the split is there and he's running chasing heroes down, you need to be ready to keep that chase up. The Orchid pickup as well from 33 is just doing a ton of work. Like, in this Venomancer suddenly popping up with a lot of impact despite a slower lane. And did catch Shopify by surprise. They'll try to counterplay now with a smoke. This is the BKB reveal for Arteezy here. We want a big one here.
I mean, mid lane, they are having a bit of a gander here, seeing if somebody will show up, but nobody quite yet. Sania in position to break any smokes near the tier 2 tower. They will infiltrate that dire triangle, but nobody's hanging around. So the smoke will really amount to nothing. They'll just secure the dire triangle farm and they'll take those stacks away. Problem is Team Liquid are just not stressed at all. They are still farming well and truly all across the map. 33. Oh, he's going to TP out in time. Yopash could not find the cancel. We are going to have a quick pause out from Saberlight. But yeah, this smoke, I mean, they roam across the map, but nothing really comes out of it. The Team Liquid successfully just avoiding the gank altogether, and it almost feels reminiscent of game 1, right? Like, just, you're unable to find these pickoffs, you give a couple kills back the way of Liquid, and suddenly the game just feels too even.
And it does. Like, it feels like Shopify needs to keep just rolling with these punches. And keep, well, okay. 300 ping up.
Ping far teasing.
All right, we've got some lag. All right, it is what it is. It's a drink break for all of them, I suppose. Chug some Monster.
That's fine. Indeed. I wonder if Team Liquid want to try and force a fight now that they know that they were smoked up together. It seems like they're more than happy to just keep the farm game going. I mean, Mickey is getting to the point now where he's going to work on towards that Lincoln Sphere, and of course that's going to be making it impossible to really kill him off.
They're not quite in position to get a full grouped up smoke, but they can slowly collapse onto this triangle area. Pings were coming out. They have a rough idea as to where the side of Shopify is kind of connecting at the moment. I mean, as this game scales on as well, I don't think it simplifies too much for Shopify. It simplifies somewhat for the side of Liquid. Again, they have a little bit more AoE coming out. Nisha just walks into Kitrak, huh? Nightmare onto Kitrak himself.
Oh, but the arrow
it
still
works out.
lands anyway. And Nisha's gone.
Ah. Right after Nisha's tip as well onto Kitrak for the Stealth Nightmare.
Oh, what can you do? I mean, it happens, doesn't it? Sometimes you get a little bit cocky. It happens.
It happens to the best of us. Still, nice little pick off for Shopify. Leads into this direct push onto the bot tier 1. They could start to consider Roshan. Maybe it feels a little bit safer once you have your shard up on Arteezy, which he does have the gold for. Looking for mid, though.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
No set up yet.
Tower is under attack.
We'll leave it be for now. Back into the dire triangle Shopify go.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Team Liquid, again, very split across the map. Like, Mickey's just pushing in the top lane. 33 is just farming the dire jungle. Insanity is just holding the mid lane for now by himself.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I feel like both teams are more than happy to just kind of sit back and relax.
Under attack.
My main concern, again, is going to be once Mickey has the Lincoln Sphere. Like, Shopify, they might have just too many issues trying to control the Weaver up after that Lincoln's is available. Plus, you also have the issue of Nisha working towards a BKB himself in the Leshrac, and while that may be a while away, it still may just be the turning point for Team Liquid once those defensive items are available.
Yeah, I would actually say even just having this Bloodstone changes the story quite a fair bit for Nisha. As long as he's able to pop the active if he's jumped, bursting him down it's going to take a lot out from Shopify, and it's going to provide some angles for Mika to already just utilize that slipperiness to try to whittle them down while they're wasting off their nuke and control
What is that?
on Tanisha. What is what?
Well, what is the Tormentor, Jonathan? What is that? I mean, it's a Weaver bug, but what's it attached to?
The heart of the Tormentor, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it was.
The root transform, yes, that's a term. That's a root transform in the rig, I think. I don't know.
Well, they'll find both Tormentors. 33's about to die, though, and he does. Oh, no.
Oh, just a little bit late.
No.
Oh!
Run, boys.
Oh, God.
It's not safe. Whoop.
No.
It happens. Sometimes you forget who you're playing against, John. Bloodseeker's having the greatest time of his life right now. Everyone's low in HP.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh my goodness. Boxy will give his own life away. Welcome to Clownfall, John. Welcome to Clownfall. Look at this.
You gotta love it.
The first 33 dies, gives it away. Thunder God's Wrath comes in. Oh, goodness. I mean, just the shredders here, the meat grinder.
Oh, yeah. Speed Racers online. You gotta love that interaction with Tormentor. You force it out at 20 minutes, you drop low. Bloodseeker gives you the vision. Yopaj just a second late to secure that kill onto tier 33, but it gets him everything else. Yeah. It evens out the game, 17 to 13, 1k lead out from Shopify. And really great BKB reveal out as well from Arteezy. Has the full basher up to keep that chase and keep them pinned down, so that control for Mika doesn't feel as difficult now, as long as Arteezy gets lucky with his hits. You're even getting that scaling up on Yopaj. Manta up, Shard up, going to the BKB Octarine that you tended to see. See if this hunt comes out successful with Moonlight. There's a little bit of a smoke from Liquid, but they might be able to isolate Saberlight.
They may. Saberlight's looking to go through the twin gates. You do have a Gleipnir on Mickey to hold him down, but it doesn't matter. Twin gates are still working. Roshan's available, by the way. In Shopify Rebellion, they are right in front of the pit. Team Liquid, they could hope to go through the twin gates and try to contest this, but it is rather risky without vision. And so Shopify Rebellion, they will indeed just go right for the Roshan attempt. And Team Liquid, instead of trying to contest, it seems as though they're going to go through the top lane. Try to get a tower or two out of this, and with Nisha, we'll find a mid-tier 1 tower in the meantime. But Roshan, pretty big objective to just be taken by Shopify for free. And I'm sure Shopify now perhaps looking for a bit of a fight here up against Team Liquid. They'll smoke up, they'll go right through the twin gates back towards the top of the map. See if they can cut anyone off. Only Yopaj will stay behind.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
They're going to try for Boxy and Mickey. Mickey's still at that top lane, pushing in the tier 2 tower. Hit Rack just wrapping around the long way, trying to find the Weaver, and will catch him, though the Avalanche is going to cancel off the Fiend's grip, so Mickey still has a chance of getting out, but he has been ruptured. He'll go for the time lapse, but it's not going to be it. He is down, so is Boxy. And I almost thought that smoke was going to be a little bit too obvious after Roshan, but apparently not.
The pings were made by Liquid. They expected a movement down. The rest of the team left, but Mickey and Boxy just wanted to get a little bit more for trading away Roche. They wanted to chip away this tier 2. Leaves it at 324 HP. Good damage done, but not enough to justify that. Shopify, 2k lead off the back of that. Aegis still handily on Arteezy. It did cost them the split, but they find a big hero. And they also get the read on that Linken's really well. I mean, we mentioned it being a great counter to all of this control in Shopify, but they have so much single target control that you can literally throw any spell, cancel off the Linken's, get the vision out with the Zeus, and just get the catch anyway.
Saberlight going on to Insania. They will lock him down with a very nice avalanche from Boxy. He's got no primal split, so Saberlight is going to go down, and so will the Lacour, as Mickey's going to look for another chase.
Dire are scanning.
The bugs do not really connect on anything, but the Moonlight Shadow will eventually wear off, so Mickey just wants to keep up the vision. Arteezy also still around the area, but Mickey does indeed just go after the creep wave. Gives up on the chase. They already found 2 heroes basically for free anyway, so Team Liquid will be more than happy with that. Shopify, it's back to the drawing board. At the very least, you don't lose the Aegis.
You don't lose the Aegis. It's also a really awkward time to force a fight. Anyway, again, no split available here for Saberlight. So it's a little less comfy in trying to get that control. Trying to get that the set of follow-ups that you'd need to kind of pop Linken's and get that chain control out to pin down the Weaver. The side of Shopify, again, still maintaining that marginal lead. Arteezy going back for the Scotty now instead of finishing up the Mjolnir. That's a little bit more stats to pad out here. Yopaj already pretty much has the Octarine ready, just needing the Tiara. So he's going to have a lot more presence in these team fights, way more spamability, especially with the Thunder God's Rat. And just so much information. I think that's one big part as well for Shopify, right? They have Moonlight to sneak around, they have Thunder Gods to kind of spot out and play off of this Thirst vision as well. So they just have so many ways of looking for these fights that you don't really have the same vision game coming out here from the side of Liquid. Yes, you have Venom Warrants, but it's not really doing too much right now for the side of Liquid. Just the information 33 can provide, it hasn't really been felt in this game.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Team Liquid, I mean, they are still grouped up down to that bottom tier 2 tower. They will try to secure the tier 2. So they'll be able to get away with it, no problem.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Fire Rebellion, no rush to try and force another fight yet. It seems like they're more than happy to just sit back and perhaps even just let the Aegis expire with the way things are going. Only about 1:20 left on that Aegis timing.
Dire's top tower is under
They're still
attack.
grouped up in the mid lane, maybe looking to try and secure the tier 2 mid tower before it does go. Team Liquid not looking too interested at all in forcing a fight though, so perhaps no defense to come.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Now, I guess you could pressure the bottom tier 3 a little bit if you are Team Liquid and just force them back, but it doesn't seem like even that's really going to happen. Arteezy gets the mid tier 2.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
33 is going to be careful up at the top lane because Kitrak was having a look for a Nightmare but does think better of it. The rest of Liquid still grouped up. They'll go for a 4-man smoke up here. They're going to run right into Saberlight by the looks of it. Saberlight, the closest target here to Boxy. Boxy can have his smoke broken. Will make the jump with the Avalanche and the toss back into Nisha, trying to blow up the Brewmaster, and they've got it. A great start here for Liquid. Shopify, though, they are still around. They still look like they're thinking about the fight. But I think without the Brewmaster Primal Split, it is not really advised.
Certainly not. Aegis about to expire as well for Arteezy. So that window of opportunity goes away. I love what Liquid's doing. They're just playing around the vision they have, right? They only have a ward watching the spot jungle, so they can watch the entry if the side of Shopify does want to kind of try to hunt down Liquid, and they can just keep hugging this area with the protection they do have. Shopify, for their part, felt really secure in this area as well. They've got 2 wards watching right across the river. So that leads to them just kind of trying to poke around there and giving that opportunity out to Liquid. Mind you, Shopify's still in a good position, but not able to really capitalize.
They're going to lock down the Bloodseeker. Orchid is out as well. He's got a BKB though, so Arteezy just gonna hold out for now. Foxy looking to jump in onto a support. Nisha also jumping on a kit rack, so they do find the Bane. They'll find the Mirana to boot. It's a great start for Liquid. Chase is on now for Saberlight. They're even going to find the Brewmaster. Lock him down with the Orchid, though he's still just running his way out of there. Mickey can keep the chase up and has the damage to take down the Brew. So 3 suddenly down for Shopify Rebellion. And Team Liquid, they don't even break a sweat for that.
Yeah. It's just nice and easy. Isolating the side of Shopify, jumping the back line. Good flank maneuver out from Nisha to just find the cutoff and ignoring RTZ completely, knowing that he's just a little bit too strong with a BKB still on hand. They're trying to force it out early, but even if it's not out, you can clear out everyone else. And again, they're not able to play with Saberlight. He's in a different flanking area. He's not able to get the split off. He's away from his team. And Liquid are just punching this mild split up of Shopify. If the 3 cores aren't hanging together with the supports, then it just kind of falls flat. Liquid as a whole have been playing as 5. Right? Again, they've been hugging bot. They make that movement up top together, collapsing on the area at the same time. The coordination of Liquid's just on point, which is exactly what you'd expect from this team. Even with 33 on for, you know, what was it, 5 months? Yeah, they've got that coordination on lockdown now. And they get the 6k lead, 19-19. Shopify, they'll try out with a smoke. They need to get the split off from Saberlight. Without that, it just falls flat here.
BKB now available on Mickey. That is going to make life even more challenging. BKB just coming out on the courier.
Radiant are scanning.
Shopify Rebellion look like they're going to go through the bottom jungle on the Radiant side and head maybe towards the Dire Triangle. Mickey is around that area, but it's going to be a little bit challenging to get all the way to that Weaver. So into the triangle they go. Ping's coming out towards the Tormentor. But Mickey is just fine. He'll get back towards the base. And no one gets caught. Like, this is basically a relocation smoke from Shopify at the end. Not really what they wanted. And of course, in the meantime, Team Liquid are just casually farming. Like, there's no pressure at all on these guys.
No. They're getting that build up. They're going to get the Wind Waker on Tanisha next. No one's lining up for a Nullifier anytime soon. They'll go for their own smoke play now in Liquid.
Teasy's the closest target. If they ran right back into their triangle, they'd see the Bloodseeker. Insania's barely going to miss out on him. Instead, they're heading down directly south, seeing if they can find the rest of Shopify Rebellion, and they will for now. Mickey, a great late team, will find 2 targets. The Core is the first one to go down by the looks of it. The Mirana is gone. Ingo's Saberlight with the Primal Split, but just look at the damage coming up from Nisha. The Fiend's Grip, it's already been cancelled off. Kid Rack is down. The rest of Shopify just trying to creep skip while they can, but it's very messy from the boys. Or even Saberlight still kind of sticking around, hoping for it. Oh, Boxy!
Oh,
Boxy
God.
gets him. TP cancelled. That'll be another 3 for Team Liquid. And another fight where Shopify just really never even starts.
No. It just doesn't begin again. They're just slightly split apart. Liquid, again, finds this good choke onto the supports. Saberlight, he popped his split, had to pop back out because he's just melting. They've got a lot of AoE damage on the side of Liquid. Almost the same issue from game 1 where he needs that level 20 talent to be up, but Saberlight's so far away from level 20 here. It's just not durable enough in these rulings. There's no threat with how farmed up Nisha is, with how much damage he's pumping out with Pulse Nova and the Edict. And now Liquid, they can just look for that push. Roche coming out as well in a few seconds.
Radiant's bottom
Can shift gears after taking the last outer tower of Shopify.
tower has fallen.
And they're in a good spot to do so. Shopify, for their part, it feels like the transition from early to mid game into later parts of the game, into like transitioning from like 10 to 15 into the 15 to 20 mark is where it kind of has been falling flat for Shopify. Like, again, it's just a little bit, maybe a little bit too much farm, a little bit more displaced. Saberlight not able to connect, and it's coming into the 30 minutes, just making the game a lot harder for them after a smooth start. 12k lead for the side of Liquid. Everything lined up. They finally get their blink up on Insania. They've got the full Daedalus out on Mike, and he's already been shredding these supports. The Daedalus just ensures that it happens much, much faster. Still, they're both in the right spot of the map. They both know Roche is the focal point here.
Scan is out. Well, no, Liquid are around the twin gates. Moonlight Shadow will be popped, but that was spotted, I believe, by 33. Arrow to fly out and scout. Or Mickey. No, he won't cop it. Roshan will be the one to take the arrow. Saberlight now getting jump boxy, looking to set up right onto that Brewmaster. See if they can blow him up before the fight even really starts. And he has gone down. Saberlight is out of the fight without flyback.
Oh, he gets bashed by Roshan.
Oh, Arteezy gets bashed by Roshan. Arteezy got bashed by the damn Roshan. There was like 3 people around him. Well, what did he do wrong, Roshan?
That is just unfortunate. That's my God.
There was 3 other people.
Yeah, well, this guy in particular, Mike. This guy in particular needed a slap. True BKB. Not that it was a good fight anyway for Shopify, but yeah, great opener onto Saberlight again, preventing that split. And look at Arteezy. Just watch for that moment. He has BKB. He's trying to clean up, and look at this.
Oh, Roshan, come on, brother. What are you doing? What are you doing? First hit bash as well? Why is it always Arteezy?
He's just playing in a hard mode, Mike.
Arteezy must have done something in a prior life or so. Every single time the poor guy cops. Here we go. Kidrak's in trouble now. Kidrak's gone.
Oh boy, it's a hard game moving forward here for Shopify. Again, we're still a long ways off from the. This is a crazy spot for the Roach banner as well, mind you, right by the racks. But you know, it does take time away. They need to somehow work the split. They need to somehow find something here.
I mean, they're trying to pick off Mickey the first time. Problem is Sablight's been caught again. Nightmare will buy him the time to get the split off, and he does eventually get it. And finds the first Aegis. At least the first life of the Weaver. Noxious playing out. Saberlight losing all his broodings already. The charge is there now from Team Liquid, trying to find Kidrak, and they will. The Bane is down. No buyback for Kidrak. That was the dieback, in fact.
It's just how do you engage these fights? The split from Saberlight still feels big, but he can't fully commit anymore. These Brewlings just melt. Tanisha, it takes him so much to take care of the first life on Mika as well. He didn't even pop BKB throughout that fight. Heck, he hasn't popped it at all yet. It's still a fresh 9-second charge. I don't know how you find these angles for Shopify. It feels like it has to be, it still has to fall back to a good arrow, securing a good position for grip, but it feels impossible.
Boxy, another great setup here from Boxy. He's found Japoy this time. Japoy BKBs and gets the hell out of there. Meanwhile, Arteezy's jumped in on his own, but he's been bashed again, I believe, and it looks like he's just set to fall. He is down. Meanwhile, Saberlight. What did he even get stunned by?
Latent toxicity, I think.
Okay.
He popped spell immunity, debuffed it, and got stunned from it. Yeah.
Saberlight.
It's rough.
It is rough. Taking a fair bit of damage. There's Theolacore. Theolacore will go down now. I mean, Japoy is still doing a decent job of just forcing them back with the Arc Lightning, but it's still a pretty challenging position for the side of Shopify Rebellion, as the mid-ranks is still going to go down. On the top racks they go. Team Lick. I mean, really just nothing has stopped.
No. Just isn't. I just don't know what the play is for Shopify at this point. Like, you just don't have a way of just repositioning these heroes. You have the split, you have the grip that can't safely be popped at Kidrak. Go push.
I mean, they're still trying. Saberlight also in, but they just leave. Mega creeps are up. There's no reason to stick around. Now, in Team Liquid, it's just a waiting game. Shopify Rebellion, they've got a draft that doesn't exactly scale the best either. So it's a very awkward position now for Shopify Rebellion up against Team Liquid. Liquid just one solid team fight away from securing a 2-0 victory to start their day here at ESL 1 Birmingham.
Starting it in the right tone. Shopify off to a rougher start, right, for the day if this does go 2-0. And it feels like they have such a great time in the first 15 to 20 minutes. And then it just suddenly falls flat. Again, they just don't connect in the way they'd want to. They overextend in some of these fights. They overstay their welcome in certain parts of the map. And the punishment's just so severe from Liquid. 31k lead up, Tormentor for them to take now as well. No problems at all here for Liquid. Free shard now for Nisha with a split earth. Even more nuisances in the middle of these fights on the high ground siege here for the side of Shopify. I don't know what saves you here on Shopify. Like, Yopaj is trying to go for the refresh. Double BKB, double Thunder God's Wrath is nice. Arteezy, he's got the Blink Dagger up with his Scotty. Can try to reposition. He does finally have his shard up to try to sustain through these fights as well. Just doesn't feel like any of this is enough. Like the Wind Wakers are going to be causing issues. Latent toxicity if it's cast before the BKBs.
Toss back.
Doing a lot of
Line.
work. Oh, cool.
Let's get caught. They kind of just didn't even believe they had him there for a moment. Team Liquid still looking to back off and play a little bit safer. Even with the 33k advantage. Not risking anything. Especially up until 33 comes back and joins the team, and here he comes. 4-man smoke out from Liquid. Okay, gonna rush in. Boxy immediately finds Kid back here on the Bane, and Bane is gone. Arteezy's gonna try and fight this one out, but does need to retreat immediately as now. Well, Saberlight, he just gets deleted through the Primal Split. And Team Liquid looking to go right for the Jugular onto the tier 4 towers. How do you stop it? The answer is you probably don't, but they are going to give it a crack. Boxy now, another toss back right onto Japoi. That's Yopaj gone, and that's GG being made. Team Liquid. I'll tell you what, John, 2 games in a row where they were pretty far behind, but you wait to that 25-30 minute mark and they just take over the game again.
And it feels like that's also been a shortcoming coming out from Shopify in the 2 games today. It just feels like transitioning from that 15 to 20 minute period going forward just hasn't felt smooth. Liquid, they get the space to farm up. They find that bot tier 1. They have this area to set their wards. They have an area to basically be a staging ground for them to move across the map, right? And it just plays off from there. Like, sure, it's a little bit slower coming out from the lanes. I think Shopify worked that aggression onto mid in particular really well. They kept Nisha down for a long time, but they just get enough room out to kind of get that build up. They also get the proper itemization coming out, the Orchid timing from 33, giving them some good openings to take some of these mid-game fights. And again, just having that investment come out from Mike works out wonders. And Shopify, it feels like it's more in them making a lot of these small mistakes. I think Liquid, obviously, they managed to capitalize on it really well, but it's just so weird to see all of that momentum disappear, and then Liquid just farm their way back in, take some good smoke plays from really good positions, and just completely shut down the idea of Shopify's drafts. Like, these drafts from Shopify are very specific. They have to play around very specific timings and very specific styles. And once you let go of that, and Liquid's draft just scales up. Again, you're picking Brewmaster first into the counters, into the Leshrac that's left unbanned. The AoE damage coming out just made it so uncomfy for Saberlight to even come in. And it just made the game feel impossible to retake once they lost control.
I mean, it absolutely did. It was a pretty rough affair here for Shopify Rebellion once again. And well, you kind of wonder, what do these guys need to change up here? Like, it's just, you know, the 2 games in a row where it just felt like you almost had the game in the bag. You just had complete control over game 1 and 2. And Team Liquid, that they didn't even flinch, John. You know, they didn't seem worried the whole time. It seemed like they almost knew they were going to make the comebacks happen. And even after the game, just no celebration, no smiles, no nothing. They seemed very confident nonetheless. You know, we'll see what happens, I suppose, as we should have a chat with somebody soon. But it's just a little bit concerning how dominant they were for the first 30 minutes. And after that, they just tend to fall apart.
Yeah, it's really interesting with Shopify as to what's causing that. It feels like we've seen this issue in Southeast Asia, I want to say. You know, teams like Blacklist last year kind of had the same issue where their early game was really on point, and then they suddenly lose a grasp on that. And, you know, up against a team like Liquid, you just can't afford to let go like that.
Well, with that, John, we do have a break that we have to go to, but right after that break, we'll be back with somebody from Team Liquid to have a chat as to what happened in this 2-game series. We'll see you then.
some point in every gamer's life, there's a question to be asked. Do your clothes match your hobby in any situation? Or do they just represent what you dream of? No matter what situation, there's always the right way and the wrong. The only real question is, which are you going to choose? Decide for yourself.
Bring it on, baby, come on. Don't be shy, you can test me. Turn me on, make me feel on and on, ready to fly to your heart, ready to fly to your mind. So let me touch you. Tell me what's in your mind, trust me, I'm around. You can't let me down, so baby, come round. What's on your mind, trust me, I'm around. You can't let me down, so baby, come on. Bring it on, depend upon. Don't be shy, you can test me. Turn me on, make me feel on and on, ready to fly to your heart, ready to fly to your mind. So let me touch you. I wanted you, I never wanted to be the third person you'd be searching for. I had 5 reasons in 1996, 7 minutes in this heavenly sin. I'm picking you up.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to ESL 1 Birmingham. If you did miss out on that previous series, of course, Team Liquid found a 2-0 victory up against Shopify Rebellion. And, you know, John, I keep saying this. I know I've said this over and over again, but it really did feel like Shopify Rebellion were the ones that lost that series themselves, as both times they were ahead after the laning stage. They had a pretty solid lead throughout both games in the mid-game. Team Liquid, though, still confidently finding the victories here in this best of 2 series, and I don't know what to say. I mean, we're going to have a chat with Liquid very soon to figure out exactly what they think happened in this series, but you know, it's still that thing, right? You dominate lanes, you kind of win out the mid game, and still the game just does not go your way. And well, I'm not sure, Jonathan. I believe we actually have an interview ready right now, potentially, if we can head over to that and see exactly what did happen. We have the lovely Mikke joining us. Mikke, congratulations on your 2-0 victory here up against Shopify Rebellion. So how the hell are you feeling?
Thank you. I feel great. We're a lot more confident this series around against Shopify. I mean, we had an amazing prep, so I feel pretty good.
mean, speaking of that prep, Mickey, I mean, both games it felt like Shopify were in the lead up until that roughly 30-minute mark. Are you able to break down exactly what did happen where you guys were able to make those comebacks happen in both game 1 and 2?
I think we're kind of expecting them to like run us over in the early game, but we knew that our drafts had a stronger mid-game timing, so we just, try to survive the early game and play on our mid-game timing, basically.
Okay, and that's solely based off draft, you're saying, like that laning stage that you guys weren't confident in winning, it was just a drafting thing, it wasn't a performance issue at all?
I think some of the lane, I think the Veno game 2 should have done better, but other than that, I think, yeah, we're kind of expecting to get rolled in the early game, I guess.
Okay, go on, John.
All right, Mickey, I'm curious, going in, you guys played with Saberlight for a little bit as a stand-in. Does that motivate you guys more when you play against him post that time he was playing with you guys? Does it make you feel more motivated to beat Saberlight?
Not really. I think we're still on like good terms, I guess. He's not tipped me yet. I mean, I'm waiting for the tip and then, then I'll fight him, but just nothing right now.
All right. And what do you feel like is different for Liquid coming into this tournament now? What's the mindset? What's improved? What's changed for you guys coming in?
I think the mindset to win and like wanting to win. We've been putting a lot of effort into it and, trying like 3,000% harder. So I just hope we can show it this event.
Fair enough. And going forward, you guys still have a few matches left. How is the confidence coming out of these group stages? I know every time we talk, the group stage start tends to be a little bit slower. Yesterday was a 2-2 day. Today, starting off in 2-0. How do you maintain that confidence going forward to close out these groups in a strong position?
I mean, first is just to play our own game. Like we have prepped a lot and we have a lot of good drafts and good things going for us. So just have to keep playing our game and keep doing our things and not look at the other teams.
Miguel, I will ask you one more question before we do let you go. I mean, all these jokes keep being made about you guys continuously coming second. Does this crap bother you at all, Mickey, or you just ignore it, you just carry on with your day?
Nah, I mean, of course it bothers me a lot. Obviously, we all want to win, but we just can't get it. So that's why we've been trying so hard this year, like trying a lot harder. But yeah, I mean, it bothers me a little bit. It's just we're so close every time and we can't get it.
Yeah, completely understandable. Completely. Mickey, thank you so much for the interview. Best of luck, of course, at Birmingham, and we wish you the absolute best. Hopefully, this is the one.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Lovely, Mickey, of course. Jonathan, he didn't see you wave. I mean, they threw way too quickly. He doesn't care if you wave at him, Jonathan. He's got better things to worry about. He's a professional player. Obviously, you're an award-winning analyst, Jonathan. We can't underestimate how great that is. But I'd say Mickey is one-upping you here, John.
For sure. Mika definitely does one up. And they one up or two up Shopify Rebellion while setting good tone and building that confidence up. Yeah. So hopefully we see that momentum continue and hopefully we see Shopify bounce back. But what a series. It was a lot of back and forth, and I'm pretty sure our next series is pretty back and forth as well, Mike.
I mean, yeah, this is the series you joked to me about before we did start the show overall. Talon versus G2IG coming right up after, I believe, a bit of a break. And I gotta tell you, John, this could be one of the longest series we have coming up for ESL 1 Birmingham. We'll find out how this one does go between these two teams after a short break. We'll see you soon.
At some point in every gamer's life, there's a question to be asked. Do your clothes match your hobby in any situation? Or do they just represent what you dream of? No matter what situation, there's always the right way and the wrong. The only real question is, which are you going to choose? Decide for yourself.
about you, I wanna know. Come on and tell what you want. Where are your fantasies? No, you wanna be with me. I gotta make you mine. I gotta make you mine. Oh, I gotta make you mine. I gotta make you mine. What about if you talk to me? And in the secrecy, what's behind that little smile that you're giving me? Oh yeah. Come on and tell what you want. Where are your fantasies? No, you wanna be with me. I gotta make you mine. I gotta make you mine. Oh, I gotta make you mine. I gotta make you mine. Oh, what you want, what you want, what you want, babe? What you want, babe? What you want, babe? Make it mine, make it mine, make it mine, babe. No, you wanna be with me. I gotta make you mine. I gotta make you mine. I gotta make you mine. I gotta make you mine.
Laying on the floor again, watching all the stars rolling. The grass is staining. Met you at the park with your friends, waiting till the sun went down. Smoke came out and you turned thin. Call me when it's 10:30. Sneak out of your window again. Burning rubber on the pavement. Bottom of the bottle again. Thinking of where you went. Laying on the floor again. It's easy come, it's easy go. Back when we're together, back when we're together. You know that I can't let you go. We should stay together, we should stay together. It's alright if you call me. It's the summer, we were 18. It's easy come, it's easy go. We should be together, never say never. I'm back on tour again, wishing I was in your bed. You know it pains me. Your every face I see in the end. You're in the crowd, you're in my head. In my dreams you chase. If you want it, I'll be calling. You're the one who keeps me honest. I'll be waiting, I'll be waiting. If you want it, I'll be calling. You're the one who keeps me honest. I'll be waiting, I'll be waiting for you, babe. It's easy come, it's easy go. Back when we're together, back when we're together. You know that I can't let you go. We should stay together, we should stay together. It's alright if you call me. It's the summer, we were 18. It's easy come, it's easy go. We should be together, never say never. If you want it, I'll be
chance in life. Take it or leave it. To go to the edge and still survive. If you ride that laser beam, it's a light that brings your dream alive. I'm having a feel-good day, and it's all on the bright side. It's starting to go my way, from a crawl to a joyride. Though I don't know why, I could jump the fire and dance a wild ballet. Cover the raindrops in your eyes. Seeing is believing. Let every heartbeat energize. Never mind that thundercloud. There's a time to shout aloud and cry. I'm having a feel-good day, and it's all on the bright side. It's starting to go my way, from a crawl to a joyride. Though I don't know why, I could jump the fire and dance a wild ballet. Just enough, shake the blues off. Now we're changing, it's all on the bright side. Life is better when we're headed, rearranging, I crawl to a joyride. Just I'm having a feel-good day. Now we're changing, it's all on the bright side. Life is starting to go my way, so go my way. I'm having a feel-good day. Hey, I'm gonna get you there. Speed like wind without a storm. So come and get it while it's fresh, while it's warm, yeah. The water in the storm, beneath the purple tree. It's the same that fills my soul with eternal energy. But it sets me free. Lies from down the way, leads the fools astray. So now there is more for us today, yeah, yeah. The water in the soul, beneath the purple tree. It's the same that fills my soul with eternal energy. But it sets me free. Come, let's go every morning. 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 Hey, yeah. Woo. Oh, yeah. Hey. The water in the soul, beneath the purple tree. It's the same that fills my soul with eternal energy. Recognized by its shadow, the sea knocks me out. And now I'm free, yeah. Hey! The water in the soul, beneath the purple tree. It's the same that fills my soul with eternal energy. And it sets me free. back for more. Take a deep breath. Take a deep breath. Take a deep breath. Keep me coming back for more. I need this now, more than I can ever say. Hit me like a hurricane, yeah, hit me like a tidal wave. Take a deep breath, swim hard for the shore. Keep from going under, keep me coming back for more. Keep me coming back for more.
Waiting for the morning, silent night. I'm feeling your heartbeat when we hold on tight. I only wanna feel you, wanna make
Take on the world, let's begin. Now turn away, so much to defend. Let the sun come down, we'll start anew. Let the sun come down, bring the world into. Start it over, start it over, start it over. Time for a redo. Start it over, start it over, start it over. It's time for a redo. It's not too late. Get on board. Follow your face. Open the door. Take it all in. Hold your breath. Now let's begin. Give it your best. Start it over, start it over, start it over. Time for a redo. Start it over, start it over, start it over. It's time for a redo. Start it over, start it over, start it over. Time for a redo. Start it over, start it over, start it over. It's time for a redo. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are back at ESL 1 Birmingham group stages, and of course, we do have our next series coming right up between G2IG and Talon Esports, and it is MLP Dota and John X5 joining you. Jonathan, welcome back. A horrible intro as always, but how the hell are you doing?
Doing great, Mikey. You know, this is going to be the fun one, right? Talon Esports against G2IG. We heard what JT had to say about why their games dragged on, at least when we were watching them, because they enjoy playing a lot of Dota. Talon can sometimes enjoy playing a lot of Dota as well, even in this roster, for whatever reason. So we might end up with two teams that just love playing Dota so much it could go 4 hours for a series. And I'm sure we're all excited for a long set of games here, Mike, if it happens. You know, every time we say it's going to be long, it never becomes long. So, you know, we're jinxing it right now for good effect.
I wouldn't challenge Talon too much like that, Jonathan. Talon are known to really drag out their games as much as humanly possible, and so are G2IG. So it should be a very, very intriguing series here coming right up for us. And as always, Jonathan, somehow we get these two teams as we're doing our last series of the night at midnight at night. So, you know, it's if we're going to have a long series, Jonathan, so be it. It may as well be tonight, you know? Should be a fun one at the very least. I mean, G2IG up against Talon. I want to say G2IG are probably going to be looking to be the favorites moving into this, but what are you thinking?
Yeah, I'm sure G2IG, with their experience, are probably the favorites coming in. Talon, not to be underestimated though. This roster is really young. You know, fun fact: this matchup for Talon versus G2IG, it's filled with Malaysians. I believe it's 6 Malaysians in total across both teams. So this is basically a Malaysia versus Malaysia fight, which you rarely get nowadays. So that also makes it exciting from that facet, although it doesn't really mean much. But again, Talon, they're a young roster. There weren't a lot of expectations when this roster formed up, at least by the community, but they have managed to qualify for a couple of events. And they've been doing pretty well in Southeast Asia. Has that translated out onto the land for this fresh roster? Not quite. Now, looking at this matchup up against G2IG, we are taking a gander at the offlaners. WS, yeah, gander. English, not my first language, Mike. We're taking a look at WS, of course. He's He's been fantastic in the offlane. We've seen some great work come out from his Timbersaw. It looked a little bit shaky in the first game yesterday, not popping the BKB before initiating as the Magnus, but missing out on a lot of opportunities there for WS. But hopefully this time around, this is something always would tell him. The first series is always rough, and they did have a rough time this time in their previous series up against BetBoom. So we'll see if that woke up Talon this time around in their match against G2IG, because right now, with that straight loss from the last series, that puts Talon at the bottom of their group. It's lined up for elimination. So they need a win. They need at least a draw, but ideally a 2-0 somehow over G2IG, and it's not an easy opponent to hope for that.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly not impossible, but speaking of the Devils here, G2IG, of course, are looking to be the favourites going into this matchup here up against Talon. And of course, not to underestimate Talon, but G2IG has looked fantastic here today. Already securing a draw up against Falcons, by the way. John, sorry for the spoiler for anyone that did not watch that series, but they did end up pulling off that Game 2 victory up against Falcons. So, yeah, Falcons, arguably one of the best teams in the world right now, looking pretty damn good, but G2IG able to pull off a game off of their hands. And of course, you get to look at the lovely JT, who we got to speak to yesterday, Jonathan. This man simply just said, you play long games, you enjoy it more. So just keep playing long games. That's what he said.
Yeah. That's the team vibe. Now, that's why they gave us the longest series ever for a qualifier final up against Azure. And when they rematched, they had pretty much all 1-hour games over 4 games. Hopefully, again, this isn't the way we'll go into that, but it should be fun watching these two teams go at it.
I believe we do have a bit of a content piece for G2IG, so we could probably head over to that and see exactly what's going on.
G2IG is G2's first entry in the Dota scene. In a joint partnership with the very well established IG, they've assembled a new Chinese team. I say Chinese, but 3 of the players are from Malaysia. In the roster we have Monet, Nothing to Say, JT, Baboka and X-Nova. With a combined wealth of experience and some of the best players the region has to offer, their results so far has come as a surprise to most. Their first event was an on-home turf in ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur, but despite the home crowd advantage, they only managed 5th place, shared with Team Falcons.
A swift 2-0 here as G2IG are eliminated from the tournament.
With the Chinese region in Dota being more competitive than ever, with several teams competing at the highest international level, it's time for G2IG to pick themselves up and show what they are capable of. Let's see if they can show they are the strongest Chinese or Malaysian team.
Well, there you have it, John. Obviously, the handsome faces here of G2IG. I have a feeling these guys are going to make a nice deep run here throughout the tournament, but who the hell knows? We'll have to wait and see exactly how they do perform. Of course, for now, they're up against Talon in a Game 1 draft, so we could probably head over to that draft and see exactly what the hell's happening. And there we go. Yeah. Draft is upon us.
Yeah, nothing too different just yet in the bans. I do like the G2IG again. They're just banning out the DK, banning out the Razor, some stable Q-N heroes. Some just very stable heroes overall. And G2IG are already, they're feeling it. They're happy. JT's been the most serious this tournament. It's so shocking. Serious. Everyone else is so chill. Yeah, but JT's just like, he's locked in every single time, JT.
Yeah, it's very rare to see, X-Nova laughing with the boys and everything else, but JT's the quiet one today, which is very, it has been for the past couple days. Very interesting. Talon looking quite serious themselves, Jonathan. Not to mess around here. Talon, no real laughs going on in their end of things, to be fair. Serious face.
I mean, Talon did come out of their last year's 0-2, so they need a win. They need to take this one with everything they've got. They need to be able to rally to try to climb up a bottom slot right now, along with Shopfire Rebellion. And it's a really terrible spot for Southeast Asian fans, because that's Yopaj, and that's literally the Southeast Asian team already at the bottom. So
it's great.
Both of those teams have to rally.
How great is that?
It's the best.
What can you do? What can you do? Talon, first pick. They'll go for the Disrupt. I mean, this is a hero that has been highly contested, mostly banned throughout most of the games we have casted ourselves. Finally, we get to see it popping up.
Yeah, it's been the second most banned hero, and it hasn't won the most, according to that stat that did pop up, 1-4 scoreline. So not the most successful, but it just gives you so much when you have that Disruptor. Really great laning and trading with the Glimpse and the Thunderstrike, a really great team fight. with a static storm, can just nullify any mobile mids if any of those even slip out here. I'm keen to see what G2IG prioritize, and it's a little bit of a different take for Talon. Normally in the first phase, we'd see them pick up something like the WS hero or the Chuen Flex. They prioritize this Disruptor first. G2IG straight into the Pangolier that we still see all the time. This should just be a Nothing to Say's hero. We have seen a couple of JT Pangos in the past though, so it's open enough to keep that flex option, especially since they don't know their mid lane matchup. I'm keen to see how they develop off the back of that. Still a lot of heroes left to ban out, a lot of course. Lifestealer, Luna, Faces Void, Morphling might be the priorities here. They take care of the Gyrocopter on Talon first. What to follow through with? I mean, with the Disruptor, you have a lot of options here for Akashi. So I guess they can just try to take out some of the core matchups that don't feel great in the carry-to-carry perspective. We'll find out. At the very least, Pylai and Akashi seem jovial enough thinking about these heroes.
Absolutely. I gotta say as well, Akashi, he looks like that kind of guy that probably was raised in a LAN cafe, right? Like, he just has that look about him. The kind of guy you don't want to see at a LAN cafe if you're on the opposite team.
For sure. That's definitely vibe. It's so strange because that kind of fella tends to be, you know, like very, very loud and kind of, or locked in, I guess. Either one. And Akashi's just this really quiet dude. When you're with him, he's a very soft-spoken kid, as we heard in that interview last time. But he does have that look, so.
The white players are so scared to answer my questions. I always feel like I'm speaking a different language when I'm asking questions these days with these players.
You just change. We'll get that passport sorted, Mike. Don't you worry. You want to play hard mode? Let's play hard mode. Let's go. Switch that passport out. We'll get it done.
Thank you, John. G2IG.
Seconds remaining. Talon Esports.
We'll go for the tiny pickup. Another hero that has been relatively popular as of late. Did see Boxy just performing extremely well against Shopify Rebellion, and you know, Tiny never really feels bad. You know, Toss is just too strong of an ability.
That it is. I like that they also pick it up against Talon, so it takes it away from Jokam as well, which we have seen. He performs in this hero spectacularly well. I'm curious to see what Talon will pick up to counteract. They'll go with the Timbersaw pickup first, so WS hero already out. 12th most banned, along with a Phoenix. That should be... What are we looking at? Jokam, Phoenix, and the Ponyo Disruptor, I'm guessing, is the way they'd want to go. They've got a lot of sustain to play with that Phoenix, to play with that Timbersaw up front. So it's already looking good from that position. And WS again, on the Timbersaw. This is one of his comfort heroes. He can rip apart the Tiny and the Pango if they get a little bit too close. I'm curious about how the laning goes. It doesn't feel like Timbersaw Phoenix is the most aggressive lane. They don't have a lot of control. It's kind of all in if they do commit. So it might not be the fastest lane for WS this time around, but if they do land all their spells, I suppose it's a lot of nuking damage if it all goes well there.
Here we go again, the Luna popping up here for G2IG. So a hero has been making its appearance over and over again throughout the games we've been seeing. No real surprises, though they do still have the opportunity to pick up the Faceless Void on the side of Talon if they so wish. Void, the one hero that we've seen doing pretty well against the Luna throughout the games you and I have casted. See if Talon do want to go down that route.
Yeah. They've got a lot of options in Talon, at the very least. Like Faceless Void, as you mentioned. There's still Lifestealer as well, it's left in the pool. You've got the Sven, you've got the Morphling, all on hand here for Talon. If they want to dip into any of that. And I don't mind any of that, along with the Disruptor. I think those lanes are fairly solid, no matter which one you pick up. I'm more curious about what G2IG will want to do, because, you know, we're already assuming the Tiny support, but Nothing to Say can still play it. Again, JT could maybe rock the Pango off, as we've seen a couple of times. Not sure if that's the way they'd want. They'll go with the Techies pickup, so should be a Tiny support still. And maybe the Techies 5. Techies Luna can actually be really annoying. You ramp up with the Blast Off, you secure it with the Lucent Beam. You've got a lot of magical damage to take care of that Timbersaw early on. And again, there's just no way to cancel off the Blast Off here for Talon laning phase. Unless you lane Disruptor with a Tim, which could be a little bit better in that sense, but it also doesn't feel that ideal for Talon.
G2IG have actually played Techies twice so far throughout ESL 1 Birmingham, and they've won both times with the Techies support. In fact, they played 3 times. They just played Falcons with it as well, and they won the 3rd time with Techies. So there you go. fact, it was the exact same support duo of Techies and Tiny in that previous series, and I think it goes back to the fact that they're abusing the Techies Roshan pit area, right? Because you can just controlling both twin gates plus Roshan pits with the proximity mines. It's just so it's too powerful. It's just way too strong. The information this hero gives away just by planting mines. It's too much, and it seems like G2IG is the only team so far that I've seen throughout this this event that's really trying to abuse it.
Yeah, I mean, we saw a lot of Techies before. We saw it a lot in the qualifiers as well, but not as many teams outside of G2IG have, or at least from the games we watched, we haven't seen it as much outside of G2IG. It's also just the smoke factor, right? Like running into a prox mine in the smoke just reveals that smoke instantly. You can't get the angle out, you fall back to farming, you wasted some time moving across the map. It gives G2IG much more of the map to have already cleared out, so it boosts their efficiency. It just does so much there. And again, in lane, it's just a menace. Town will go for the Medusa. I think they were the only one to pick it the last time as well, so they are the one loss from their past series yesterday up against Liquid, if I recall. It's not the worst map. It's not that bad, but you're picking Pango. You're picking Dusa into Pango, who's already a natural. The Fusel carrier, the Swash will melt through your mana. It's not going to feel amazing. You don't have synergy with a Phoenix here. I mean, you have synergy in the sense that you can Stone Gaze to protect the egg, but you really don't benefit off of the back of Sunray at all. Like, Dusa is one of the worst heroes to tie in with a Phoenix. She's just so much more reliant on the mana shield. Unsure how to feel about this one for Talon. It is one of Akashi's comforts, I guess, but it's not something I'd say is one of his best. I think his best heroes are like Morphling Sven. He says TA as well, but we haven't seen that at all. I don't know. Like, Dusa just... It's in a weird spot. I think it can work, but its timings are kind of meh. We saw a little bit of it in qualifiers in some lands, but it certainly has felt a lot less powerful than it once was.
Oh, Talon. Final ban to come. Still looking for the offlane ban outs. They'll get rid of the AM ban, of all things. I suppose against the Medusa makes enough sense. Just the offlane AM we have seen before against these carry Medusas. Or Talon. Final pickup. Still looking for a mid laner here. Something for Chuen. Feels like a very slow style of draft as well. I mean, I suppose it is pretty classic for Talon and Medusa of all things, but it does feel like one of those drafts where Talon are probably just going to sit back and relax for a while.
Yeah, for sure. I think WS is going to be picking up that tempo for the team. Maybe something from Chuen that can connect. It looks like a decent Storm game. You're not going to be held back too much. Your mid matchup against Pango is okay. Could be the way to go. There's not much hard lockdown for something like the Chuen Storm. That's something they've been dipping into a couple of times. They go with a Kotl instead. So into the Chuen Kotl, which we've seen a lot of in some of these qualifier games. And that's a combination now with your Dusa. That's something they needed. Some mana sustain to help Akashi up front, up against the overwhelming damage G2IG will be bringing with the Diffusal you're expecting from the timing of Nothing to Say here on that Pango as well. I like that solution. I think it connects nicely as well with the Timbersaw. You can kind of flash farm fast as long as their camp isn't blocked here in town. Radiant side as well. So that's where the Kotl really shines, with a large camp on the right side, right by the ramp, right by the Watcher. So you have a lot to play with here for Talon. I'm wondering what G2IG will pick now for JT off. What sneaky picks do we have? I mean, there's still stuff like the Doom, I suppose. Darkseer was banned out.
He's got his...
I love mentioning Meepo, but I don't think... Yeah, the Magnus is still there as well, just to tie in more teamfight. No direct counters from Talon to just stop that as well. It would be pretty rough to play into that. I like the Magnus, maybe the Doom. Either one kind of seems right. Brewmaster is available as well if you somehow want that.
Spoiled for choice is Mr. JT. Though they all seem kind of concerned as to what they're going to be picking up here for the offlane of G2IG, but we'll wait and see exactly where we're going. I mean, I feel like the Brewmaster is probably the best pick overall, but comfort-wise, I'd still prefer to see the Mag. I just think the Magnus from JT always provides, but no, it's going to be the Omni Knight. Well, this is different, Jonathan. This is not what I was expecting, but I like it.
I like a lot. Like the pure damage onto the Dusa, it's just going to melt through the mana shield. You've got really good early presence. You don't have anything that comfortably builds up a nullifier here for the side of Talon as well. So Guardian Angel, Repel are going to feel really good for G2IG as saves. It's a rough one for Talon by draft. I would say this Dusa just hasn't felt like the strongest core. That hasn't felt like the fastest core either. It has some funky build-ups. Like normally you want like Manta Butterfly if the game's going really well. I think if it's not going well, Manta plus a different item has to come out, but it never feels great. You feel like you lack damage. And G2IG just has this really good tempo, right? You have push from Monet, you have that sustain from JT, that presence up there. You have nothing to say rolling around up front, but nothing to really stop him through the roll. So you have so many tools. Talon, they have to play strong tempo with WS and Chuen. It's down to that Timbersaw and Keeper of the Light to buy that early space out, to let Akashi farm and hit an early spike and try to connect off the back of that, because if it drags on, I don't think this Deuce is the be-all end-all. No, I think G2IG, they've got a lot to make this game work out if it drags on, and we've heard what G2IG likes to say, or what JT said they love to do. They love playing Dota. And if it drags on, they're going to love playing Dota a lot with a Techies, an Omni, a Luna, and a Pango on hand.
Oh, he just sounded mad when we asked him that question. He's like, what do you mean? Well, we just play more. Don't enjoy it? No problem. Play more. All good. Don't like math? Guess what, John? Do more of it. You'll enjoy it eventually. I promise.
Oh, God. Oh, that reminds me of a time. Just a funny little bit here. There was a time in my 4th grade where I went to a summer camp for math.
Oh.
All summer, every weekend, we'd go in, 4th graders, doing pre-calc. Not a fun time. But I don't know how we got there. You said do more math. I did more math, Mike. I don't know why.
But
there we are. We're going to do more
bad
Dota.
at math then.
Really now? You should have seen that coming.
It was pre-calc at grade 4. Somehow made it through for whatever the cutoff was when everyone else bombed out. I don't know why I did. It was all voluntary as well. That's the worst part.
Oh,
I suppose this is voluntary as well, Mike. So yeah.
What's wrong?
I don't know. I wish I knew, Mike. It would certainly help my life if I knew what was wrong with me.
Oh. Smoke up. I mean, in fairness, this casting gig is also voluntary, John, and you know you've made something out of it. So there you go.
Why do you suddenly grow positive there, Mike? You know.
30 seconds to battle.
Oh, I was
you
going to
were
say it's
the good old-
the casting. I was about to say the casting gig is also torturously, you know. Yeah, I thought I'd go down the positive route. G2IG. Here we go. Both teams running right into each other, Jonathan. I mean, there is a ward down here from G2, or rather from Talon. Talon are ready for this. Almost predicting the movement to come from G2IG as they do break the smoke onto Ponyo. Still running towards the ban rune area. They really seem to want the fight. Talon eventually will show themselves, and that's going to be a bounty. In fact, it looks like Talon might just find all 4 bounties with the way this has happened. If they rush over the other side of the map, they will just get all 4 of them.
Aggressive here from Nothing to Say. And Chuen on the Kotl, this is something that he loves to play on the mid. It's so tempo-based from Talon though, like this Urn timing has to come on every single time you and I watch this Kotl. That Urn has to work out. They've already blocked the camp as well, so they know what the Kotl will want to do here, just prevent Chuen from getting a runaway start, see if they get a read and start to de-ward that, but they've already lined up quite nicely in G2IG. It's just a matter of Nothing to Say balancing out his spacing, getting some dodges out, getting some good pokes out while he can with a swash here.
Absolutely. Of course, top lane, X-Nova. You are going to see him along with Monet against Jocam and WS. You mentioned this earlier, but WS had a brilliant time yesterday on the Timbersaw. See if you can replicate that performance here up against G2IG. See, it would be fantastic for Talon if they could get off to a good start here for this game based off the Timber. But now, though, laning stage-wise, it does feel like it's probably going to be a relatively easy time for Monet, in terms of at least just hitting creeps.
Yeah, it's not going to be the toughest. He is short range enough that if he does come too close to the creep wave, whirling death will be an issue. And so far, WS isn't really able to leverage that just yet. And with the Disruptor support, you're not really going to be looking to play too much of the repositioning until Glimpse is at a healthy level. See if that's something they want to consider. And the last lane we haven't really looked at, of course, down bot. Akashi already getting a lot of hits out from JT, as you'd expect. He does have the Hammer of Purity and Purification. There's not really much Akashi can do to stop that free harassment. And we're also seeing Baboka was trying to find something like a pull, or at least just blocks the camp with his body. It does at least ensure that there are no pulls to come out. And this is not going to be the best of times for Akashi. Again, he can just sit back and farm for the most part, but there's no real synergy with Dusa Phoenix. Like, it's not a lane where you can really play off of the slows and the burn all too well. These are fairly tanky heroes on the side of G2IG. You've got even the choice of Repel down the line if it does get a little bit dicier. So it's just going to be passive farming. As long as Akashi, I suppose, doesn't cop too much damage, you're happy coming out of this lane, but it can just change in a swing really fast, especially as Nothing to Say approaches 6. That's where the threat really comes in here.
Absolutely. Things going pretty swimmingly here for Nothing to Say in that mid lane. Just 14 and 4 in terms of CS. No real harassment coming his way on the Pangolier. Of course, Chuen just trying his absolute best to rush towards the urn and start getting those charges up. Bottom lane, a little bit of trading happening at the bottom lane, but it's an Omni Tiny. Like, chances are you are not going to get the killers of Medusa and a Phoenix. It just feels like there's so much pressure on this mid lane of Talon. Like, Chuen just needs to really get this urn quick as possible and start to get those charges up. We have seen these mid coddles pop off a lot if they can get those early timings. But on the same kind of hand, we've seen coddles that just get no charges for the first 20 minutes and just do nothing.
You can fall really flat, really fast if you're not careful here. At least Chuen, again, he has the fallback of the jungle. He manages to clear out the ward. We'll try to deny off as well to ensure that it stays open for him. And he is getting some good stacks, so some steady farm for the Cottles still, although the lane, again, is under Nothing to Say's control completely at the moment. Top lane, a little bit of aggression onto Mounier, but it's just really hard to commit under the tower to threat the techies with Blast Off turn. Still, this is the best lane coming out for Talon so far. WS managed to pull ahead pretty well, keeping Monet down as much as possible. Again, that close range of Luna doesn't bode to a very strong laning experience up against the Timbersaw, at least in safely CSing.
Baboka dropping pretty low here at that bottom lane. Mystic Snake is not going to bounce to the Tiny. Avalanche is going to make sure that Ponyo can't get within range, and Baboka is barely going to survive. A little bit unfortunate for Akashi, because he did try with that Mystic Snake, but just wasn't in range for the bounce.
Yeah, he hasn't had that much luck at all with these bounces, even just controlling the lane, trying to get it to bounce to JT. Really good spacing coming out from G2IG overall, knowing the shortcomings of that Dusa, even though theoretically up against melee it shouldn't be too hard, but it does cut away some of that bite the Dusa wants to have in the lane. Still, steady farm coming in for Akashi. Already has the Arcane Boots, so isn't going to be as easy to burst down with some mana regen and burst mana to play with as well. But you're also not keeping JT too far back. Again, this Omni Knight, double bracer up, phase boots coming out next, 202 in the skill build, has a lot of damage to play with already. Just needs maybe some opportunity. Talon, they're the ones lining up on mid, just taking a gander here with Ponyo, but Phoenix rotation.
Monet, top lane, they're trying to get aggressive onto the Luna. Monet is going to have the assistance of the stun from X-Nova, but WS still able to secure the kill. He may just die at Nothing to Say, but looking to chain towards the north here. WS still has his own way out. Swash is going to land from Nothing to Say, but it's still not quite enough damage. Shield Crash, however, will do the job. But if you're WS, you're still pretty happy with that. You do find the position 1 Luna. That is well worth his time and his death.
And we're talking about this timing for Nothing to Say to rotate onto Akashi. With the attention up top, that gives Akashi more space bot to work into higher levels, to maybe consider a value point in the Stone Gaze. And he's even getting some good chip damage onto JT now, left alone. Good body blocks, a few pokes. Nothing too much. Again, a kill for Akashi Soul is not something feasible, but it's a lot more space for Dedusa than you'd expect coming out of this laning phase. We talk about how durable an Omni Knight and a Tiny would be, but Baboka's attention has to be brought elsewhere. And left alone, the Medusa can just sustain quite nicely here.
I mean, Akashi is having the time of his life, that's for sure. Just no pressure at all against this Medusa. Thing is, you are approaching that stage now where Nothing to Say is going to have the Diffusal Blade up, so he's going to be able to drain through the mana pool of the Medusa quite easily. It's probably the spike they're looking for to try and deal with Akashi, though as I say that, Tossback is out from Baboka, but Akashi's just going to go right for the TP away, and he will make it just fine. Gets pretty low on mana, but not low enough.
Not quite. That does give maybe a little bit more room out now for Talon to consider other movements. See Chuen heading up top, has that urn, wants to get a charge going if they somehow find a reposition. Level 2 Glimpse ready to help them set up for that as well. But good vision here from G2IG. Just have this nice forward ward by the tier 1. They had that good ward by the ramp down bot as well to spot out the movements from Ponyo earlier. Just preventing Talon from trying to capitalize on that early timing with a Kotl. Like you said, the urn has to find some charges. If he doesn't manage to get the jump, then it just doesn't feel like the Kotl has a lot of presence in the mid game.
I mean, still looking around. This is the depressing part about mid Kotl. If you can't get those charges up, it just means you're really completely useless. You still haven't looked around. Clears out the mid creep wave. Plenty of stacks still to be taken here for Chuen, so, you know, can just continue working towards the Spirit Vessel. Meanwhile, Akashi going to run right into Baboka. They'll toss into Monet, who is just casually waiting in the tree line, so a beautiful setup onto Akashi. He comes Nothing to Say. A blast off will land on 2, and Akashi is just deleted. Completely deleted, but can G2IG get the rest of their heroes out of there? Looks like Baboka may just fall here to WS, and Nothing to Say. No, he's the big target, and they've got him.
Oh.
They will find a 2-for-1 trade. Hell, it might even be a third as WS is still chasing down Baboka. Has the Chakram available now, just needs to close the gap. And eventually, he will catch him with that Chakram, gets the glimpse back here with the Disruptor, and WS setting up a third kill for the team. And sure, you got Akashi down, but this Timbersaw, you don't want to give this guy this much golden XP. He is a problem when it comes to this hero. What does that mean? We need a translator. What is Baboka saying? Somebody tell me.
All WS can say is, haha. We will run it by translation, Mikey, when we've got time. Still, Talon managing to rally off the back of that. Akashi does manage to buy out the Yasha anyway, so he's still in a good position to keep that farm game going. And you can see how much it takes to commit onto him with those arcanes. Had a little bit of flash mana, had a full stick. They had to go through his mana pool so much, it felt like the blast off didn't do much at all. Once it's true though, the Medusa does just melt. Smoke out from Talon. They've got charges up, full Spirit Vessel for Chuen.
If they could find Monet, it's just a dream, right? Look, running right into the Luna, but they will run north instead, looking throughout the top jungle, not expecting Monet to be farming the actual Dire jungle. And Monet, he's going to leave at the right moment as well. Realizing they are around the area, he will just kind of go towards that Dire triangle. Meanwhile, Akashi, he will not do the same. Sadly, Akashi probably just going to die, though does get the Stone Gaze off in time, and in fact, never mind. Still not dead, though Nothing to Say, looking for the chase, but does decide better off. Very close call there for Akashi, but he will barely make it out with his life intact, as now JT going to find himself in a spot of danger, but well, sadly for Talon, there's just no stuns to cancel the TPs on.
Yeah. They do manage to at least drag some tension back, huh?
I just realized, John, the only way to cancel a TP is Stone Gaze or Glimpse here with Talon. They've got nothing else.
And nothing goes through debuff immunity outside of Stone Gaze. So once you repel up or BKB up, yeah, you don't have many answers. The Side of Vice should be nice, but again, BKB repel just kind of ruins that. Let's see what Talon will want to do. They get the glimpse back on X-Nova at the very least.
They do. X-Nova definitely has no way out of this. We'll go down. I mean, WS, again, he's just finding too much, I think, off this map. Already 3-1-2 in terms of kill score, but more importantly, top of the net worth board here on the Timber. And we've seen over and over again what this man does when it comes to the Timber Sorers. Or mid lane now, Baboka going to be caught out. Beautiful glimpse back from Jokam and Chuen. He'll put the hand up. And this is kind of the keeper of the light game you like to see if you're Chuen. You know, just unlimited Spirit Vessel charges, easy kills with the glimpse backs. And just having the time of his life here on that mid keeper.
Yeah. He is starting to get that ramp up. Really great synergy with Solar Bind and the glimpse. It's an easy way to lock heroes in. Still have some good stacks coming in as well for Talon. So Akashi has some great catch-up if that is to be given to him. Still here in bot area for Akashi, and it's still not the most protected. No forward vision. Tier 1 still stands, to be fair, so it's a little bit harder for G2IG to sneak past. Comparison, Monet, with the Mask of Madness, is still keeping pace with Dedusa, though. You know, you're not really eclipsing with all of the space just yet for Dedusa. The Luna happy enough to play along here as well. And it just feels like, despite going 6-2 right now for Talon, G2IG are still in a really strong position. You're not ahead nearly enough on Talon's end. Your power spikes are starting to line up really strongly, though. High on WS, the burst damage is there. It just begs the question, like, what do you Omni Knight on hand? How do you deal with Repel? How do you deal with the Rolling Thunder? From nothing to say. You can't stop it. You can't stop any of that. So they have to play while they're strong here, I'm telling you.
It's Nova. He's going to have the TP rotations coming in from his teammate, so he will not die quite yet, but it is a hell of a lot of damage being dealt to the poor techies. It seems like Talon, they will just retreat. That is a lot of rotations committed, however. It's like G2IG just trying to stem the bleeding a little bit against Talon, and you can't quite blame them. This is a huge power spike timing now for Talon. Kind of like you want to play defensive, but you also just want to ensure that no real free kills go the way of Talon anymore, because they have been getting away with quite a lot.
Yeah, I think it's the right read from G2IG. Just prevent any losses towards the side of Talon, because they will feed off of these pickoffs quite well. It is their major power spike. You know, your Dusa still needs some time to cook up, but I don't think it kind of combines all too well. Right? Like, again, like, how do you deal with all of these debuff immunity with this kind of lineup? It just doesn't feel clean for Talon. Maybe a Nullifier can come out for Akashi in this kind of build. Does feel almost necessary to at least stop the Guardian Angel and Repel. And see if that's something that Akashi will cook up later on, after the Manta. Meanwhile, One already has the Dragon Lancer along with a Mask of Madness. Talon trying again with a smoke. Chuen and Jokam try to get that chase. They've got the Travels and Chuen as well to show up if anything happens, but there's the Techies effect. The mines come off, and what do you really do with a smoke?
It's kind of the thing, eh? It's just too strong, these proximity mines, so nothing to say. Still looking to perhaps get caught out here, as the Glimpse back is going to be there. They'll get the Static Storm as well.
Boy.
The Glimpse, however, ruining it. Oh, a little bit unfortunate there. Jokam tried his absolute best to ensure that Rolling Thunder did not come off, but nothing to say, we'll get it. Instead, into the mid lane they go. TPs are out. They'll see Baboka. Perhaps they can hope to secure his life with a nice little glimpse back. And they will. Baboka trapped up in the kinetic field, though he does get a very nice avalanche off, but it won't matter. WS does move in and clean up a very easy kill for himself on the Timber.
Yeah. That's a pickoff they need here in Talon. Again, any kill to get these openings, to get this game going for their side. Even Akashi showing up to help siege onto that mid-tier 1. Try to invade and keep that pressure across the map onto the top lane as well. Again, for the side of G2IG, you're 7-2, but you're only, what, 1k behind? Barely 1k behind, I'm sure. You're still getting free farm from Monet. You've got the Diffusal up and nothing to say if Akashi does poke his head out. Like, your answers are all here. You've got the Echo Saber fully done for JT. Just needs a shard, and then this Omni Knight will absolutely melt the Dusa as well. It's all lining up. And for Talon, there's a timer here. And that timer just feels like it's ticking closer and closer when this lineup could fall flat if you're not too careful. G2IG, you're just playing the perfect game of patience. There are some good wards here from Talon, right behind that tier 2, but just feels so hard to capitalize. You've got some great defensive wards still standing here for G2IG as well.
You absolutely do. The 2k advantage still standing here for Talon. She's still ahead of Monet as well, but only just by a little bit. Monet's still having a decent enough time here on the Luna. Understanding his job is to just hit creeps and farm the best he possibly can at the moment. You're kind of seeing X Nova as well, just kind of following the Luna around and just placing mines wherever he goes. You know, just ensuring that there's always some kind of information being provided to Monet just in case they are trying to go for a smoke rotation. Talon in the meantime thinking about trying to pressure that mid-tier 2 tower, though it is very, very early for that.
Jocam?
JT. Well, they'll find X Nova in the Static Storm, but Jocam will just get deleted as Chuan will at least be able to trade. Mines though, Chuan, he'll clear him out, no problem. He's alright.
Oh god. That is a little bit crazy from good old Jocam. Tries to get the Static Storm onto 2, but it's a little bit on edge. Tried to keep JT down. Not the biggest kill, but again, if you're Talon right now, you're hunting for every kill that you can possibly find. They're all just so important to try to get this tempo. 2k lead for Talon. Side of G2IG. Again, it's just an arms race. They're still finding farm on Monet. Manta to come next. They're getting the shard into Ags for nothing to say. They've got the shard up for JT. So this Omni Knight's just an absolute menace. We'll go for a smoke out here in G2IG. And not the most forward vision. Talon did have a lot of wards. Unsure if they actually caught a glimpse of that smoke. We'll see.
Here comes the smoke. Ponyo. The one to break the smoke if they do move in. Jump is there. Boca with a nice avalanche toss back will find the Phoenix. That is one down. There's nothing to say. Immediately out with the Rolling Thunder looking for the back lines. Does find Jocam. Though I do not believe can stick around. He has to get out of there because WS is now on the chase. Nothing to say. He's still trying to get his way out, but a glimpse is available in one, and they do manage to pop it off here onto the Pangolier. Nothing to say. In the middle of nowhere, does go down, and now the Stone Case from the high ground, locking down a couple more, but they do still manage to run their way out. Still, Talon want to fight. The chase is on. They want a little bit more than just the Pangolier. It seems like they probably will not get it though. I suppose the mid-Pango is still a huge pick-off, and they only lose their support Phoenix.
Yeah, that's actually a major win for Talon. Somehow managed to get that pick-off on nothing to say, just getting enough vision. Really good Thunderstrike coming out from Jocam in the middle of the roll to secure that vision for the later part. Ponyo, I mean, taking away the egg is pretty big, but it doesn't feel like the egg's all that important just yet for Talon's team fight. Again, there's no synergy with a Sunray anyway coming out. The Phoenix is just kind of the best sort of sacrifice to get for information. Again, it's just building off of that great usage of the Thunderstrike there to get last bits of vision out. And that positioning from Akashi to cut them off. Yeah, major win for Talon. They can try to capitalize off the back of they've got the Diffusal up for Akashi going into the Disperser. He's looking for more damage output, looking for ways to get some Dispel of his own onto himself to bail out. They've still got Egg, and they've still got Static Storm. Jocam didn't have it in the last fight here.
Monet spotted WS. He's found the perfect target. The glimpse back is not great, but it may not matter anyway as Monet is on the run. Avalanche toss though from Baboka does manage to secure Jocam, and well, they actually have not picked off Monet either. Monet is still fighting. Nothing to say will intervene now. He's on to Chuen. He's found the Keeper of the Light. Akashi even making his own appearance on the Medusa, just in case his team needs it. Rod of Aid tossed out. They're gonna find nothing to say with the lockdown. The chase is on once again for the Pango and nothing to say. Still running as WS now finding X-Nova. Meanwhile, Baboka cancelling his TP, ensuring that his mid lane is able to get away. Baboka will sacrifice himself. Though WS, he does not like what he saw. He wants the kill anyway, and he will find it. Screw your sacrifice, WS says.
Yeah, that's some outstanding coordination coming out from G2IG and Talon. Like the Repel just instantly ruins all of what you're trying to do here with that Static Storm. You can't keep them trapped in kinetic field. Static Storm doesn't spears, debuff immunity. It's just this Omni Knight is really the issue going forward. It's just losing your support, still not the biggest deal for the side of Talon. Again, they managed to get a decent usage of the egg as well to deny the area out from the side of G2IG. And it's really unfortunate for Nuts and Say. It's all of these bad rolls, bad bounces that kind of removes any sort of counterfight for G2IG. Just forced to fully retreat. And again, great read from Baboka to try to buy space for Nothing to Say, but great read from WS as well. Just to reposition. And again, this guy in the Timber Saw, it's his Probably his best hero, and he's a killer on it.
I think probably is not the right word, John. It almost feels like it's definitely the right hero here for WS. This man just always seems to perform on the Timber Store every single time I watch it, at the very least. And well, Talon, I mean, they're in a spectacular position right now, 3k advantage, but more importantly, it feels like the tempo of the game has just been their way ever since the landing stage has just ended. Roshan now looking to be the objective for the side of Talon, and I do not believe G2IG will be around to try and counter this. It does seem like it's going to be a very free Roshan.
It does look that way. I think the one big thing for G2IG as well, right? We're talking about all of these saves, talking about the nuisances of the Rolling Thunder and the Repel. When it actually does come out to the team fight, your team fight control is... It doesn't really compare to what Talon has. And they've got Egg, they've got Stone Gaze, they've got Static Storm. Your counterplay is just Repel and trying to find. Although
again to pick him off on the Pango. He's forced to pop the Rolling Thunder just to try and get away from the situation. But Chuen's even there, just in case he doesn't TP away. Though he will. And of course, Roshan was still happening this whole time. Karshi will happily take that and rejoin his team in the mid lane. And things are just going to get more and more challenging for G2IG. The net worth is really nothing. It's only 1k the way of Talon, but it's the way they've been playing this game. It just feels like it's just too overwhelming for G2IG at this point.
Radiant are scanning. Dire's middle tower.
Fusion Heavy can still work against Talon if things start to go south. Still on the hunt with the smoke. They run into an A, that's a big one.
They've got the mines.
The mines again.
It's kind of... Xnova's literally been following this Luna, placing mines wherever she goes, which it has been paying off, as you can see, because now Monet can just leave the area and just not get caught out. But I'm still surprised this hero doesn't appear more often, even if it hasn't been as strong as it once was. Just so much information with these damn proximity mines.
Yeah, it kind of makes me miss the old actual green mines now. At least that didn't ring a bell when you were smoked up. And they were annoying, but you just smoke around, you could actually play the game.
What if we brought the green mines back? What if we brought
Maybe
them
it comes
back, but
back.
they did make sounds?
Yeah, for oh, that's the worst of both worlds.
It's the best.
That would actually be so bad. Oh my god. It would still make a ring-a-ding-ding, but you'd have to manually detonate. And it still does the same thing.
Got rid of we get rid of reactive taser, make proximity mines his W, and then just get the green mines back. That solves everything. Rolling Thunder, bottom lane.
That's too much.
Nothing
You're
to
a
say.
maniac.
Glimpse back will not affect him. He's all right. Somewhere Slacks is nodding at what I just said, John. Somewhere in Birmingham, he's very, very happy with my recommendation. DT, jump is there, mid lane. They found the Omni Knight. They cannot kill the Omni Knight, though. I think he's a little bit too tanky. Glimpse back is there, though. Maybe I'm wrong, Jonathan. Never mind. Never mind what I said.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower
Boca?
has fallen.
Sat there for a moment. Looks like they were trying to send him across the map. Talon's still in complete control of this game 1. Chuen once again on the hunt. They're going to find Xnova.
Tower is under
But with the TP away, they completely ignore him anyway. Monet perhaps could be a nice target if they want to make their way over, but it's too many heroes around Monet at this point. In fact, G2IG are the ones smoked up, willing to go for a big fight. Talon are still grouped up as a unit though, so it should be pretty damn challenging to find the fight they're looking for. Akashi though, really frontlining for his team here. But G2IG, they do not want to initiate on the Medusa of all things. They want the backside. They're going to find Joe Cam here in that support disruptor, immediately blowing him up. But here comes WS, making the jump in on Maboka, but they don't have the burst. They'll lose the disruptor, but that's going to be about it. They'll back the hell out of it. I was like, where do you go from here? Like, G2IG. But keep the farm going. I mean, Monet is still doing a fantastic job in terms of the farm game. Problem is, Akashi is still well and truly ahead, and now goes for the eye of Skadi is... Well, bottom lane, WS. Will get caught by nothing to save, but he doesn't care. There's just no damage. Top lane, perhaps? WS, he knows they're around there somewhere. He'll make the jump in on his own. Maybe going a little bit too far, but no. They TP away from him. They do not want the smoke.
No.
Baboka.
Baboka. Ooh.
Gets caught, so does X-Nova. A nice egg to avoid the blast off. X-Nova almost guaranteed to die. And Baboka is also in massive trouble as WS will find another kill for the side of Talon.
They're finding all of these pickoffs, but again, like the net worth lead is not getting any higher. It's still only 1k. It feels like this timing that you're looking at from Talon, it's still strong, but it's gonna start fading away soon. Ag's up on Nothing to Say. You've got Monet already coming in with a Flactory, going for the Conda next. Has the BKB ready to go as well. Got the coverage of Repel. You've got the Conda coming out for JT. Conda Omni Knight is such a painful timing to deal with on top of all of this. Like, it's just so much output. You've seen WS already melt to those Ag Shard right clicks plus the hammer flying out. Now this is all going to scale. Talon, I mean, this is good progress they're making, but they still need to keep going at it. You know? They need to take these tier 2s. They need to somehow take next Roshan, look for the high ground opportunity. Because if they don't start looking at endgame by 35 to 40, then I think G2IG still have a clear shot back into this game.
They seem to think so too, because they've been more than happy to just sit back and avoid Talon as much as they possibly can. As now Baboka, as I say, avoiding them, tries to move in, but is going to get blown up. Baboka trying to run, JT trying to help him out, but it is not looking too good for the side of G2IG, because JT now also caught, needs to back out of there. They already lost Baboka, but Baboka's going to try and fight back in the middle of this team fight and rejoin his team. But it seems like G2IG just need to leave. Back towards the base they go. They'll try and get onto Joe Cam, finding the disruptor, but WS looking for Baboka will find him a second time. An immediate dieback for the Tiny. And all they'll really find is Joe Cam on the disruptor. But it does force Talon to back out of it.
Yeah, I mean, they can't take the follow-up fight. They did blow pretty much all their big ult, Stone Gaze plus Static Storm gone. Only the egg, but without any of that to follow up to protect, it's just not a clean 5v5. They're still trying to chase in G2IG, but you really have to respect the output of WS. Like, once that repel fades, this Timbersaw is just ripping heads apart. I like the build here for WS as well, going for the Octarine, or going for the Bloodstone, it looks like, just wanting to sustain true up front. With all of the damage he's doing, you can't really fault him for just looking to be that front line. You've got Chuen working onto his Hex, only about 600 gold away. So a little bit more much-needed control for Talon once that is up. For some reason, there's a Vambrace on the ground.
Never gets caught underneath the Sentry Ward there for a second and immediately gets bursted down by WS and Akashi. Onto the high ground they go, Talon. They want to try and pressure this tier 3 tower. G2IG, they will slowly make their way back to try and defend this, but it does seem like Akashi should at least be able to get away with the tier 3. Maybe not going to be sticking around for the racks though, as
Radiant's middle
Well, he will
tower
for now, Akashi. I thought he might wait for a Roshan attempt, but not quite. In fairness, he doesn't really seem like he needs the Roshan at the moment. But once he sees the fortification, that's going to be enough for him to get out of. Very conservative, but very clean at the same time.
Yeah, I think Talon understands just how important this game is. They're trying to get, maximize these opportunities as they come. See how far they can get away with things. Smoke out G2IG, but smoke as well from Talon here.
This could be massive. Akashi, though, moving in to potentially break the smoke of G2IG.
Dire are scanning.
It's not the Medusa you want to start with, but they have no choice. Monet, he's going to make the jump in, or rather run out, because WS is on the chase now. Monet, he's forced to pop the Eclipse and try to survive through this onslaught, but it's just so much damage flying in. Monet, he'll just BKB TP out of there. He doesn't want the fight. They'll just lose JT, and that'll be about it for the fight here for G2IG. They just didn't see the opening they wanted to try and make it go their way. And Akashi, he's been very good with his positioning. He's always just facing forward, making it so they have no way of getting into the back and taking out the supports.
Yeah, I have to give props to Jokam. Like this shard and the Disruptor, the Thunderstrike clip, nothing to say in the smoke. That gave the info, that gave the confidence for WS to come in. That is just insane. I haven't seen that. That shard is value, but to get that crucial information in that moment, it just gave so much to Talon. You force out the BKB, you find this kill onto JT again. It does feel like he needs a BKB of his own, it almost feels like, right? On top of the repel, he needs more debuff immunity just to tank through from what WS is trying to do here. And the Conda is still going to feel amazing. And he is queuing up that BKB, but it's still a ways off.
You saw that just in that replay, the choke point for the Static Storm. It's just a horrible position for G2IG to end up in. And well, like you said, Jokam made that fight very easy for the side of Talon. Speaking of easy, Roshan has respawned, so Talon will move right into the Roshan pit. G2IG, understandably, cannot allow this to go for free. So they are going to smoke up as 5 and rush towards the Roshan. And I believe they will make it in time to try and contest, though Roshan has already lost half its HP, so they don't really have any time to think about it.
No, they've got their own pseudo mines. Just 100 strikes down for at least to watch. Plan called out. Oh, just a bit too late.
Jokam
did get the Roche banner.
Static Storm will be there. Jokam already going down. WS trying to make the jump in. We'll find Baboka now, so they'll head down to Baboka, go after the Tiny first. Looks like we are going to have a buyback here from Jokam, trying to just get back into the fight as JT now has also been caught out in the Omni, though he'll get to the high ground of the Twin Gates. Baboka will jump back in, looking for Chuen, but can't quite kill him off. Here comes Jokam now, as they'll lose the Aegis on Akashi. Problem is, Monet's dropping way too darn low, but he'll pop his own BKB now and go for the man fight, finding Chuen on the Keeper. Can they keep Monet alive? He'll run towards the other side of the Twin Gates, and Talon, they're dropping like flies now. Maybe they've gone too far, but no, WS back on Monet, gonna find the big target. They've lost 4 though on Talon. It's literally just WS versus 3. As Akashi does also fall to nothing to say. A very messy fight, but I believe G2IG will and truly come out on top.
Oh, definitely so. Does cost them a buyback on JT, but that's the fight that we're looking for. WS at least finds one more to go. But that's the fight we've been looking for from G2IG. Right, like, just find these opportunities against Talon, picking off these supports, taking care of Ponyo before the egg can come in, taking care of Jokam, forcing the buyback to get the Static Storm off, not finding the angle. They isolate Akashi in a vacuum. Like, that fight is just so scattered. Akashi's stuck in the middle of everyone. No one's taking attention away. WS is chasing off elsewhere. There's no egg coming out. Again, Ponyo just gets deleted early on. And without all of that teamfight control, that's where these issues come in for Talon. That's where the damage can just lay on to that focused Medusa. They've got the Repel, they've got Guardian Angel that just causes issues in that vacuum. There's only so much you can really hope for from your Timbersaw. He has to chase so many heroes down if you don't manage to get that AoE control down.
.36 minutes in now, 23-12. G2IG certainly showing signs of life here, though they are still fairly behind the side of Talon. Looking at Dota Plus, it's sitting at roughly 9% right now for G2IG. Not the greatest of odds here if you are a G2IG fan, but the talent's still sitting very, very pretty. The thing is, though, we talked about this before the game even started, these two teams are known for dragging out the games for quite a while. So it could be one of those games where both sides will just keep pushing out waves and not allowing anyone to go high ground again. You already see Monet, he has queued up that Divine Rapier. He's ready for it. You know, that kind of Divine, you can't underestimate it.
No. You certainly can't. I mean, Lucent Beam is fun, but imagine if that was Sniper, Mike. Can you imagine? On the Divine on Assassinate. Whoa! Goodness gracious me! Maybe in the next game.
This is really just the perfect item for Luna, right? Like with the level 20 talent on top, having the Moonglaive bounces off the Lucent Beam. Kind of such a stupid item.
It is. I mean, it's such a fun item. I think it's the most fun item design we've gotten in a while. Most certainly more fun than good old Raid Pact. That's for sure.
Don't bring that crap up again, Chunt. Jesus.
You didn't have fun with Raid Pact, Mike?
Oh boy, that gives me some nightmares, that item. My goodness.
I didn't have fun with Raid Pact Underlord?
They're about to have some fun. They found nothing to say. Nothing to say is definitely just dead here as he cannot leave that static storm. Is now JT. Also on the run, WS is just going to chase him down, but actually going right in. WS just no fear in the world. Just look at the damage he's dealing. Meanwhile, Gwen, he gets blown up with the Eclipse. But Boca just tosses him in. They're still trying after this Timber Sword, but WS, he'll just do it himself. They can't deal with the Timber. Time to back out. Twen's brought back, so is Nothing to Say, so is X-Nova. Akashi, he's thinking about continuing. He wants to keep going by the looks of it. And he will. Here we go.
He's got his Nullifier flying out. Not going to be too concerned about any of the saves. Not that JT's around anyway. WS is just a maniac. You've got to have that confidence to go through the gate blocking. Unfortunate that Chuen does get picked off by Bubuka. Great spot for the toss back there. But it's really WS that's the issue. And the funny thing is, your hero to deal with WS is JT on the Omni. It's the Repel. It's got to be the Repel and the pure damage coming out. It's not safe for JT. He's so focused down by WS. And now when he shows up, there's a Nullifier on Akashi to simplify that for WS. He's not going to be as scared of that Repel as he once was. 2 racks advantage now for Telm off the back of that play. But it's such a risky move as well with that buyback in Chuen. They'll still try though.
Here we go.
The banner.
Yeah, it's something, all right. G2IG looking for the defense.
Oh,
the toss back. He's found Akashi with that. It could be the target they really need to start on. Akashi already almost out of mana, still trying to run with the disperser. Might make it out, but no, he's so low on mana. He just needs to keep running, but the blast off will lock him down. Still the fight continues. WS in the middle of all this, going after Monet, takes him down with him. You get rid of the Medusa, but WS is the real carry jump. This man just does not give a crap.
No, he doesn't. He's doing so much work. He's putting talent on his back, finding these openings, making it worthwhile. He managed to chip down the tier 3 tower to a pretty good point for the next shove in. Tried to slowly work their way onto those mega creeps. Akashi just a little bit too far forward. Again, Boboka finding these great tossbacks to give these opportunities for G2IG to keep this game going. Losing Monet puts a big dent in the plans here for G2IG. They can't capitalize to try to shove out. They can't gun for these tier 2s without that Luna. They can't hope for Roche. It's still a minute until the respawn. At very least, both sides will be fully up for that next Roche fight. G2IG needs to repeat the success they had in the last Roche fight this time around. With all of the buybacks committed from both sides, it's a risky position. Roche is going to be all in for both of them to kind of look for the endgame here. WS. What a maniac.
I mean, he's playing Timber, John. It kind of goes with the territory, you know? But he is really just crazy this game. And this is why you don't want to give this guy Timbersaw. Like, he is just a bit too comfortable when it comes to this hero. But performing pretty much every time I've watched it.
Yeah.
So Talon, I mean, the one lane away from just having mega creeps up. Dota Plus still giving G2IG a 3% chance of making a comeback in this game, which I think is a fair number. It just feels like every fight, it's all up to Baboka to get a nice toss back on somebody. And even that last fight, it felt like they barely killed off Akashi.
Yeah. They had to expend a lot. And it just comes down to how these drafts work. Like for G2IG, there's a lot less teamfight control. You're hinging off of really good rolling thunders from Nothing Say and the tossbacks. For Talon, it's just much more forgiving. You have Static Storm, which you will have the Ag soon here for Jokam as well. I believe it's flying in with a courier. So you won't have the BKB save left, although Repel should still save if JT's outside. See if G2IG can make something off of the smoke. Unfortunately, a longer Roche respawn as well. 2 minutes 20. Not going to be able to try to sneak away Roshan here, but they can set the mines, they can set the position up. Maybe try to bait Talon into another rough fight here.
And Roshan is going to be the location of this next fight, perhaps. I mean, it's still 2 minutes away. Talon are making their way over as well. More than happy to oblige. In goes WS, already getting so much information for his team. And look at Monet just melting to the damage of WS. He's already lost half his HP. Here comes Akashi. Tossback is there though, but Boka was waiting for the Static Storm to lock them down. And WS just shreds them. They just put him in the grinder. Oh my goodness. I mean, it's just, what do you do? Monet's gonna buy back. He's gonna try. Akashi's low on mana, but can they deal with him? Akashi's manning up. He'll run away now. But JT and Nothing to Say. They will secure the Medusa kill. Problem is, can they really keep the fight going? They are trying. Monet, he's on to Chuen. He'll take down the Keeper of the Light. It's only WS versus the world now, but WS may just be enough to do it on his own. Or is he? 3 versus 1. WS is still just manning up. Just look at this guy.
There's no way.
There's
no way. What the hell?
WS, what an absolute giga chat. He doesn't care.
What the hell?
Monet just died back. It was a 3v1.
He's insane.
What
the hell did WS have this morning? Oh my god. That's just monstrous. Oh. No words. That just speaks for itself. Really great openings found by G2IG and Talon. You know, Jokam gets that big Static Storm to force out the buyback. But WS sets all of that up by himself. Finds these openings. Great toss back from Baboka, putting Akashi in a really bad spot once more. But what do you do about this Timbersaw? We talked about JT being the counter. Even the pure damage doesn't seem to matter to this guy.
I just don't know what you do. I just don't know what you do. It really does feel like the Timbersaw is just uncontrollable this game, and Roshan now gonna spawn up. Still down to the bottom right side of the map, but it'll make its appearance very, very soon. And with that Talon, they'll have first dibs on the next Roshan. Yes, you're still seeing that replay carry on, like it's just been that long of a replay that we're watching.
What a maniac. And they'll get Roshan off the back of that too. That's insane for it. Like, they'll still find Roche. Talon lose out a lot. They work that fight. WS just plays with full confidence. And they'll find Roche for their trouble. Secondary life for Akashi. Free Ags as well. So you've got the Mystic Snake bouncing around. That turns people into stone. More control, more utility. Cheese up for WS. Not that it feels like he even needs that at this point, mind. Has that safety net. Talon, 32 to 19, 24k up. G2IG. They need to finish up on Monet. Just get the Swift Blink. Get the Divine. Play around with your beautiful Conda and Lucent Beam combo once the Divine's up. Nothing to say was so close.
Very close. That Shards of Jokim, I know you pointed this out earlier, but He has been doing so much work with that damn thing. It's just so hard to try and get in positions where you can set up when JoeCam's just placing these damn thunder strikes all over the place.
Dire's top tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower.
It's a great counterpoint to the techies, right? It just makes it so hard. I mean, it's much more closer. It's not as wide a map to get that info, but it's been doing so much work for JoeCam.
But you just can't. He continuously just places it in the tree lines everywhere they go.
Yeah.
And Baboka's just like having to play like this chess match with JoeCam as to where the thunder strikes are going to be. Here we go again. Baboka gets scouted immediately. As we say it, WS jumps in. Baboka forced the BKB through.
Oh, the mines?
Does get the toss back, but WS, he's more than happy to Wind Waker away. Meanwhile, Nothing to Say has popped the Rolling Thunder, but I think they're hoping that everyone from Talon just runs into the mines. That's really all they've got. The problem is the person doing it is WS, and he's more than happy to tank through this damage. They toss him in now. Is it enough?
Oh, they got the damage.
WS, they blow him up. They've got him. But the buyback is there. WS is incoming. Meanwhile, Nothing to Say, locked down by the Stone Gate, still rolling away, but now the egg will stun him up. He's in huge trouble. He'll still get out of there, though, just barely. Akashi looking for the final lane of barracks. JoeCam will get a glimpse back. They'll find JT with that one, but there's no backup. Here come the Megas.
Ooh. It just takes so much. It was half the minefield. It had to come in to kill off WS. Maybe the minefield sign is actually the counter here, huh? Toss back with minefield sign? That could be it.
I mean,
if they could farm that.
Maybe. I've farmed that item a few times, Sean. Let me tell you, it hasn't helped me.
Akashi?
Toss back onto Akashi. This could be a big deal if they can find the Medusa one more time. The problem is the Aegis is going to mean they have to find him that second time. And WS, he's still just front lining, just taking no damage. Akashi, one of the tier 4 towers, he knows he's safe because WS just casually jumping in onto Monet every single time he sees him. It just removes half his HP on his own. Ancient exposed. Akashi still under attack here from Baboka. The tossback, though, is not going to be on the Medusa. It'll be on Nothing to Say. Nothing to Say trying desperately to survive, but he is gone. The buyback is there. Still onto the Ancient they go. Now JT in trouble. JT dying to boot. He'll buy back as well. Onto Monet they go. The Luna just stuck between a rock and a hard place. She'll try to run, but WS is there just to cut her off. JT will die back. X-Nova is gone. He'll buy back immediately. Monet is still in huge trouble. And Monet is down. Call it, boys. It's over.
Oh my god.
Talon will take game number 1. And I'm just going to say it. WS carried the game by himself. He just carried the game. There's no two ways about it.
That was the most insane Timbersaw performance we've seen in a long time. WS, what a bloody maniac this guy is. Again, we've watched WS for years. We've seen him on a bunch of, pretty low tier teams, pretty mediocre teams. He comes into Boom. He shows off what he can really do. He comes onto Talon with Ponyo, who's also been with him for such a long time, and they just go insane. Like, he is hands down the MVP here. He did so much work to open it up. It looked dicey a couple of times, and again, there was a way for G2IG to play this, but Talon managed to dance around it, even if it felt a little bit slow, even if it felt like their net worth advantage for pretty much 25 to 30 minutes was limited to, 4K at most in that time range. WS just goes insane. Like that investment onto the Timbersaw, the lack of a direct Timbersaw counter, no breaks on hand. Pure damage from JT, not enough. Magic damage on him with Eternal Shroud, a pipe dream to kind of kill him off. And WS just makes all of it work for Talon. Good God, what a game 1.
Yeah, absolute ripper of a game here between these two teams. And G2IG, I think, might be a little bit kind of shocked as to what the hell's happened here in this game 1. Not expecting this kind of... not expecting this kind of outcome, I'd assume, here against the side of Talon. And if you're Talon here, going into game 2, you must be feeling pretty damn good, pretty confident, I would argue, as already off to a fantastic start. And I mean, Talon are fighting for their lives. You kind of pointed this out earlier as well, but they are in the danger zone of Group A right now, and they certainly would love a 2-0 victory up against G2IG to really solidify their chances of remaining at ESL 1 Birmingham. And they're off to a good start, John. I mean, game 1 is now theirs. Game 2, even if they found a draw now against G2IG, they might still have a decent chance of staying in the running to get to the playoffs.
Potentially. And again, a draw could keep you alive, but 2-0 is definitely what every team's looking for at day 2 now. Have to see if Talent can rally. My concern for Talent coming in, G2IG will not let them have the Timbersaw once more. Like, it's going to be banned out or picked up for JT straight up if he wants to kind of take it back to Talent here, which, you know, I mean, it's again, WS's best hero. I think he would argue that his Mars is the better hero, but I don't know if they can fit the Mars in for Talent here. I mean, they've run it, again, in the qualifiers. They've run it in the qualifier to Birmingham, but we haven't seen much of Mars at all here. So I don't know if it's viable for Talent to dip back into that for WS. Still, considering his performance, if the guy's feeling it, then maybe it doesn't matter what hero he plays.
Well, with that, John, we are going to head off to a short break, of course. And right after that break, we'll be back with Game 2 between Talon and G2IG.
At some point in every gamer's life, there's a question to be asked. Do your clothes match your hobby in any situation? Or do they just represent what you dream of? No matter what situation, there's always the right way and the wrong. The only real question is, which are you going to choose? Decide for yourself.
Treasure, been longing for someone to call my treasure. Measure, no one in this world could ever measure. Oh, back in time with you. Always going back in time with you. Always on the run. I see pleasure in your eyes. Treasure in the skies. Rain and diamonds from the skies. I see pleasure in your eyes. Precious, you're the only one, you are my precious. Precious, there's no other word that can describe you. Back in time with you. Always going back in time with you. Always on the run. I see pleasure in your eyes. Treasure in the skies. Rain and diamonds from the skies. I see pleasure in your eyes. I see clearly now. I swim 1,000 seas. I see pleasure in you. I hope you see pleasure in me. I see pleasure in your eyes. You're a treasure in the skies. Rain and diamonds from the sky. I see pleasure in your eyes. With you, I'm always open-minded. I'm not the one that I used to be. Phasing in and out, acting all crazy. Yeah. Turning my head inside out, spinning my mind till I'm upside down. I never had any doubts. Stand out in the crowd. You're resolute, just like a leader. Yes, you're a leader, and I'm not gonna lie. When I'm with you, with you, with you, I'm feeling crazy when I'm with you, with you, with you. It's all a game to you, but I'm not playing. Focus, listen, it's obvious. Fight for me and I will fight for you. Girl, you really make me go crazy. You make me go crazy. When I'm with you, with you, with you, I'm feeling crazy when I'm with you, with you, with you. You make me crazy when I'm with you, girl, with you, girl, with you. You make me crazy when I'm with you, with you, with you, girl.
So tell me, baby, what you got for me? We got desires, gotta set them free. No use denying what you want from me. 'Cause we're just looking for some company. So tell me, baby, do you like what you see? 'Cause Friday night, girl, yes, I'll be free. I know your friends said to forget about me, but I can be everything that you need. So baby, hold on, don't let go. I bet for you, what you know. I'll meet you after the show. So baby, come on, don't let go. Give me a loving. So give me a loving. So give me a loving. So give me a loving. Empty bottles on the hotel floor. Blurry vision, but you're hard to ignore. Kinda feels like we've been here before. I feel your energy, girl, I want more. So baby, hold on, don't let go. I bet for you, what you know. I'll meet you after the show. So baby, come on, don't let go. Give me a loving. So give me a loving. So give me a loving. So give me a loving.
welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here for ESL 1 Birmingham group stages for day number 2. And it is, of course, a series between Talon and G2IG. If you missed out on game number 1, you missed out on an absolute banger of a game here. Talon managing to pull off game number 1 against G2IG. This is, of course, MLP Dota and John X5. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. Happy to see you. Of course, you did just see Talon beat G2IG in the first game. I'll ask you straight off the bat, what happened to G2IG in that game? Jonathan, was it a draft issue? Was it a performance issue? What went wrong?
I mean, they could have itemized a little bit more, I guess, to counteract WS, right? Like, there was no healing reduction on hand, there was no Scotty, there was no Shivas to try to mitigate some of that frontline durability that Ws did have on hand. I don't think it was necessarily a drafting issue. I think they had the right idea to be confident with Pango into the Dusa. Akashi didn't feel like the biggest problem. He was doing a lot of work, a lot of damage there, but it was more on really WS and to an extent Jocam and Ponyo. More on Jocam though. WS and Jocam I think did the most work there. The static storms were setting up really nicely. They were reliant heavily on JT with a repel to save them from that. And if JT couldn't repel, because he was also stuck in the static storm and BKB was down, then the fight just kind of goes sideways. It was just a hard draft to kind of try to play teamfight around. For the side of G2IG, they didn't have as much teamfight control as Talon did. You know, you had the egg for Talon, you had static storm, you had WS being a maniac, and you had a stone gaze. So it was much easier for Talon to play AoE control there. Whereas for the side of G2IG, it just wasn't as present outside of like Rolling Thunder. So maybe, considering how Talon was playing last game, they could try to adapt into more teamfight orientation. But I can't really confidently say it was a draft issue. Not entirely. It did play a factor. I guess itemization's a little bit more into that, and just the way they choose to pick these fights. It was always Talon kind of jumping in. It didn't feel like G2IG were able to find that many openings. They were happy enough to sit back and farm and play more Dota here.
They certainly were. We'll see what they change up for game number 2, because I believe the draft is just about to get underway. And there you go, right on time. As the second ticks down, we have our game 2 draft between Talon and G2IG. I'd love to see G2IG go for a bit more comfort, right? Like maybe not go for those experimental picks like the offlane Omni Knight, but maybe just go back for the comfort picks here up against Talon. Talon, in the meantime, I mean, just keep doing what you're doing. They're doing a fantastic job. Just give WS Timp. Everything else will work itself out. That's the answer,
Yeah, it does feel like it. If they don't ban it out in G2IG, I wouldn't be surprised if Talon would try to sneak it away. But G2IG does have first pick overall, so they might be forced to ban out the Timbersaw on Talon's end, just to prevent JT from having his own Timbersaw. We know how well his Timbersaw is as well. Keen on seeing if that's something that Talon will consider. They take out the Razor and the Chen to open. G2IG not really straying too much from what they did last game. DK gone. Seems to be the first base ban up against Talon every single time. Do they want to pick the Timbersaw? If they do, they leave it here. If they want to not pick it, then they have to ban it in these next few bans. Otherwise, well, Talon's just going to have access to it again. Again, they could probably itemize against it. Like Shivas would have made a world of a difference. Scotty on Monet would have done a world of difference as well. They do respect ban that Jocam Disruptor. There's no glimpse backs, no nasty shards to break up the smoke as well with the ground target Thunder Strike. At the very least, that did so much work. It's unbelievable how much that does when you are trying to scout out and you just clip someone and it just goes sideways.
Yeah, it was very impressive as well, because I think a lot of people agree that that's one of the worst shards in the game. But Jocam kind of showed us that shards can actually be pretty useful in certain situations, and he certainly was very useful that game around. As a couple more bans to go before we can see these drafts begin.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Respect ban out on the Pango here for nothing to say is a little bit surprising as well. He kind of did have a bit of a struggle against the side of Talon that last game, but in fairness, it may have been mostly the Disruptor that was causing the big headaches for nothing to say. And seeing the Disruptor ban out, they don't want to risk having that mid Pango go back the way of G2IG.
I'm surprised that Talon also leave again that Timbersaw. Again, G2IG has first pick overall. So if they don't ban the Tim, they're probably going to pick it up here on G2IG. Maybe that's really the consideration here. WS again still has his own wide hero pool. Stuff like Mars is still there. Stuff like Doom, I suppose, is always an option as well. Magnus for WS is something that he loves to play as well. So I guess even if you do take the Timbersaw, I'm pretty sure Talon would know how to counteract it as well. In as much as JT is also a prolific Timp. Now they ban it, and they go with Kunkka here for nothing to say. So they do manage to take another special out here for nothing to say very early on. I mean, he does perform really well in the Kunkka, and it does help you set up for these fights a lot better. Much more team fight presence with a Kunkka. They can flex it for JT offlane as well if there's a need for it. And it just sets up a little bit more for these engagements. These big 5v5s, you do have a little bit more coming in to help you get control and turn that fight your way.
What is it, Joe? You're having a laugh about something?
Everyone's just always toying around with hand warmers.
That's
it, just every time. Everyone was literally just tossing them around in both drafts. It's like, all right.
I do wonder what the expenses are for these teams on these hand warmers. Couldn't help but notice as well, Jonathan. I was watching some of the ESL ads that we had there in the bottom left side. Apparently, there's electric hand warmers now. Electric hand warmers. Have you heard about this? Rechargeable hand warmers, Jonathan.
Yeah, they're just basically batteries that get hot, aren't they? In a very basic sense.
I'm not sure, John. I've never used hand warmers myself. I'm just saying.
Yeah. They should check them out. They should have them on, well, I guess with how the players treat their hand warmers, I guess them just get busted. You do see that the Mars banned out by G2IG, along with the Tiny, so they're trying to take away a lot of comfort from Talon's end. Talon do proceed with Shadow Demon, which is such a pesky support to have, as we've seen time and time again. Disruption saves are big. Demonic Purge, Demonic Cleanse are massive. Mind you, you cannot get that level 3 ultimate with a shard. Do not do that.
Do not. DP will come out. G2IG. How do they do respond?
10 seconds.
It doesn't look like they're too stressed anyway. I mean, maybe just kind of accepting what happened in game 1. Just move on.
5 seconds.
No need to dwell over it, boys. Back into the reserve time for the second pickup. A lot of thought being placed, but they are going to go back to the techies, which I think makes enough sense. You know, no need to kind of change things around with the techies. You know, I still think he was doing his job just fine.
Yeah, I think they did a lot of work with the techies there. Still breaks up a lot of these rotations out that Talon will want to do, except I think Talon has better mind clearing now, and they've got at least disruption illusions to help you clear out. I like that sneaky Elder Titan pickup as well for G2IG. It's such a great teamfight tool in conjunction with the control you have with the Blast Off and the X Mark into Torrent both. You should be able to easily burst someone down on Talon's end. And it's such a great laning support as well, like Techies and Elder Titan do a lot in your lane. So I like seeing this from G2IG, just setting up stronger lanes, trying to shut down that early momentum Talon has been bringing out. This is also something Talon loves to play. Ponyo loves his Elder Titan, so they take that tool away from Talon. But that also means, you know, Talon should be familiar with the ins and outs of how to deal with that in lane, as they have had to study it themselves to utilize it. Curious to see where they go. I think this Death Prophet pick for Talon as well, it's pretty flex. We've seen WS play this a couple of times. It tends to be Chuen. And they do manage to pick up the Sven for Akashi along with Phoenix once more. So this time they've got the front line with a really good combination with Phoenix. Like Sunray is going to do a lot of work to keep Akashi and our DP for Chuen alive for a very long time. They can sustain through a lot of that burst damage that G2IG will want to bring out later on in the game. And the Sven's just a really great way to counteract even just the armor reduction, right? Like that the Elder Titan can do. Removing your base armor doesn't matter when you've got Warcry plus your Shard, your Warcry Shard active. So you're not going to be as squishy as you'd want to be when you're facing up against this ET.
It certainly does help, that's for sure. G2IG, fourth pick for themselves now. What are we looking at, boys? 1 minute reserve time left here. G2IG still thinking heavily about this fourth pickup, looking for that second core. Oh, again. Here we go. The sniper comes out another time.
Ooh. Ooh. I'm not sold on the sniper pick here. I think in one sense it's really good because you'll be standing a million miles away from the egg. You're never going to get hit by the spirits, ideally. It's very, very hard for the Phoenix to kind of get that attack speed slow onto you, so like a Mask of Madness build, the Phoenix egg is a non-factor. At the same time, Sniper's physical damage is non-existent up against a Sven. It's just Warcry, and you literally do no damage as a Sniper. It's not going to feel great. I think maybe the lane matchup is what they're gunning for. Sniper versus DP is what they expect, instead of DP versus Kunkka, which we've seen multiple times, and DP can play around. Melee hero matchup, you can still threaten with a Spirit Siphon, I suppose. But there's still flex. Like, DP can still go off lane instead for WS, and QN could maybe consider something like the Tusk here, if it's not banned out. They are banning out mids on G2IG's end. They take care of that Kotl, Talon, maybe considering the Sniper as well. I don't know if Monet would want to play that safe. Doesn't sound like a great idea. Yeah, they'll ban out safe lane, so lining up for a JT Kunkka into a nothing to say Sniper? Maybe you could flip those around? Offlane Sniper is, it's an idea, I guess.
10 seconds remaining.
It's something, Jonathan. I don't know if I'd recommend it.
5 seconds.
It's something. The answer to all this is just don't pick Sniper.
No, I think the only way to make your Sniper feel like it has damage here is the Conda Ags. It has to be. It's got to be the Conda Ags.
Not this again, John.
With the Divine. Let's do it. Let's do it. Rush the Divine first, like some people in my turbo pubs do, for whatever reason.
So be it. Just do it.
10 seconds remaining.
Can you imagine that? One death from the Sniper. Like an Ags up on Akashi and you just give it Divine away for no reason.
Amazing.
They're not that crazy. Would be funny, but no.
Dire team pick.
Well, get rid of the Brewmaster as the final ban out here. See,
they're worried
WS
about that
really
flex.
popped off.
They're really worried about the flex. I mean, they banned out his Timber, his Mars, and his Brewmaster.
Yeah.
They're trying to cover all their bases by banning out the Chu and Kotl. They know the flex is coming in for Talon. They have last pick overall. G2IG will have to show their hand. Here, it is the CK, which there's not a lot of AoE to deal with CK at the very least. There's still a lot of armor. I think that's my issue with G2IG right now. You're basically almost all physical, right? Like, Kunkka is a good hybrid. Sniper's right click's definitely mostly physical. CK's all in physical with minus armor reduction.
5 seconds.
Sven just doesn't care. Once he reaches the point with Shard, maybe an AC, you're not going to be physically bursting these heroes down. Even with ET on hand, it's just not really the case. You could run DP into a CK lane just alright for the side of Talon. It's maybe not the most aggressive, considering that you're going to be with Shadow Demon. Like, it's not really a setup lane to run down. But it's a stable enough farming lane. Your Shadow Demon has room to just stack up, because the DP should be able to self-sustain once level 3, level 4 is up. You can get Chu-En, something like that, Tusk, if you're really worried about the Sniper here. They go to the Magnus.
Oh.
So they go with the WS Magnus here. That's one way to close out. And they should just go, Chu-En, DP, so they'll cop the DP versus Sniper lane, which I suppose is not the ideal for Death Prophet. Sniper has a little bit more play. You can sit further back. Spirit Siphon's not a threat. And JT on the Kunkka should have a decent enough time up against Akashi as well. But there is some good magical burn on Ponyo. Good percent scale damage with the Sunray if he gets a value point, like something like a 1-3-1 build. Doesn't sound too bad to help Akashi hold his lane. A rather interesting draft. I think the main reason I keep pointing out Tusk is because it's the safest way to jump the Sniper. WS on the Mag might not be the easiest game to look for that blink angle with all the shrapnel flying around, so it's not going to be the most straightforward to try to jump this backline squishy core. I think G2IG, again, they cover some of their bases really well. They've got some good team fight combos with the Kunkka and the ET. But I don't know if it's enough. I know about the sniper for nothing to say. That's the big question mark. The lane should be good up against the Death Prophet. Beyond that, I'm not sure how it feels in this game.
It's going to be a very interesting game number 2. Again, Talon are the ones that desperately want the 2-0 victory, whereas G2IG, of course, want to force the draw here, but they are pretty well safe in the group stages, I would argue. So Talon definitely the hungrier team, I would argue, for game number 2. We shall see how it all does pan out between these two teams. And well, Talon, it surprised me at the very least for game number 1. See if they can surprise me again for game number 2.
Yeah.
See what WS does do on this mag as well. Like, is he going to just carry a second game in a row?
We did see his Magnus yesterday. I think his plays were good, but he wasn't popping BKB early. I don't know if... It doesn't feel like that's as big of an issue in this game. Otherwise, he was doing a fantastic job on that mag as well. It's not as crazy as his Timbersaw last game, that's for sure. There's also a little bit of an aspect of... You know, the reason why WS and Boboka were chatting with each other. I almost forget Boboka was on that Boom roster when WS was on that Boom roster as well. I always forget. Yeah. They were together,
it always comes back together.
And Alphon, to an extent. Shout out to Alphon. He's not getting into any lands right now.
Oh.
Unfortunately.
I think you could have stopped the, you didn't, the words right now, maybe not necessary in that sentence, Bill.
It is what it is. It's just reality, Mike. You know?
It is. G2IG, grouped up in the mid lane, not looking to force an early fight, though Talon have smoked up as 5. With the draft of G2IG, I mean, even with the older Titan, it doesn't seem like they're overly interested in forcing this fight. No idea what's being said here between the boys. All I know is Chuen had a keyboard issue by the looks of it.
I have no clue. I tried running it through a Pinion translator. It would not tell me anything. I have no clue. Okay. There is no help here. I'm sure we can ask them in the interview. Either one. They'll tell us.
We'll just wait it out. I mean, G2IG, like, again, I don't believe want to fight. Generally, the team with the older Titan usually wants to go at it whenever they can, but it's like they're more than happy to just sit back by that tier 1 tower and just wait for Talon to reveal themselves. In fairness, JT is not around his team at the moment, so perhaps that's what's stopping them from trying to go for a bit of a fight. So JT more interested in just controlling the creeps in his lane.
Yep. Get some sprays down as well. Lovely Skyrat embracing his base. Everyone loves these new voice lines as well. It's just all over the place.
Have you been reading the lore as you go through the
Oh yeah,
the
it's
new
pretty fun.
Okay,
it's pretty fun. Again, as a cavern crawl, it's pretty good. It's pretty good for what it is.
Okay.
And you'd want more, but you know, you technically can't complain, I suppose.
That's why I said nothing. I paused and waited for you to keep talking, John, because I know you have more to say than just it's pretty good. You've always got.
I mean, it is good. It's just like you want a new letter. You want a new patch. You want that Ringmaster out. Not yet there. It's Crownfall, not Clownfall. Taking a look at mid lane. Neither one's wearing crowns, but nothing to say. On the sniper, up against Chuen on that DP. And again, this lane should be pretty good for the sniper. I don't think it's awful for DP though, to be fair. Like, this is a manageable lane for Chuen. You play with Crypt Swarm, you're probably not going to get too much value from your Spirit Siphon, but you're not under real threat from nothing to say, even with Take Aim and Headshot. So it should just be a fine farming lane. Maybe a little bit more pressure in Chuen to secure runes. Beyond that, not too much more. Can give a gander to the other lanes down bot. We've got Akashi on the Sven with Ponyo on the Phoenix up against JT's Kunkka and Boboka on that Techies. Lots of play potential here for the side of G2IG, especially by level 3. X Torrent into Blastoff. Got Constant Harassment up with the Tidebringer up against a melee hero of Sven. Not the hardest time to nail any of this. You've got some good output. And with all the magic damage you have, it's not the comfiest for Akashi in the first few levels here.
No, it absolutely is not. Certainly some kill potential to be had here from the boys of G2IG. If Akashi does overextend, as now GT, or rather JT, needs a quick pause. He wants to give it a crack. Probably just a bit of a ping issue here. So the final lane as well, top lane, you're going to have Monet and X-Nova against WS and Jokam. Nice little setup there with the disruption to the skewer play as well, if you do find G2IG overextending. But those options are always available, though for now, the creeps by the tier 1 Dire Tower, chances are they're not going to go for anything of the sort.
No, great body blocks as well from X-Nova to ensure no pulse can come out to stabilize the lane, to get those opportunities out. For WS, you're having a great time farming up here for Monet. It's not as threatening as the Timbersaw lane for sure. Like these Magnus lanes, the threat does come out from the skewer back. Even then, Monet is really tanky as well, and once he hits level 3, level 4, he can trade back quite nicely with a Chaos Strike, so it's got a little bit of a twack back that you don't necessarily want to deal with here for WS. This should lead to some good timings overall. We'll see if they can kind of work it out a little bit better. Good pull out from X-Nova as well. Stabilize the lane. Overall, you are getting a little bit more for WS there, and you're certainly getting a lot more for Chuen mid now. And nothing to say can try to play with his range, but he can't really threaten the Death Prophet either. He can also just stand back, clear out the creep wave much more consistently with Crypt Swarm as well, and just take control of the runes from shoving out here.
Is under attack.
Still no first blood being drawn out yet. 3 minutes into the game. Mid lane Chuen is having another great old time. Ahead in CS right now on the Death Prophet, and it is another specialty of Chuen. Like, you do tend to see him play these heroes like the DP quite a bit. As top lane, a skewer back play is there. X-Nova taking a lot of damage on his way out, but does eventually get the stomp. Problem is Jokam is still chasing him down and stacking up the Shadow Poisons. So X-Nova, one more will do it, and Jokam will be able to land it. So first blood, the way of Talon. And even if the tower didn't really play a part, that disruption into the skewer is still very, very effective at just kind of putting you in a very awkward position.
It doesn't feel great for that Elder Titan. No real counterplay outside of just trying to Echo Stomp your way out. And a nice pickup to be found here for Talon, just to get things going here for WS and for Jokam. They are still farming up nicely on Monedo, so all things considered, that aggression in sports is nice, but you're not stopping that CK from building up here.
A nice little kill onto Ponyo down at bottom lane as well, but Boka able to make sure that the Icarus dive was cancelled with blast off. Nothing Ponyo could have done about that. And Akashi still having some pretty much free farm here at the bottom lane anyway, but so is JT, which I think is perhaps maybe even more of a concerning sign, because we have seen these Kunkkas really start to pop off if you do get an early Aghanim Scepter. And I'm sure JT will probably be thinking about that early Ags here on this offlane Kunkka.
Yeah, that timing's massive. You're not going to be able to line up a fast BKB on all of your cores to counteract that for sure. So it's going to lead to a lot of opportunities to play around this teamfight strength that G2IG have drafted for themselves this time around in comparison to game 1. They're also starting to get a little bit more for nothing say on mid. Like, has managed to at least even out. Chuen has to be pretty careful here.
West goes down. Very fire will keep him alive. And again, he does know the limits of this hero. He has played the Death Prophet mid quite a lot throughout his time. Has fallen just a little bit behind, nothing to say now on the sniper, but it is to be expected against this hero. Rotations are coming as well, but Boka is here on the techies and does have the blast off ready to go whenever. Looking for perhaps a jump in onto Chuen, but maybe not into that tier 1 mid tower. It looks like he's eventually going to retreat.
They're keeping a lot of wards on mid. They committed both of their laning wards early on, just to watch the mid lane of Chuen. They're still watching behind the tier 1 as well, right by the Watcher. They don't want to have nothing say bullied out. They understand the importance of having a start in the sniper. And they are having that start. We'll see if they manage to get lucky with the runes here. But Talon, they're still looking to play aggressive. They've got Exo ready to go. Don't manage to get the rune spawned in their side though. So a nice amp damage rune. For nothing to say to find.
X-Nova. Nice TP away, but it's not going to be enough. Even with the disruption already being committed, just the damage output from Chuen was more than enough to get the job done. Thing is, this Exorcism's not really going to lead to a tier 1 mid tower push, but it does lead to at least a bit of farm here for Chuen. It is only 6.5 minutes in anyway, so chances are he doesn't really care too much. He'd rather the gold.
Yeah, you can't really run down the sniper too safely either, unless you fully commit with your supports. And we're not at the point where your supports are high level. It's still fairly early in the game, so a real threat onto the tier 1 just not that feasible for the side of Talon. Happy enough with a pick-off. They're getting some space out for Akashi and for WS, which is really the big important part for Talon. Again, their side lanes aren't as aggressive this time around, so they do need some room to just sit back and farm these cores. With all of the attention mid, they've been given some of that room to just get some of that initial build-up that this lineup does need. WS as well does go for the 1-3-1 build on the Magnus, focusing on the Empower, just knowing that it's going to be a slower game. Coming out here wants to work onto that Blink. Should have the farming pace to do so, although Monet...
You're back onto Monet. TPs are incoming to try and help out. X-Nova right around the corner. Here comes Maboka with the blast off, and Monet, he wants to go for the fight now, moving in onto the Shadow Demon, but he does think better of it as he was taking a bit too much damage. Joe Camp, still in danger, does eventually go down. WS still trying to pressure, but it is 1 versus 3. He cannot do much. And Monet ultimately will survive throughout all that. Happy days for Monet.
Survives through. He gets to soak a little bit of golden EXP as well. Again, the key play for Talon there is it's buying space and time. It's freeing up the bot lane. Akashi's not under pressure. It's just playing in the jungle. You've got room as well for Chuen to not be threatened with collapse from the sniper +2. Working on to the Atos to try to get pinned down on the chase down here as well. And just doing what they can to mitigate this aggression G2IG showing. Like, they get this gate across down bot, but they're scanned out. Even Ponyo has a route out here.
Ponyo's running. X-Nova knows he can't do much about it. Kashi has already left the bottom lane. He's just right into the jungle, just happy to abuse that great cleave. And G2IG, of course, is going to focus on that bottom tier 1 tower and open up the map a little bit. Top tier 1 is going to go completely uncontested for now as well. Seems like WS will just not bother trying to pressure yet. He's just by himself. Instead, Chuen is pressuring the mid tier 1 tower now. It's a pretty valuable tower to lose for G2IG. Nothing to say he's going to show up around that area and try to defend the best he can, and so will X-Nova. Seems like they're more than confident with just these two to ensure that tier 1 mid tower does remain defended.
They can keep it alive. And they managed to find that bot tier 1 in exchange. They're opening up this area where Kashi was previously farming. As mentioned, pull back well. Really, I like this line of wards from Talon. They just have a good line of vision for any rotations onto bot and mid. Again, they're just mitigating this early tempo that the side of G2IG are trying to bring out. And this stalemate, it feels pretty good for Talon, not gonna lie. I mean, you're gonna hit your power spikes in G2IG, but Talon are farming so efficiently. They've got so much cleave on hand. They can just kind of work it and just get that build up. As long as they keep finding these tier 1s, I think there is some pressure on Chuen to kind of eye top now after taking that mid. See if he will opt for it in the next minute 20 when that EXO is back up.
So only 2 to 10 minutes in, a pretty slow game thus far between these two teams. JT getting very, very close now to the Axe build up. And I do wonder, like, in a slow game, who it would favor more. So WS has picked up his Blink Dagger now on the Magnus, so that's coming out on the Courier. Meanwhile, mid lane, a bit of a group up here onto Chuen. JT looking to get the X back onto the DP, does manage to land it. Chuen, hoping for a few TP rotations, will get what he wished for. They will keep Chuen alive. When Akashi and Ponyo showing up is going to be more than enough for G2IG to just back out of there. They may still be okay with just knowing that the rotations were made.
Somewhat. And Akashi's just spending time in the jungle anyway. And we'll figure out that at least one of the camps are blocked. We'll be able to cut it off. You're giving WS so much space. He's got his blink up now. So the Magnus timing is lined up. No RP leveled up yet. Is up now. should be able to start to force some fights out. There was, again, that ward vision did give away that smoke from G2IG as well. Let's see if Talon's smoke is any more success here.
Flame. Group up is there again. WS. The blink up, the skewer play, nothing to say. He's going to see him eventually. Does catch him with the RP. Where's the skewer? He does get it eventually, but here come the TP plays. Nothing to say. Still in danger. Will go down. They will try to focus the egg, but Ponyo will be able to get it off. The whole duration. And that'll be enough for Talon. They're not going to dive T2 towers this early on. They just wanted nothing to say, and they'll get it.
That's really, really great discipline out from Talon. Really great timing as well. Disruption to take away the CK from hitting the egg. Just not enough attack speed just yet. Nothing to say to try to rip that apart. Neither on Boboka. So buying that spacing needed for Ponyo. They don't manage to find any more, but they're putting the pressure onto the sniper. Again, when it comes down to farming pace, the sniper is not going to be able to keep up with a Magnus and a Sven. It's just way more efficient for Talon to play this farm game. They are still hitting the stride with this potential Ags timing on JT, and they should find Jokam here at the least.
They should. Monet will eventually have their way with him. Jokam trying his best to juke out with the illusions, but won't be able to do so. Would have been nice if you got the courier of Monet, but only gets half its HP, sadly.
Dire's top tower.
I mean, I guess at the very least you know where Monet's farming at the moment. Talon don't seem too worried at all about the CK, as Monet is kind of in the midway point of the net worth graph, and so is nothing to say. So as long as Talon can just keep that kind of gap going for themselves here, they are looking pretty damn good for this game too. And Akashi, I mean, he should be able to outscale and outfarm the CK. No problem.
Monet?
In trouble. Slows it there. The lockdown is out. He's going to try and armlet toggle to get his way out of this, but he knows he is dead. X-Nova will abandon the CK.
They really don't have much play there. Really great read from WS, knowing that the Phantasm was popped earlier in that engagement with Jokam. And they'll find that siege onto the top. Like, again, Talon just going for the hit and runs, playing the slower game, but they know they're just so much more efficient. Like, how can you out-farm a Sven with his great cleave, a Magnus with his own empower cleave? The only one that can really keep up in farm is Monet to an extent with Phantasm spam, and JT really, with Tidebringer and clearing out the creep waves. JT, Ags is almost up. And that key timing is lining up. I'm wondering if Talon spotted that progress at all, knowing that the Ags is going to be rushed. He does have 3 components showing when he shows up in the creep wave. Still, Talon, RP ready. They do go for a smoke out here.
They certainly do.
Good scan.
Yeah, still looking for a way in. They'll get a lot of wards down. Rodave tossed out. X-Nova is going to be caught with that. It seems like X-Nova is just set to fall. Nothing he can really do about it. At the very least, you only lose X-Nova. I mean, Monet is by the bottom lane, so he could have been the bigger target to catch. In fact, he still could be if he's not too cautious. But it seems as though they're setting up now that JT has the Ags up. They want to try and get a fight, maybe a surprise reveal with this Aghanim Scepter of the Kunkka. But Talon have left the building. They are not going to allow that open.
Yeah, they're trying to hold on to this position by the ward. Just maybe prevent an easy D-ward. They do know it's up, so it should just fall. Anyway, this Ags from JT is really big combo breaker that has to work out for G2IG. No early BKBs coming out from Talon. Their only save is Disruption. Can only stall out for so long while the Torrent Storm goes on. So you will have, again, a ton of openings to find for yourself here in G2IG. Even Monet, he's working into the Orchid. It's still going to be a little later on. But once you have that up as well, all of his control is going to be a massive issue for Talon. Like, Kashi's queuing up the BKB next, as you typically do on Sven. WS.
Yes. Rather not die first. Looks like he's going to be just fine to back his way out of there. G2IG, I mean, they're looking at Chuen at that top lane. Chuen's just going to remove himself from that situation. Doesn't really seem like there's any options here for Talon to try and hope for some hero pickoffs, though WS is running down towards the bottom lane. But it is by himself. Here comes Chuen through the twin gates.
Middle tower is under attack.
Perhaps thinking about going after that bottom tier 1 tower, because you do still have a DP with Exorcism of cooldown. So they may just assume it might be best to just go for that final tier 1. And maybe force a fight that way. Of course, you do also have the option for a Roshan attempt with the Exorcism if you do wish. But it seems as though the bottom tier 1 is going to be the play.
Yeah, looks like a little bit of a quick siege. Do love the sneaky mine solar being dropped. Heck, really sneaky smoke, but they're spotted.
Oh, they found him. Baboka comes through the twin gates, gets caught immediately by WS, who was just waiting for somebody to go through.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And hell, you might not even need the Exorcism for this tier 1 bottom tower, let's be frank. Looks like it's going to be dealt with pretty damn quickly.
Yeah, it's not going to take too much for Akashi to hit away with a God's Strand up. He does have the disassembly BKB ready to go.
Oh, NTS!
So he has protection.
Oh, top lane.
No.
WS, he found a 2-for-1 combo. We didn't catch that, I don't think, but WS just with the perfect blink RP into the skewer, finding 2 cores. Now, I'll tell you, it might not be his timber, but this man is already popping up.
He really is. He's an insane player. He's just finding these angles again. And that also just fully reveals they should have been able to check that inventory on JT. They know the Ags has been there for a while. There's just been no usage of it at all. Again, that's disassembly BKB is already up for Akashi. So he's got protection for that big Torrent Storm. You are getting what looks to be, I believe the Yules for Chuen was being queued up a while ago. He's got his own way of dodging out for a little bit, away from that chain control. We'll get a little bit of chip damage onto the top. Exo has faded. You have that full Orchid for Monet, though. And this can catch Chuen off guard. It's a big one they'd want to hunt here. They know there's no RP coverage as well for the side of Talon. I will say, there was a nice little ward by the ramp from Talon on this top jungle, right outside of sentry range. Very sneaky position. Made G2IG feel really secure for a long time. It does fade now, but Talon get a position there again and just plant that ward at the perfect spot once more. Could catch G2IG off guard 2 times in a row.
Oh, JT.
Jokam?
Be in danger. Jokam looking for the purge, does land it, but they think better of it. Look to retreat though. Akashi is just frontlining, ready to go whenever. It's like G2IG was hoping for a quick kill onto Jokam, but they do not get so lucky. Meanwhile, NTS has been spotted by Chuen. Chuen rushing right towards the sniper. But he does have his Shadow Blade up, and the dust will not land from Chuen. NTS will be just fine. Still pretty big concerning signs. The Akashi is still pulling well and truly ahead of any other core on the map. And I do believe this Sven will just outscale everyone else.
That he will. Like, the big issue for G2IG is just that your heroes don't farm as fast as this Sven and this Magnus do. Like, they just clear out these waves so quickly, they clear out the camp so fast. It takes so much more time for the side of G2IG, even for JT with a Tidebringer. Like, for Monet, he has to use the Phantasm. There's no downtime at all for Talon. They'll pop the Exo early, they'll hit, well, they have to wait for Roche to climb across, but they'll go for that Roshan. Shouldn't take any time at all here, with a God's Strand available as well. And get started. And G2IG, they're not positioned to contest this one. Some early Roche for Talon, 20 minutes in. They could line up for their own turn mentor, I suppose. They are starting to clump up on that bot tier 2, but this is going to go way too quick for him.
Roshan is certainly just going to go a little bit too fast. G2IG to be able to respond. I mean, they are still smoked up down to that bottom lane, but it's just not quite close enough to actually force a fight. Talon, on the other hand, they've smoked up as 5. They know that G2IG is somewhere around this area. They will slowly, cautiously head towards the north, back towards that bottom tier 2 tower. Hoping someone comes to farm this creep wave, but nobody is falling for it. G2IG, they will retreat. Look for greener pastures somewhere else. Problem is, the next time you run into Talon, you know, Akashi's probably going to have his blink up. And that does mean NTS is not safe, and pretty much anyone else on the map is probably not very safe.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised that Akashi is going for the blink over the Ags. I suppose if you're only really concerned about shrapnel, then that's not really a concern at all for blink breaks. It is annoying, but the faster blink does allow that repositioning. We'll go for the Tormentor. And they did get it already in G2IG as well, going to X-Nova. He's going to get lucky here on Talon. A free shard for Ponyo is massive in these teamfights. The Sun Ray to sustain true again. Just can do a lot of work. Ponyo, okay, does survive. Does have his health, alright. Very nice. And let's get the free shard as well. There you go. Sun Ray and the egg.
Let's see it. It's not like they really need it right now, let's be frank. It's one of those games where it's like everyone's just kind of doing just fine without it, but now on top of that, there's nobody going to be dying through that egg. The blink does come out for Akashi now, so he's more than happy to just blink in on anyone that shows on the map if he is nearby, and he might have that opportunity against JT soon, but JT, he's going to X himself up and he'll be just fine.
They're going to have a nice surprise for that with the ults ready on Chuen. Just need to be in the right area for that. G2IG are using this space really nicely though. Again, they're farming on the opposite side of the map. They're holding this position down bot. Playing around, getting that build up on Winnie. He is working towards the Ags, which is rather interesting for the safe lane CK to go for. I suppose there is a lot of value in the Phantasm Illusions, and it's a really good dodge tool. So there are some ways to play against Talon's teamfight if you don't manage to catch Monet. I can see some really clutch, maybe even RP dodges on a whole in an ideal circumstance here for Monet if his timing's right. Let's see if that's how it shapes up. But again, not the most common pickup for the core Sven, but it does have a place here. You even have the full Silver Edge now for nothing to say. Got some more damage, a little bit more attack speed coming out here for that sniper, which means the egg, again, isn't as safe if those fire spirits don't fly out, if the disruption's not there to save that utility here for the side of Talon.
G2IG, they're prepped for a bit of a fight. They are just holding their position. They've got wards around the area. Problem is Talon, they're the ones looking to retreat. WS still kind of around here for JT if he had the vision for the X, but will not be able to find it. So G2IG again, just having to play rather passively. Akashi. Not going to get jumped at. They just do not have the confidence for the Sven, especially with the Aegis up. We'll give a secondary shout out this game to the F10K betters, by the way, John. 24 minutes in.
Yeah. I was going to say, it's like, yep. 8-3.
Shout out and our apologies, of course, as I'm sure they're very stressed right now.
Yeah, they're almost saying these stupid casters, they're not killing. Aren't they killing casters?
It's what it was like during BTS, wasn't it, John? Just all the betters just get upset with us for nothing.
The best part was those were 12-hour days. You reach the end of that cycle. Yeah, if we were lucky, you reach the end of that cycle and you're trying to check chat if there's any feedback, and all you see are people saying, what are these guys talking about? Where's F10K? F10K! That's it.
Oh, God, I miss those times. Good old days.
Radiant's
true.
top tower is under attack.
8th? She's a big fan of Dota, by the way. If I bring her to the keyboard and the computer when Dota's on, she gets very excited. Good signs.
It's true, okay, I'm doing.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Maboka's been found out. It's in the tree line, but Akashi's going to find it. This arm is there with the reactive taser, but shouldn't matter too much. Maboka is certainly just dead. Chuen will take it. They do at least get the tier 1 top tower, so it is something. Monet will be able to secure that bit of gold for himself. Meanwhile, bottom lane, they have found WS now. WS a pretty decent target to take down, and they've got him. And Monet able to secure a pretty decent kill for his team. Problem is, they may lose JT in the meantime, because JT's been caught mid lane, and he is gone.
No.
Amp damage
That's
rune
the trade
as
you're
well.
looking for Talon. everything lining up, having the amp damage for Chuen rather than Nakashi. You're fine. You're fine with kind of that. You don't necessarily need the amp damage on Sven.
Oh,
You're looking to force this Monet.
Yeah, they are. Monet thinking they were going through the mid lane, but instead they were actually coming right back towards the bottom to secure a very easy kill. And I'll tell you what, Talon has been very good at reading movements here for G2IG. I mean, it's very clear someone at Talon's done their homework.
And that they have. I mean, it's also this ward game, right? Like, they have this ward by the Watcher. You feel confident taking it. You already cleared out this little cliff area. So you're like, all right, we're fine. We can play around this area. No one's been jumping here. And then just make use of it again. They've got the sneaky ward behind the tier 2 as well to set up for the next push. The vision game from Talon has been pretty impressive, all things considered. I think that's one thing that, from the recent qualifiers we've been watching in C, that is one thing that C has kind of stepped up on. They've found these interesting ward spots, kind of maximize their movement, and it's paying off for Talon in this case. And there you go, 11-4. Oh. 12-4.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Nice and easy for Talon. G2IG just... Oh no, GT.
Oh.
I mean, even with the X-Pack, he's just not safe from Akashi. He'll throw the boat out, trying to survive and buy himself a little bit more time. And now even Baboka's showing up. One after the other. G2IG. Feeling charitable today against Talon. That'll be a double kill for Akashi.
Oh. Kill cam. Almost spotted
Almost
out one.
finding NTS.
Would have been a nice pickup to find, but they'll be able to find some tier 2s for their trouble instead. Mid going away, one outer tower left for G2IG off the back of this one. Full Daedalus up for Akashi. The output on the Sven is just overwhelming. Again, for G2IG, it kind of comes back to the sniper pick. I really... I don't know why it came out in this game. Honestly, a lot of the games we see the sniper, I'm not fully sure why it comes out. It feels like there's so many options on the mid. And we end up with sniper. And relatively early as well. I feel like sniper mid is something you get away with as a last pick overall. I don't know about it being always in like the last phase of the last part of the second phase. Let's try for a smoke out here. G2IG, we still have to see the effect of that Torrent Storm as well. They've got to nail these team fights.
I mean, they're gonna try something. It's
boys.
They get a scan on Akashi.
Oh,
Ward's down. They'll see the Sven. He's gonna be KP. It's almost like Akashi knows they're coming. Look at his position. He just stands his ground for a moment there. They'll move their way up. Do they know? G2IG, I mean, lines are drawn. They seem to be very well aware of the position of G2IG. I'm not sure if they smoked underneath a ward of some sort. There was a couple wards in that mid lane. So perhaps they were very well aware that this was coming. And sadly for G2IG, this smoke is not working out. In fact, now a counter smoke, it could just work against them now as they'll leave some illusions behind. JT is spotted there for a moment, but they are just going after the illusions for now. This is, of course, Monet's Aghanim Scepter coming into play as Akashi going right onto Monet, losing so much HP. Akashi has just destroyed Monet. Meanwhile, now the complete chaos has started as the egg has been dropped. The Torrent Storm does nothing. The RP is not out yet, but doesn't even matter. If it was already gone, never mind. Screw the RP, it's not even necessary, but Boka is gone. Akashi's onto X Nova. There is 4 down for G2IG.
That is nuts. And that's G2IG spotting the smoke from that forward ward they planted with their own smoke. Town still managed to make it work. I was expecting this Ag's usage out for Monet to be more on the defensive side. He pops it to preempt that fight. I thought he tried to be cheeky, you know, like try to get some big plays, dodge out RP, waste an ultimate, go back in. Maybe get some dispels off from your sniper. If the BKB's down, take away some of these stuns or some of these pieces of control. Instead, starting these fights, again, it just goes back to this Axe. It's a really interesting pickup for Monet. It has a lot of utility in it. It doesn't really shine when you start fights like that and just use it to try to bait out an enemy team. Like, Talon are not going to get baited. They're under smoke. They know when those things are real or not. Now Roshan's open. Nice free Rosh for the side of Talon. They do have Godshunt ready on Akashi as well. Don't feel the need to pop it. Inside of G2IG, not even going to bother trying to run into that area anymore. Secondary Rosh for Talon with an ace Rosh banner as well to help in the siege. Baboka dies for the shard that he does eventually find with his mines, but I suppose it's worthwhile.
It is what it is. You do what you have to do. Things are going from bad to worse here for G2IG. They've just lost the Roshan on top. Talon very disciplined here today. Looking for that 2-0 victory and getting closer and closer to it.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's
Matter of really just not throwing the game now, because Monet just seems like he's nowhere near carrying this game for his team.
No.
I mean, he's not that far behind in net worth, but the CK is just not scaling as well. Even with the Ags up trying to cause confusion, it's just not enough.
It's almost like the games for Shopify, right? Like, they had a lot of multi-hero stuff, like, say, the Brewmaster and the Brewlings, but you have Cleave here. The illusions aren't going to last long enough for Monet. He kind of needs to tank up at the same time. If he tanks up, he's not going to have the damage because your physical output carry into a Sven with Warcry. There's still the shard down the line for Akashi to find. There's still a lot to play with. He's using these illusions to just shove out the waves and kind of just try to prevent Talon from making in-ways onto more tier 2s. Try to scout out that way as well. So it is more utility on the Sven Phantasm Ags, but I don't know if that utility is really being felt right now from the side of G2IG. It's not stopping Talon.
NTS was about a second away from dying to WS, I think. Had he hit those ancient creeps, it would have been all over for him. He's okay though. Talon's still just playing the farm game. 3 minutes on the Aegis remaining for Akashi. They do pick up a BKB on Chuwen. They're very close to the Swift Blink now onto Akashi to boot. Just trying to get those items up before they do make their move onto the high ground, but I think it probably is around that time to go. TP's back down towards the top lane. NTS still hanging around the area, still farming the left side of the map. X-Nova is the one to get caught out here on the Order Titan, and he's gone. JT. Harpoon's going to be out. Tidal Wave will drag back Akashi, and the TP away is going to be successful. Now, NTS, though, being chased down by Chuwen now. BKB is there, not to say he will be alright to TP out himself, but it does cost his BKB.
Yeah, down to 7 seconds. Doesn't feel great for NTS. I feel like all of these BKB uses have been pretty defensive. Maybe a couple in the fight. I think 2 charges were expended in the fight, but most of them, the other half has been just to run away. It just doesn't feel great. There's that Swift Link we were talking about as well on Akashi, fully up now. Just not that much time left, to be fair. G2IG have done a great job of just stalling out the possibility of a high ground, but they will lose their last outer tower. No problem. And Talon, again, they're very comfy taking this game late. G2IG. Like, the damage just isn't there. Like, as you said, the CK, it doesn't feel like it's going to scale up. The sniper. I mean, he's going full defensive here for NTS, which you can't fault him for. He's going for the Lincolns, but it just feels like there's just severe lack of burst. Like, Kashi WS can just jump in with not too many concerns here. And just end up all right. Let's see what the game plan is. Again, they're doing a great job just stalling out with the Phantasm Illusions, shoving in every wave possible. That is the one big thing. With the CK Ags, just keep those waves shoved out. Try to get some map control. Stall out the game, but I just don't think stalling out is really helping G2IG that much here.
Doesn't feel like it right now, and they're going to have to just make an answer soon because the high ground attempt is now coming. 40 seconds left on the Aegis. They're going to try and at least get a T3 tower. Tidal Wave will drag back Akashi, but it does really nothing. Nobody was there to back him up. They'll get the Demonic Cleanse out. Onto Akashi, help him out, try not to allow him to lose the Aegis too early on. And it seems like that's probably going to be about it. They get the tier 3 tower, but the God Strength is starting to slowly wear off. And Talon, they decide better of it. Again, it is their game to throw, and they'd rather not do that if they can avoid it.
Yep. Just play the patient game. No real rush to, again, look for the solutions here. It's G2IG that needs to find some answers. Can they stall this game out with all of these illusions on hand? It's just, to what end is really the question here. I suppose high ground does seem mildly hellish when you consider you're up against a sniper and techies. This could be G2IG saying, we are here to play some Dota. Some long-ass Dota. They can actually... Oh, I just realized I'm getting nightmares now. I'm getting waking nightmares just imagining this game's 60 minutes. And you can't push because it's techie sniper.
Oh, JT. He's spotted out. He does have the X back. The chase is on, but Joe Cam can't quite find him. Gets the wards down eventually on the higher ground, but... Well, they do say JT now. The wards are out. Talon. They run into nothing to say. The invis does wear off, but no, they'll leave him be.
Dire's middle tower.
Exorcism's still on cooldown for 40 seconds, mind you, so they don't want to push too early on. WS gonna break the smoke of himself onto nothing to say.
Oh, that showed the smoke. The Phantasm shows the smoke there.
Yeah, it does. It certainly does. Talon pretty well aware of what's going on here. Going back towards a Dire Triangle as they are trying to get some D-wards off. Not finding the skewer target quite yet. X-Nova, he'll get Demonic purged up here by Joe Cam and dragged back into the loving arms of Talon, and even Akashi will find the secondary support of Baboka. So perhaps it is about time they go back onto the high ground with their creep wave and see if they can find perhaps another tier 3 tower.
Yeah, don't have too much to worry about. Could force the buyback to get the Earth Splitter off. Kashi already getting to work, clearing out top, just to ensure there's no push back here, or too hard of a push back, and that's free time. And they'll start to go for those racks. Bot set of racks opened up. What do you have to play with here? This side. Oh, Kashi?
Kashi, maybe a little bit deep there with the harpoon. Does pip his BKB and backs his way out. Of course, they just want the racks to be taken, but they'll only get away with the range racks. And no real need to overextend. They did have an Arcane Rune running on Chuen when they popped the Exo, so the Exo is going to be quite a low cooldown anyway. They are still paying a hell of a lot of respect here to G2IG, not willing to potentially throw the game away.
Yeah, I like that read from Talon. Again, the respawns were fairly short on the side of G2IG. Baboka and X-Nova were coming back up. So you don't want to kind of have to put yourself in a very dicey circumstance. With Akashi popping his BKB to disengage as well. Does mean that's a little bit less safe to kind of take that prolonged fight for Baboka.
Oh,
spotted out again.
Up with the Wisdom Rune. Spotted out and taken down, and well, now they'll realize the wards are there, but it's a bit too late for that. The Tormentor will be taken. WS good to pick up a shards for himself now, so got that shockwave bonus coming out. And all spells are practically off cooldown apart from Exorcism. Like, it'll be back up in 25 seconds, so if Talon won, they can get back to the high ground very, very soon.
They're probably going to wait for that next Roche. A minute 15 until it's back up. I was having a little bit of a giggle. Why does WS have 2 stacks of dust? Who handed him 1 more stack? Use your slots. Oh, Monet. Monet.
But the actual Monet gets out.
Joe Cam.
Post call.
They're just
Where are we headed?
Dodging out. All Talon needs to do is correct their lane, set up for Roshan, and they are. Looking at the Roche bot. Should be a bot spawn anyway. Akashi, Ponyo just checking for mines across the map just in case. X-Nova's not in a very nice spot right now. Does have a ward to cover himself here.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
He could be sneaky. Like, X-Nova being here could potentially ruin Roshan, I suppose.
Could. With the shards up,
Where
you
are
certainly
they
can just
going?
kind of swap yourself in.
Dire are scanning. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Still very, very patient here. Just Roshan now available. Talon will eventually move their way in. X-Nova ready to try and deny this away. And he can go for the swap with the Spirit. If he's got a read that this is happening. Because he's playing without vision. And I think it's a bit too late anyway. There's the Roshan roar. He's trying to get within range for to throw the Spirit out. But it is too late. I mean, nice thinking at least from X-Nova. You know, worth a crack.
Bounty.
I didn't even notice it's 21-5 as his core line.
Yeah.
It's pretty rough. Oh,
There you go. Skew up. They've got X-Nova. I mean, he's kind of a big deal when it comes to the defense. You really don't want to lose him that quickly. He will buy back. Kashi taking a fair bit of damage, but again, does have the secondary life. Creep wave is kind of lacking, though. They'll have to wait that out. And Talon, they might actually retreat out of here. We shall see. Perhaps not happy with the opening they had. But they do get away with a buyback from X-Nova that's amounted to nothing. That is already a bit of a win here for Talon, and indeed they have plenty of time on the Aegis. So they are sticking around. Here we go again. Exo pop from Chuen. This is all for one lane of barracks. Eventually they are going to get it. Denied off by Antia.
might as well.
Chuen will try for a bit of chip damage onto that tier 3 mid tower now. It is very challenging though against the sniper, of course. And the Auto Titan on top. They just do not make it easy for you to try and push these Raxes. Nashi hasn't even bothered trying to pop the God Strength and hit the tower himself.
No. they're just chilling on Talon. I mean, again, to be fair, it's techie sniper. Right? The only thing lacking to make this high ground feel hellish is like a tinker.
Yeah.
Right? Like you're basically you have a lineup on G2IG that if you play your cards right, they've got their ticket to another 17-minute game. Mike LaPhoenix.
They sure do, John. Baboka is currently preparing for that with all the mines being placed in the base. We saw this before. You do have a nice little drag back with the tidal wave. Even though the reality rift might be enough. Nakashi, I mean, he could just potentially blink into his death with the way these mines are going to be set up.
Yep. That's the threat. They're using nothing to say as bait. Live bait up front. Like, get me. Harpoon me while I'm defending. I dare you.
Just hoping somebody shows up. It is very hard with all these illusions coming in from the Phantasm. You just don't know who the hell's the real one. Because they are dealing with the creep waves quite easily as well with all these Phantasm illusions, but Akashi's going to go ahead and deal with those. Chuen does have Exo back up in 15 seconds, plus he has a Refresher Shard available. So you might just be able to commit double Exo for this second lane of barracks, but again, it is very risky with all the mines that have been placed here by Baboka. On the bright side, you have some super creeps coming in, but they are indeed protecting the mines. Sadly, Baboka is still not level 18, so you don't have the max proximity mines. Here we go.
Here we
They'll
go.
pop the X. Manet's in. He's going to try after Chuen. This is a risky play from Manet, but he's out of it. Just quick in and out. T3 Tower's still standing throughout all this, by the way. There goes Akashi. He'll try to deal with it, but NTS, he will tickle him away.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Manet, oh, that's a lot of tap.
Wait, what?
Oh, that's
what
a lot of
the hell,
damage.
WS?
Chuen just disappeared. Meanwhile, an RP was completely whipped from WS. And everyone else from Talon just needs to get the hell out of there. I mean, those illusions just deleted it.
What the hell was that RP from WS? It looks like his blink out canceled off. Perhaps from the stray shrapnels or the spirit running around there. Miss out on an opportunity, but great capitalization in G2IG. Mike, how are you looking forward to the next 20 minutes of this game?
Looking very forward to it, Jonathan. It's currently 2 a.m. in the morning for me. So, you know, early in the night.
Doesn't matter, you just enjoy Dota, right? You enjoy Dota.
I knew this. I knew this was going to happen anyway, John. As soon as I saw the 2 teams that were playing for our final series, I knew I was going to be in for a long night. It's all right. I was prepared for it.
I love this. Octarine on Monet. Keep that spam of the Phantasm up. Just keep doing it. Talon, this is not the best position.
X Nova will get jumped. Meanwhile, in the back, nothing to say gets caught out by Akashi. Nothing to say is gone. Just out of nowhere, I see the sniper getting chased down by this Sven. And NTS, he's down without buyback. He's gone for 80.
Well, maybe we're not looking at 20 more minutes here, Mike. Maybe a good solid 5 or so. Let's see if Talon can fully capitalize. I'm not sure if they got a read that was a full buyout there on NTS.
The
and
amplified damage rune as well.
Now, Chuen gets the bottle out, gets the pickup. And this surely we get some progress at this point, right?
Well, they refresh Akashi. He's got all his spells back up. They want to go while NTS is down for 44 more seconds. This should be Mega Creeps to come for Talon. See if Manet can pull off some magic here to try and defend. He'll pop the Phantasm once again. Fortification is going to be committed to boot. In goes Manet trying after. Oh, there's another RP. He's done it again.
My gosh.
Another one. Here comes Akashi trying to deal with the illusions. Does burst down most of them as they will find the mid-racks. I do not believe they'll stick around for the third, though. NTS is coming, and that's a massive echo stomp. Akashi will get jump at WS. This time he'll find the RP. He's found 2 of them. They are on to JT, and JT is down. Manet was X'd up, so he was safe. Jump in again onto Akashi, though. Manet maybe this time overextending. He does have NTS to join in. JT will fire back. Manet still dropping very, very low. It's just gone. Oh my, Akashi's damage output a little bit too high, but now the God Strength has ended.
Great save.
Maybe they can go. They'll refresh everything. Onto Akashi again. He's dropping lower, and Akashi is gone. They make it work. How much more can they find? G2IG on the chase. It seems though they won't find any more. So Akashi and Jokam are gone.
Get blown up. Big kill on Akashi. Definitely opens up the game a little bit more for G2IG.
I
don't even know what you're saying there. I don't know what you're saying. I don't know what I'm saying. I'm saying words, I think.
You are.
And I believe G2IG, they get to stall out even longer now. They get to have this high-end gameplay from Baboka, where he gets to play Minesweeper, or he gets to make Talon play Minesweeper, get the Mines drop. It takes them so much to kill off Akashi, though. Like, they have to catch him without the BKB, they have to isolate him so far away with the X-backs. It does feel like Talon needs a little bit more to help save. Like, one Wind Waker doesn't feel like it's going to be enough here. Need a Wind Waker on Ponyo as well, maybe even Jokam, just to ensure that these X's aren't going to be to the detriment of Talon. Roshan is up, and G2IG are in that pit. They're going to get this one for free. And that opens up a possibility for high ground. Refresh shard, Aegis, banner, Talon going out for the smoke play, but it's a bit too late here.
It is. Monet, he picks up literally everything on it for himself.
Radiant are
G2IG, I was surprisingly still in this game. I mean, just putting up a real fight here up against Talon. This Aghanim Scepter of Monet was truly a genius pick, honestly. Just, it's made it so hard for them to do anything. Oh, and TS. Going to the Shadow Blade. Oh, Jokam right nearby. If he can get some vision, he has the gem up. Who is he caught? There's a disruption on one. It is going to be X-Nova instead. But he was so close to finding the sniper another time. Though, mind you, NTS does have buyback available, so there is that. But you would have loved to force him to commit it.
Yeah, would have been the opening you're looking for here on Talon. I don't know if this secondary life on Monet is necessarily that big of a deal, but I guess, again, his Phantasms has been pretty good in blowing up some of these softer targets, like, say, Chuen. Kashi does have his shard up, so there's a little bit more armor to help protect everyone. Oh.
Wake away from Chuen. Buyback was committed from X-Nova. That's going to be enough for Talon to say, we'll get the hell out of here. But they are playing without an Aegis, mind you, so it's no need to risk this. Still 2 racks is up. Still 30k in the lead just about. They'll go back, they'll retreat, they'll reset. And the question is G2IG going to try and force something for the next 3 minutes with the Aegis? Or do you just sit in your base and hope that Talon come to you?
I think the high ground's been the best position for G2IG this entire game. It's a good choke point. They've got their mind set up.
I thought he was going to go hit those creeps, John. Akashi was waiting for him to.
You're also, again, at the point where you're pretty much slotted up on all your cores here for Talon. It's really down to the supports. You need more utility. You need a Wind Waker on Ponyo. You likely want one on Jokam as well, just to have these saves for Akashi. Heck, even for Chuen. Prevent the X-backs, prevent the tidal waves from being that big of a deal. You're being really patient. Again, the high ground position for G2IG is great. It's Techie Sniper. And Talon just need that 1 Rax. 5 minutes, well, 6 minutes until tier 5s. There's that to look forward to, I suppose.
Absolutely. Talon's still very, very patient, not seeing the opening. Still a minute, still 2 minutes on the Aegis, basically, just less than 2 minutes. More illusions being spammed down here by our CK. Chuen really being very, very careful not to throw this game. Go again. Mines are being deleted. The very least. In fact, who have they got? Chuen?
He's not melting.
He is not melting. Monet is forced to get out of it.
Oh,
they found a target. Baboka, but Monet, he's going to jump in, trying to go after WS, but WS is going to be saved by the Glimmer Cape. NTS trying to finish the job up, and now the egg right on the high ground. That is some confidence coming out, and it is too confident from Ponyo. He's lost his life. Still Monet will lose his first life to boot. Meanwhile, X-Nova, he'll die back on the older Titan. JT desperately trying to keep Monet alive in the middle of all this. Is JT
Akashi?
will land a torrent. But Akashi locked out. Akashi is gone. Akashi, he just got trapped in the corner of that dire base and nobody could help him out. That will be a successful defense from G2IG.
And it is. Cost them the Aegis, but they hold on to their high ground. They can try to sneak out. Roshan's still 3 minutes away. Talon will have respawns up when that time is there. Just a little bit too far forward there for Ponyo. They need that egg in a much more secure spot. Unfortunate for WS as well. Could not pop the BKB fast enough. Just got chain stunned by the Torrent Storm. So finally seeing the effect of that from JT. As the Octarine up, but you've got your fresh Octarine as well. And Jokam for more saves. It's a lot of back and forth here. 28 to 10, 28k lead still left for Talon. But this game is... It's not simplifying for Talon. It's not simplifying that much for G2IG either. They're just holding this high ground position really well. Because again, you've got Techie's Sniper, you've got Kunkka in a tight spot. Yeah, you're making it hellish for WS. Like that skewer back would secure that set of fights for them. But it also makes it so that he can't get the blink RP that he's also looking for here. Unless he pops the BKB early. It's all down to this decision making once more, which reminds you of the struggle Talon had up against Shopify Rebellion yesterday in their first game. And it's just down to a lot of big decisions for WS to make, kind of stay in here. You even got the late Midas for X Nova. He's queuing up 4 Midases, Mike. 4 Midases.
Good on you, X Nova. Good on you. Now, he knows how long this game's gonna go. He's very well aware. Surprisingly, Boca has not spent too much time putting more mines down. He's been taking a bit of a break. Back toward Baboka. To be fair, he's waiting off on the cooldowns a little bit.
Oh god. You know the ultimate nightmare scenario right now for Talon. You hit 60 minutes, Baboka gets Pirate's Hat and his level 25. Two snipers.
I mean, honestly,
what do you do?
Honestly,
you can't play.
The left side talent might be the bigger concern, honestly, like with the activation delay being removed. I'm not sure.
Yeah, but Pirates Hat Techies with 252. Two snipers. What are you gonna do?
I can't argue with that, John. Suppose it also works with the Phantoms illusions or from the CK, right? Why not?
That it should. Isn't that beautiful? Oh, what a game we have.
Wanakashi?
It's necessary. He needs it. He needs a double BKB. But how long these fights are, he needs a double God Strength. Pretty much 7 slotted now on Akashi, going for the Moon Shard to eat up now as well. Roshan, 15 seconds until we see that respawn here. G2IG are stuck in their high ground, so theoretically Talon should have a better time in getting to that Rosh. Should end up being daytime for the most part, unless they just want to snipe at top ASAP. Blink up for nothing to say. Some repositioning tools available, going for the Swift Blink next. You do have Voka being sneaky. Very, very, very sneaky. What's he doing here? Is he just... Oh, he's setting up the farm. Alright, he knows 60 minutes coming up. He's gonna get it done for the team.
I mean, why not? Boca in a prime position to get all the neutral items.
He wants his Pirate's Hat, you know? Needs that Pirate's Hat.
Well, here we go. Like, 10 seconds for the tier 5 items. And everyone's in position for these items, even NTS.
Oh, Baboka!
Well, Baboka's been caught, or has been spotted at least. Now has been caught. Silence Stop Baboka is down.
Form!
It's okay.
Form! Everyone form!
NTS is hitting creeps. Stygian Desolated for NTS. Force boots here for the Magnus.
Ooh. I like Force Boots. That cooldown's so dumb. 8-second cooldown to Force Boots around. Yeah, it's kind of nutty. What else can they find here? Giant's Ring for Akashi. You could not ask for anything better for the Sven. Maybe Mirror Shield, but nah. That is exactly what you'd hope for here, with no boots up. Roshan is also up. Talon, make your way down there. WS, get looking. We'll find it. Rosh number... However much. Book of the Dead for Jokam, I know.
Jokam understands me, Jonathan. He gets it. Jokam
gets the assignment.
This is how you end the game. I mean, this is a great way as well, just removing the mines from the base, right? Just send the Necromonicons in. Let them do the job.
Oh yeah, that honestly might be the one difference maker here for Talon and actually getting the siege off. The Giant's Ring on Monet is pretty good as well, to be fair. He is going for a Sacrifice as well for additional control, but 2 lives up now for Akashi. But they hand a refresh shard again to... They hand it over to... Was there not a refresh shard? I'm going crazy. Oh, it's on Ponyo. All right. They've got the double supernova. I'm just curious.
Happy days for John X5.
Aha! Aha! Great minds think alike. Or in this case, insane minds think alike. Not sane. Not sound of health. Baboka.
In fairness to Baboka, he may have just got the Pirates hat because he hasn't left the base in a long time, John. The last time he did leave the base, he got deleted. So maybe this is just, you know, him farming some gold.
Could be.
DT. Post call, but not quite. WS trying to get him with the horn toss mid-X animation.
Oof. This site is going to be sneaky for Monet.
Twin.
A little bit more control here.
Monet's pretty big too with that Giant's Ring. It's a big horse. Monet. Still abusing the X-Pack. Talon looking to move in on that T3 tower. Almost have it down. NTS. Gonna force him back. Chuen still just getting to work. The T3 almost gone, but not quite. Meanwhile, the Magnus is blown up. WS jumped in and found out the hard way about the mines. Meanwhile, Chuen being dragged back here on the Death Prophet, looking to go down. Does die the first time, but here comes Akashi trying to chase down Monet and find the CK. But the buyback's incoming. NTS, can he be controlled? Can he be going against his Sven? Probably not, but he does get away.
Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
What is even happening?
The refreshing.
Here we go again.
Round 2. WS. He still has his 2 RPs ready if he doesn't get blown up by mines, but they actually get driven away for now from the high ground with a buyback committed from Monet. Talon did commit 2 buybacks of their own. Yeah, this is such a tricky situation. It's this is everyone's nightmare when you're playing your pubs. Oh no, it's a techie sniper game. This isn't even certifiably a Talon game. This is just techie sniper. Plus Phantasm spam every 56 seconds. It just never ends. Are you happy, G2IG? Is this what you want, Jack?
Oh, Akashi. Akashi, he got hexed up. He's still alive for now. WS going to jump in with the RP, but does not get the skewer. Still Akashi. He's moving on to Monet.
That's a dieback.
He got the dieback. And now the RP. WS. Right in. He does not care for the mines. He'll do it a second time. In this game should be over. I do believe they do not have the buyback for their position 1, so Akashi's going to jump right into the mines. He's going to be careful. Akashi's still alive though. Moving back in, but Akashi, don't die. He is gone. Akashi has gone down, but he has the buyback. So has Chuen. How can they not finish the game? I don't... See, this is what I don't understand. You say this isn't a Talon game, John, but they die like that when the position 1 of IG is down.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
What's happening?
65-minute Dota is happening, Mike. Magic is happening. All right?
It was... I was like, there's no way this game continues. It's over.
Never say it's over, Mikey. It can never be over. They go way too ham. They want to get the full punishment. I think they really just... They understand. Nothing says. Maybe still a mild issue at the back. They don't respect the mines enough. And well, with a refresh already popping Akashi, no secondary BKB at that point. All falls flat. Net worth leads down to just 7k for Talon. Win probability still stays up at 80 to 20, at very least for Talon there, but they've got a lot of ground to retake here on G2IG. They take a tier 2. One outer tower left for Talon. Respawn's coming out shortly. They managed to ride through this dieback moment for Monet. Roshan is going to be that next focal point for sure. See if Talon or G2IG can find a way to pierce the veil here.
You know what I think, John? New tier 5 item. What if we had like a pot of greed where you could draw 2 new tier 5 items? Like, think about it. If you don't get the RNG, you get this new tier 5 item, pot of greed, 2 new tier 5 items.
I mean, I guess it kind of sounded too much having 2 tier 5. Like, you can choose from 2 new ones, or you literally get 2 new random ones. What's WS doing? Why do you pop BKB?
I suppose because he can, Jonathan.
I guess.
He's going to refresh your orb up anyway. I mean, look, I don't think Talon's going high ground anyway, John. Let's be frank. I mean, Roshan is still not up for a while. Talon's not going anywhere.
I suppose not. We've got peak Dota 2, guys. 67 minutes, 1 tier 4 standing. Game's not done. Only a 5k lead for Talon. This is actually insane. It's only 5k now. G2IG, they're smoked in their base. They can try to make things happen. They don't have outer vision. They are protected in that smoke. They've got their AC up. Onyx Nova, he's managed to farm it with his Midas.
Amazing.
This is... What do we have? Baboka still has to hit 25. He's got Nullifier. He's got Nullifier and potentially plus 252 damage, so... He knows the assignment. Going for the Dragonlance. Going for the Divine, Baboka.
That's my boy. That is my boy. If you're gonna do it proper. What if, John? Right? Because considering the situation we've been in here for Baboka, a new item, instead of Pirate Hat, right, we can have like Wizard's Hat, where you can just dig up Wisdom Runes instead. Is that a bad idea?
Why?
Well, why not, John?
It's okay, but by the time you hit tier 5s, you're not too far off from mostly not too far off from your 25s anyway. I don't know if it's that value. It has to have another add. Is it still attack speed? Or what would you do? Plus 20 spell amp?
Plus 20?
20 spell amp sounds way too much. That sounds like it's basically like the Divine, almost. They're actually going high ground.
They are.
Oh, nothing to say!
NTS, they've got the sniper already. NTS in the middle of nowhere is gone. He has buyback. Tier 4 tower, about to drop. The Exo should just do the job. Oh, skill back from the WS, not going to work out this time. They have caught the mag.
Oh!
He does get the RP onto Monet. Monet in trouble. The 4-staff away, though, saving him for now. But Monet, how do you play yourself out of this one? The answer is you don't. Monet is down again without buyback. G2IG still trying to fight for the RP now onto JT, catching up the Kunkka. WS though is gone. They've still got NTS to deal with, but here comes Akashi. Akashi's onto the sniper. He's trying so hard to deal with NTS, but he's down.
God!
Oh boy, it's happening. Talon are doing it, John. They found a way to throw the game. There's 4 down on Talon. G2IG, they are successfully defending.
And there's Roshan as well for them to find. This is going to be insane. G2IG, if they claw their way back into this game, Talon will be mentally defeated. Absolutely crushed. This is just... To be fair, you're up against a sniper. Nothing to say had buyback. You're forced to pop your refresh. You don't have many options left for Akashi up front there. WS just gets ripped apart as well. Like, there's too much damage now coming out from the side. And you've got the plus 252 damage on Baboka. Look at him. He's got the Divine Rapier, Mike. He's doing 800 damage per right click with a Pirate's Hat.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
This is do or die. G2IG, you've got to go for this. I mean, you could go for Roshan, but let's face it, that's boring. They want to force the buybacks.
If G2IG win this game, I don't know what to say anymore. I don't know, Jonathan. Here we go. Baboka's actually the actual carry now. This is so stupid.
Radiant's middle barracks strong.
He's
They
hitting
want
for
to keep going
1,000.
with smoke. Good God, tier 4s are just... Woo. Man, what was I telling you, Mike, about this?
Look, well, hold on a minute, John. Monet's the one sitting back farming now, defending the base. He's the pos 5 now. He's the guy they told to stay behind. No, Monet, don't come back. Well, why is he joining the team, John?
Radiant's middle
Hold on a minute.
MTS?
MTS will get jumped. He does not have buyback available. Don't forget, he did die earlier. In comes Akashi, but he gets hit by a
He didn't
torrent.
BKB.
He didn't BKB. He got hit by a rogue torrent from JT. It wasn't even the torrent storm. Oh, Akashi's having a look around for somebody, but Boka's going to TP out right in front. With the Divine and all, he just TPs out right in front of them.
They could go for Roche here, tell him. Akashi sold his refresh, unless I'm just going crazy here.
I think you have gone crazy, John, but he has sold.
Why? He needs that double. I don't... What the... Oh, he bought one again? He's trying to check if... For cooldown? I guess it has lower cooldown when it's just left alone. I don't know if that even works. I don't know how anything works anymore. Roshan? Why is the Roche banner the lower part of Roshan now? I don't know as well. Oh, it's on screw. Alright.
That's true.
Thank you, Scriff. I did not check. I have no check.
Roshan banner did change its position, though.
I do not know why. Divine JD is. Oh.
Now JT
Let's
has
go.
Divine Rapier on. Happy days.
They're gamers. They're gaming.
We're defending.
Talon at this point, just BKB and hit the damn ancient with God strength, and the Ags on Chuen. Someone's gonna die, but someone's gonna get this, right? Surely 4.5k HP. You can surely rip through it. This is do or die, though, Talon. This falls flat. G2IG have a straight line to your tier 4s and ancient. They've got the damage to back that up. They're just staying in Fountain, nothing to say in Baboka.
Baboka could still afford to get like the a Hurricane Pike, right? Like he can still get a Dragon Lance, help out the range a little bit.
Yeah. He was
Come on,
queuing
Baboka.
that up earlier.
What was Amateur? I mean, NTS could do the same thing if he really wants to. Here we go. Onto the high ground, Talon looking for an opportunity. They will get scattered out by the proximity mines though, so the smoke is rather obvious now, but there's your Yule Scepter up. Ponyo gonna just be out of there now. I mean, they are literally gonna fight from their fountain, are they? I guess they really can. They actually can just sit in the fountain and fight that way.
They legitimately could. They are. Phantasm again. Why does G2IG love these kinds of games? JT.
I don't know, man.
Why do you guys love these games?
There's something wrong with these people, I tell you.
Jack Chen in his perfect environment, watching a game live from the lobby, I'm sure. Having a relaxing time watching his boys run it back. Just the qualifier.
Dire's ancient is under attack.
Still waiting his talent. Still waiting for an opening, but of course, again, G2
They're
ID
never
are
gonna find one
literally
like this.
in the fountain.
There is no
They are literally
opening.
in the fountain. I mean, for anyone that doesn't believe it, they are literally just standing there waiting. There's a refresher orb on the deck, by the way. They've left it on the floor here for Talon.
Dire's ancient is under attack.
I mean, in 2 minutes, NTS is going to have buyback. In fairness, you know, if you can't kill him in the fountain, he's not going to need buyback anyway.
Is this true?
This always happens to us as well, doesn't it, John? Like, we just can't escape these longer games,
No.
huh?
No.
JT? He's all right.
No.
JT's all right. Chwen's going to move in with the Exo. Torrent's going to connect though. Nullifier out as well, but Chwen will just back his way out for a little bit, move his way back in. There goes Akashi now going after the Ancient. Akashi! A man fight. RP is out, locking down a couple. They're just trying to focus down the Ancient, but the fortification is there. Monet has brought back. He's died the first time. Chwen in the meantime going low himself has died, but he does have the Aegis. In goes WS. What an RP out! What an RP
it's
from WS.
Over.
That'll be it.
Oh,
they finished the game.
God.
Talon have done it. They have found a 2-0 victory up against G2IG against all odds. And I don't know if they're happy, John. I don't know if they're depressed. They don't look that happy to me. They look pretty upset.
Oh, God, I don't know what kind of emotions you'd have. Akashi looks pretty happy because he got to focus on the Ancient. But that was a game that should not have gone on that long. Talon play right into the traps of G2IG for a long time there, getting baited into just fighting into mines and just taking these fights, going too far, getting punished, stalling the game out an additional 20 minutes. And they do come out on top. An impressive 2-0 for Talon nonetheless. Right, G2IG, not an easy opponent to knock out. This team got the one full win yesterday. They'll take one full loss today. And that puts Group A in a very weird standing. It puts it in a very interesting scenario now, where I'm not sure how the bottom four will look, or the bottom two will look, and how that dividing line will be. But Talon in this game, doing a lot of work. WS's Magnus doesn't even show up for some reason now as well. It's 6 minutes. The game just stops working. The game just stops working at that point. You got the Divine on nothing saying, Boca and JT. I wonder if we get in the lobby and JT and nothing, and all these guys see us in the lobby and they're like, I know exactly what kind of game we're going to be having this time around, Mikey. And well, I mean, props to G2IG again. They do a great job installing. They play to the strengths of their lineup. It was a rocky start. Monet, we were questioning the Ags a little bit. He does make it work in terms of the stall. I was expecting it more for the counterplay, but not even necessary to drag the game out to this point. And they do manage to hold on to that game. But Talon, they come out on top, and I guess every victory is a victory, Mike, no matter how long it takes.
Here we go. We get to see some highlights as well before we do head to a break, John. We're already at the 64-minute mark, and we're zooming right past. Oh, yeah, I mean, this is how the game should have been, I suppose, John. This is how long the damn highlights would have been. Had they sent us the original one?
This is the moment.
Here we go.
This is the moment.
This is it.
Oh,
Akashi,
God.
what are you doing? What are you doing, sir?
They got baited by a sniper. It's all into the mines. I mean, we were talking about this, right? But right around the 30-minute mark, I was saying it's techie sniper, Mike. You never know how long this one will take. Guess we know now.
I already knew, John. Yeah, my wife asked me, what do you want for dinner? And I said, you mean breakfast? There's no dinner for me. Trust me. I'm casting Talon versus G2IG. We're not ending anytime soon. Anyway. Props to Talon, Jonathan. I mean, you kind of mentioned it earlier as well. I mean, Talon, they were in the bottom place of their groups. They needed a 2-0 victory to give themselves a chance at remaining in the group stages to the playoffs. And long and behold, Jonathan, they have made that happen.
Yeah, they stall out long enough, and their spirits must be really high. I don't know if they're in high spirits. I don't know if they can even process this game. I don't know what I'm looking at. I'm not joking. I can't focus right now. I have no clue what I'm looking at, but it was something. It was something to experience, I'm sure. I don't know.
I thought we were meant to be in a break right now. We're not, though. We're here, currently talking to each other. Oh, we have an interview ready. All right, excellent. Well, in that case, let's throw to the interview and see who the hell we do have here speaking with us today.
It's Chuen.
Hello.
We should have Chuen on the line.
Oh, hello, Chuen. Congratulations on your 2-0 victory. So, I've got to ask, how the hell are you feeling after a series like that?
It's so intense and nervous, for 30 minutes straight up, Like, it was very intense. Like, every movement you make is gonna be, it might cost the game, Every misstep you make. It's so, very intense.
It was very intense to watch. Chuen, who's making the calls in a game like that? Like when you're going that deep, when things are that hot, like who's making all the calls? Who's the captain in those moments?
I think Ponyo Ponyo make the call, kind of like he has a very good idea. Like if he just supernova in front of the fountain, like what they're gonna do? Like if they focus fire his egg, we're just gonna break the throne anyways. Like and every core chip in as well. Everyone chip in as well. Yep.
Okay. And before this series even started, you guys were in like real danger zone for Group A, and now with a 2-0 victory, you guys are back in the middle of the standings. What was the mindset going into today?
I think against the series earlier against Bad Boom, like we haven't warmed up properly yet, and we have some misunderstanding of our lineup, like how we should play our lineup. And then after the Bad Boom series, we kind of just talk a little bit out and talk what we should do, like our next move and stuff. That's why it got them better a little bit. Yeah.
Okay, go on, John.
I'm curious, Chuen, coming into this game, seeing that draft, were you guys expecting that game to drag on as long as it did? You guys were in control for a good portion. It's a slower tempo, but did you expect it to kind of hit 17 minutes? Did you expect high ground to be that difficult?
I think it's against Team IG, and they are like famous for a 1-hour game, like 70-minute games. Especially they have the sniper. Like I never expect any lesser from that. Like kind of expected after we take the 2 racks, and it's so hard to mega crypt that I kind of know that it's gonna be hell of a long game. Yeah.
Now, how do you guys manage that mental reset? Right, you were talking about that earlier series up against Betboom being pretty rough. How do you mentally reset coming into this? It was fairly short of a break for you guys. How do you guys manage that as a team?
We just group up and talk. Everyone just like speak out their idea, like what we think we should do with this lineup, like and then people get clear mindset. Like after against IG, after the draft complete, like we just talk about how we should play, how we want to execute our lineup, and then everyone just got better mind now. The mind is clearer and to play the game.
Right, that's fair. Now, going into the last day of groups, again, it's do or die into that next day. You've got one matchup left, I believe, up against Falcons. How are you guys feeling? How do you feel about that matchup? How's the confidence coming in? And how do you feel that one will go?
I hope we can get 1 point from them at least. They are the red boss of this tournament. Like I mean, we still need to do our best. Like hopefully we can grab 1 point. Yeah.
Oh. Chuen, I love the modesty. Thank you so much for joining us, and congratulations once again on the 2-0 victory. So we can't wait to watch you again.
Thank you so much. See you.
Thank you. That was the lovely Chuen speaking with us. John, I gotta say, the guy's come far. We've watched him for a while. Obviously, we went to Alliance, now in Talon. He's doing a great damn job. I've always thought this young man has had a lot of talent, and it's nice to see Talon doing well here up against, at least the likes of G2IG and leaving themselves in the running for those playoffs. Jonathan, as much crap as I give Talon, I want to see them do well. It's mostly because you're just part of the organization a little bit that I like to give them crap. I'll be honest with you, John. I actually like them.
Yeah, they're all chill lads, and it's good to hear. I think that the most impressive thing that I got there was just the way they reset. I think that's something that Southeast Asia, it felt like we were very emotional, right? A lot for teams. Once it's downhill, it feels like the mindset just gets weighted down. And it's good to hear a fresh take there from Talon. So hopefully that keeps up. Not the easiest opponent to close out under groups tomorrow, but that's an opponent for the next day, I suppose.
Well, thankfully, Jonathan, we do have more Dota coming up, but we do have 2 brand new casters coming right up. Of course, we have Ricky joining us for our next one, and the lovely, John, how do you pronounce it?
Zequehotic.
Very good. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with those 2.
At some point in every gamer's life, there's a question to be asked. Do your clothes match your hobby in any situation? Or do they just represent what you dream of? No matter what situation, there's always the right wear and the wrong. The only real question is, which are you going to choose? Decide for yourself.
at your face and your bright eyes, and now you're not with me. It's a sad sight. I wish I was your light. I wish I was your light. I see silhouettes dancing in the dark. You took a chance on me. This heart has been arrested. You're my chest and feeling to dancing. I see silhouettes dancing in the dark. You took a chance on me. This heart has been arrested. You're my chest and feeling to dancing. You know I'd be loving you out. You know I'd be loving you out. Loving you out. You know I'd be loving you out. You know I'd be loving you out. Loving you out, loving you out. It's your t-shirt, the way you walk into a room makes my heart hurt. I never felt alone until this best curse. I wish I was your light. I wish I was your light. I see silhouettes dancing in the dark. You took a chance on me. This heart has been arrested. You're my chest and feeling to dancing. I see silhouettes dancing in the dark. You took a chance on me. This heart has been arrested. You're my chest and feeling to dancing. You know I'd be loving you out. You know I'd be loving you out. Loving you out. You know I'd be loving you out. You know I'd be loving you out. Loving you out, loving you out, loving you out. You know I'd be loving you out. You know I'd be loving you out, loving you out,
tears. My mother taught me love, and she told me I will fight for you. 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 Everything I do, I do it all for you. I will fight for you. I will fight for you. When I'm an old man in the country, I'll think about that day, remember fondly. I try to make you proud. I live my life so loud. Before I go, can I say how much a difference it makes with you in my corner? I didn't feel like a goner. I will fight for you. 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 Everything I do, I do it all for you. I will fight for you. I will fight for you. Just wanna let you know I love to watch you grow. Yeah, we're in this together. I've got your back forever. Just wanna let you know I love to watch you grow. Yeah, we're in this together. I've got your back forever. I will fight for you. 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 Everything I do, I do it all for you. I will fight for you. I will fight for you. I will fight for you.
Baby, I'm looking at you. You're the prettiest girl in the room. I know I'm not the only one. All the other boys want you too. Oh, jeans and those eyes. You don't even try now, do ya? I'm praying I'm your type. I'll be anything that you like. Baby, can we dance? Can I be here with your number? Asking for a chance, baby, after the party, come on over. Come on, baby. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Make me feel alive. Make me feel alive. Make me feel alive.
sunny side up. Yeah, Charlotte sun kissing on the white cliffs of Dover, and see my youth and now my head has fallen over them. And all in all, she's rarer than a four-leaf clover, and she's mine, and I'm hers. We land is honey, oh, 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 we land is honey, we land is honey side up. We land is honey, oh, 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 we land is honey, we land is honey side up. 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 Yeah, yeah. Count to 10 and I'ma let you go. Maybe you surprise me, you never know. I can be forgiven, I can give you loving. Baby, make the gamble and I'll let you know. You talk, honey, I'll make you sing, baby. You keep your secrets, but I'll break it down, break it down. 'Cause I've been there, baby, betrayed by every lover. I know the game, you're all the same. You think you're winning, baby. Don't be a fool. You ain't got nothing on me, playing it cool. I know you're nervous, honey. You think you're special, don't you? So many came before you. Don't be a fool. You ain't got nothing on me. Let me tell you where it starts and ends. Creeping your way in, but you don't know who I am. How did you believe it? I learned from the best. I came here to tell you you can save your breath. You talk, honey, I'll make you sing, baby. You keep your secrets, but I'll break it down, break it down. 'Cause I've been there, baby, betrayed by every lover. I know the game, you're all the same. You think you're winning, baby. Don't be.
We are halfway through the day here for ESL 1 Birmingham's day 2 of the group stage, as we are now kicking things off with some more amazing Dota 2. We've got Extreme Gaming taking on Team Spirit. My name's Cryptic. I'm here with Z Quixotics. It's gonna be a lot of fun. I don't know. We were talking about it before we're the Spirit Boys today, or I guess this whole tournament. We are covering every single one of Team Spirit's games here through this qualifier or through this group stage.
Yeah, we get to learn all about them, which I feel like actually many teams already know quite a lot about them because they've been the team to watch for it's kind of inconsistent. Sometimes, they go up and down, but many people have studied Team Spirit. Lately, a lot of teams seem to be studying Extreme Gaming. They've been looking pretty good. They won the last tournament. Yesterday, not so hot. I don't know what happened. Maybe there is some burnout going from one tournament to the next. Maybe just feeling off that day, but both these teams very familiar with each other. Many of the fans familiar with these teams, and it should be a good time.
I mean, you could always say like maybe there's jet lag or something day one. Maybe they're struggling for something like that. It's hard to say, but it is a whole new day for them. You know, maybe things are going to look a little bit different. They very much need some wins. They can't really afford to go like 0-6 or even 1-5 in their first 3 series. That puts them in a really rough position because getting that 6th loss is kind of you're now reliant on tiebreakers depending on the group. Like it is very rough to make it through without a tiebreaker situation. So I think for them it's going to be really important. But that's XG, right? Like we've got Team Spirit here. You and I obviously we've had a lot of fun covering their games. But for those of you who maybe haven't been tuning in, haven't watched too much of it, obviously you can take a look at the roster here. Yatoro, Maposhka, Laurel, Mira, and Collapse. Now, yesterday they also were off to a little bit of a rough start, right?
Yeah, I think we got to see a little bit of both sides. We had one game where they ran an IO strat that looked immaculate. They did so well with that. Then their next game kind of saw more of a rocky start to their game. So it feels like they're not quite at that peak form consistency where it's like, how do you even play against this team every single game? Sometimes they're there, sometimes they're not there.
Yeah. I mean, this is a team that, you know, probably one of the most clutch teams on LAN, and let's talk about one of the most clutch carries that there pretty much is, right? Yatoro, this guy, he is incredibly impressive. You said yesterday they had like a great IO-Lesh combo, which was just disgusting, and they ran over their opponents. But it's like Yatoro seems to always have game impact, and that's like the best thing you can ask from a carry, right?
Oh, definitely. And this should be a fun one to watch him because, you know, one of his favorite players on XG. But for now, we have a content piece for Spirit to introduce them for all of you guys.
Team Spirit, arguably the strongest team of last year. Despite poor performances at a few big events, the roster remains unchanged. Yatoro, Lal, Collapse, Mira, and Miposhka. Together they are one of only 2 teams in the world to have won TI twice, except Lal. You'll get your turn, buddy. Every player on the team is one of the absolute best in the entire world at their respective position, and their synergy together is unparalleled. However, the way of Team Spirit is mysterious. They just barely achieved top 10 in all of the majors last year.
Shit happens. We will come back stronger.
And then they went on to win Riyadh Masters and the International like it's nothing.
It's cool to win, that's all.
Then they go right back to not even manage top 3 finishes at Bet Boom Dacha and Dream League Season 22. What the hell is up with that, guys? I don't think we will ever know what makes them so much better when the stakes are at the highest, but considering this is an ESL 1 and not Riyadh Masters or TI, they will probably get 10th or something. Good luck, boys.
Dude, I love that. That was so good. Okay, I can't wait to see more of these because these are good. These are top tier. I'm always like excited when they put together like little content pieces like talking about the teams and, you know, recent performances, past performances, you know, it's all good stuff. And yeah, I mean, Spirit's a team that people have been watching for quite some time. Obviously, I think right now, these last couple events, they are, you know, not looking so hot, but it's a LAN now. And when they're on LAN, I will never count out Spirit.
That's true. And you can't count them out anyways. It feels like they're always a team you have to respect and be ready for because they do bounce between that, as that content piece showed us, like top tier winning and then like, you know, maybe a little less. Their opponents today, though, Extreme Gaming, maybe going through something like that a little bit themselves because they just won that last tournament. They looked fantastic. Off to a rough start now, but we got XXS, ZingQ, XM, DY, Ame, lots of X's on this team. Maybe they're trying to convince the last 2 to add them in. These guys look pretty good when they're on. We're going to see if that's what we get today. We got Ame here. Many people consider him one of the best carries. Yatoro definitely does, and so it's always fun to see these guys go against each other.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, they have a lot of respect for each other. I think some of the funniest stuff is just when people are like, yeah, I don't know why, like when people, I think they asked Yatoro about it, like, what is this deal with you and Ame? Like, why do you guys, you know, kind of like compliment each other? Why do you guys like respect each other so much? He's like, I don't know, he's like, I just think he's a good player. He's like, there's nothing really too much about it.
Just 2 carry players carrying games.
Yeah. I mean, they always come up with some unique stuff, but I'm excited because we've got a draft underway, and it's going to be honestly nothing too surprising quite yet. We've seen every team first phase ban out the Magnus against these guys. They do not want to give it to Spirit, where you're going to see the triple support bans from Spirit, right? The Chen, Disruptor, and Shadow Demon. Those have been pretty much the go-tos for them this tournament, and they get rid of the first pick Pango option, right, for Extreme. They don't want to let that one through.
Yeah, some notable heroes here. Io still in the pool. Sniper. Oh, there he is. Both these teams really like Sniper. Looks like he's going to be taken out. Razor, one of the best, one of XM's most played heroes, but you can, of course, flex this hero around. So it's just been a very common opener for a lot of teams. This is where Spirit would have picked Sniper if they had not banned it out on Extreme Gaming, so that kind of makes sense. With that ban, I wonder if they'll go for the IO. They looked really good with it yesterday.
I feel like it's a surprising, like looking when that popped up, they're like, oh yeah, it has a negative win rate on Razor, which to me, I was kind of expecting it to do well, but it is almost always banned. It's one of the most banned heroes of the tournament. I'm not that shocked that its win rate isn't fantastic, since a lot of times we do see it is in the opener. So either on pick 1 or pick 2. But yeah, like you said, one of the most picked heroes here from Extreme Gaming, and the response, Spirit. Yataro's Wind Ranger, which we saw him pick back-to-back yesterday. And, you know, they managed to get 1 win out of it.
Yeah, so a couple cool things about the Wind Ranger versus the Razor. Razor kind of an anti-carry. You link someone, steal all their damage, kill them off really quickly in the late game. But at least in the early game, Wind Ranger with the Wind Run can run out, break the chain, and run right back in. Later on, Razor's kind of fast enough to keep up with that. But at least in the early game, you can deal with that. Another thing is that her Focus Fire attacks so quickly that he's stealing damage, but you might still kill your target before you lose too much damage, just because that's how fast you attack. So kind of a cool response there. We may see it go mid or carry. I think that's another cool thing about this pick. Razor could go technically in all 3 lanes, but usually see him mid or off lane, and that means your Wind Ranger, you can just move her wherever you see this Razor go. You can move her to the carry, you can move her to the mid lane. You have a couple more picks to decide that.
Yeah, and I think Spirit is probably one of the teams that most often will flex the Wind Ranger. It is played by Yataro if it's a good carry Wind Ranger game. Like, they will definitely do that. But the other thing is they can put it mid for Laurel pretty easily. He's very comfortable on the heroes. We see the most banned heroes of the tournament so far. So Chen, Pango, Disruptor, Io, Kunkka. None of that is shocking to me. There's a lot of teams specifically that will respect ban Kunkka. There are teams that just ignore this hero and don't touch it at all, but there are other teams that if you give them a Kunkka, they will play it every single game first picked. And so I think that's why we're seeing Kunkka in that like kind of most banned heroes position. I think Shopify is the main one. No team is going to give them Kunkka. Even though they are not looking so hot right now, I don't think that they've had a chance to play it.
Yeah, he is still slipping through the draft right now. He's pretty good versus Io, or like, not like the hardest counter, but it's nice to have the tools because you can X mark even as they try to relocate, save, stuff like that. You can pull them straight back. Io's still here, and they banned Kunkka, actually. I wonder if they're thinking about it. Yeah. Io Marcy is still available, actually. I feel like if you don't take one of them, there's a good chance Extreme Gaming might grab those, because that's been a really powerful combo that came up towards the end of the last tournament.
100% agree. I think you could definitely justify going the Io on Spirit there, but they instead go for the Tusk. We saw them run this very similar opener yesterday, the first pick Wind Ranger into the Io at the beginning of the next phase, and they left it left Gaming Gladiators in a position of like, well, crap, like we either have to pick the Marcy or ban the Marcy, or now we have to like deal with something else, and they ended up going with like the Lesh, right? So they ended up getting Io Lesh as their, response, which is not bad into heroes like Razor. Like, you can win those matchups. They grab the Phoenix. Quite good against heroes like Tusk. So if this is a 4-position Tusk, the 5 Phoenix will make the lane very difficult. Tag team, not very good when you have no attack speed.
Yeah, that is true. Guess we're not thinking about the IO Marcy. Having said that, I don't think I've seen Extreme Gaming play it yet, but I feel like it's definitely something they could do if they wanted to. Maybe they've tried it. They don't feel like it's for them. I'm going to grab that Tiny, very popular hero. He's like not good enough to be banned consistently at the start. You do see some first phase bans, but
yeah,
a lot of times people opt to ban other heroes. But because he then slips through, he's good enough that teams then want him quite often. So we do see a good amount of Tiny, and I think it's a good pick because you don't have a lot of crowd control here on Extreme Gaming right now. Razor, obviously, none. Phoenix, you got an egg after like however many seconds, right? That's not quite enough. You need some lower cooldown initiation, and it's actually still got some flex value technically. So you leave a little bit hidden in your draft. We see a Snapfire for Team Spirit. They've been playing it. We saw that I think
Twice
two times in their games yesterday. I don't think it quite paid off in the games we saw. They didn't quite get the like early ults that you usually want. Yeah, we saw it paired with Slardar a lot. I'm wondering if they're thinking about that. Though I think into Razor Phoenix, that's maybe not the best.
I think part of this that is actually good is that you pick it into the Phoenix, and that's I was wondering if they would go back for the Snapfire because they have been playing it, and picking Phoenix into Spirit when they're one of the few teams that play the Snapfire is a little bold. So we'll see. I mean, obviously at this point you can rely on Snapfire to just have the little shredder up as opposed to playing for the Mortimer Kisses in the fight, and that's kind of good enough, you know, if you can get that out of your support, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, such a good tag team game. You got Focus Fire and Little Shredder.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, that's a great offlane pairing. So Snapfire, Brewmaster, very easy for them to trigger the Cinder Brew with this, right? You have 2 ranged spells from Snapfire to help trigger. This does allow you to also dodge the Tusk into Phoenix matchup, and so Tusk will be bottom into Tiny, which is way better. So I actually really like the movement from Spirit on the draft with this.
Yeah, I think they'll do that too. I guess it's not. We'll see if they actually end up swapping. You could have Tusk be the 4 support to have more roaming potential, but I don't think that.
Play it in the other lane.
I think swapping for the lanes is better, like you said. Yeah. But I guess we'll see what the last couple picks are, because that could still change that.
So the good thing from Spirit here, I think one of the reasons maybe they don't go for the ILS is they still have the ability to hide the Wind Ranger's position and force Extreme into kind of banning, you know, on a guess, right? Where is this Wind Ranger going? Is it going to be safe lane? Is it going to be mid lane? So Extreme here on 18 probably need to pick a carry unless they want to reveal where the Razor is going.
I think Sven could be good. Sven, we've seen him picked as a counter to Wind Ranger, and he's pretty good versus Brewmaster. Like, the lane's a little rough, but you have such high cleave damage that you like kill all the Brewlings really quickly. Forget that. We're gonna go Lifestealer instead.
I thought they might have gone for a Weaver. I was gonna say it could be pretty
that
decent.
Could have been good too.
You know, but yeah, they go for Lifestealer. A little bit more of a stable hero. It's all right against Wind Ranger if you go like the Aghanim Scepter build eventually. But now, yeah, you actually have to ban out hard carry counters because you can just put the Wind Ranger mid and have picked something like a Faceless Void, which would have been very scary. So they're still allowing the flex from both Razor and Wind Ranger, which I think makes a lot of sense for these drafts. We'll see where these bans go. I'm trying to think. Anti-Mage seems pretty good for Spirit if they can get it, because you will have overall last pick, but it just depends on what the offlaner is going to be. There's the Mars.
I am kind of up for that. If they want to still run carry Wind Ranger, then maybe a playmaker from the mid lane. Because I think just having Tusk, because Brewmaster, he brings a lot of chaos, but instant lockdown to set up Mortimer's Kisses is not really one of the things he offers. So I think that's something else they could opt for if they want to do that. Give them some early game strength.
Radiant team back.
Okay. The Enigma ban. Huh. All right. We've been seeing a lot of teams feel pretty confident going late game with Enigma. It has, if you don't have a reliable way of canceling Black Hole, it seems almost unwinnable, right? It's been pretty devastating for teams to deal with.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I wonder if that also means they want a melee carry that would have struggled into the Enigma, but not into the Razor. Kind of like the Anti-Mage. I think that could have been a good pick. Could still be. See what Extreme Gaming thinks. They have the ban here.
Radiant team pick.
Yeah, there's the Weaver ban. Okay.
Team spirits turn to
So Centaur. Okay. So the Weaver ban now makes a lot of sense. You could look for something. You can't pick Troll in the matchup versus Razor. So in terms of heroes that can play into Centaur, the pool definitely a little bit more limited. There's the Drow Ranger actually, but into like Stampede and Razor is a little bit scary. And then you're running Drow Wind Ranger cores.
That would either go really well or really badly.
Yeah, it's like that's a feast or famine type scenario. You can always just go safe and pick Luna, right? But
yeah, that's
also
we've
not
seen
a
them
great
play
hero
a
in the
lot.
Razor. Okay, Morph. That makes the
Morphling
most
into
sense.
Life Stealers, pretty classic. You get to steal it, get your own rage. We've seen this Morphling versus Centaur lane quite a lot. It doesn't
go well. It's just the heat, like Centaur free farms, right?
Yeah, but it's also like both kind of free farm. It's often dependent like what the supports do. But I wouldn't say it's like a winning or losing matchup, because if Morphling gets ahead, he feels comfortable sitting on like high agility and then just denies a lot to Centaur, even though Centaur's a high damage hero. Morphling's attack animation is just better. But if Morphling falls behind, feels like in danger, he has to sit higher strength, then that's where Centaur can just out deny and free farm. So we'll have to see what how the support interaction goes. Tiny Centaur could be pretty scary. Yeah, Avalanche Toss, Stomp, Double Edge, another Double Edge, maybe a third Double Edge. That's a lot of damage coming out really quickly. So you might have to be careful on his Morphling. But I mean, it's Yatoro, right? Surely he'll always switch to Strength in time.
I really liked. I mean, I think this Morphling pick is perfect. This is one of those heroes that I never play Morphling, so it escapes my mind occasionally. Like I think I've maybe played this hero like 3 times in the last 10 years. So it's like I just never remember that this hero exists sometimes. But it is a very good Morphling game. Obviously, like you said, good into the Lifestealer, but also it's phenomenal into Razor. It's one of the best heroes from the carry role into Razor. And yeah, you don't win your Centaur lane, you'll draw, you'll get your farm. Centaur will probably be enormous, but I think in terms of your game matchups, you're much happier having the Morphling.
I think so. I'm trying to think about the other heroes now. Mid lane, we got Wind Ranger versus Razor. Feels like they'll both farm until maybe the 4 supports come roaming in. Maybe the 5s. We see that a lot at the 6 minute, party in the mid lane. 6 heroes at 6 minutes.
That's how it always is. The 6 at 6. Oh, I'm excited. This should be a pretty fun one. We've been seeing a lot of Spirit, but our first time watching Extreme, and they need to bounce back from a little bit of a rough start yesterday. So we are going to hop into game number 1 here as both teams smoked out, heading out onto the map. Yatoro will place most likely a mid ward. And we're paused. A little bit of a chat issue.
Let's see, Tiny and Tusk have some win laces. Could mean we might see some early movements. Maposhka, maybe not as much. Since you're position 5 on that Tusk, you do have a little bit more responsibility to help out Morphling. Though I will say Morphling, in the right matchups, he's one of those carries you can leave alone pretty quickly. Like I'd say, like even as early as level 3 if he's having a good start in a good matchup, which I think if you just place a ward to spot where Tiny is, like that's the danger. The avalanche setting up for them to stomp, chain stun to kill the Morphling. So like cut these trees, set up a ward, something like that. Get Morphling a couple levels. You might be able to start moving around pretty quickly.
Well, they're going to try and get started on Ame here. Unfortunately, you've gone Shards 1, so, you know, not a ton of damage that you can throw into this. So he'll just walk away with his team behind him.
Thirty seconds to battle.
But it is going to be a Miposhka on the Tusk. So something that we talked about earlier was, you know, dodging out the potential bad lane matchups. Looks like that's what they're, you know, doing as well. They do not want to play the Tusk into that Phoenix.
You know, thinking about it, I kind of like that Laurel took the Wind Ranger in the mid lane because that means Focus Fire comes out faster, and Focus Fire with Tag Team is so much damage in the early game. And I mean, Tag Team's low cooldown, you can use it whenever. It's how quickly do you have Focus Fire? So the fact that he'll have it maybe a minute, 2 more than like a carry Wind Ranger would have it, maybe that's an extra kill or 2 just by being next to the Tusk.
Miposhka needs to be a little bit careful here. He is walking, or maybe unknowingly walking into 3s. NQ does have the tree toss though, so he's just gonna right click him down, do a little bit of damage. Phoenix unable to connect, so he's gonna TP back bottom without wasting too much time. Mid lane matchup of Wind Ranger and Razor. Have we seen this one ourselves? I don't think so, right? It's mostly been Lesh versus Razor when this hero ends up in the mid lane.
Yeah, I don't remember seeing Wind Ranger versus Razor in one of our casts, but I think it is something that has happened just because Razor... Ooh, another pause to talk about it. Razor just dominates certain matchups, right? So it kind of takes away a huge pool of heroes you can play into the mid lane, and you end up with a lot of ranged heroes as a response. I think Laurel should be fine here. Universal damage, so a lot of damage potential to harass, and then with the wind run, should never really be linked for that long. I think the later this game goes, Spirit will feel more and more comfortable. You're going to have late game Morphling, late game Brewmaster, Wind Ranger. Like, these heroes are such a menace as you get to those late levels, maxed out items. Extreme Gaming should have an easier time in the early game. Like, Lifestealer is a hero you can leave alone. It lets you get active around your other cores. He eventually joins back in. Maybe a Radiance. I don't know if that's what he's going to go for this game, but it is probably the most common build we see. Phase, Armlet. Orb Corrosion, which actually might be pretty cool versus Morphling, into that Radiance. And they'd be pretty strong around that time. What else we got going on? Mid's pretty even. Actually, all the lanes are even, except Brewmaster. Brewmaster's maybe struggling the most right now. But I don't think that's too bad, considering the Lifestealer. Well, Mira maybe in a little bit of trouble here. Slowed down a lot, has the cookie though, so should be safe. Does mean you're going to lose the Lotus. Top side. Who got that? I think that was Zinq. Oh, no. Tusk did get it. Paid a lot of health for it. Break even, maybe, once he eats that Lotus. Lotuses, guys. If you're not prioritizing the Lotuses, definitely do it. It's practically worth a creep wave for how much regen you get from it. It's about 120-ish gold if you were to try to equate it to mangoes and fairy fires. So, practically a creep wave there, which many of you in pubs are just forgetting about. Get your free money. trading up here. Tusk and Tiny just poking each other. They're too tanky though. They'll never. Oh, missing the courier. That would have been a good courier snipe. Gloves of haste. If you guys didn't know, you can throw the tree, snipe some couriers, but I don't believe you can actually target the courier. So you kind of have to throw it where you think it's gonna go. Most players aren't paying attention to their courier, so it usually just goes in a line. But Yatoro, believe it or not, excellent player. Moved his courier in time. High level gameplay right there.
I steal from the slow.
Tusk watching that mid lane. Ice Shards is really good versus Razor. Razor is a very fast hero, just depends on walking away from most ganks. But with an actual physical block, can't do anything. Ame in a little bit of trouble here. Does not have rage, but I don't think they actually have the damage to kill him. Maybe extend it a little too far. Now with the Phoenix here, kind of ends the aggression. The Fire Spirits attack slow. Too much. 90 attack slow.
All right, my apologies. My entire setup just froze, so I'm back at least. Thank you for filling for the last few minutes while I, behind the scenes, try not to light my computer on fire.
Oh, just in time for Tusk,
Just
maybe
in
going
time
down.
for
Pops the
first blood.
Lotus!
Okay, first blood for XinQ. That's great for them.
That was really nice of them to wait for you.
Ah, very, very nice. I actually, I was, you know, well, we'll come back to it. Collapse dying in the bottom lane. All right, so they get 2 kills across the map, actually. Nice little rotation from XM on the Razor. We don't really see a Phoenix get, or a Razor get active super early. Top lane, XXS in a really rough spot here. Tag team by, like, will expire, and they actually will not be able to finish off the kill. The stomp lasts a little bit too long. Did that catch the Morphling as well on that stomp?
I missed it. I was looking at our ganking Razor.
Right.
I might have a ganking Wind Ranger now. She's coming top. She's got Focus Fire, Invis Rune. We talked about this tag team combo. We might get to see it here. She's killing someone.
Right? I feel like it. Yeah, there's going to be your Focus Fire tag team as well. Great dodge on the Avalanche there from Laurel as they're going to continue the chase here onto XinQ. Block him from going into those trees, but dive in the tower. A little bit too much, so they'll just back away, take the kill onto the Centaur, and walk back to the mid lane. So both mid laners getting fairly active early on. They're going to be very even in CS, honestly. Like, this game right now, pretty even across the CS boards. Tusk, I guess, maybe a little bit surprising as a support, having as much as he does in that lane, but yeah, no one's really kind of getting pushed out of the lane too much.
Yeah, I think Tusk's is mostly small camp CS, so not as meaningful as it might look, but still nice for him. Still some money. Nothing crazy with the 7-minute runes. Focus Fire's coming up in 15 seconds, so I feel like he could just come back top, or Tusk could make his way mid.
Now that on the damage, Jotaro gets the morph off. It's one of those changes like to Avalanche, right? Where after the first initial stun, you're allowed to, you know, activate, whereas previously it was a chain stun, right?
Mm-hmm.
So much better for the Morphling. Gets the morph off, he'll live.
Yeah, I think we're at the point Tusk does not need to be next to the Morphling anymore. I think this is the point where both sides just farm. He has a Morbid Mask. He's level 5. I think both heroes, both supports should just leave and just go play elsewhere, which looks like for the 8-minute rune.
Well, instant D-ward. Yep. I mean, we've brought a lot of supports to the mid lane. Bottom lane, DY will just deny the illusion. Mira won't scout it out, but we'll at least see that the rune's gone now, so really well played there from the Phoenix. Collapse is definitely struggling a little bit here against the Lifestealer, and it makes sense, right? Lifestealer picked specifically into this matchup, goes for an early Orb of Corrosion, phase boots. He can't get pushed out of the lane at this point. So it's similar to the Morphling, right? You're like, okay, well, my hero can't be pushed out of lane, so we're just gonna leave you in a 1v1 for the most part. And I would like the Phoenix to maybe greed out a little bit, get some stacks. play aggressive. Well, speaking of aggressive, nice snowball into the Ice Shard. Stampede comes through. Focus fire. Is it going to connect? Not enough. And right into the hands of XM. The Avalanche toss back. XinQ sets up a great kill for XXS.
That was one more attack away from dying. Thanks to that Stampede, Windrun kept up with him, but Tusk could not, which means there was no tag team for that bonus damage. And fast response from the other heroes in the area gets them a Wind Ranger kill and protects the stacks, because that would have been pretty sad. If they get that Centaur kill, that would also steal the stacks that they had made to help the Centaur. No focus fire.
Yeah, no focus fire, but XM should be playing. I mean, he has stolen so much damage. It's like the full duration snowball is funny because he's just gonna continue to steal damage. It's like you're not hitting him, but he's gonna be even scarier when you come out.
Yeah, looks like he stole 100 damage there. Ame did come here, so maybe Collapse can pressure this bottom tower. Although there is a Phoenix. Phoenix is a really good wave clear with the Fire Spirits.
Yeah. Collapse is just mode farm, right? Like, he just wants to get to the Radiance. He goes a single Bracer into an Urn rather than going for, like, the double Bracer Radiance build, which we've seen a ton. I think part of this is because he wants a way to reliably trigger the Cinderbrew himself without needing his Snapfire, and he's gone for the max passive, right? The Drunken Brawler. No points in the Earth Shock, or whatever it's called. Shock, I don't know. It's one of those abilities.
Thunderclap.
Thunderclap.
Yeah, it's cool because Drunken Brawler gives so much evasion, and then even more when you're Cinderbrewed up. And then he chooses to go Talisman of Evasion first. Many people will go straight for Sacred Relic because it gives you damage, helps you farm faster. But the Talisman obviously gives you evasion, which gives you survivability. And a hero like Lifestealer literally only attacks. So if he's missing over half his attacks, now we have a bottom lane where no one really wants to come here. You can't pressure the Lifestealer can't pressure the Brewmaster. It's just a farm off in the bottom lane. And it feels like it's a farm off top lane. And that means we see constant 6v or 3v3 fights in the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, we said that this was going to happen, right? Whenever you pick the Morphling into the Centaur, your Morphling has a great lane, but your Centaur also ends up having a great lane. I'm a little bit surprised he's gone for 4-point Stomp, no points in the Retaliate, because we see a lot of people max out the Retaliate and use this as like your farming buff, right? They just jungle, essentially get an early Blade Mail and farm with max Retaliate, or at least like 2 to 3 points in Retaliate. This makes me feel like he wants to fight, but I don't know who he's fighting with, like unless you have like a really early Blink Dagger from the Tiny. And I mean, looking at XinQ's net worth, maybe. Oh, he just bought Phase Boots, so never mind. He's not even gonna be close now.
I think maybe if you're having a rough time, the Retaliate build will help you farm. I think if you know you're gonna have space, which seeing the Morphling, you kind of know you're just gonna be up here farming with the Morphling. I think this max QW build also helps you farm, but actually gives you the potential for aggression if Morphling ever slips up, if you get a gank off. So maybe that's why he opted for this build. He is going to get a Blade Mail. He is going to go get those points and Retaliate. And he will still eventually reach that point where like Focus Fire is going to get Wind Ranger killed first. Which I guess if Wind Ranger's not in your lane, you're not worried about it later.
That's a solo kill!
Solo kill!
Dude. XinQ is like he has no vision. He's just strolling through the jungle like, like maybe I'll find somebody, but Yatoro just at too low of HP. Normally we see Tiny mid as like a typical response to Morphlings in previous patches because of how fast you can burst down a Morphling with like a Blink Dagger. You don't really expect to just walk up to him and get the kill. That is very well played there from the Tiny.
Get a replay. So he just came around the tree, which must have blocked enough vision that Morphling didn't see it. And so he was mode efficiency, high agility. Otherwise, I didn't think that would happen. I didn't realize that angle was like just perfect. It looked like Morphling should see him, but a fantastic pickup for his XinQ. He's already halfway to his Blink Dagger with that. Where are we on these other items? Brewmaster's about 1,500 gold from his Radiance.
Ame did go for the armlet into Radiance, so I was curious if he was going to rush a Radiance himself or go for the armlet build. Some people do, like they'll just skip armlet altogether. In a lane like this where you know you're going to be free farming, I actually kind of like the idea of just rushing the Radiance and getting it online as fast as possible. But armlet, definitely a safer pickup earlier. Big stacks cleared here from the side of Extreme. So getting a lot more gold into the hands of the Centaur, which, you know, not surprising. He's having a good game. Very even Extreme with just a slight gold advantage. The solo kill for the Tiny kind of makes a big difference there, right?
Yeah. And he's committed to that. He realized that off that kill, he's like got a good chunk of gold. We see him do a little bit of farming. I'd be okay if they just gave him some space, get that blink up, so that you can start making plays. He's gonna beat the Centaur to it at this rate.
Dude, he actually might.
Yeah, Razor does not actually really initiate, right? You need someone to help you out, and a blink avalanche toss into the Razor, blink, right? That's pretty good. Bottom lane going aggressive on Ame.
Yeah, they got him. Ooh, Arma toggled the shackle. No, he was looking for the infest target into DY. The egg's gonna come out. Mira walks up with the little shredder. Great avalanche. They're gonna try and finish off in time, and they can. Jin Q now on the run, cooking forward. Brings Yutaro into reach. A blood grenade out for good measure, but they've got him. 3 kills going the way of Spirit here to finally get a little bit more momentum going their way, and they didn't commit the split either, so they've got plenty of team fights still left in the tank. What a shackle.
Yeah, if he gets that infest off, he definitely lives, and then maybe you feel comfortable fighting over this tower. But pops the rage. This is why Tusk is good versus Lifestealer. You got that BKB piercing punch, and if that infest goes in, that Phoenix is tanky enough to survive. All the heroes were coming in, right? So they would have been ready to fight around this. You pop egg, Lifestealer pops out, start attacking. So great shackle to get them the kills, and now this bottom tower. They got some control down here. Ooh, a nice aggressive ward placed in front of the enemy tier 2, so they can keep an eye on down here.
I like this. So we see the Radiance come out mid lane for the Brewmaster. He is missing, and missing. When you're brewed up with Radiance, 4 points in the Storm Panda. If you guys are unaware of the amount of evasion it is, it's about 95%. So you aren't going to hit this guy. It's not even going to be close. So unless you have some form of true strike on your heroes, when he's brewed up with that Radiance and in Storm stance, you will not hit him. It's very funny. At least I think it's funny. Some people may think that that's, you know, OS Frog material, but I think it's hilarious.
The non-Brewmaster players don't think it's funny.
I don't even play this hero. I just think it's funny. Like watching a carry walk up and just hit him. I think we watched a Troll Warlord pop a Battle Trance, and all he did was just press Cinder Brew and stood there and tanked the entire thing. He missed 100% of his auto attacks.
Oh, DY just misses this Observer bottom. They lost an Observer down here, so he's like, oh, they must have had vision if they saw us place that. Yeah, they did, but unfortunately, the sentry just a little bit off.
All right, so we're going to see a smoke out from DY here. Tag team with some more of his teammates to pop that over. Who are they looking for? Tusk, not really the kill that they want. Here in the mid lane from Aposhka, they might just try and... Well, looks like they are just going to go for it. Settle for anything. The avalanche, the toss, the damage is there. Here's going to be the response, though. XSS still has that ultimate available. They go ahead and just instantly pop the egg. Mira's walking in with a little shredder. They get it, no problem. There's going to be the stampede to get them out, but a 1-for-1 trade. You get the egg. You do force the entirety of Spirit to the mid lane while Ame's farming, but I still think kind of worth it if you're Spirit. That is no stampede now.
Yeah, I think 1-for-1. Plus, I do think Spirit going into the late game feels pretty good. So even if you're not like destroying the enemy right now, taking all the towers, if you're not losing towers, you're not losing big fights, I think they feel fine.
Totally. I 100% agree. It's the Morphling matchup into both cores is really good, and Wind Ranger's matchup into these heroes is relatively good. Obviously, once Razor has his shard, it becomes a little bit more difficult, but for now, I think Spirit feel fairly comfortable with the pace of the game. Collapse has, more than recovered. He's dead even with the Centaur. He's got really good timing on his Radiance, and he's continuing to kind of push his net worth up a little bit. Laurel chasing after Jin Q here, going for the TP on out. I don't think they're going to scout it. Yeah, nice movement from him.
Well, we got a moment here. I want to highlight something DY is doing, which he's the only player I've seen do this. He has Tranquils. He's going to go straight Nullifier. Absolute baller build. He does this on Phoenix, but I've seen him do it on other supports as well. And I'm not fully sure how good it is, guys. I wouldn't recommend you do this in pubs. I think it will only work at a pro coordinated level. But on the heroes he does it, it's kind of a statement saying, I do everything I need to. I don't need more items to help me. Like, I don't need the 4-staff to save people or myself, the utility, like the Glimmer, stuff like that. It's like, yeah, I'm just going to dispel the enemy, or purge, technically, right? I'm going to purge the enemy of their buffs with the Nullifier. And it's pretty good versus Wind Ranger.
XM's got a BKB and a shield rune. They get the Brewmaster immediately. Great stomp from XXS off that Blink Dagger, and now they've got to get out of here. Spirit pushed back. Laurel forced to pop the Wind Run. As Zinq looking for an opening, but great cancel with the power shot there. Avalanche toss back. They've caught the morph. There's going to be Egg right on top of them. XM still close by, but they cannot finish the job.
That was a great fight for them. They're going to get the mid tower. That tiny blink coming into play now. Full force, just finding fights. Getting that Brewmaster killed before the split can come out, then finding a follow-up, toss back, giving them the space to then finish up these towers.
They have like triple Blink Dagger now, don't they? Maposhka. Yeah, okay, you can just do that. That works. Just TP lol. 2 blinks, okay. BKB available for Laurel. He just needs to buy it. He needs to make sure to do that before he dies. He does. He's probably going to go down here. The ult should burn him through with the Razor. He did buy out the BKB, so doesn't end up losing too much gold, but a very nice amount of gold bounty going the way of XM. He's going to be very happy as Yutoro just farming up some Ancients. He's on his way to the Conda eventually, so that's one of those items that seemingly was like really bad, but very good on a couple of heroes, and Morphling was one of them. And then they buffed the specific aspect of it, which, made it even better for him.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I'm trying to see where XG wants to go from here. Roche is now possible for both teams. Might be slightly slow, but both teams could do it given the opening.
Radiant are scanning.
Maybe they're waiting for this Phoenix Nullifier timing.
That could be it. That could be it. Yeah. Dude, I actually can't believe he just rushes Nullifier on this. I'm trying to think like what the main reason behind it is. Because obviously there's Wind Ranger. But outside of Wind Ranger,
I mean, it's a counter to a lot of 4-staff, Glimmer, items. Solar Crest, all of those items that buff you up. Looks like both teams are thinking about Roche. Can hold that Nullifier discussion for a little bit.
All right, Maposhka pops his smoke. He gets the blink out. Very nicely done. And now XXS, he's the one that's in a rough spot. Shackle connects the cookie to get them out. Jin-Q and Avatar sends him right back. Collapse still has that ult ready to go as XM's gonna begin the charge in. Decides, okay, maybe not. A bunch of spells thrown, no team wanting to commit.
This is Eye of the Storm going, though.
Yeah, it kind of favors Well, if they can go back in, they get on top of a great target. It's going to be Yadro on the morph. He gets the push away. There's the split finally coming through from Collapse, but those Pandas, they're dying fast. Maposhka just burning as well. Jinkyu's going to trade his life as well. So the egg goes down. Laurel just burns through the Razor. They'll be able to grab the egg as well. Maposhka, or I'm sorry, Mira cleaning that one up quite easily. XXS coming down there from the Cyclone as Tusk is back, ready to go. Pops the tag team, trying to stay on top of Ame, and Laurel just going to be able to kite this out as well. It's just, I feel like they have to continue, but maybe not. They'll just let him walk away. They're afraid to keep chasing.
Maybe they don't feel pressured to, because it's already good right now. It was like even buyback, support for support. The Eye of the Storm being popped by Extreme Gaming, I think they felt pressured to make a play, so they pop a smoke in the back, which is pretty sneaky. Like, it might have caught Spirit off guard, but they have to push into an area they don't have the best vision. You find the Morphling, he's already going on strength. You find the Brewmaster, but you can't chain stun him, so he splits, right? So your initial start is not that great, and it frees up the backline heroes from Spirit to just like pick the best targets and go from there. Egg, like, this is why Snapfire is so good versus Phoenix, right? I don't think we've seen an egg finish once yet.
No, not even
every
close.
time it is being killed off.
It's just that one value point little shredder too, right? Like,
yeah, it's just one
eventually
point.
You can get the little shredder talent as well if you want the extra attacks. So, I mean, we'll see if he goes that route. I think a lot of people on the support role would prefer the cookie cooldown, but if there was ever a game where from a support position you would pick it, this is kind of it. XXS here on the bottom lane does have that blink, doesn't manage to dodge it. Eudora with the great stomp. There's gonna be the cookie to follow. He's got a stampede. He's gonna be forced to pop it. The chase though, is it there? Mortimer kisses, not even needed. Just slowed down enough from the power shot. That was very nicely done. As Collapse hunting on the other side of the map. He has that split coming. Maybe looking to try and force a BKB out of XM, but he's also very fast.
That's true. Two super fast heroes just running away from each other.
That was the first brew split we had seen in the game, right? In that bottom engagement. We hadn't really seen one previously.
It feels wrong. I'm trying to remember it though, but I actually can't quite remember. I don't have a good short-term memory though. It's like a goldfish. So maybe.
Yeah, I feel like I haven't seen Collapse being forced to use it. There was the one fight in the mid lane where they got the kill before he could do anything, but I mean, we see how much of like impact a Brewmaster can have, especially once he gets the health talent for these things. Because, yeah, fighting into the Razor Lifestealer, they can just try and focus down those clones. But as soon as he hits level 20 and grabs that 1200 Brewling health, it's going to be a lot more difficult to take the fights. See the Roshan fall here. Should not be any contest coming out from Extreme. They do scan it now, so they know. But Yatora will grab the Aegis. Konda is completed on his way to a BKB as well, so wants to get himself a little bit more of a survivability item before progressing into a Daedalus, it seems.
Yeah, very even net worth game, but I do think Spirit feels not that it's a guaranteed win or anything, but I do think Extreme Gaming is the one that feels more pressure to find things, and the fact that they just lost the first Roshan, it's kind of hard to fight into it.
Oh my god! Oh, all right. That's a really nice way to start the fight. The stun onto Yadro, but a nice cookie into a rage though. So yeah, that's one of the benefits of this Morphling into that Lifestealer matchup. And now Laurel, just kind of baiting out a little bit. They get the tower, they get the Stampede, and they back away. Only really costs them the Morph.
I think Xingqiu blinked in and got stunned by Cookie, unfortunately. Otherwise, maybe they get something out of that. It is still a really hard kill, though.
Does Yadro have his shard? The being able to morph during...
yes.
He does? Okay, yeah. Because I was like, I didn't think he got the morph off in time, but he still definitely was morphing strength during the stun, so... That would make sense. A lot more difficult to kill this guy without some form of a silence, which I don't think anyone's going to itemize to at all on the side of Extreme. Bottom lane, we're going to see them go in. Great stomp from XXS, trying to bring down this Tusk, but a great cookie away. The shards to try and zone off the rest of the team. They're chasing for more. Yadro with his own rage, turning around onto Ame. 2 lifestealers enter the arena. They both leave at the same time. That's good stuff.
You ever see 2 carries hit each other for 4 seconds and nothing happens? I don't think the health even moved.
You want to see me do it again? That was quite good. Collapse walking in, able to get on top of XXS, and Yadro will force that Ogre Steel Totem to the low ground. They are split. They see the Razor mid, so this is giving Collapse potentially a little bit of time to maybe play aggressive here on the front side. Of course, still has that Primal Split available. The Brood Up being dispellable actually makes a huge difference now that I'm looking at the Nullifier. That makes a lot more sense now into the Brewmaster.
Even with it, still couldn't kill him.
Nullifier out. That's a good kill. Finally, they get an opening, and then, yeah, they get the Wind Ranger. It costs you your tier 2 tower, but I think better than getting nothing.
I like... So first, great kill on the Wind Ranger, right? You take that. But right before that, we saw the Brewmaster get gone on, and they can't kill him. And I like the way that Collapse is playing this with this high evasion, just playing like fairly aggressive and not using Brew Split too early because they don't have the chain stun to kill Brewmaster before he splits. As long as he has split, he can live. So he can move really aggressively. And if it ever gets close through all his evasion versus these 2 physical, look at these carries doing nothing to each other. Like the Razor and Lifestealer, they only right click, so they can't kill Brew even in the avalanche of the stun. And so if it gets close, you Brew Split and then you get away. And this allows him to just play on his own all the time, farming up tons, pushing lanes, like going in first on these fights to get the vision they need. And you can't like, oh guys, go on the Brewmaster, we're all missing. Oh, yeah, it doesn't feel good at all, but you kind of have to because he's the one in the front.
Yeah, and Mira's also picked up a Lotus Orb now, which is so good at helping keep these other heroes alive. So it's going to be even more difficult to get on top of Collapse. The Pipe, the Lotus Orb, obviously Pipe, not dispellable still, right? As one of the few aura activatables that is not dispellable, like the barrier.
No, I think it should be.
Is it? No, can't remember. Oh, maybe it's the Crimson. No, it's either Crimson Guard. That might be. I can't remember. One of them's not dispellable.
Let me think. I think they should be. I guess we'll see.
We're going to see a smoke up here from Extreme. Aghanim Scepter finished up on Ame. They get on top of Laurel again. There's going to be the Nullifier out. The Snowball to save him. He got the BKB as well. He can start laying into these heroes as Yadro on the backside just going to start dumping in. They lose the Tusk. They're trying to get XXS out, but the Gale Force just pulls him right back in. The Disarm keeping Laurel at bay as Ame with another Disarm trying to chase him down. The Radiance is going to burn. He's got the kill. On the other side of the fight, it's going to be XM chasing after the Morphling, the waveform away. His BKB now expired. Collapse doing what he can here to try and keep this fight alive for his team, but currently down a hero. Xingqiu in a really good spot here. There's going to be the Avalanche, the Disarm as well. Holding Collapse in place. The Nullifier will be plenty. Okay, I was questioning the Nullifier originally from DY, but this thing is owning.
Never question the first item Nullifier. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely paying off. It took quite a while to get there. Although I suppose Phoenix of all supports, not the slowest farmer, thanks to Fire Spirits. So yeah, finally we're getting to see that value from the Nullifier, helping to bridge the gap on like not having MKBs. But it is the next item in the queue for Lifestealer, so he'll be able to deal with this Wind Ranger and this Brewmaster. Yeah, decent Snowball to buy some time, but you just couldn't actually get away off of that.
So much of Laurel's time is spent disarmed here, right? His entire BKB disarmed. Comes out, disarmed again. It's It is so rough for the Wind Ranger here. It's one of the reasons you see like this Aghanim Scepter Halberd build pretty often on heroes like Lifestealer versus Wind Ranger. The Halberd, of course, on the Centaur. But what I'm saying is like having these multiple forms of disarm makes a huge difference in these fights.
Yeah, there's also evasion from the Sunray, which I constantly forget about. Or is it mischance? What's the proper way to...
it's adding
mischance, technically.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think everyone clustered up in that mid lane, and there was a pretty good Sunray affecting quite a few heroes.
That's a bottled amplified damage. XM finished up a Lotus or a Lincoln's as well. Okay. Extreme with a 3K goal lead. I mean, this game has been very even in terms of the net worth and kills. I think it really comes down to kind of who gets the initiation that they want. Like, if they get someone that's not the Centaur, if XXS isn't the one walking into their team and they get like a different kill, potentially DY would be fantastic, which there's going to be the Walrus Punch to jump in, and they got him. The beautiful pick off as now the chase continues. Question is who they can get. Oh, they actually managed to get the gem. Very nicely done. Stampede is out. Collapse. Hasn't popped the Primal Split here to put a stop to that, but Spirit, they have the numbers advantage. They're looking for more. Ward Sentry drop onto the high ground. He's going to put some shards out to try and protect it. Gleipnir does connect XM with that. Manta able to make some space as the vision advantage now for Spirit should force Extreme away. Dude, that was a sick force, like, Mortimer Kisses to snipe that courier with the gem.
That was like 3,000 gold on that, because there was a Holy Locket in there, too.
Dire are scanning.
See, pretty long Roche spawn, so I think that courier will be up in time, and he'll have his items for the Roche fight.
Oh, he's going for the D ward. He's going to do his best to get out, but now you've got to be careful because XinQ, he might be forced to BKB. Mortimer Kiss is doing some work. Great stun rate from DY, but now it's XM on the backside trying to just chase down the Morphling. 1v1 head-to-head. He's all alone now, though. Trying to get away. BKB's expired, and they turn it around with a Primal Split. XM's gonna die. Tusk, he did his job, man. He kept the whole team at bay on the backside and just forced XM to take the fight by himself. Collapse. Now on this front side, still has this Bruise Split running for a moment, but it's like they're just gonna back away.
Yeah, they don't know the Roche spawn. They know it could be up, but it actually is quite a long one. So trying to capitalize on Razor being dead, but he's actually going to get the spawn, and they're going to get the fight again, and they might still be waiting.
Radiant are scanning.
It's still so close, man. XM dying there on the Razor is definitely rough, but you can see if he's able to stick onto the Morphling, Yadro can't like play the fight at all.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, I think so. Stealing Rage is really good, but maybe just stealing the Link back so you don't have to worry about that, and then you also Link. Maybe that's better. You're gonna find XXS here.
Really nice jump. He's a tanky boy. Pops
amazing ice shard.
Yeah, Maposhka just trapped him. That was so well done.
That was Morphling BKB. But okay, actually, we've stalled enough.
Roche.
Yeah, 30 more.
Back to hell with the kick on that one.
Man, it really is.
So they should be able to get this.
Like, being able to morph into Centaur and get yourself like an extra 2.5 second stun is pretty nuts.
Think of the damage you get with double-edged Conda.
All right, 5 seconds to the Roshan. They are not willing to leave the pit. I don't blame them. It is such an important Roche, knowing that the Centaur is down if they can take it really quickly, which they absolutely can with the tag team. Wind Ranger is not here yet, but will come in, drop the Focus Fire. Has an Arcane Rune to boot, so none of these cooldowns are gonna matter. And that is it. Aegis and Cheese going the way of Team Spirit. Claps is just jungling. What's he farming for right now?
Fun.
Maybe just jungle items. You got a Rattle Cage, I suppose, going for AC next.
Pretty good.
It's a really good Rattle Cage game. Needs a lot of armor. Oh, Power Shot comes out. Jin Q jumps in, drops the Ward Sentry, manages to find Mira. That's going to be a nice pick off. If that's all you get, I think it's okay. But still definitely need to push it a little bit here.
Yeah, any pickoff is good when the enemy team has Aegis because sure, you have Aegis, you have Cheese. You don't want to fight 4v5. So even though you're quote unquote stronger with these items, you still have to wait for the Snapfire, which means there's about 60 seconds for Extreme Gaming to take this tower, farm up a little bit. They buy themselves more time, whittle down this Aegis.
Dude, Ame is so farmed.
That is true.
I'm just like looking at this hero, and I don't know how he's managed to stay neck and neck with a Morphling, because typically you would fall behind at some point, but he is basically 6 slotted here. Obviously, you can get rid of the armlet, pick up the MKB, or even get rid of the boots. But without a movement speed item, I mean, Sanj and Yasha doesn't really count as enough, right? So probably going to get rid of the armlet, pick up the MKB. Can still consume the Ags. Like, he's still got room for growth, which is what's really nice about his build. But the Scotty is sick, allowing him to stick on not only the Morphling, but the Wind Ranger as well.
Through BKB too, which I think is really nice.
Exactly.
I do think he needs this MKB though, because Morphling is working on a butterfly. There's already like so much evasion we've talked about, and it doesn't make any sense whatsoever, but when you infest the enemy, you can still miss. So he needs his MKB to be able to reliably kill these heroes.
Maposhka trapping XXS here. Great avalanche out on the backside, but they turn around with a great shackle. Focus fire from Laurel. They get the kill, the disarm a little bit too late from Ame. The gem on the deck, but Lifestealer's in kind of deep. He's going to need some help. Rage not available quite yet. He will turn around with it now. Stampede gets his team in, and Ame's trying to just chase down Mira. A great cookie to the low ground. He's going to have a little bit of space to go for a TP on out. Gleipnir connects. Ame needs help, but he's not going to get it in time. They got him. 95 seconds without a Lifestealer, and Maposhka continuing to trap these heroes on the backside, and this Gale Force as well. Just controlling up Extreme Gaming as they will just pick them off one at a time. They are so low, but they don't manage to close out anything.
So much chaos in that fight. But I don't think Extreme Gaming was really together at the start of that. They thought they were taking a smaller fight, ended up in a bigger fight. Yeah, we can see the replay here. So they still got some heroes TPing in, walking in, and by the time they get here, there's your Tiny gone. That is a big amount of the initiation, which means now getting an egg is really difficult. So at this point, they're just in... I feel like they're in retreat mode. Like, they were kind of watching, like, can we do anything? But ultimately, no. And I think the egg is a big part of their team fight, and it's just so hard to use this game.
Yeah, you see him just TP out. He's like, yeah, this fight, it's done and dusted,
I'm out,
right?
guys.
There's no way we're turning anything off of like an egg here. And when you're playing into a Snapfire, you have to hit the perfect egg. It's not like you can just like let it rip in a team fight and be like, oh, you know, maybe they run away, but they won't kill it, surely, right? It's like, nah, not when you're playing against a Snapfire. She will just walk up and kill your egg. Avalanche toss out from Jin Q. Great Waller punt from Maposhka, just trapping him, but a good Wind Waker to safety. The tower's falling quickly thanks to these Brewlings as well as the Morphling. XXX, great stomp onto 2. Mirror the 4-staff valve. Yaro still plenty tanky. As the Lifestealer's coming back, Collapse will finish up the melee lane of Barracks and walk away. They're trying to chase. Can they do it though? Egg is out. XXS with a stomp doesn't connect. The snowball will get them to safety. They're just disengaging completely. They're all out. You spent so much for this too. 2 lanes of racks with no losses. You still have Aegis and Cheese.
Yeah, Aegis is about to expire, so we can say it's gone, but...
True.
Yeah, you essentially get nothing back. And they took 2 sets. And I mean, it's off that fight, right? They took the first lane totally free. Yeah. Half the mid lane was dead by the time everyone's respawned. So you just finish it up and retreat. They probably have like one more fight in them. If Extreme Gaming loses another fight, they're going to get Mega. These are not the best heroes at dealing with Megas. It's probably GG from there. I won't say definitively because we've seen games go quite long, but they don't get to make very many more mistakes in this game.
Yeah, absolutely not.
I mean, buildings were falling so fast. Brewmaster has that AC with the Brewlings having the bonus damage, or at least one of them, plus the Morphling. As he was hitting like 400 damage when there were no heroes threatening him, so he just high agility. Shredding buildings, man.
He grabbed the Cinder Brew, applies Fear. This ability is so annoying. So Brewmaster now being level 25, a very low cooldown AoE Fear that he can trigger. Windrun cannot be dispelled now. The level 25 talent picked up from Laurel. Obviously, you love to have the Focus Fire talent, but in a game like this, you need it. All right, they're going to jump on top of Laurel. He gets cookied away, pops the cheese. He's got a Windrun in 1 second, but he's disarmed. They get the chase down. XMM on top of Yardero as well. Collapse will just pop that Brew Split, do his best to survive. XM just dies. This Morphling is hella strong, man. Ame here standing on top of him. Nullifiers out. Waveform over to the other side. They managed to blow up the Phoenix now as well. Collapse still got so much duration left on this Primal Split.
8,000 HP on this
up. He is trying so hard to bring down this Morphling. The Infest as well. Ame can't do it. He waveforms to safety. Collapse now on the run. The buyback from the Phoenix trying to get back into this fight as Collapse. They finally managed to surround him. The Nullifier necessary to finding this kill. As the Brewmaster should eventually go down, trapped inside the ice shards of his own ally. As Ame trying his best, will just pop the Infest to guarantee it. Mira now trying to get to safety. And, oh, toss back. Avalanche, XXS with the follow-up. They get themselves a massive amount of kills, and that's a dieback on the Snapfire.
That was an amazing fight for Extreme Gaming, exactly what they need to keep themselves in this game. But Poshka did ditch that fight once it looked bad. He's been pushing in bottom, so he is buying his team time to respawn. Extreme probably won't get that much out of this, but yeah, finding that Wind Ranger off the bat, even with the cheese popped, so much damage had been stolen at that point. It was like 4 attacks from the Razor to actually finish her off from there. And Yatoro did try to just man up and fight. He does kill the Razor, but this is when the disarms come out once his BKB is down and he's just sitting around. There were so many double-edged stacks on Centaur. I think you kind of have to steal you have to copy Lifestealer just to get the percent HP damage to kill the Centaur.
Yeah, it is so difficult to finish off this, you know, Ame Lifestealer unless you get the Focus Fire onto him, or if Morphling is like not turned into a Razor, right? If Morphling's a Razor, he can actually go ahead and go for the full static link onto Ame and maybe bring him down, but because of just how tanky this hero is innately with his item build as well, it is so difficult. And bottom lane here, they get the kill onto Maposhka. Does one of them have a Mind Breaker? Is that what that was?
Looks like Razor does, yes.
Okay, I was like, yeah, I saw the silence, so yeah, there it is. That's big.
Yeah, Maposhka down here just trying to continue to creep cut. Maybe could have stopped, actually. Most of his teammates are about up, but now they're going to have to wait for him. He does have buyback if he needs to. I don't know if Extreme Gaming will feel like going up to this high ground tower. Roshan could be up. They don't know. It's another minute and 20. I wouldn't be surprised if they just posture for Roche. Unfortunately, they will have to wait for a bit.
I feel like they are really strong with Razor hitting his 25 and the Lifestealer hitting the 25, right? The extra rage duration is pretty big. It allows you to pretty easily just hit a high ground without feeling too threatened. Like, where's the initiation coming from, right? It's the Blink Walrus Punch, right? That is all he has to worry about. So I think Ame feels pretty safe to just hit the tower here and just hope that Roche isn't up. And fortunately for them, it's not. Like, they're just sitting in the Roche pit right now like, come on, baby, where are you? 45 more seconds. Fortification's coming out. Yadero just AFK. He's like, come on, buddy, where it's here soon. I know it.
Yeah, unfortunately for them. I guess they're calling... They're willing to sacrifice one barracks because they only have one lane to get left, and they're going to be in that bottom lane. So they actually don't care if they get raxed if they have the Aegis and they feel like they can't lose the fight. I hope they commit to it because at this point, If you
have
leave
to
now
get it.
and you don't get Roche and you lost your high ground tower, that's very, very sad.
I mean, it's third Roche. It is so critical, and they take it incredibly fast. So it wouldn't surprise me if they stick around. It is going to spawn in 5 seconds. He has a Morph Manta in there, so he will see it. And they are TPing in the rest of the team. So Brewmaster's coming top. You have to go now, because Extreme's about to hit your high ground. They're going to hear the roar, and that's going to be the green light. You do not have a fortification. See if they can chain stun it long enough to prevent the roar. No, there it is. So they know what's going on. The pings come out. They're like, go to the high ground. Go, 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 go. Ame getting to work. He's got the range barracks, the melee. Not going to die. They get the TPs back. So it ends up being a really good trade for Spirit.
Yeah, I will say the chains, I don't know if it was intentional or not, but the chains done to delay the roar
totally
made Extreme Gaming think like, oh, they just started. We have a little bit more time. Dies like a second later. So a 1 set, still nice to get. The ranged one, so honestly, I think it's fine. I know people prefer to get the melee barracks, but at least one is good because it will push your lane out.
Well, it ends up being an ag synth for Laurel now from the Roshan with his undispellable ult is actually so important now because he can survive these engagements now. Double wind run is a massive win. Oh, they find Q. He does get a toss up into the base though. Maposhka in some trouble here, maybe. Lotus Orb trying to protect him. The cookie to the low ground. Oh, it ends up catching the Centaur. There's going to be the egg down. They've got to focus and bring it to... They do. It's so quick. Well played from Mira. The buyback coming through from the Tusk. It's going to be a dieback on the Phoenix. Mortimer Kiss is coming through, but Yadro is going to lose his first life. Thanks to this life stealer, thanks to XM here on this Razor, but in comes Laurel. The focus fire gets thrown out, but it's gonna be Ame just chain stunning him down. Gets a nice disarm, pops the cheese, trying to just chase him, but it's not enough. They forced him out of the base. Spirit now on the run as Collapse ends up getting tossed in. Has the refresher, has a second split, but will he get a chance to use it? He does, just barely at the end here. But these Brewlings are going to start dying really fast. XXS just sitting on 9,000 HP, surviving for so dang long. As they throw the Cyclone out, XM looking for more. A great stomp. They've got the Morphling again. Toss him right back into his allies. He gets another waveform away, but Maposhka trying to survive here on the Tusk as well. The chase from XM is strong, but can they actually get him? It's all on Xingqiu. He has to do it. The blink
Nice
away.
blink away.
He's doing quite well. These shards blocking off the retreat. He dodges to the left. Force staff, they saw him. They got a glimmer of him for a second. He's going through the trees.
No way, no way.
He's out,
my God.
baby. What an escape.
I can't believe he got out of that. He started at like the top rune, guy. He made it so far. All right, space made.
Well, I mean, they
Gaming
defended.
really, yeah, they're really putting it in. They are defending the ancient, man. This Razor with the refresher is just doing so much work, and you kind of have to kill him. But he's got Blade Mail BKB, refresh set, has another one. It's really tough. It's really tough to focus this hero down, especially when everything else is going on, and especially when you have to kill the egg first. At this point, Snapfire is not enough, so Morphling spending some time, Wind Ranger spending some time, all hitting the egg, it gives the Razor a few seconds to start stealing damage, get set up with all his huge combo.
Oh, he force staffed in. Okay, looks like they're actually a little bit afraid. They see Ahmed, they see some other heroes coming through. Laurel needs to be careful. He pops the BKB. There's going to be the Shackle off from XM. He ends up getting a Shackle off himself. Now the Windranger just turns. They get the Razor. The best case scenario. He's going to have to buy back into this. Tiny falling low. Collapse trying to finish the job. The egg will zone off the rest of Spirit. Tiny, dude, no way. Tiny actually gets out. Xingqiu. So well played. If they can keep this Earth Panda close to Ame, he might be able to bring it down, but they do not want to chase without seeing where the rest of Spirit is.
I think that was the first egg we saw complete. I'm not 100% sure, but 53 minutes in, an egg managed to complete.
I think there was one on the high ground defense, like really deep in the base that they just walked away from, but I can't remember. Oh, it was when they were chasing, right? It was when they were chasing out after the losing the 2 lanes of barracks. That was the only other one. But even then, it's like, oh, it's so hard. That's a buyback on the Razor. He still had the refresher, so if they take the fight, he could come back in and get a lot of work done, but...
This Centaur is adding an insane amount of damage in. So he's got the shards. Every time he double edge, he gets more strength. So that makes double edge do more. It makes retaliate do more. He has...
Oh, Laurel
is
gets
just gone.
super baited. XXS just stomps on him in 90 seconds with no buyback. Dude, he does so much burst damage on the Centaur. Legitimately.
Yeah.
I feel like most of the death there was Centaur. It was 1,500 of it.
I mean, I'm telling you, this double edge extra damage, Havoc Hammer does damage based on strength. He's got like the dream build. Stampede, Retaliate Aura, all of it scales off his strength. He's getting healed an insane amount from Phoenix Sunray. Like, you cannot kill this guy.
Need to be careful of the Tusk Ags. They do have a Lincoln's on the Shin Q, which actually bottom lane, they find Collapse. Uh-oh, this might be 2 in a row. Yules comes out as well. Do they have the chain stuns? The Avalanche is there. Oh boy, some amazing pickoffs now for Extreme Gaming. Dude, the Avalanche cooldown. He is level 25 on this Tiny. How is he this farmed? I guess it is almost 60 minutes. I should just remember that every game is a 60-minute game.
It's true. That's true. We're getting... All right, I was saying Team Spirit late game looked pretty good, but we're now at that section where... Oh, caught while he's trying to TP out. Only XXS is here, though. Okay, he's fine. That could have been scary.
Ame can just walk to the high ground again. Like, yes, you have to be careful of the kickbacks. But you're down heroes right now, so you might just be baiting yourself into a bad fight. But that is... Alright, one melee barracks gone. Miposhko just gets instantly stomped, and that is a dieback. They baited you super hard. And now they just continue the chase. Laurel on the bottom side here. Windrun already going. And that is it. 2 lanes of barracks now for Extreme. Only 1 lane remaining for Mega Creeps. And they should be able to just take this fairly slowly. Well, not like slowly, but they can take their time. They don't have to force it.
Yeah,
they've evened out the
80
game.
seconds. Looks like Tiny is going to drop back to deal with the lane. So maybe they're going to wait for him. Or it's a fake.
Dude, does he have a scythe? I think he has a scythe.
Who, Tiny?
Tiny. It's like,
he's going Arcane Blink.
Mystic. Oh, he's going Arcane Blink. Oh, okay. I mean,
that's pretty
cool
sick.
item. It's a really good item. I just see Mystic Staff late game. I'm like, it's probably a scythe, right? I don't know. Rage available. We'll just go ahead and finish up the tower here sooner or later. I feel like at this point, it's really easy for Extreme to chip down this high ground as long as Tusk is not alive. Like, it's really just the kickback that you're worried about.
Yeah, they actually have Lifestealer running up. I actually think they just put Centaur at the edge. Just Retaliate Aura this thing down.
Oh, Jinkyu, the Avalanche, the toss back, forces Yadaro's early BKB. They're going to try and just finish off the Tiny, and they do. Egg is down. They're just going to just disengage, but Yadaro is completely surrounded. Ame and XM just burn right through him as Collapse, trying to find some sort of an opening here for his team. Double Eye of the Storm with a fully built Lifestealer on top of you. I don't think you're going to survive that one. There's no way.
You can go set up for Roche now.
Yeah, 18 instances from Eye of the Storm. You are not going to be sitting on a lot of armor at that point, even as a Morphling, right? Because he's going to be constantly trying to morph strength to not die. So it gets to a point where the more health you have, the more damage you're going to take.
Dire are scanning.
It's like either way, actually, because on one hand, you're high agility, so then I don't know. As you switch to like strength, the lifestealer starts doing more. I mean, is like I don't know. Are you getting tankier when you switch to strength?
Yeah,
or is it actually just easier for Ame to kill you?
That's a really good point. He's got a full abyssal coming out as now. And we'll see a Satanic as the next queued item here for the Razor. Roshan in 35 seconds. Extreme Gaming might be able to pick up their first Rosh of the game, which is remarkable that we're 58 minutes in and they have been unable to claim Roshan. But if they get it, it would be huge. An Agsynth, I'm trying to think who you even put it on. I mean, if Razor doesn't have his, that is a game-winning Agsynth.
Yeah, that one could be really good. At this point, we are seeing some Phoenix eggs complete because he has the talent. He's 25. It's not easy to kill the egg anymore as long as he places it in a good spot. So
yeah,
you don't need to give it to him, but that could be a good one. You could also save someone who gets jumped. Roche does spawn. They're going to start on it. Spirit's here, smoked up.
They have pretty aggressive wards placed to try and scout in this rotation. XXX, of course. He's just being the body in the front, gets the quick blink onto the Tusk, does a little bit of damage, actually forced the Aeon Disc out from the Phoenix. The Mortimer kid, oh, he's trapped on the Centaur. Nullifier is out into that focus fire, but this guy is so damn tanky. Laurel just can't even do it. They force the BKB out of both the cores from Spirit as Ame in pretty deep here. Gets the Abyssal Blade, the Sunray burning through him. He gets the waveform out though. XM now on the chase, trying to stay on top of these heroes, but a great shard block. But Polishka putting a stop to that. XXS goes in, gets another stomp. They're onto the Morphling Cookie, enough for safety. Isn't gonna get him out. They want the chase. They get the toss back onto the Tusk. The snowball for a moment has a blink, but he can't get it off in time. He's gonna throw for another Yules, try to get to safety, but XM gets bursted! The damage from Yadro, they take him down, and that's gonna be a dieback. Windranger coming back into this one, trying to TP into the outpost. If Yadro can survive, they're looking quite strong to turn this fight. There's the Razor though, his buyback comes through. Another buyback from the Morphling Spirit. If you do not win this fight, you are out. Laurel's falling low and fast. They've isolated him here. That's the dieback that they need, and Yadro now trying to lay into Ame. The Scythe is there, the Cyclone, he gets the Infest off into the Void Panda. And XXS is an immovable object. You will never kill this Centaur, and he knows it. He's ready to chase him down as XM wants to chase himself. The jump on forward, the refresher is out, Mira's gone, and now Yadro trying his best to survive waveform in a couple of seconds. Will he be able to dodge it out? They know he's here somewhere. Sunray, the chase will be never ending. The disarm from the Aghanim Scepter of the Lifestealer as XM really wants to close the gap, but gets away again. Yadro, quite good at kiting this out, pops the BKB, will go through the gate, but he dies. The damage is overwhelming. A double dieback from the side of Spirit as Collapse is heading back in, trying to cut the waves and push into the enemy base and slow down Extreme, but it's not going to be enough.
I cannot wait to see the damage and healing numbers at the end. I think it was a very long fight, but that all started going on the Centaur, and I think they did like 3,000 to 4,000 damage to him, and it put him at like half health to start all that. That would have been an instant pick off on any other hero, but on Centaur, he's like, yeah, actually we can just keep going. I still have another 4,000 health in the tank, and he's just running at you. He's giving so much vision to his team, popping Shivas like all the time, just stunning people. And he's doing a good chunk of damage because of how much strength he has. I did not realize Centaur in this ultra late game with the items he had.
Does he cancel the blink? Oh, he canceled the TP. You have no collapse for the base defense now. A stampede from XXS getting the job done, and Collapse is just doing his best to cut waves. Top lane. You are mega creeped as now it's Razor who can get to work on your tier 4s. Maposhka will kick the Tiny into the fountain, but he's got a Wind Waker. The Snowball not going to be able to save him. Maposhka's going to die back. It gives time for Laurel. He's back, but Ame Collapse. Okay, he gets the TP out this time. He's back in for the... Oh! He just gets TPs in and dies. He's got a buyback. He's going to be forced to use it. Ame just onto these tier 4s. The creep waves are all cut. They actually have no waves. But does it matter? Actually, can they just bring these tier 4s down anyway? There's going to be
They're
the
doing
split
it
from Collapse.
very slowly, but it is
They're
happening.
trying to keep the Wind Panda back. They need to stay on top of this. The Gale
Creeps are coming
Force
in the bottom
also
lane.
causing problems. But yeah, Creep's coming through the bottom lane now. Throne's going to be exposed. 4 seconds for the Morphling. Can you bring this down before Yadaro gets back? Ame, he's definitely going to try, and that should do it. Extreme Gaming take game number 1.
What? Dude, how? Okay. Very, very impressive win from Extreme Gaming, and much needed too, because they are 0-4 to start this group stage, and I don't know exactly what they need to get to not be eliminated, but you do not want to lose like any more games. So a very necessary win, and it was looking bad. Spirit was in a good spot. They had 2 barracks, and that's where we were saying like, oh, Extreme Gaming can't take another losing fight. And they heard that and they said, don't worry, we will not lose another fight. And I feel like they managed to find 2 really big pickoffs to help them recover. And they got past that point where Team Spirit late game was good, but then we moved to the ultra late game, which I had not thought about, but you have an unkillable Centaur at that point. Okay, hold on. Gotta find the stats. Where are the numbers on this healing and damage on this Centaur?
So Centaur received 145,000 damage. I want to point out Yadaro received 211,000 damage on the Morphling this game.
I mean, this was a battle of such tanky heroes, life stealing, doing percent HP, percent healing. These are slugfest fights.
I'm not gonna forget that like Morphling and Lifestealer like double rage. It's like they just walk up, shake hands, and are like, "Good day, sir," and walk away.
I really respect you as a carry. Me as well.
All right, goodbye. I'll see you later. Yeah, it was good stuff. I mean, and these fights were so strong. It's one of those things where we talk so much about the scaling potential of a Razor in the late game. It really was, I want to say, Tiny kind of giving them like opportunities to get back. He had some incredible picks on this Tiny this game. And eventually Centaur, I don't think he died for the last like 40 minutes of this game. So really sick stuff. That is just game 1 if you are just tuning in. So we've got a whole nother one lined up. We're gonna go to a short break, everyone, and we'll be back with more here between Extreme Gaming and Team Spirit. We'll see you in a bit.
At some point in every gamer's life, there's a question to be asked. Do your clothes match your hobby in any situation? Or do they just represent what you dream of? No matter what situation, there's always the right way and the wrong. The only real question is, which are you going to choose? Decide for yourself.
Negative emotion running round my head. Thinking about the things you did, the things we said. So who's lying now? And who's crying now? Look who's crying now. Trying to pretend that you don't really see. You don't really see all the things you do and what it does to me. And now you're gone away. But you'll be back someday. But it's a long time coming. You'll be walking back to me. And you'll be begging on your knees. Ashamed of all the lies, the way you made me cry. And begging, baby, baby, please. But it's a long time coming. Talking to myself and wondering what went wrong. Knowing what we had was good, the feeling strong. Voices in my head, repeating what you said. What you said. Baby, what we had was still worth fighting for. The way I'm feeling now, I never felt before. But now you've gone away. But you'll be back someday. But it's a long time coming. You'll be walking back to me. And you'll be begging on your knees. The way you let me down and treat me like a clown. But you'll be back, I just believe. It's a long time coming. You'll be walking back to me. You're coming back. And you'll be begging on your knees. Ashamed of all the lies, the way you made me cry. Begging, baby, baby, please. It's a long time. You'll be begging back, begging. Begging on your knees. I'm begging, begging, baby, please. But it's a long time coming. You'll be walking back to me. I'm begging, begging on your knees. The way you let me down and treat me like a clown. You'll be back, I just believe. It's a long time coming. You'll be walking back to me. And you'll be begging on your knees. Ashamed of all the lies, the way you made me cry. And begging, baby, baby, please. But it's a long time coming.
Hey, I'm gonna get you there. Speed like wind without a storm. So come and get it while it's fresh, while it's warm, yeah. The water in the storm, beneath the purple tree. It's a shame that fills my soul with eternal energy. But it sets me free. Lies from down the way, leads the fools astray. So now there is more for us today. Yeah, yeah. The water in the soul, beneath the purple tree. It's a shame that fills my soul with eternal energy. But it sets me free.
Welcome back, everybody. Hope you enjoyed your short little break as we are getting ready to jump into game number 2 here of Extreme versus Team Spirit. An exciting game one, breaking the, almost the hour-long mark, kind of as expected, which we've been kind of, the trend. Actually, it did break an hour and 3 minutes, but the 60-minute items ended up not being a factor. They pretty much ended the game immediately, so It's a fun series. Is it living up to your expectations here, Zach?
I think so. I don't know what I expected, but that was certainly a really fun game. Extreme Gaming making an amazing comeback there. I was ready for Spirit to win that one, which I'm sure they'll be disappointed about. I feel like they had a pretty good draft. I'm curious what they feel the read is, like Extreme Gaming or Spirit, whoever we get to hopefully hear from at the end of the series. It felt like they had the draft to win that, but Extreme Gaming, when their backs were against the wall, they started to find the pickoffs they needed to. Maybe Phoenix finally reached the point, Egg's not dying every single fight. Like, you start getting that Egg impact in these team fights, and they turned it from there. They just became, it felt unkillable at the end.
Yeah, it really did. Like, you get to a point where the Centaur is running around with like 6,000 HP on base, and then hits like a couple double edges and is up to like 8 or 9,000 HP, and like no one has the damage to kill this, right? If the lifestealer is on your team, fine, perfectly okay. You can sit the lifestealer on the Centaur, he will die. But a hero like Morphling, a hero like the Wind Ranger, you saw like they get the initiation onto him, a full duration shackle into the focus fire. He lost like a third of his HP and he was just fine. He was chilling, no problem at all. And it's just really good positioning from XXS this whole game. Like, he's always the one walking in, not allowing his team to kind of get picked off around him. And it's just really good heads up play from Extreme Gaming, is going to that late game. It allowed them to execute pretty easily.
Yeah, I feel like they really understood how to approach those late game fights, which was the Centaur leading the way, everyone backing him, the Phoenix heal being ready to hit multiple, heal your own team, give the miss chance to the enemy team. And they do have the damage. I think you have to like focus fire and Morphling just whack away at the Centaur, but that means Ame is going to town on the lifestealer and Razor is starting to steal a bunch of damage. So they just bait the Centaur forward, they get the vision they need, and then they let the rest of the heroes then go do their job. So felt like they took every fight correctly at the end.
I mean, absolutely. Absolutely. It was a really sick game, but it's time to look at game 2, right? We've got a draft here underway. The first phase ban of the Sniper, this time being forced from Spirit, which is a little bit interesting because a lot of times we see Extreme Gaming, or a lot of teams banning it against Spirit, but they will remove it from Extreme. They get rid of the Pangolier as well. This means Chen, Magnus, likely Disruptor, and Shadow Demon will be the next 2 bans from Extreme. At least that would be my guess. You do not want to leave one of those 2 heroes in the pool against these guys. Or is there something else you're more worried about?
I think those are all pretty reasonable. You only get to choose one now in Extreming, like the Disruptor or the IO. Spirit has looked good with both of them. They had the option last game, they didn't take it, so we'll see if they switch it up. I wouldn't mind seeing it. I think they did run it very well last game, or the last time we saw it.
Yeah, I was a little bit surprised that we didn't see them go for a very similar draft like that, like picking up the IO in a situation where you can only really pick one ban here. And they could do that here. They could open IO, and then you pretty much are stuck in a scenario on Extreme of like, all right, well, we have to ban the Marcy, but that's going to leave in a bunch of different heroes that still pair well with it. The Lesh, the Gyro, even the Weaver, right? So you can pick up one of those in phase 2 and still feel pretty confident about the IO pick. But we'll see. It still leaves in the Razor if they want to ban that here and take that away from Extreme, or maybe they open with Razor themselves. Okay, Faceless Void. Wow.
He's good versus IO.
He is.
Do it. You know you want to. Lock it in. Lock it in.
I also just really like Mira's cosmetics for IO, so
yeah.
See it.
Need the cosmetic game. Do I want to play with an IO again? That's what they're thinking right now.
Radiant team pick.
Enchantress.
Okay. We'll open with Maposhka's Enchantress instead. And this hero, he has had a lot of success on. We'll see, obviously, what they can do on Extreme here to maybe punish the first pick Enchantress. I think when we saw it previously, Someone ended up picking a Viper into it, and the Enchantress just crushed the lane. So I would be, you know, curious to see what they come up with. Hopefully something a little bit more punishing to an open Enchantress, but I think overall this is definitely a comfort pick for Spirit. As you can see, this hero actually has a pretty solid win rate right now. Actually is the 3rd most picked hero of the tournament. All right, they just go back for the Razor. Why not?
Good hero. That last game, we would see Razor die in the fight, but that was the hero they could kill, which is kind of crazy to say. It's usually not the Razor you're going for first, but they're like, can't kill the Centaur. Lifestealer's too hard. I guess we have to kill Razor. So they throw everything at the Razor. They do get the kill, but after that, they just don't have anything left to kill the other heroes. So I think he did do well on that Razor. He fulfilled what he needed to do. Why not run it back?
This hero is so good. It scales incredibly well, man.
We might see Wind Ranger still in here, so they could... I like that response pick, the Wind Ranger versus the Razor. I don't think it fully panned out that last game, but I don't think that was strictly due to the Razor versus Wind Ranger matchup. I think it was like other parts of the game that made it not work out. So if they do want to eventually just go back for that, I'd be fine with it. Extreme Gaming, what did they do last time? They paired it with the Phoenix, or like they picked a Phoenix after Razor. We are switching pick order, so I don't know if they'll still do that. Tiny is still in the pool. They could go for Tiny.
I think they will probably go for Tiny, given the chance. They get rid of the Crystal Maiden, which is just a solid 5 position, right? Really dominant in the lane. There's not really too much to, you know, to dive into there. Just hopefully making the safe lane a little bit more fragile for Ame. And then they will ban out the Centaur as well. I'm not surprised. That hero is ridiculous. If you do not have a direct lane counter and he's allowed to just kind of exist, this hero just gets way too farmed and ends up doing what he does last game.
That's one of the best. We've seen a couple last pick Centaurs where it doesn't really... Like, it does the same thing as a first phase Centaur, and it didn't feel like that worth for the last pick. But that last game, totally worth that last pick Centaur.
Oh, yeah.
See, Bat Rider is still in the pool. He's been pretty good for a lot of teams.
I think both teams have ignored it in this series, now that I think about it, because I didn't see it banned or picked last game.
Last game, yes, I believe that's correct. I think Spirit did ban it out in some of their previous series.
There we go. Thank you for the overlay, production. You guys are top tier. So they still keep the Razor, obviously, but this time they ban the Morphling, obviously knowing that the Morph matchup in a Razor is pretty good traditionally. So they do not want to hand that one back over to Yotaro. And this allows them to grab the Dark Willow, since this was banned last game as well. So that's nice. Definitely something that I think this is gaming like to play around.
Yeah, and it's also a good preemptive counter to Io Marcy, which is still currently in the pool. So if you still go for it, which I'm okay seeing, like I do think it's a good lane, although Enchantress is usually position 5, not position 4. So that does make that combo a little awkward unless Mira is willing to play the Enchantress or they do a lane swap. But if you do commit to it, then you have the Dark Bramble on the ground. You got the stun, which with the shard could spawn more brambles. You got the terrorize. She's a really good hero to deal with Io.
Okay.
Yeah, they
pick up the Mars.
don't seem to be going for it.
I mean, you could still pick an Io here and then pick your pairing on 18. Like it's definitely possible. You could go something along those routes, but
you could.
Again, it's one of those things where like, yeah, maybe you don't want to pick it into the Dark Willow. It's like Razor's also kind of annoying for a Marcy, but I actually like the idea of going for the Io Lesh a little bit more because it has kill threat onto Dark Willow pretty much always. Nope, they just go back for their Snapfire. So they've been playing this a lot. Their last 4 games now have been with a Snapfire.
Got good cosmetics for it.
It's true.
Wants to show them off.
10 seconds remaining.
All right, with Snapfire already in the game, I don't think you go for Phoenix. I think they still need some initiation.
I agree. I don't think you want to put the Razor in the off lane. It's just got to be XM's mid Razor, and you need to have some sort of team fight hero that you can bring from the off lane. You could go for something like a Kunkka. If you wanted, it still made it through, and it's one of the few heroes that's brings a lot of team fight, a lot of tankiness, a lot of front line to your team, but also enough magic damage as well to kind of supplement the Razor's physical damage.
I feel like you could also pick your carry. You could go Lifestealer again. Faceless Void, Morphling are already banned out. It's good versus Mars.
True, actually. You should probably just pick the Lifestealer. I think you're right.
Yeah, or another carry if they feel like it, since you do know the offlane matchup.
Oh,
BT.
Okay.
You're gonna go for the Luna instead.
I mean, I really like the ET pick. This is cool. This gives they are one of the few teams that actually plays this a ton. I'm not 100% sure about pairing it with the Dark Willow. A lot of times it's like really beneficial to have like a support duo that can just find solo like just pick offs themselves if you're gonna run something like an Elder Titan. I think Dark Willow doesn't offer like enough hard lockdown to supplement the Elder Titan, so it's a little bit of a weird duo, but we'll see how they manage to make it work. The Coddle pick for the mid lane of Laurel. Now, this is definitely a good way to deal with the Razor mid.
Yeah, I wonder. So can you move Razor to the off lane? They have last pick on Extreme Gaming, so they will get to see whatever it ends up being. I feel like you do want a little bit more initiation on Extreme Gaming. Like you said, the supports aren't really the best at it. But also, like, who are you going to throw Bedlam on? Razor kind of goes in, but he also kind of keeps his distance. So he's not actually on top of the heroes with the Bedlam. I feel like just an initiating hero, whether that's your off lane or your mid, could be good. I think Razor will be okay versus Coddle, and I'm not sure. Yeah, like Zeus is one of those heroes who could be okay mid if you do want to swap it.
Yeah, I agree with you though. I think that's my confusion with the Elder Titan Dark Willow lineup here is like you don't have another support to play on your Bedlam with. I mean, I guess outside of Elder Titan just running in, but he's one of those supports that kind of plays from afar. He's despite being melee, right? You're just looking for stomps into Earth Splitters, trying to get your illusion out there or your spirit to get rid of any magic resistance on the enemy team. But then most of your damage is physical coming from this Razor and the Luna right click. She at least is semi like hybrid with Eclipse and Lucent Beam, which is great. But yeah, I'm not seeing a Bedlam hero that really shines for me. Two really good bans here against Yadoro, the Drow Ranger and the Terrorblade. They would have done fantastic into these matchups.
5 seconds remaining.
Maybe you can pick an elusive carry because a lot. Well, you got the offlane last pick, so you could always pick more stuns or just someone who shuts you down in the lane.
Trying to think. I mean, I don't think you can take Medusa into Razor. It feels too static, but
especially because they have the last pick.
Yeah.
I feel like
Radiant team pick.
XXS is the kind of guy who would go offlane anti-mage.
Yeah, and they'll take the Phantom Lancer. So an elusive carry, like you said. Not something that's we've seen a ton, but very good against the support duo. These guys have no kill threat onto the Phantom Lancer, and it's going to be difficult for the Razor to find the real one.
5 seconds remaining.
So looking at offlaners that are left, you have Timbersaw, you have Primal Beast, you have Tidehunter. You could even go for something like an Enigma. There's a lot of options here for Extreme.
Yeah, sort of depends how they want to approach it. Counter him in the lane, counter him in the game. Just something to fill it out. Okay, so Kunkka.
I mean,
Kunkka
this
with
hero
the-
makes so much sense for their lineup.
Yeah, he'll get through the laning stage with the Tidebringer, and then he's got tons of different AoE spells to help you provide the lockdown. Looks good.
Yeah, I think Extreme's draft is pretty solid here. Phantom Lancer, yeah, he's definitely going to be hard to kill from the supports, but with the help of a Kunkka, Torrent Storm, all of his AoE damage is coming out from Luna and Razor as well. I think they should be able to eventually identify which one's Yatoro. And as for Laurel, he's got to get a lot done on the Coddle, I think. At some point, I think you run out of damage on Spirit if this goes late.
I could see that, especially if the real PL is found.
Yeah.
I will say that although Kunkka provides a lot of lockdown, it again is a bit telegraphed, which you have to X mark into the combo, or you just have to like blindly throw out the stun, the torrent, and then get the hit a few seconds later, right? So maybe PL can get a lot done running around, wasting time, dodging X with his W, right? And then it does become pretty problematic, I think, if he is super farmed and you can't lock down the real one. I kind of think they have the tools to keep him in check, reach the point where you can identify the real one and clean it up.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of... You have a lot you have to accomplish on your mid lane here for Spirit to make space for this Phantom Lancer, because he needs to get to critical mass. Now, whether or not that's going to happen, we will find out as we are heading into game number 2 here of Extreme versus Team Spirit. Both these teams definitely need some wins here. Spirit sitting at 2-2, Extreme just grabbing their first win here in this last game. But they're going to walk right up onto the high ground. DY's got a massive Spirit coming in. He is going to hit like a truck. But instant enchant from Maposhka will remove that. Blood grenade is out. The cookie forward. Never mind. DY. First blood goes over to Laurel. That is so good for Spirit.
My quest begins auspiciously.
Yeah, you need Laurel to have a good game and to get active. Roam around with that level 6. Earn Spirit Vessel look pretty good. So the fact that he gets first blood, pretty nice. Although, I guess of any hero to get first blood in the mid lane, which can sometimes like massively change this dynamic, Coddle still kind of does the same thing, like blast out the wave and go and stack. So at least in that sense, you didn't suddenly lose the mid lane in an unexpected way off that first blood. It's still sort of the same, but Coddle maybe farms a bit faster with these. Looks like he's gonna get boots first, so maybe he can, you know, get an extra CS in lane, still make it for a stack, stuff like that.
Yeah, I can see that. It's pretty much the same build on this hero always, right? We always see the urn into boots of travel, into vessel, and the idea is to just apply a lot of early aggression. Maposhka should have seen that sentry come out to block the camp, so he will pretty much go over and remove that immediately. He should be able to just place it on the high ground if he wants, but also needs to be a little bit careful. Knows Jinkyu's hunting him. I mean, you did force enchant out of Maposhka at level 1, which a lot of enchantresses would rather go the heal for this very reason, because you don't trade super well with level 1 enchant. So yeah, you get first blood, but it's gonna make your safe lane a little bit weaker.
He also ran into 2 brambles there, unfortunately. Xingqiu winning in the camp blocking department right now. Blocks a small camp. Actually, body blocks his hard camp, which is interesting. You often want that to spawn, but I think seeing that the Enchantress took enchant, you don't want her to have anything to work with, especially because she's so low. You can just sit in the lane, even if Equilibrium's not the best. She is weak. She can't really approach, so you can just hit the PL.
Yeah. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. And we'll see. He does manage to unblock the small camp, sending out some more ward sentries and a salve. He needs to be able to sustain at least a little bit. But yeah, I have to imagine this lane is going to be very good for the Kunkka. You have to worry about the level 3 timing of the Enchantress, right? Where you get the extra creep Jinkyu's like, I'll do it again. Watch me.
It's his job here. He doesn't have to do much else. Kunkka will be okay in the lane.
Poshka really wants to deward this, but He's going to take so much damage if he tries and body blocks the hard camp again. So, yeah, managed to delay another creep spawn. That's massive.
We got another sentry on the way? Not yet. All right, how about that other lane? Bottom looks to be going all right so far. Top, Aposh getting pretty low, but does have level 2 heal now, so should be fine.
Yeah, has to pop the salve
as well.
It's a lot of resources being committed in the top lane, and an Extreme probably very happy about this, right? Being able to kind of limit the impact of the Enchantress this much this early is really good. And mid lane's exactly like we said, right? You're into the Coddle. It doesn't change the mid matchup getting this first blood at all. He's actually just dead even on CS, but even has 6 denies to boot because you'll steal like 7 to 10 damage occasionally on the Razor, which might allow you to get 1 extra deny here or there. So it's very good.
Top lane again running at Maposhka. Keeping him low, but I do wonder if too much attention is being spent on Maposhka and not on Phantom Lancer, who Kunkka is still farming better actually, so maybe it's okay. But there can definitely come a time where you like spend too much focus on the support, which maybe is going to net them a kill here.
Well, that seems pretty dang worth it now. They get the kill. They got the hard camp pull as well. So they are completely dominating this off lane. The last big Kunkka pretty much doing exactly as expected in this matchup. And sitting at the top of the CS as well. So yeah, they're big chillin'. I'm sure he's just going to go Bracer. Yeah, double Bracer into phase boots. This is just the bread and butter build for an offlane Kunkka. Almost never changes. I'm surprised Bracer has not been nerfed. I'll be honest. It has been so good for like 2 years.
I could see a Bracer nerf. I don't know. It just pick your poison. One of those items is usually pretty good.
I think it'll just be a strength nerf. I don't think they're going to address Bracer specifically. I think they might just nerf strength slightly.
You could see that. Null Talisman just got buffed.
Yeah, that item was
not enough
hot
yet though.
Garbo.
Yeah, a couple people are building it, but
I think it's good for the agile heroes.
I think so, but it's still not as meta as like you still see a lot of Wraith Band Bracers.
Yeah, that's true. A lot of harassment damage. The X into Bramble Maze is kind of neat. Like we obviously think of a bunch of different like combos that you can do with, you know, X back into Torrent, but Bramble is actually a lot of damage, but the only thing that makes it balance is that it's typically hard to hit multiple Brambles. And this one, you're pretty much guaranteed at least one. So that's kind of a neat little synergy there.
Ooh, imagine later with Tidal Wave.
Dude.
Push people into multiple Brambles.
True.
Brambles is a lot of damage if you hit multiple Brambles.
Yeah, he's going to max it too, right? Like, there's no reason not to, especially in this lane. So, Yadaro definitely recovering a little bit. His lane has been off to a little bit of a rough start here, but managing to get more and more levels, so he'll pick up some extra XP. But the other thing too is it's Enchantress hitting the level 3, so she now can just run this, you know, Wild Wing Ripper in the lane and just cause damage and actually put pressure now onto these other heroes. There's the Blood Grenade coming out, perfectly timed. The Torrent dodged on out. Do they have another Hurricane to close the gap? The Lance, he survives on 9 HP.
5 health.
Was it 5? Oh my goodness.
He got down all the way to 5, I think. Dude, that Iron Branch saved his life. Strengthener from 22 health to 20 health, that guy's dead. The little things in Dota, man. Sometimes it gets so close.
Yeah, I was telling you, man, strength nerf, it's coming. Nerf it 1 HP even.
It was a cool call though to go aggressive on that Kunkka because I think they knew Dark Willow left to go stack or like go for the rune at least. And if you're not also gonna go for the rune, then you at least got to punish the offlaner in the lane, which I think this game they're recognizing PL is our win condition. We need him to have a good start. So rather than go enable the Keeper of the Light by helping with the rune, I need to try to get some control back in this off lane, which has not been going the best so far.
You can see him playing way safer, knowing that this is going on. He throws an X, but ready and waiting on the backside will be the rotation from Laurel off that very first use of the Solar Bind, and now you've got the damage. And that is the best thing you can ask for your mid lane Coddle. He needs to start getting active early, freeing up space for this Phantom Lancer.
Yeah, that's a great kill too, because it wasn't like a back-to-back kill because he lived the first time.
Okay. How low does
he got really low here. So even though he didn't die in this replay here, he did have to walk home, which is no farming time. He TPs back, then he gets killed, which means he's going to respawn and have to walk back again, which means this Kunkka, who had such a good start.
It was one!
Whoa, one!
Literally
Guys,
one health!
All the little nerfs matter. The little nerfs and the little buffs. It all adds up.
Oh my lord. Mid lane rotation from Collapse, putting that arena to use. They've surrounded him. He had just used a haste rune to gank bottom as well, and it didn't pan out, and now they get the level timing on the Mars to trap that Razor. I mean, this game is going amazing for Spirit right now. As Miposhka brings the Enchantress mid, has a lot of damage thanks to that, you know, Acorn. Laurel's got a shield rune. If he gets another big creep here, they can finish off the tower with ease.
How does this guy always get? I feel like every time I see Miposhka playing Enchantress, he's got troll
the
creeps.
trolls.
How does he do?
Yeah.
How is what? I need to know the skill he uses. Like, how do you just get trolls to always spawn and you always find them?
Good players get good RNG. That's why they're not. The only thing holding
No wonder
me
why
back,
I never find any.
Yeah, Twitch, if you're wondering why you're not 11K, you just aren't lucky enough, okay? That's really just all Dota is. 90% luck.
That Kunkka was also pretty lucky. 1 HP. All right, well, with that, I think PL, who's having a bit of a rough time, he makes it to 6 safely, and at this point, you can now jungle really easily on the PL. So we'll probably just see him shove in the lane, farm jungle camps, and just be left alone. It's time to play around the Keeper of the Light, time to play around the Mars, the Snapfire, and slow down this Luna, because an equally farmed Luna can fight the PL with a shard, just doing so much damage to the illusions. But if she is behind, then the man fight doesn't really, she doesn't survive.
They're gonna find Razor. Oh, Laurel's got Vessel. He has no tower. He needs so much help. The TP
This is
is
such a
coming
good
in,
arena.
but it's an amazing arena, and he's just so dead. This is the Coddle, man. These fights will continue to just fall apart into this Vessel timing, and this is, yeah, best case scenario. He is enormous. Almost 2,000 gold up on this Razor. And he's not going to stop, man. The timing just accelerates.
Yeah, this is exactly what they need, though. If this was not happening, it would be looking pretty bad. So they can't feel... Well, it's funny to say they're 4K ahead at 10 minutes. That's usually pretty good. But at the same time, it's like it kind of needs to be this way. So
absolutely,
they just got to keep this up. Don't push too hard, though, because that's how you then throw, right, if you feel too much pressure. But from here, I think if they just control the map for a few minutes, that's already pretty good, because they can farm a lot more of the map than Extreme Gaming can.
Yeah, I think right now, with the mid tower being gone so early, it makes it really hard for XM to play the game, because he can't, like, no one can reliably sit mid and farm, right? You will die to a Coddle. As soon as he pops the ultimate, you're dead. So, top lane, we're going to see Miposhka actually come in. He's level 6 here on this Enchantress, so he's got some damage. A little bit more tanky as well. All right, yeah, just force away. I mean, Yataro's been left alone for the most part. 1v1 here into the XXS Kunkka, which started out great for them, but those rotations in from Coddle, resetting his lane completely. He's having a fantastic time now.
Yeah, and if you look at the minimap, you can see exactly what I'm talking about, where Extreme Gaming has access to maybe like 40% of the map, and Spirit has about like 60% of it. They're farming the enemy jungle, but not going too hard. Here.
Oh, another arena. That's the blink reveal from Collapse. And that's the Mortimer Kisses impact. We haven't seen all that much. He's got a spear to send XM back, waits perfectly. That cookie was so close to sending him the wrong way. But Larl is here. He's got that Solar Bind available. He's looking for any target. Great scan, though, from the Radiant. We'll read this. So with that, Coddle likely not going to find an opening. Cool. Yeah, I mean, that was... Yeah, that's exactly what you want to see. Mortimer Kisses to follow up that blink reveal of Collapse. Good first usage there.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Snapfire's got a null talisman too, so does Dark Willow.
The item's good, man. That mana regen, ooh, feels very good.
I'm gonna smoke up from Extreme Gaming, see if they can find anything in return. They're 6k behind.
Dude, it is
find Mira.
Surprising how far behind they are already. They will go ahead and grab a nice kill here onto the Snapfire. Pretty easy pickup for them. Tanking the gank there for Collapse, who is going to go the Blink Yules build. So we've seen a few people play this way. Specifically, Collapse did this yesterday when they had the Io Lesh combo, right? So it was like Blink Yules to set up for a reload. And you don't really have that synergy this game, but the Yule Scepter, pretty essential having at some point when you're dealing with like constant X spam from the Kunkka, right?
Yeah, and I also think it's like in the IO game, you know IO's gonna come in and join. Excuse me. In this game, you know, you got Snapfire ult bringing you damage, you got Keeper bringing a lot of damage, you got Enchantress bringing a lot of damage. So he doesn't need those more damage-oriented items. He just needs the utility. I'll just start stuff, and my team will do the rest. Even if we don't get kills, we're making space for PL to get super farmed and to win us the game.
They are bringing in the numbers. They do not want to give up the Wisdom Rune. Maposhka still gets it. It costs the Kunkka his life. The Arena as well as the Spear back finding Ames. The Spirit Vessel's just chewing through him. Larl is too damn strong, man. Playing into this Keeper of the Light is so costly, and it's just gonna keep running. The damage is overwhelming as they find 3 heroes, only losing the Enchantress.
Who was denied by an ancient creep.
No
you
way.
Literally
Was he really?
got nothing. Yeah, you literally got nothing on the side of Extreme Gaming there. That is brutal.
And
this Solar Bind slow destroyed
kills.
Kunkka trying to get the wisdom. Yeah, I mean that's as good as you could ask for. Best case scenario. I mean his Ags is done. He's gonna get a diffusal. I don't think he'll finish probably like Diffusal Manta and then really start getting active. And I don't think you're gonna have the tools to deal with him at that point. You probably have like 5 to 10 minutes. Yeah, we get to see a replay here. So they're trying to get the Wisdom Rune, the Solar Bind on XXS plus the slow from Snapfire ult means Maposha grabs it just as the stun ends.
Dude,
and
what
you
a
see the
spear
Ancients
back
like hitting him.
He's getting like 4 Solar Binds off in this fight, and like on top of it you have the Illuminate coming through, healing up his whole team constantly. Like you cannot fight in a Coddle like this. If you do not catch Larl first, it's the reason they banned out heroes like the Zeus as well, because they're like, we can't allow the Coddle to be found. Like if he's able to sit in the back of the fight and throw out these spells, you're gonna win the fight until BKBs at least, right? Then things change maybe, but XM is about 75 gold away from his. I don't even know if Ame can afford to pick up a BKB first. Yeah, he's going Yasha into Manta. So
if you get BKB first, you'll live, but you're not going to do anything. Yeah, so I feel like you have to go Manta.
It is so
Seen
brutal,
that
man.
before.
Yeah, Solar Bind Vessel, Arena Spear, instantly dead. This Kunkka, who's normally your tanky frontline hero, is just a wet paper bag for the side of Spirit at this point.
Yeah, I really want to highlight, going back to it, Larl making that rotation top when XXS was having such a good start.
That's a really good find.
Larl?
Yules?
Oh, not
got
enough.
him.
Still can attack in that. Or is it the Eye of the Storm? One of them
I think it might have been Eye of the Storm, but either way, he just came a little bit too far forward. And yeah, that'll I think he missed the blinding light somehow, which was interesting, but yeah, they just keep the aggression going. They get on top of Ame. He gets rooted up as well. They've just cleaned up the Luna so dang quick. Terrorize will connect onto the real Phantom Lancer, but the rest of the team still plenty healthy. As Mortimer Kiss is back off cooldown. Arena still for 35 though. I mean, getting the Coddle is definitely, I think, worth the trade there, but it still hurts to lose Ame.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, it's like net worth wise probably fine for your team since you're 8k behind. Any kill's probably worth it, but Luna being the hero who really needs to get the farm to be able to fight the PL with the shard and all of that, her being dead and not being able to farm is pretty painful, because I don't think Kunkka and Razor are going to be able to do that. When they might find another kill here, they're definitely going to find another kill.
The whole tree line is gone from the previous fight, and there's just Ward Sentry placed on the side here. So they see everything around this tower. You cannot defend this. So they get themselves the kill. They come all the way back down to secure the tower, and Laurel's already starting to push out mid lane. So looks like they just want to keep this snowball rolling. Mules out from Collapse. He has the Arena, is going to throw it, pin down the Razor to maybe get him away. Bedlam, though, just chewing through him. The heal from this Coddle's not going to be enough to keep Collapse alive, but XM now needs to run Ame. He's surrounded by the Phantom Lancer. He's got a Doppelganger to dodge out the Stomp, and Ame's just dead. Mortimer Kisses trying to look for more up onto the high ground. Does clip Xin Q. It doesn't look like they'll be able to continue the chase. Yeah, they back away. You have a PL problem now.
All right, what's the play for Extreme Gaming? Because last game it was looking pretty bad. What is the miraculous comeback this time?
You need Manta BKB Luna, and you need Aghanim's like Blade Mail or Aghanim's BKB on the Kunkka. But he is so underfarmed this game. So
yeah,
it is really far away. But yeah, I mean, when you have BKBs, you might be able to just run at the Coddle, right, and find the kill. But it's just, there's no easy way to scout him. And I think outside of him, like, not seeing the Elder Titan spirit or something, like, he's pretty safe.
Yeah, maybe there's a window where if the 3 cores have BKB, you pretty much ignore Coddle for that fight. And if you get some good torrents, or you've identified the real PL, maybe you can kill PL and go from there. But
that's what I think.
Yeah, it's a tall order. It's a tall order.
Oh, I see Collapse going forward. He's like, someone's up here, right?
He's right. Yeah, but it gets away just in time. But it does mean you're probably gonna, you're gonna lose your Tormentor here.
They scan. They're like, someone's going to contest this, right? No, they're not. Okay. So they'll give this up. It's going to be a little slow with... Okay, I was like, without one of the other cores, but Coddle, relatively close. Helps heal up the team. So Mira getting the shard. I mean, that's fantastic. You have great shards for all of these heroes.
Yatora's looking for a solo kill. He's thinking about this.
Oh, baby. DY just gets melted. And guess what? The Coddle nearby with that Solar Bind. PL, though, just gets dunked on by XM. That is the best case scenario. They do manage to bring down the Kunkka. Mira now in trouble as well as XM continue the chase, getting on top of Laurel. But can they get away? Ame actually caught by the Solar Bind. Trying to finish the kill. They will not be able to. It's a 2-for-2 trade at the moment. As Ame should be able to get out. No more ult from Laurel.
Do it, Miposhka dive. All right, maybe I shouldn't. Maybe it's a bad idea. That's smart.
That was the moment where you're like, okay, if they can identify PL, can they kill him? Yeah, looks like it.
Yes. Yeah, that was a little greedy on him. He had the Invis rune. Thought he had a little help coming on the way, which he kind of did. But Kunkka, even with a bad start, he is still hard to kill. So they pick up the DY kill real fast. Stuck around a little too long for that Kunkka, though.
Torrent Storm, baby. It made the difference, right? Like that's actually what it is. He gets both Torrent Storm off, barely. He almost lives if it wasn't for the Mortimer Kisses, but... Oh, come on. You're walking right by the ward.
Got some investing wisdom runes here. Who's gonna? Of course, the carry's gonna come get it.
Of course, the carry's gonna take them. Guys,
can't get the carry to do Tormentor unless you trick him with 2 wisdom runes.
Ah, yes.
That's how you do it in pubs, guys.
I mean, it really does feel like if Yatoro can stay really far ahead this game, they should be able to build enough momentum to prevent XG from getting into the ultra late. But I feel like they are kind of on a timer. Collapse, bottom lane. Ooh, he's reading this quite well. They get him on the X. He does have to use this. Will he? He does, but the chase continues. Stomp. Not going to be there. Really well played from Collapse.
He feels comfortable playing aggressive like this because that Yule's being some counterplay to the X mark. And that's a big rotation from Extreme Gaming. They got to bring this many heroes because they're 13,000 behind, but they don't even get anything out of it. So it's a lot of wasted time.
And I cannot believe we're only a third through this game.
Me neither, dude. What 60-minute items do you think we'll get?
Yeah, I don't know. Couple giant rings.
I was really looking forward to seeing Centaur get a Giant's Ring last game. I was a little disappointed.
Wild. So, Roshan #1. Looks like they are going to try and contest this. It's not quick. Like, Phantom Lancer is not a really fast Rosh hero. Collapse is positioned quite well on the high ground here. Does dodge out the stomp as the smoke goes a torrent. They're just gonna commit, but a massive arena from Collapse on the backside pins them away. BKB immediately from XM. They found the real PL. Yaro needs help. The torrent after torrent tries to doppelganger away, but it's gonna be the chase, and he gets the kill. Beautifully done from the Razor. Spear will pin him back as Maposhka dumping in damage here with these impetuses. Split Earth not connecting. Mira finishes off the Dark Willow, and XM will TP to safety. They delayed the Roshan. XXS, he's in deep. Can they finish the kill? Laurel still has solar binds to go, and finally they will get him, give him a couple more of those Spirit Vessel stacks to play with. You slowed the Roche, you get the kill onto the Phantom Lancer, but it still barely goes Spirit's way. Ame was just not there, was he?
Nope, he was farming, which has brought him to the top of the net worth. So I think it might, all things considered, right? We got to remember they were like 13,000 behind. That was pretty good, especially killing Yatoro. The fact that he managed to get the link off. You keep track of the real PL, which he almost broke it. So we're gonna see here, right? He identifies the real PL here, gets the link off, which means even when Doppelganger comes out, but first getting hit by the Torrent Storm, good RNG, right? Literally about to break the link, and the Stomp stops him. So he's able to get like 1 or 2 more auto attacks to finish it. Maposhka misses a couple times uphill. Otherwise, maybe he could have killed XM in return because he actually hits pretty hard on this Enchantress. But
yeah.
This still got them like 3,000 gold, so
oh yeah,
it might have been pretty worth it for them.
They end up eventually claiming Roche, so you now have to deal with Phantom Lancer's life twice, but it was slowing down the game from Spirit, which is ultimately the best thing you can ask for. Great pullback from XXS, just kind of anticipating the Yule's dodge, and instead he's gonna be forced to BKB.
I'm getting vibes from the last game. Extreme Gaming with their backs against the wall, starting to find the fights they need.
They're gonna find Laurel. He can't get away. He's got Shard on XM. Oh man, what a find on the last couple seconds of this ward. Well,
Laurel's so close to BKB
too. Wow.
Yeah, it could have lived. They're doing it. How do they keep doing it, man?
They just know. They just know that like it's really Spirit on the timer. If they can slow this game at all, they have late game answers to the Phantom Lancer. He can get, you know, 6 slots, but he is ultimately a single carry for his team, right? You have 1 carry on the side of Spirit in terms of late game damage. Whereas Extreme Gaming, dude, all 3 of these heroes, Kunkka, Razor, and Luna, do a ridiculous amount of damage.
That's true. Now the BKB on Ame as well. So it means you can ignore the Keeper of the Light. You can ignore the arena and all the utility that Mars has built. You just ignore all of that. The Snapfire ult, pure damage from Impetus. So they bring a lot of strength to the fights now, which is that enough to counteract 9K? I think probably still depends how the fight actually breaks out. But they got a shot with some good initiations.
Yeah, they've got to start pushing. So they're looking for the mid lane here. Yutoro would love to start getting some damage into this tier 2 tower. Larl is top though, and he popped his ult up there as well. So he is not going to be joining his team in mid. I think he feels too desperate and like has to get to his BKB before he can fight again with how strong this Razor is starting to be.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
28
they want to make a play for the 28-minute Wisdom Rune.
Yeah, they're kind of pinging it out like they're rotating up there, but Extreme knows exactly what's going on. They're bringing the entire team. We saw this before, and it went really good for Spirit, but we have BKBs this time. Collapse gets the spear out. He's forced to BKB as XM's going to chase him down. You cannot stop this Razor. Yutoro needs to run. The fear doesn't
X
connect,
on the real
but they've
PL.
got him on the X. They pulls him right back in. It's a disaster already for Spirit. It's going to be a second life, but a boat to follow. The Eclipse is there. The torrents, it's way too much. The Tricore of Extreme is getting it done.
Okay, two big differences from this fight compared to the last time that happened. This time, like you mentioned earlier, Keeper was top, and he has Boots of Travel, but there were actually no creeps for him to teleport to. So they kill Collapse, and they get the first life on the PL before Keeper even makes it to the fight. And then secondly, they have the BKBs this time. So this time you can actually ignore so much of the magic damage that destroyed them in the last game. Yeah, so we see here on the minimap, you can see Keeper still up top, which means Collapse already uses Arena, BKB, doesn't even make it out. PL, the X did connect on the real hero, pulls him back, gets that kill here.
It's like now
and then you just ignore.
But like,
yeah, but then she just pops BKB and she's like, so what? I don't care. I'll kill your PL. And now I'll kill you too.
Yeah, it is. This is where I was worried, right? Like I looked at Spirit's draft, I understood the idea behind it. They did really well with the Coddle early on. They got a lot of momentum. They built a massive lead. But you do not outscale Extreme Gaming. And what like 13,000, maybe more of a gold advantage. What was it?
Yeah, it was about
17,000 or something.
Oh.
I don't know. It was a lot. A massive gold advantage at one point. Okay, not okay, yeah, that's a ton.
NA maths.
NA maths.
There was a lead.
Yeah, there was a lead. But yeah, now you're for the most part almost dead even, right? At 30 minutes, a 4K gold lead isn't all that much. It's mostly just DY, let's be real, on this support. Elder Titan, who has literally nothing. He is the ultimate sacrifice, you know? He's got drums. That's good enough.
He's got Philosopher's Stone, though. That's all he needs.
Scale. Oh, Shin-Q, run! They actually need Razor. Okay, he's coming.
Shard for DY.
He's rich
not
now.
that useful this game, but yeah, at least you're not losing the shard to the enemy.
Well, it's, you know, now he doesn't look so poor, right? Now it's just
true. That's true.
Now it's DY stonks. It's worked, man. Like, they've managed to stall this out enough. They took a couple really good fights. I think for Extreme, they can just play for their next round of items, play for next Roche, and they should feel fully confident. Ame just picked up his 20 talent, about to have a Conda done as well, which is a massive boost in damage for this hero.
Radiant are scanning.
Speaking of damage boost,
looking for anything.
Enchantress did get an enchanted quiver, and she's relatively rich, so maybe we got some damage potential from Maposhka.
That's
depending
true.
how the fights break out.
He's definitely a scaling support. It's just, it's not. There's a difference between like a scaling Enchantress and like a scaling Razor, Lunar, or Kunkka, and that's the part that scares me about the lineup as this continues to go. But we'll see. Maposhka might be able to pull out some cool stuff.
Dire's bottom tower.
Yeah, I mean, if he's allowed to attack for free, he'll definitely pump in the damage. But it is...
Radiant's top tower.
It's not going to be easy because we're reaching the point where sorry, not Zinq, Ame is just going to like walk up to the towers and hit them, and you're going to get the glaives bouncing, and it's difficult for any of the supports to approach at that point.
Yeah. All right. Konda online and Ame. I'm curious where his next item's going to be. Cool. We see it. Satanic into Butterfly. So he'll disassemble the Mask of Madness, pick up the Satanic. Kind of a standard progression for that item eventually.
Okay, I just realized Mira went Gleipnir.
I'm okay with that. I think they have massive damage problems. I think they need to have this Snapfire start scaling. Did she go the little Shredder talent? Okay, I'm fine with this. You have to do this at this point because you do not have the ability to offer enough damage late game without your Snapfire committing to core. So she's got like Dragonlance and Daedalus queued up. And, you know, that is one way to scale late game.
I'm up for it. Support, rise up. We do the damage now. Cores just initiate for us. It's time.
Kunkka is still relatively poor in the grand scheme of things, right? Like he's got his Axe Bloodstone. Like he can still do a lot, but in terms of like overall net worth compared to the other cores, he's still definitely struggling. I think if he manages to get like this Blink or even a BKB, he is still just generally very happy with where the game's going to go for him. All right, Tormentor down, Shard for Laurel, so he gets the recall now. Not a bad pickup at all. Still a 5k lead for Spirit, so
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
they feel strong. I feel like they've got to find an opening soon, but that is into a shield ruined Razor. Not going to be easy, who also finished up a Satanic. Dude, XM is so hard to deal with now. Oh my goodness. Bottom lane,
Yeah,
collapse.
you're getting
Yules, Spear. Yeah, it'll make some space.
It'd be fine getting out. Yatoro's going for Bloodthorn, which is certainly an insane amount of damage when you actually get the hit with it.
Yeah.
But it's not going to be easy with all these BKBs out. Looks like Kunkka's going to go for a Wind Waker next, actually. But that'll still be a Dispel to deal with the Bloodthorn. I'm not sure how much practical damage he's really going to get out of this without a lot of help from his team. But I guess if you do get one stun, I mean, the amount of damage a PL gets from Bloodthorn might kill the hero in one stun, so...
It's true. It is very good. But outside of like the Arena Spear setup, there's not a lot to follow it up. So we'll see, you know, if he can burst a hero in that. The alternative is like eventually you go like Blink Dagger and Abyssal Blade and you play for like Swift Blink, Abyssal, Bloodthorn, and you try and just solo heroes instantly. It's quite funny. I don't know if he's gonna get to that. It is very far away, but for now, he is still scary on the Phantom Lancer. Ame. Probably equally as scary now. It's hard to say like what's gonna happen if they were to meet toe-to-toe again. Trying to force something out of XM here is actually bring Yadaro. Pops a Satanic to get rid of the Solar Bind. Still has a BKB and a Haste Rune. There's going to be the Hex into Laurel on the Keep of the Light. Pulled back here with the Torrent. Protected by a Linken's, and they will be able to cookie him away. Both teams here on the bottom side of the map. Roshan at the ready. But it's moving top, and they know this. It's going to be there in 10 seconds. So they bail. They all go through the portal, and Spirit have to make the run across the map.
I don't know if they're gonna make it. Well, okay, they recalled. But the supports aren't here yet.
If Extreme gets a pick off here, I don't know how you take the fight. It's a really good wraparound. If they find Mira, they do. There's gonna be XM jumps in. Just gonna go for an immediate kill here onto the Snapfire. The damage from Ame just deletes him. As XM will pop the Manta to get rid of that Solar Bind. And now they just make some space. They will back away for now. A little bit of a commitment, though, thanks to the Eye of the Storm. And Team Spirit want to find an opening themselves. Will they get it, though? XXS gets the jump in into AX, but the Torrent not going to connect. Yule's the dodge, but XM just jumps on the backside with the BKB and he just gets deleted again from Ame. What is these? These Lucent Beams are just destroying the supports. BKB is still available. Just 2 Lucent Beams, basically, for 1,000 damage.
Gonna X
they
mark
just X
heal.
back. Beautiful.
Buys clarity. Right back in. Actually, team's
Good restraint on the
bit here.
BKB. And, oh, that's Satanic now. So he completed the disassemble. So he's Satanic, and they actually just completed... Oh, no, he went Butterfly first. Okay. So Butterfly done, and now Razor with a refresher. XM, or Extreme Gaming, definitely just powering up here.
And the Butterfly will be really hard to deal with.
Pops the Eye of the Storm. Does he pop the refresher, though? Nice cookie wave. He's going to get pulled back. No, there's going to be the BKB out. Great stomp. Catches 2. Do they know that the PL is in there, though? Mira able to get away for now. The Torrent's going to connect. He's trying to put as much damage as he can in here on Miposhka, but they've now identified the Phantom Lancer. XXS starting to follow. Ame trying to chase up onto the high ground, being pushed back here from Laurel. He's going to pop the BKB, turn around, try to grab Collapse, but it's not enough damage. These fights... If they had detection, if they knew the Phantom Lancer was in there, could have been a disaster. But now they've got to back
I'm amazed no one died there, actually. The Luna almost killed Snapfire, but I think the Arena blocked one of the attack projectiles going in to finish the job. And then I appreciate them not chasing too far. Like, it looked like they wanted to go, but they're going to back off. And actually with all... Not all, but I guess like a lot of Kunkka's stuff is on cooldown. They don't feel comfortable fighting, so they're actually going to give up the Roche.
I feel like
a bit of a win for Spirit here.
I feel like they can try and get back in time to contest. The Roar is there. It's not super fast. Phantom Lancer is not great at taking this. But with
I didn't think they would give it up, but
yeah, maybe they can't. Dude, it's still really healthy. They can't take it in time. They have to smoke and back away. And the Spirit has just been scouting the whole time.
Yeah, maybe they had a much better read than us. They're like, there's no way PL can kill Roche. We totally have time to back off for 40 seconds.
That is nuts. I mean, this happened before, and they were able to go back in and finish the Roche on. They're going to try and force the fight here, but you're playing into refresher double ult of this Razor. Your Toro's gonna walk in, get some detection. Great spear onto 2. They actually will just find a quick opening onto this Dark Willow. She's gonna buy it back, but the big kill here onto the Kunkka, but he gets the heal off just in time. He's back into the fight. XM trying to zone off Yadaro as well. But the Vessel, the damage from Laurel, it's starting to stack up, and they've got the Kunkka. That is a massive win. Now looking for Ame. Isolated out of the fight. He's going to be forced to pop the BKB, try and turn this one around. Can they get onto the backside? XM can't. He just runs away. They played this perfectly on Spirit.
Yeah, very impressive jump. Yatoro goes in with the Arena to kill the Dark Willow and then immediately leaves. So there's a bunch of illusions there, and I don't know if they could tell where the real hero was. So Torrent Storm gets dropped around the Roche pit, but PL's not even there anymore, and he's moved on to like the Kunkka. I still think... Okay, well, that fight does give him the Bloodthorn, which is actually pretty scary. I feel like Extreme Gaming... That fight was not it, right? That was not the style they want, but they felt like they could contest Roche, so they came in and it kind of like split them up a bit. As you come into the high ground, I think it's still quite tough for Spirit, so Extreme Gaming still has a shot in holding here.
This was one of those fights where the Razor never finds his target, right? And I was going to say, I think Razor needs a Blink Dagger, because if he just runs for the Coddle, he will kill the Coddle. There's no stopping him from just killing a hero if he can get on top of him. Bottom lane, Collapse with an Arena Spear, trying to find the Dark Willow. Shadow Realm trying to protect her and just TP's on out. Okay, well played from ZinQ.
In that fight, the Razor also didn't have Refresher. So he didn't have like the whole kit. He does have his Refresher now, or like it's back off cooldown.
Okay.
And yeah, it means you got to be really careful on this high ground push. It's going to get the shard this time.
Well, no one. They all have it. So just bunch of gold. So all 5 heroes with their shard. Collapse the only one without his, which I am surprised because if he gets it, it's going to be really nice for him. As of right now, only being able to spear 1 target, but hitting 2 would be quite a bit better. Has it queued up. They need a BKB on this Kunkka. He cannot get trapped in the arena and just get solar binded. It is way too difficult for him to play to play around. Where are we on the scaling Snapfire? That's the real question. Oh, level 20 gets a Mind Breaker. Mira's online, almost.
Little Shredder talent too for the 3-shot.
Collapse. Lincoln's protects him. Ogre Seal Totem. He's out, baby.
That
didn't
too good.
Even flinch. Yeah, Ogre Seal Totem needs to be removed. Like that. It's like that and Ninja Gear, I think, need to be removed in the next patch. These items are too good.
All right, smoke up. Doesn't look like they're gonna find anyone. The kind of fight Extreme Gaming needs is when Luna's on point and you just throw like all the spells around her. The Torrent Storm, the Earth Splitter, all the Dark Willow stuff. Razor just finds his target with the Link, Refresher, all that. Like that's the kind of fight they needed. Last time she was like way in the back. The other initiators were like in the front. She's very messy.
Oh boy, that tower.
It's pretty fast.
Little Shredder talents, baby. He hits hard. Dude, imagine once he gets the attack damage talents. That's going to be sick.
Yeah, we're starting to get to that point again where we talk about, oh, mid-game timing, late-game timing. We're in the late game, but as we get to that ultra-late game, this Enchantress and Snapfire, they're going to be scary. They are the true carries, while PL makes space for them.
He goes the crit at 25. Interesting. So I was curious about this because crit is really good on Phantom Lancer since it works on illusions. It's one of the reasons Bloodthorn is also really nice. All right. I like it. I think they realize like they need more damage out of their team rather than the survivability of the Phantom Lancer. He's going to rely on his team to give him that.
Does Moon Shard count as survivability?
Is mayonnaise an instrument? I don't know, dude. Mira caught from the X. Gets pulled back. The Snapfire just deleted, man. Holy God, that is a lot of damage. Yep, Earth Splitter.
I don't know if he had
That'll
the
do it.
timing wrong, but there is a Wind Waker on Collapse. Did it just get here? I think he's had it.
No, he's had it for like a good 8 minutes. Like before he even got close to Lincoln's, he had Wind Waker.
Yeah. I guess they just didn't expect that. Or was he not in position? I don't know.
Maybe it wasn't.
Maybe we'll
close
see
enough.
it later.
He's like, he'll be fine. Our Snapfire will survive this. It'll be fine.
He was not fine.
Narrator. He was not okay. Yeah, so getting a nice high ground pick off there, it definitely shows it's going to be very difficult to push into the high ground of Extreme, right? Kunkka, super obnoxious with constant X's, the tidal waves, Torrent Storm boats. It just all adds up. And now that he has his BKB, he's a lot more survivable. He'll eventually go for a refresher. Lunar Blessing talent online for Luna. Quick 40 damage for her. Very nice. Static Link steals attack speed. Yeah, I mean, this Razor he's almost at critical mask, obviously, right? Like he needs his blink and to sell boots. I would say you probably just pick up Swift Blink, and then I don't know what his boot cell item is gonna be, but something, maybe Wind Waker or something. I don't know. Or you go Sanj and Yasha. There's plenty of options. But I can't believe we're only halfway through this game right now.
I'm excited to see the 60-minute items. We're almost at the patented Extreme Gaming Support Nullifier.
Is it online? How close are we?
Almost. He's got the money now. Buys
Did he
it.
actually?
It's on the way for Xingqiu.
I cannot believe. I mean, this item is so essential in late game Dota. Nullifier is unbelievably strong because of just the low 10-second cooldown. 50% uptime, dude. You can't argue with those numbers.
Yeah, the idea for it is that it's really good to counter a lot of like utility items such as the Wind Waker, but it's not that great for a core. Like compared to other things they could buy, it's mainly damage, armor, regen, which the armor and regen they don't strictly need in the late game. Damage is like cool and all, but there's many other late game items they'd prefer to have, especially when the reason you buy Nullifier is not for any of those passive stats, it's the active. So if you can get that on a support, then it frees up a slot for your carry. DUI in turn being deleted.
We've seen this is what's gonna happen, I think, to the supports this game. You get caught, you die. Looking for XXS here. He's gonna be forced to pop the BKB on the run as Yaro wants to chase but will not find the opening. Elder Titan's a big part of the team fight, so that will slow them up. We'll see where the Roshan is going to respawn in about the timer in 5 seconds here. So yeah, we got the Swift Blink on Luna, sold her boots. Makes sense. Queues up the refresher. 2 minutes and 20 more seconds. I saw an Arcane Blink on Extreme there. Was that on the Razor?
Yes.
He did. Okay, so he was debating between Swift Blink and Arcane Blink. Looks like he's opted for Arcane. Interesting.
He's going to use it to chase Miposhka a bit here. Never mind. Doesn't want to extend too far out of their control. From their perspective, they don't know where the enemy heroes are.
It is nice for trying to have like a low blink cooldown and find the coddle. Like if he like uses blink and it's like, crap, I can't get him. At least it's back up in a couple of seconds, right? And then maybe he finds the coddle the second time or something. So I think maybe that's the idea behind it.
Yeah, I think also it's a cool read on what's important in the late game. Or even more specific, the ultra late game, which is where fights are decided within a few seconds. For a lot of these situations where you suddenly catch one guy and he's dead, it totally changes the fight. So the lower cooldown blink is maybe what they're really appreciating with this item to make sure that they can be wherever they need to be in the fight as quickly as possible.
A little bit of deja vu here, playing for this top Roshan. As DY trying to find something. Nice blink spear back from Collapse. He's going to get the Wind Waker off to safety. DY needs some help and fast, but he's not going to get it. Phantom Lancer able to finish the job. And no Elder Titan, at least quite yet. Luckily, he will be back in time for the Roche fight.
It's a pretty long spawn on this Roche. They will probably just wait for it, though. This one will have the Aghanims, right?
Yes, this will be third Roche with Ags and Cheese.
Who do we put that on?
I mean, it depends on the team that gets it, right? But it doesn't even feel like great for Spirit, to be honest. I think maybe you justify trying to put it on Snapfire, or maybe you give it to Miposhka for the BKB piercing root. Like that is like how that's like how low the the needs list is, I suppose, for your Aghanim Scepters for who's left.
Well, it could be cool. It could be the extra 100 attack speed too. I mean, Miposhka already attacks super fast, so
yeah.
Anyways, never mind. It's daytime, so it's gonna be Refresher instead. They might find DY again.
Oh, quick D ward there. They will get their own D ward. Okay, Mira is almost level 25. We have almost hit the critical mass, not critical mass Snapfire, but She's got an MKB. She is halfway to her 25 talent. This hero will do damage. The question is, can she survive the initiations? Because XXS will just walk up onto the high ground, gets caught from a solar bind. You gotta dispel that Bloodthorn, my guy. Yep, instant BKB collapse will just Wind Waker away. The arena spent for this. Trading arena for the double BKBs and the Eye of the Storm. At least the first set of spells here from XM. Pretty worth it for Spirit. If they can just bide themselves a little bit of time here, they have everything left.
Yeah, it looks like Extreme Gaming is giving up off of that. They're going to go push out the other lanes. They do not want to try to fight Roche. Even though they have a lot of Kunkka spells, which are good around that Roche pit, you need the BKB to be able to ignore Laurel and Snapfire. And, well, I guess Snap Ult did get used, but you know, there's just a lot you need to be able to ignore with your BKBs.
Now PL can kill Roche. That Bloodthorn's online, right? It's like he struggles to kill Roche earlier, but once you have Bloodthorn, yeah, not so much anymore. So, Aegis, Cheese. Refresher will go into Laurel for the Coddle, so he will have a second BKB to play around in the fight. You are now 16,000 ahead as Extreme go to take another Tormentor for more gold. Eventually, that bad boy is going to get really strong and kill somebody.
Yeah, it's time to get money on the supports, right? We got Scaling Maposhka and Mira. Come on, Zincu and DY. Let's get your farm items. Let's go. There's 30 more minutes of this game. You're going to need to scale up somehow. We got a lot of room to grow on the supports on the side of Extreme Gaming.
Yeah, you've got almost a level 25 Enchantress now, who's closing in on a Monkey King bar of her own. Yeah, they are.
Okay, ET.
They're scaling.
ET can get some pretty good spirits this game and hit real hard. Get him this Ags. Let him start hitting people. Oh, take the cleave talent. Let's go. PL countered.
I'd like to see it. I don't think it's going to happen. As much as I would like to see it.
What? You don't think 30 minutes more is enough time to get there?
Please don't do this to me.
It's gonna look. You deny it all you want. Look where they're positioned. They're farming.
Yeah, Ame has 10,000 gold in the bank, just waiting till I buy
Helm of the Overlord, Ame.
No, he needs to buy Agsynth and he needs to buy a refresher.
He needs the Helm of the Overlord so the creep can farm the enemy's jungle and his supports can farm this wave here so they can get their Aghanims and cleave.
True, true.
No mana.
Did we get the 25 on the supports for Spirit? Yeah, it looks like it. Maybe this is time to push. They used a good half of their Aegis just for map control. Extreme Gaming didn't want to push them, so they farmed for 2.5 minutes. Now maybe we're going to attempt a high ground push here.
He's got the Chrysalis. Yeah, I think at this point you're like, okay, we have our second scaling carry. We have a support, quote unquote, support Snapfire who can do damage. And I think it's pretty funny because I was really worried for them in the late game, but this was a fantastic way to adapt this. They're like, okay, we see where the trend is going. We didn't win in 25, 30 minutes. We didn't take any high ground. So Mira, Maposhka, do your job.
Look at that tower. There's an Alpha Wolf aura too. So Snapfire's hitting for over 400 damage, not including any actual effects.
Yeah,
from Gleipnir, Crystallis, MKB, Mindbreaker. Look at that! They couldn't even fortify fast enough.
This is gonna go on for quite a while, I can see. Slowly but steadily.
All right, you can't overcommit on this.
He's gonna get split. Ame goes in with the Eclipse, the BKB. They want to get Mira. He is super dead. XXS on the backside looking for more. Nullifire's going to catch Collapse. Here comes XM with a blink. He just deletes Laurel. That's the best case scenario. The Razor blink reveal. I mean, maybe not the reveal. The first time they've actually had a chance to fight with it, and it does work. Trying to get out of here on collapse. He gets the spear off the arena as well, but it's going to be a Toro on the backside trying to do everything by himself. And
with the Bloodthorn.
He's kind of doing it. The Bloodthorn just deletes one. DY gets out barely with the stomp, but the damage too much from Ame. I can't believe we are only halfway through this game.
Ame's he's about to A-click down this mid lane. He's gonna go take that tier 2. No, I guess he's gonna heal first for mana. You don't need it.
Look at XM's positioning, dude. He is so ready.
This was a really good fight. Because I was just about to say right before this, like the safe way for Spirit to do it is to just keep having Lil Shredder like blast the tower in a second and then back off. And so they call it. They're like, we can't let this continue. So they just blink in and start the fight, which Spirit was not ready for. And in that panic, they find like all the targets they need. Luna's killing a support. Laurel gets killed off immediately by XM.
It's like Yadro turns around. He's like, I'm going to get this Luna. And she's like, I still have BKB and Satanic. Good luck. He just instantly dies.
If she's not affected by the Bloodthorn, I don't think he can kill her right now. Not on his own, like in a 1v1 when she has Shard or BKB.
Dude, this was such a sick move from ET as well. Like in that fight, like looking back at it, he has his shard, right? So he actually pops his spirit, gets to the low ground, and it gives him the natural order debuff onto the PL, like the physical damage debuff onto the PL, because he teleported his hero right over. And that's what allows Ame to just run right through him.
Yeah, it's true. He did not buy any armor items, so his 38 armor is just gone if Elder Titan's next to him. It actually probably warrants killing Elder Titan right away, because it's essentially is going to make you 70% stronger against physical damage.
Yeah, I mean he almost did it, but like he almost got DY here. He was very close to finding him with the doppelganger, but didn't quite.
DY went invis.
Yeah,
because they don't have their support nullifier.
Yeah.
Extreme Gaming knows what's up.
So we're seeing here, obviously, the late game scaling of Extreme. It's a little bit more straightforward for them in terms of what they can do with this. It like Spirit's definitely not like out. Like they still have the lead. They are still very strong. You have more items you can pick up on this, Enchantress and this Snapfire. I just have not seen a game with a Razor in it that goes like 60 minutes where Razor ever loses in this patch. Like that is the thing that I'm most worried about. This hero seems almost unbeatable in the ultra late game.
Especially when you now have Ags Elder Titan online. He took the cleave talent.
Did he actually?
I'm telling you, dude, he's the late game insurance.
Dude, he got so much experience in that game. How did he get to level 22?
Because he survived
that fight?
Most of that, I think.
He didn't die. He lived through the whole fight.
Oh, yeah. He didn't even die in the end. Yeah, there you go. 4+ levels or something from that.
Okay. Well, now he's queued up an Assault Cuirass. He's like, I will scale. My turn. So, we'll see. Spirit, if they get the right connection, if they manage to take Ame or Razor out of the fight, right, then it's pretty straightforward. But Laurel getting caught from Razor last fight, it's just not possible to deal with him at that point.
Yeah, Laurel needs to survive to keep throwing out spells. His nuke damage at this point won't be the same because of BKBs, but he will heal the team. He'll have like repeated hexes, solar bind, stuff like that, knock people around. Yeah, it adds a lot of utility to his team that you just need PL to... You need PL to just keep hitting people with the illusions. You need Lil Shredder to keep coming off cooldown every 12 seconds, Enchantress to hit, right? It's funny, the mid and the off lane, they're just running distractions. They just keep the fight going so that everyone else can do damage. But when he's killed, then suddenly you're not free to attack and you get killed next on this Enchantress PL and Snapfire. So, like you said, either find Razor. I think ET is also very important to take out. His aura is doing a lot of work this game.
Yeah.
And the fact that he can keep throwing out sleeps as well, which just stops the illusions from doing much.
Radiant's top tower.
Just walks up, casually tanks half his HP from a little shredder. I mean, that's what we're talking about, right? Like, the hero does, you know, it could be very scary, especially as he gets closer and closer to Daedalus. But the next Rosh, 5th Roshan, it spawned almost immediately. As previously it was like a 2.5 minute respawn. This one was like 20 seconds or something. So it is back up. It is on the top side of the map. It'll be moving to the Radiant side, though, in 15 seconds. So we'll see if either team actually manages to scout this one out.
All right, 60 minutes. What's pretty good here?
Who knows, man? I think it's just a lottery, really. What
I
are
think Pirate Hat for Enchantress?
True.
Pirate Hat for Enchantress could be good.
Pirate Hat for Enchantress and Stygian for your Snapfire. Those are the main ones you're looking for. I could say Phantom Lancer getting a Giant's Ring is always good.
Do the illusions get it?
Yeah.
Okay.
They're all enormous. The alternative is something like a Dispel, so the
Oh, Seer Stone.
She got Pirate
sorry,
Hat.
not Seer Stone.
Oh,
Book of the... What am I trying to say? The Book of Shadows. There we go. Book of Shadows on Coddle's really good. He's got all that cast range.
Well,
that could be
3
a
of
really
the ones
big
I
save.
called, they got. So Pirate's Hat, Giant's Ring,
nice.
already online. So we'll see what else they grab. Well, yep, Force Boots as well as Razor with a Mirror Shield. So those are all very good. Will he get
DY,
Stygian?
get a Pirate Hat too.
Will he get Stygian? Come on, Mira. He did. Oh my god. Come on, bro. You can't write this any better. All right. Here we go. Roshan number 5. 8. I think he put Aegis on Mira. Like, not even joking.
Oh, I'm
Screw
up
the
for it,
Phantom
yeah.
Lancer. Give Aegis to the Snapfire.
Because Mira's the one who's hitting the buildings.
Yeah.
You're sending Mira forward to fire. Oh my goodness, once the Bloodthorn comes out. Yeah, let's go. You're such good script writers.
Yeah.
Who's gonna take the refresher?
You can't say that, man. People will start believing us. That's true, though. Yeah, Roshan's banner in mid to help, I guess, push slightly, give themselves a little bit. Here's the giant Phantom Lancer illusions I was talking about.
ET got a Seer Stone. He can actually put Spirit so far, and Earth Splitter is 2 screens wide, actually.
True, actually. What? 2,400 range? That's sick. That is so sick. It pops in the same speed too, so it just travels faster. Is one of the things people don't like. It doesn't have like a set travel speed. It's like it means the crack, it goes farther, but it forms way quicker in order to get to the max distance.
I think the Spirit, I really like the Seer Stone too, because the way Extreme Gaming won that bottom fight last time is that they found the right targets and then they jumped them, surprising Spirit. So Spirit, they're gonna have like the gem, the sentries, right? They're gonna make sure the vision is removed, but you can't stop the Spirit, right? He's just gonna use the Astral Spirit, find Coddle, and they're like, oh, we know where he is. We can try to jump that Coddle. And eventually you'll see a position that you're happy with and go. And Spirit has to not let them find that, keep moving around, and just be really careful. At this point, they'll probably just send PL illusions. I think it's pretty scary to send Snapfire now, even with the Aegis. They might still do it, but I wouldn't be surprised if they just keep sending PL illusions.
I just can't get over the state of Dota right now, man. I actually can't. It is...
I need to see a Helm of the Overlord. Someone build it.
I just feel bad for our production guys, you know. They're just like, yeah, well, you know, we're here for a regular old day of work, and 8 60+ minute games later.
That's true. We get the breaks. The casters split half and half. Production's got to work the whole day. Thank you, production. All right, we're going to the high ground.
Are we?
Who's coming in? So far, it is just the illusions poking at the ranged barracks. This is the safest way to do it. It will be very slow, but it is the safest. as we're at 64 minutes here.
Mid tower gone. All right, it's really obnoxious what he's doing. He's just creating illusions on the hard camp, constantly doppelganger and manta spamming, and just sending them at the ranged barracks and the towers. It's like, yeah, eventually you might get it, but it's gonna be a while.
Extreme Gaming, everyone's got buyback except Kunkka and Dark Willow. They need to try to let these heroes get some farm, but it is very tough.
Yeah.
Will-O-Wisp, looking like they were looking for Kunkka, but it's pretty low commitment. 45 seconds on Will-O-Wisp.
I didn't realize Kunkka does not have buyback. What did he buy?
Maybe I missed exactly.
Yeah, he bought Refresher.
Octarine. Yeah.
Okay. Maposhka forced to pop BKB. I mean, here's the thing. Spirit is the only ones with a Pirate Hat as well. They will sit here and spam Pirate Hat every 60 seconds. Is it 60-second cooldown or is it less? It might be less. I don't remember.
I think it's a little less.
It is a lot of gold that they will eventually get.
It's 40 seconds.
40 seconds. All right. BKB out from Mira. They're just chipping away here on Extreme, trying to get anything committed out of Team Spirit. They're losing this Aegis. So, oh, they smoke out. Wait a minute. DY, who's he gonna find? It's gonna be Mira on the Snapfire. She does have an Aegis. And the question is, can you take the fight? Book of Shadows keeping her alive for a moment. Turns around with the little Shredder. Does a lot of damage. Will-O-Wisp coming down as well. Earth Splitter. It's not timed perfectly, but they still got the damage. The Nullifier there to hold him down as XM now looking for Collapse onto the backside, trying to chase him down. Spear's gonna push him away. As meanwhile, your entire mid lane of barracks is gone. It has been taken down from the Phantom Lancer. They jump in. Will-O-Wisp is out. XXS with BKB trying to get away. The impetus damage will not stick as DY will TP out as well. Phantom Lancer is just playing his own PvE experience at this point. He will never join his team. He is the rat.
Yeah, that fight started 4v3 because Enchantress was pushing top, PL pushing mid, and Luna, of all heroes on Extreme Gaming, was defending. But that's kind of what they need to do, because if you put any other hero there, they might get killed by the PL.
I can't believe this is what I'm watching right now.
So here's the thing. Even if you get Mega, I don't think forcing the BKB out of the position 5 Enchantress.
XM?
I don't think...
Actually has nothing left here. He needs to back quite a bit. They're starting to get surrounded by these PL illusions. All right. Looks like they're able to disengage. DY pulls the Spirit back in, gives him some magic immunity. Oh!
That's no good.
That is not good indeed. I mean, he has buyback here on this Dark Willow, but you are absolutely dead, right?
So dead.
Yeah, there's no way back out of that one. Hex in the bottom lane here onto DY. In comes Ame, tries to delete Maposhka, pops the Eclipse, but saved by the Book of Shadows, and he has to blink away. That was a refresher out of the Luna. Quick response from Laurel. This Book of Shadows has been on point.
Can he retrieve the gem? There are so many things out here. So obviously you want Megas on Team Spirit, but I don't think it's necessarily the end of the game. You still have to be careful about how you then move on to the end. Because right now this is kind of working because you can't defend all three, right? So you're being ratted by illusions eventually. But when you only get the tier 4s, you all sit by the tier 4s, and it's much easier to defend. And you have the heroes who can deal with mega creeps. And you do have to be careful of throwing a fight because the death timers are so long that Luna could run it down, and she's the kind of hero who could just destroy your entire base given one opportunity. So I do think Spirit is making good progress on these megas.
This is like a decade of tower defenses have prepared them for this moment of NPCs basically walking at their base. Maposhka will be forced to BKB once again. I mean, they're only making these like little push attempts when their supports have BKB. Other than that, they will back away, it seems. And it is just a slow bleed. He's gonna get the barracks. That is it. You actually just couldn't stop it. So 2 lanes now down. It gets a lot more difficult now because you can't split, right? So you can't really rat the third one on the Phantom Lancer because the whole team can just defend one lane. And you have a Divine Rapier now in Ame. I mean, surely he can't, but maybe he's still just gonna be able to.
I mean, Doppelganger is 4.5 seconds. Like, something they've been doing that we don't watch all the time. They Doppelganger, and then you just Chakra Magic him so he can Doppelganger again.
That's what I've been
like,
literally sitting here trying to wonder how he's making these illusions so fast. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, they're just throwing it out.
Oh my god, that's annoying.
DY committed the jump, actually.
Oh, he goes in, gets speared back, but they will back away for the moment. There's going to be a refresher into a second Hex. XM's here. They're really far outside of the base, and DY is dead. XM, he's managed to find Laurel. Can he finish the job? The refresher is out, and Laurel trying to keep himself alive, but here comes Yadra on the Phantom Lancer, just chews through him. XXS now in trouble. The Torrent Storm doing some work as they try to just keep the PL at bay, but Laurel still managing to survive through this. All the Book of the Shadows as well. They've baited out so much. Ame on the bots too comes in, tries to help find these heroes, but they can't do it. Laurel, he's out of it. Mapochka with his own BKB turning around. The damage being pumped into the Luna, the Hurricane Pike. Ame's got nothing left. The Divine Rapier's gonna hit the deck. He's got a buyback, but Mira, he's got it. He wants the damage.
Mira ratted the Megas during that fight.
Oh, he did? Okay.
Yeah, now he's claiming the Divine Rapier. You little shredder. He's about to delete people.
They have a 67,000 gold advantage from just Pirate Hat spam and this nonsense illusion spam. This is Team Spirit like I've ever seen them.
He's got a blink on Mira now. He's gonna pop little shredder and just go. Look at that! XXS! He didn't. He wasn't able to get every attack.
No,
all right, now they're using Chakra Magic on Mira.
3 seconds on the blink. The tier 4 is starting to fall. Mira just looking for an opening to go in. He's gonna go for it. Does he finish the job? No, the Blade Mails come out. They protect him. He pops the BKB and deletes the Kunkka. He's got a buyback, but Yatoro's onto the throne. The fortification, the last hope here for Extreme, but the short cooldowns on the side of Spirit, they want to force it. Lewis back out. Yadaro on this massive Phantom Lancer, looking for an opening, gets on top of Ame, will dispel the Bloodthorn. Terrorize comes out, does connect. Torrent Storm is there, but look at Spirit. They're just waiting for their opportunity. Where's Mira, baby? Here he comes.
Oh
the
my
arena.
God.
They're all gone.
Triple.
Unbelievable. Spirit have done it. Oh my goodness.
That is a triple kill on all 3 cores in one.
The smiles are plenty for Spirit.
Mira's having a great time. He's the smiling one. Everyone else is like, oh man, 72-minute game. He's like, guys, what are you talking about? That was awesome. That was the greatest game we ever played.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, this was so much fun. It's like you see, you're kind of putting these puzzle pieces together. The fact that Spirit make the calls like this to be like, yeah, we can go late game. This is what we want to do. Incredible. Absolutely incredible performance from them.
What was his end score? 9, 7, and 13. That doesn't even sound that amazing, but that was a lot from Mira. I'm really interested when they called that on Spirit to recognize we need you to scale and you need to become the true carry, because he got greedy items really early. It wasn't like, oh, we got to 50 minutes, oh, I better start scaling. It was like a 20, 30 minutes. He's like, yeah, Gleipnir into some Hurricane Pike, stuff like that.
This game just gives me the giggles, man. Like, it was so fun to watch. Like, just an absolute ridiculous game of Dota. And I mean, I guess it all starts the 1 HP survival on XXS in the lane, right? It's just stuff like this constantly happening. But this is when Spirit looked really good, right? They were really far ahead. They get this amazing fight at the Rune here off the Blinken from Collapse. They're playing the momentum from the Keeper of the Light. And I worried for them, man. I thought maybe they can't go late game. The Tricore of Extreme is so good. Razor, You know, Luna and Kunkka are too good, but the fact that they look at this game at like 25 minutes in and are already itemizing on their supports to scale for ultra late, they just knew.
Yeah, I feel like if you had normal support items and a more, I guess this is like a relatively normal Mars build nowadays, but like both mid and off lane going more utility focused while both supports went damage focused, I think if you don't do that, you don't have this late game, right? A more normal build, I think Extreme Gaming has a much easier time dealing with.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh man, what a ridiculous game here from Team Spirit. I don't know if we're gonna see the final fight replay, but oh, maybe. Oh yeah, here we go. I gotta see this before we go to a break. This thing, it's too nice. It's too beautiful. Mira, send us off, man. Thank you guys for tuning in. We got an interview coming up in a moment with Team Spirit, but we're gonna go to a short break. We'll talk to y'all in just a moment.
At some point in every gamer's life, there's a question to be asked. Do your clothes match your hobby in any situation? Or do they just represent what you dream of? No matter what situation, there's always the right way and the wrong. The only real question is, which are you going to choose? Decide for yourself.
All right, we are back after an incredible series here with Team Spirit in Extreme Gaming, and happy to say we've got an interview with the person that I really wanted to speak to as well. It's going to be joined by Mira. Where do we even start with this, dude? Like, this was a ridiculous series, and I got so many questions for him, but we only have a few minutes. But Mira, congratulations on an incredible game 2. How are you guys feeling? Can you guys bring the energy down to reset for your next series?
I don't know, actually. I'm just like exhausted right now. It was like, I don't know, a century like long series. It was the game 1 was just awful, and second game was even worse. So I don't know. But game 2 was fun to play because I like a space to farm, so it was like a bit chill for me. I did nothing first 50 minutes, and then finally I press some buttons and fight.
So I gotta ask about that, because we were worried about the like scaling potential from your draft in the ultra late, and we kind of saw the game going that way. At what point did you guys make the conscious decision for like you and Maposhka to be like, we need to be the other damage dealers?
I think that was a point since we picked like mid Kotal and PlayStation 3 Mars, and Mars like don't play with the brush right now.
Yeah,
with the random brush. So we decided, and I knew the build because we played like this on like Clan War, and I knew that I need to scale to carry for sure. So I like didn't buy like any support items from the start. No, like no Lotus. I just go to Atos and force stuff to Pike, and then just scale into damage. So yeah, I knew like since we picked the Kotal mid that I should be carry, real carry.
That was awesome. Really well done. Zach, what do you got?
So then going off of that, you were having a lot of fun getting to be, carry Snapfire this time. How about Laurel and Collapse? Do they have as much fun getting to be the supports this time?
No, finally, like they feel the pain that they just should stay behind me and use like some Lincoln on me and some Wind Waker to save me. So they, like I'm glad that they feel pain, like for sports life, and so I'm like kinda like feel happy because they feel pain like after this game. Yeah, nice. That's nice feeling.
I love it. Speak out for the support players. We were all living vicariously through you right there. I saw that divine drop. You immediately, this is my divine. This was your time. That was awesome to see.
Like I was like shouting that don't take divine, it's mine, and I just like forced stuff in and take it.
Yeah, it was an awesome triple kill at the end. You killed all 3 cores in one little shredder. How did you feel on that?
That was like little like revenge. Those is like Razors and Luna 6 slotted. That was my revenge, my personal revenge for them. That was pleasure to kill them with one spell that cost 30 mana. Yeah, that was nice.
Oh, that's so good. That was the most efficient mana usage I think I've ever seen. Mira, I know you guys got to get ready for another series. You guys, everyone's playing back to back. Obviously, you guys need to reset. How are you guys feeling now after you guys have drawn 3? So you're still in the middle of your group. There's still, 2 more series. Are you guys still feeling fairly confident after that?
I think yes. I think we didn't show like our best performance so far. We had like a huge win rate like before this tournament on the Clan Wars. So I think we still like reaching our potential during this tournament. So I think we will do better in future and maybe in game with Thunder. We just need some time now to gain some maybe confidence in our like drafts, in total drafts, and some like other picks. Yeah.
Awesome.
So I think we will do just fine.
I'm really happy to hear that, man. You guys are a super fun team to watch. Always one of the best LAN teams to watch. So again, congratulations on this one. I'm glad you had some fun with it. But I'll let you go because I want to let you have some time to get ready for your next series. So thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, guys. Bye.
Bye.
Dude, that's so funny to me, him just being like, man, it was great watching my cores like have to, feel pain and support me while I carry the game on the support. It was so good. What an amazing game.
Yeah, I love it. The support players, any support player in Dota 2 can relate to another support player. You just start talking about core players. You're like, man, aren't you tired of dealing with core players? Don't you love when you get to scale up? I'm glad to see that carries over to the pro scene as well. These are his own teammates. Like, yeah, man, screw those guys. They get to support me this time. It sucks. It's their turn. Yeah, it's the support experience.
It is. It's a universal experience for the support players. Absolutely. Oh man, that was a incredible game 1. I will say we've got a lot more Dota coming up, and we have another series featuring Team Spirit, of course. This time up against Tundra, one of the powerhouses of the tournament right now. These guys are looking incredibly good. So we'll see how that matchup's going to end up playing out. But for now, we will be going to a short break, everyone, and we'll be back in just a little bit here for day 2. We'll be bringing that to a close with this final series. So we'll see you then.
At some point in every gamer's life, there's a question to be asked. Do your clothes match your hobby in any situation? Or do they just represent what you dream of? No matter what situation, there's always the right way and the wrong. The only real question is, which are you going to choose? Decide for yourself.
I was a young boy in New York City. I worked the night shift until it hit me that you are what I'm living for. My father taught me
days, my mother taught me love, and she told me I will fight for you. 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 Everything I do, I do it all for you. I will fight for you. I will fight for you. When I'm an old man in the country, I'll think about that day, remember fondly. I try to make you proud. I live my life so loud. Before I go, can I say how much a difference it makes with you in my corner? I didn't feel like a goner. I will fight for you. 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 Everything I do, I do it all for you. I will fight for you. I will fight for you. Just wanna let you know I love to watch you grow. Yeah, we're in this together. I've got your back forever. Just wanna let you know I love to watch you grow. Yeah, we're in this together. I've got your back forever. I will fight for you. 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 Everything I do, I do it all for you. I will fight for you. I will fight for you. I will fight for you. When I wanted you, I never wanted to be the third person you'd be searching for. I had 5 reasons in 1996, 7 minutes in this heavenly sin. I'm picking you up, I made you a mixtape, I played you. I'm calling you up, meet me at Twin Pines Mall. The future's in. Back to the future. I'll never lose it. I'm at your door. Back to the future. I'll never lose it. I'm at your door. Ate my heart for lunch. We're just 90s kids. And there's 10 reasons that you hated this. I could count the ways that I love you so. Every petal from a bouquet of roses. I'm picking you up, I made you a mixtape, I played it. I'm calling you up, meet me at Twin Pines Mall. The future's in. Back to the future. I'll never lose it. I'm at your door. Back to the future. I'll never lose it. I'm at your door. In a memory so sensory, I still smell your Camry. Whoa, I'm at your door. Back to the future. sensory. I still smell your Camry. Whoa, I'm at your door. Back to the future. I'll never lose you. I'm at your door.
So tell me, baby, what you got for me? We got desires, gotta set them free. No use denying what you want from me. 'Cause we're just looking for some company. So tell me, baby, do you like what you see? 'Cause Friday night, girl, yes, I'll be free. I know your friends said to forget about me, but I can be everything that you need. So baby, hold on, don't let go. I bet for you what you know. I'll meet you after the show. So baby, come on, don't let go. Give me a love, yeah. So give me a love, yeah. So give me a love, yeah. So give me a love, yeah. Empty bottles on the hotel floor. Blurry vision.
We are back. I hope you all enjoyed Long Dota, because if this patch has told us anything, it seems like it's never ending. So we've got our final series of the day here. Tundra Esports taking on Team Spirit. My brain's still slightly fried from our last one. My name's Cryptic. I'm here with Z Quixotics. It's been some fun games so far. What do you think?
I was having a blast. I was living vicariously through Mira there, just watching him scale up as a support, killing heroes. Great time.
Hell
It was
yeah.
fun.
Now, do you think that they've reset? Do you think they're ready to go into another series? Because Tundra, I mean, they finished their series a little while ago. They're like sitting here looking at the clock, like, all right, are these guys done yet? What's going on here?
I double checked because I was thinking, I was like, oh, maybe Spirit's going to be tired. Tundra had time to reset. They also had 2 one-hour games.
no.
So both teams coming off of some long series, quick break. It's a test of endurance sometimes at a pro level. So at least it'll be equal footing, right? They both played some exhausting games, and I think both went 1-1.
Yeah. So far, Group B is draws across the first 3 series. So we'll see if it continues. This does put a couple teams in a really good spot, predominantly Heroic, OG, and Tundra, who are all sitting at 1 win, 2 draws. But Extreme, after the draw there, have now grabbed their 5th loss. They have to get a win here against Gaming Gladiators in order to not be basically eliminated. If they go 0-2 in that series, they're out, to my knowledge. So we'll see, obviously, what ends up going on there. But we've got our own games to worry about. Let's go ahead and shine some light on the boys that we just watched, Team Spirit. Let's see what we're working with. Of course, Yadaro, Maposhka, Laurel, Mira, and Collapse. This last game, you may have mistaken, Yadaro as the carry, but we're so smart that we knew we were going to highlight the supports this time. And we're like, guys, Mira's going to pop off. It's time to highlight Mira, right? Like, he had an insane game before. Look at this. 52 and a 0.5% win rate. Nah, he's just chilling down after that last game, I'm sure.
Yeah, he's a very impressive support player. He sometimes plays the playmaker, like that Tiny. Lately, we've been seeing him take the Snapfire quite a lot, which I think even at last game, we didn't quite see them make that. See, they're still taking a break, guys.
They're like, guys, we need more coffee.
Getting back in here. Yeah, cut them some slack. They went through the ringer there. But yeah, we've been seeing him play Snapfire a lot, which does have that ultimate for early activity, which I don't think we've quite seen them pull off exactly the way they want. But that's not all Snapfire offers in these quite late game trending meta games, right? Snapfire, one of the best scaling supports, and we got to see it in action there. Good chance we'll see it again, though I don't know if we'll see the exact same build.
I mean, if they're gonna pick up Collapse Mars, they'll pick it again, right? Like we saw, as soon as that Blink Dagger came out, he was getting active with the Mortimer Kisses Arena, which was nice to see. But let's talk about their opponents of today. It's gonna be Tundra, who also came off of an equally exhausting series, I'd have to imagine. So Toby, 9 class, Pure, Whitemon, and Topsad. All these guys have been they've been looking quite good. They're again all tied kind of at the top of their group right now, on a roll for sure.
Yeah, I don't think either of these teams are at risk of, well, I don't know. We'll see how it plays out. I don't think they're at risk of being eliminated, but definitely I think if either team gets the 2-0s, it's looking really good to be qualified. So an important series in that sense, but maybe not like the end of the run pressure, you know. On the side of Tundra, we got 9 class, also the 4 support here, also a very high level player that has been looking really good since he joined Tundra, just offering some unique styles. I feel like he does play some of the standard heroes, but he also just has some like his own twist on some of the heroes.
Yeah, I can appreciate that. Really excited to see what they're bringing. And earlier we got to take a look at some Spirit, team a little bit behind the scenes. Let's go ahead and take a look at what Tundra is bringing to this tournament.
Tundra Esports, an organisation everyone in Dota is very familiar with at this point. Winners of the International 2022, they were once considered the best team in the world. However, times change, and so does Tundra. After a turbulent 2023, they decided to rebuild the entire roster from the ground up. With a TI winner plus some fresh talent, it's easy to see how they made it. On paper, they really should be one of the strongest teams around. In reality, they haven't managed to show that side of the team yet. With some lackluster results after formation, like a 10th place at Dream League Season 22, they really didn't hit the ground running. Unfortunately, Tundra's bad fortune kept going, as they've had to show up to the event with quite a different roster. It'll be interesting to see how they adapt and come together as a team with minimal time to prepare. Hopefully, ESL 1 Birmingham will be the beginnings of the fresh start they were looking for. Only one way to find out: trial by fire. Good luck.
Trial by fire indeed, and they're showing up. That's one thing to take from this, right? Like it's a fairly new roster overall, but some new players this tournament, and it's been good. Like you said, 9 class I think was a great player for them to pick up in general. He's had an amazing performance, but they are I would say definitely a team that you have to look out for.
They have some signature heroes, which opens up the drafting for them a little bit as we get into it. I highly expect to see a Monkey King ban. Almost everyone bans Monkey King versus Tundra because Topson plays it and 9 class plays it. They both love the hero, and it's like one of those things, that they want it and you can prep for that, and it's just too much. You do not want to deal with it. So I would not be surprised to see it banned out in one of these. Yeah, there it is.
Man, I wanted to see it.
It's true. It's been so long.
Yeah.
It's been so long since anyone's gotten to see Tundra play it because it's always banned out now. I think
it has a
maybe we'll see Sniper.
Rate, by the way.
Monkey King?
Yeah, I don't think it's won a single game at the event so far. I think it's 0-5, if I'm not mistaken, unless like someone played it in this last series.
It's actually 0-6 now.
Oh no! Did someone lose on it again? Oh yeah, Game Gladiators lost on it. Good stuff. So yeah, it's not doing super hot. I'll be honest, but still getting the respect ban against Tundra, which is quite funny. We'll see the Magnus as well as the Pangolier removed. No one has let Magnus through, huh? This has been a literal overall first ban every single game against Team Spirit.
I mean, would you give 2-time TI winning Team Spirit Magnus? Like, of all the heroes that represents Team Spirit, is it not Magnus?
It is. I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong, I'm just thinking maybe someone would let them experiment, But no one's going to let him cook. So they get rid of the Bat Rider and the Disruptor. So this leaves Shadow Demon in if they want to grab it, or they can just ban it, go down a different route. For Tundra, I know that they like the hero. I mean, granted, every team likes Shadow Demon, but Tundra, they have both 9 class and Whitemon can grab it, so they ban the IO. Like that one. Because this is what happened last time when if they left IO in, right? They picked Shadow Demon, and I'm pretty sure they picked IO on Team Spirit's first pick here, and then they could only ban like 1 or 2 heroes or something.
Team Spirit's turn to pick.
They're gonna open with the Brewmaster.
All right.
I feel like you should be able to counter this in some way. It is a very good offlaner. And Disruptor is like one of the better supports. It's been removed. But there are many carries who are fairly decent at Brew, against Brew. So Spirit's got to have some answer. You don't have to answer it here at like this pick right now. But something like Clockwork, some kind of silence, like something to make Brewmaster's life difficult. You got to punish a first pick Brew.
Yeah, I mean, you would think so, but a lot of times it makes its way through a draft uncountered. From the carry position, we've seen heroes like the Weaver picked a lot to deal with the Brewmaster, but opening a Weaver here would be pretty rough. Maybe you go Windrain. Oh, they just grabbed the Kunkka. Okay, I like this. This is definitely a comfort realm hero for them. Offers decent amount of lockdown for the Brewmaster.
See, Tiny's still in the pool. He's been a really good 4 support. Both teams, I imagine both teams are looking for supports coming up here. Snapfire, if anything to go off of the last couple games we've seen from Team Spirit. It also works with Kunkka. The lane itself is a little more awkward, but the early to mid game, X Torrent, throw in the Snapfire ult, like that's pretty straightforward.
All right, they get rid of the Lifestealer. They are going to protect ban the Brewmaster here, it looks like. So I would not be shocked if they get rid of either Windranger or Weaver here. I think both of those are pretty annoying for the Brewmaster.
10 seconds remaining.
I think Weaver's probably worse.
Yeah, I think Weaver's definitely worse. The flex of Windranger is what makes it a good early pick for them, but you already have the Kunkka, so you kind of lose that flex potential, or at least some of it, right? You could still move Kunkka off lane. Like they could play, multiple roles still, but
maybe Faceless Void too.
Yeah, I mean, which is a Yatoro classic.
Team Spirit's turn to
Okay,
ban.
get rid of the Morphling. Bro, Sniper's not banned.
Yeah, but so neither of these teams open with Sniper. They usually pick it as a response to the mid hero, which Kunkka could be the mid hero. So maybe Tundra's thinking about the Sniper, but a hero like Dragonite is still in the pool, which you can pick in response. Okay, there's the Sniper pan. Now that they've revealed that Kunkka might be mid, Tundra's ready to pick it up, potentially. And they have really liked the hero. Both these teams have, so I think it's a smart ban. Kunkka, like if you get to the Sniper, you'd certainly have a lot of crowd control and you survive the lane just by like constantly pushing it in and going to jungle. But X Mark is not the easiest tool to work with against the Sniper, so.
All right, then you go back for the Shadow Demon themselves. Do not want to risk giving this one up to Tundra.
Yeah, it's a good pick versus Kunkka as well. So
yeah,
protecting your own stuff.
10 seconds remaining.
In the lane, like if this is your off lane for support, Shadow Demon, off lane Kunkka, kind of have some combination even without X. Can like disrupt into Torrent. Or there's a plethora of off laners still available that synergize well with Shadow Demon.
Rubik.
Ooh, fast.
Okay. Pretty straightforward picks here. I mean, the Rubik protects against a potential Enigma, which they could still go for. One of the heroes that actually kind of ruins the Luna, especially this early in the pick phase. But now,
10 seconds remaining.
I think your Weaver is looking even better.
5 seconds remaining.
It's either Weaver or Faceless Void. I think both these heroes you feel pretty safe picking into Luna Brewmaster.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of like, are there other options?
You could just pick your off lane, I guess, but then you lose the flex on Kunkka.
Yeah, I think carry plus support could be good here. Drow could be okay.
Drow's, yeah, very good actually. Silence for the Brew always scales well into Luna. Yeah, they have plenty of options, it seems.
Team Spirit does have last pick as well if they want to save the carry pick.
Yeah, I just have no reason to hold it. Okay, yeah, they go for the Sven. Interesting. That's not what I would have. That was like super high on my list as being counters to Brew Luna, but I guess they just want to play for the overwhelming damage instead.
I like it. It's something we used to see a lot more. It got hit with a -1 armor nerf, which matters, but it really dropped off after that. And I think teams were they'd seen a lot of Sven, and so they found like ways to play around it. There were heroes like Lifestealer, stuff like that. But when the draft shifts up like this, Luna comes out first, Lifestealer's already banned, things like that. Sven starts looking good again. And I think you have a hero like Shadow Demon who can stack easily for the Sven. Even Phoenix can do it. And then you'll have God Strength, Cleave, can destroy Brewling so quickly. And when you pop BKB, Luna just cannot... Like, Eclipse is really scary to go on her, but during that BKB, you might just be able to burst her before she can really stop you.
It's a good puck pick. I think you have to ban Darkseer here. I think if you don't ban Darkseer, you're setting yourself up for a rough game. Just because the speed that comes out from Kunkka, Darkseer, and Sven, like, they will just run you over.
10 seconds remaining.
But, I mean, you don't have, like, a traditional 4 that, like, plays around Ion Shell, right? But... it's more of a tempo thing. Like you just like kind of stack on Shadow Demon. He can farm with impunity because you don't really have a hero that, you know, can stop him from just shoving lane and farming on Darkseer. They get rid of Mars.
See that? I think you might also need to think about like Dragon Knight or Void Spirit, 2 heroes good in the mid lane versus Puck. And I think a little bit more control and or silences would be really good versus Brewmaster Puck. Right now you have X, which is not the best. Sven has a stun. These are all dodgeable by Puck. Brewmaster might be able to get split off, things like that. So I think something with a little bit more instant catch could be really good for Spirit.
DK does sound very good, actually. I'm with you on that one. I wasn't even considering the flex of the Kunkka to the off lane, but I don't think that's going to struggle too much into a Luna. Yeah, that's exactly.
Shadow Demon on your team.
10 seconds remaining.
Hunter, what do they need?
Oh,
support?
Man. Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. It's like you need you need another support. And so they get rid of Elder Titan and they get rid of Clockwork, which they played Clockwork in their last series. Also just super obnoxious hero for someone like Phoenix to deal with. Also just a great body to put in front of Luna.
Snapfire, if you run that with Brewmaster, could be a good lane.
5 seconds remaining.
Ultimate with Puck. Kill Egg.
We'll see. They got plenty of time here to think about this. There's a lot of heroes I'm actually worried about on that Tundra could deal with, or that like Tundra I think would struggle against, right? I think the DK and Darkseer are at the top of my list, but we will see.
Tundra Esports.
There's the DK. You were right. So last pick for Spirit, I think, is going to be quite nice for them to be able to round out the draft. It will be a Vengeful Spirit. The Enigma. That was the one I talked about early on, but you already have the Rubik pick for it. So what's the Venge for? Is it just the auras?
might be the auras. You have Venge Swap to stun on Dream Coil. You can kind of waste Sven's time. Like, he BKBs, wants to jump in, do stuff. You swap him somewhere else. He now has to like walk back in. Kind of good, I guess. I do think it feels, maybe we're missing something. It does feel like a little lackluster in terms of, you know, your final 5th pick. Granted, they're not like dead last pick. And I can kind of see, actually, I'm not sure. Like, going back to that Puck pick, I do have a little bit of a question mark because I do think Puck's a good hero, but Kunkka is pretty sturdy.
Yeah, and they're going to go and just pick Lesh. So a different tempo mid laner, right? Doesn't really struggle against the Puck all that much. And they are going to, I mean, they have 3 fairly tanky cores. And some decent team fight. I like what Team Spirit's put on the draft here. And it will be Whitemon playing the Vengeful Spirit. So Toby on the offlane Brewmaster, joined by the Rubik lane. I mean, it's a good lane, right? Very easy to trigger Cinder Brew. You just Cinder Brew into Fade Bolt. Always triggers it. I don't know if Sven cares all that much is the problem.
I think it will make his life a little bit annoying, but from what we've seen in the past, he eventually just goes to jungle, and you have some ancients stacked for you, and you pop God Strength, Mask of Madness, and boom, your #1 net worth. Ooh, we get the Vengeful Spirit Arcana. Maybe that's why you picked it.
Yeah, this is an Arcana.
Arcana's so sick. I want to show it off.
Dude, this thing's so pay to win. It's insane. I feel like the attack animation on this is dramatically better than the regular Vengeful Spirit. I mean, I could be wrong, but it definitely feels that way.
I didn't really try it or see it that much, so I have no idea.
I think people were complaining that because of the Arcana, there's technically more backswing on the swap. So if you don't cancel the backswing after you swap in, like you stun yourself for like 0.3 seconds longer. But that's like, that exists on tons of other Arcanas and Personas and stuff, is backswing adjustments. But cast points are supposed to all still be the same. We'll see though. We are finally here for the last series of the day. It is Tundra versus Team Spirit. Both of these teams coming off of multi-hour series. You know, they both played like 60-minute plus games back to back. So they're tired, I'm sure, or a little bit mentally mind flayed.
Some lines drawn. Wait, these are from both. Both teams are drawing a similar line. We might get a 5-on-5 fight here in a moment. Although Yatoro went top.
I mean, you have Phoenix and Mira can go. Okay, yeah, he ends up going Disruption. I was like, Mira could go Shadow Poison, which is a lot of like dot damage, but then you're lacking stuns. So it looks like Tundra are going to be able to dodge this one out. They get a decent ward here. Plays deeper into the lane. As they're now wrapping back around for the mid lane. They will see everything on the ward as the smoke pops. All right. I think everyone knows there's ward visions here. Yeah, they see Mira. They guess right. They're like, okay, there's probably another hero below us. And they are correct. So it's just going to be a slight bouncy advantage for Team Spirit. 9 class manages to take the top one. So 3 for 1. Not too much of a difference, but it looks like they're going to try and
they've won.
Offensively body block in the bottom lane to force the wave under the tower and then bring it closer to their own. Mira, let's get the disruption. Oh, they're actually teleporting in Rubik. They want to try and punish Collapse here. Blood grenade missed. Okay, it's all right. That's fine.
Collapse is very all right with that. Look at that tip.
He's like, all right, you TP'd bottom. The wave is going to push by default because it made it into the tower. He lost 1 melee creep, but now the wave at his tier 2. And Mira is, you know, having a little bit of a fight here with the 2 supports. He's going to have to TP back to the base, and he makes it. Blood Grenade not able to kill him. So A lot of... That's both blood grenades spent from the side of Tundra. You do force this TP, of course, but that is rough. Top lane, though, they're getting aggressive onto Toby since there is no support up here to help him.
That was a very... I don't want to say all or nothing because it's not like that ends the game, but that was a win big or lose big kind of play. And unfortunately, they got nothing out of that rotation down there, really. And it's put Spirit in a pretty good spot for these lanes, I'd say.
Yeah. I mean, Phoenix is already a super dominant lane hero, and I would say he gets dive now. He can look to play aggressive on a 9 class. He was trying to dodge the stun, doesn't manage to do it, but 9 class can't afford to die. He has no TP, obviously, after using it to go bottom in the first place. So for now, he is very happy on this Sven. He just gets to chill, farm his lane. Bottom lane.
Good creep secure by Whitemon.
Yeah, that was cool.
With that beautiful new wave of terror, Arcana.
Pay to win. I actually have no idea.
This Arcana has added in a new illusion model as well.
Really?
Yeah, it's different from all the others. I've asked you this before. Do you remember? How many illusions are there in the game?
Like 17 or 18 different illusions, I think. Right?
Not
Something
quite
like
that many.
I don't know.
There's
Top
7
lane.
models for illusions.
Okay. Both supports getting very low, but pressing their level advantage at the moment as salve after salve gets popped on all these heroes. Trying to reset here. And there's your level 2 for the Rubik. I mean, the fact that they actually managed to get that much aggression out without Fade Bolt as well is kind of hilarious. So now that Fade Bolt is online, they might be able to maybe find themselves a kill. We'll see. Wow, that is so cool.
Cinder Brew is strong.
Oh. Mira, you need to be a little bit careful there. All right, he's doing all right. I guess we haven't really talked about mid lane. Should we talk about mid lane at all? Is it worth talking about mid lane?
Thompson doing pretty well, considering this was a counter pick on the Lush track. Though I'm not experienced enough in the mid lane to know how exactly this lane should go. But Thompson is known to make wacky things happen in the mid lane, even when he's not supposed to.
That's true. That's true. I mean, he's been
both
playing
water
on
runes.
fairly low HP, but yeah, getting the water rune there is actually massive for them. He was gonna lose his courier for this. That hurts. He has to walk base. So good water rune steal. That's massive.
Yeah, and part of the reason Miposhka feels comfortable to do that, one, it's like good since they know mid's getting pressured a little bit in this matchup. It's good to do, but he's got some freedom to do it because they had such a good start with Sven just feeling very comfortable being left on his own right now.
Yeah. Collapse is going to be very annoying here fairly soon as well, right? You get the more and more levels you get into this Tidebringer, it becomes so difficult to sustain the lane, and eventually you won't be able to lane here. Like the Luna will just back away. Well, speaking of which, disruption into the torrent. She's going to take a lot of damage trying to block her off into the trees. Doesn't quite get it. Able to make it through. But, ooh. Okay, poison stack number 4 does not connect.
Not on my watch.
Yeah, raindrops, stick, getting thrown tons of regen in the form of these tangos. Has to buy more tangos. Like, Pure's being forced to spend a lot of money on regen fairly early. I think that's kind of expected, but Luna is a hero that can, you know, still catch up or farm fairly quickly, so it's not hurting him too much.
I think both these carries want to hit a critical mass, but Sven has an easier time.
Yeah, that's your first blood. Eventually, the Phoenix will burn you down.
Pure dying in the bottom lane.
Ooh, Pure.
4 poison
stacks. Yeah, that's
Raindrop's not
4
enough.
poison stacks. Wow, that's quite nice. So 2 kills across the map as Thompson in the mid lane will be forced to coil to get away from this edict. Does manage to grab the shield rune away, so I mean, that ends up being quite nice.
Though. Yeah, well, prior to dying, I was saying both carries doing pretty well and both will jungle pretty quickly. But a big difference between Sven and Luna is that Luna pretty much farms for 2 to 3 items, but Sven, as soon as he has 6, has the potential to just show up and pop his ult and get a kill and then go back to jungling. So you can contribute a lot sooner, which can help put your team in a good spot. Maybe they can get a return kill on Collapse here. Not quite enough damage, just gonna get him low.
Mira close enough. They're hoping that maybe he's, you know, back for the 7-minute rune or something there, but Mira hadn't done that quite yet. Mid lane, Laurel trying to put pressure on a Thompson or the tower, make him choose, right? So it's a little bit of chip damage here with that edict. Only level 3, so once he hits, you know, level 7 and he gets that 4th point in edict, it becomes a lot of damage. Yutoro pops that God Strength. We'll just start getting to work on some of these jungle camps. Does have what looks like Phoenix trying to stack up for him as well, or pull potentially.
Gotta be careful. 9 classes here. They're gonna put some pressure onto him, but he's got a lot of health. He's gonna lose a lot of health, but he's fine.
See,
now he's
big
got
rotation
stacks.
in the mid lane. Oh! They brought both supports to the mid lane. No, okay, just one. But, you know, Thompson pops the coil for this one, tries to finish off Laurel, doesn't quite happen.
Scratch that idea.
Think they can secure the rune? Well, I don't know. Do you feel comfortable going for that? You got 40 health. Guess you got a fairy fire.
The greatest tragedy of our eon.
They could feed him a lotus too. If they can get him the 8-minute rune with both supports being here, this might be fine. Especially because Coil didn't actually get anything.
The thing for Lesh is no one can refill this bottle. He has to like turn to base like immediately and then TP back so that he can be here for the 8-minute rune. That's like the only way. He's got boots in his backpack. If he turns and just goes straight base and TP's back, I think he'll be here for the 8-minute rune.
Who's drawing what? Who's this? 9 class saying, I'll go stack these. You go down stack those.
Yeah, maybe. I've really looked at the stacks at all this game to see if anyone's getting anything done. I mean, you have the Shadow Demon, of course, which is an amazing stacking hero, but he's also been playing on the lane pretty much the whole time, so...
Yeah, there's not too many stacks yet. Yeah, there's not too many stacks yet, but I think it will start to pick up here because all your cores are really good at farming stacks on Team Spirit. On Tundra, Puck is okay. Luna, really good. Brewmaster, he can if he needs to, but probably staying in the lane here.
All right. Laurel, that's exactly what he's going to do. He's going to run to base, drop those boots in, and exactly what you're right. Whitemon's going to stack this side. Rubik's going to stack the other side. So they're going to try and get as much efficiency right now out of the map as they possibly can.
Let's see if Puck's going to get lucky here with the rune.
Oh, he does. It's a regen. And Maposhka tries to dive away and should be able to survive. Has 10 stick charges as well. They get a D ward there in mid. Really nice for 9 class. Maposhka's sticking around though. Oh. Okay. Nothing really gonna go down. Oh boy. Yeah, he's got a
Edict
regen.
does so much damage.
Yeah, the 4th point edict is nuts. Where are we at on net worth right now? Like who's at the top? My guess is Sven. Okay, yeah, it is Sven. So unsurprising, right? Thanks to the amount of kind of CS he's picked up in the lane, but now also having some stacks to clean up. God Strength coming off cooldown here in about 10 seconds. So yeah, he's having a good time. Pure
Yeah,
closing in on his Mask of Madness.
Yeah, he's closer in net worth than I thought he might be after that start, but I think the big difference is the offlaners. Like Kunkka is at the same net worth as they are, whereas Brewmaster is much further down, about 1,000 behind.
Cool. 9 class will scout Miposhka, forced to go for the dive away, but telekinesis plus Whitemon's rotation. Yeah, the wave of terror is going to do work against this Phoenix until the egg is available.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
You're gonna smoke top, see if they can defend this tower, maybe get a return kill. There is Primal Split available though.
Yeah, you can get the disruption maybe into split, but that doesn't even feel good. You've got to find the heroes onto the backside, and Yutoro comes in, grabs 9 class, TP in from Collapse as well. There's going to be the X into the Torrent. One more auto attack. He's going to pop to the Shadow Demon. Yeah, that's what ends up happening. So Toby gets out. Lesh solo killed the Venge. I mean, that's a decent enough rotation. Kunkka can go back bottom pretty easily through the Twin Gate. And
that's not too bad. He didn't even use Boat for it either. Puck with a refilled bottle, though, might shove in mid and then look to make a rotation of his own. Maybe top, or maybe just clearing this stack.
Yeah, I think you just got to farm to your items right now.
Look at him send his Kobold to scout, guys. Use your Kobold.
Yeah, they are quite good at scouting. Just a mobile ward.
Just look for any stacks to steal. What's the enemy up to? Oh, he's just gonna block a camp.
Dude, value. Mira, Cinderbrew's gonna catch, but he's close enough to the tier 2 tower. They don't want to chase anymore. Marl's like, where's my camp? I only get 4 gold instead.
Of like 100, yeah. Or would you prefer 20 gold from having that creep next to you for a full minute? All right, in the meantime, while we're watching that Kobold, they take the bottom tower, open up the map for themselves. Maybe they can start looking for Pure. The boat combo is enough damage to get him killed. Especially with like a little bit of help from a support. Level 3 Fire Spirits, quite a lot of damage.
Yeah. Like, they placed this same ward last time, right? Like, super deep on the lane there, right outside the tower.
Mm-hmm.
This is not one that we see all that often, but the alternative is people place it on the high ground to the right, or they place it on the other side of that tree line in the jungle area. And those ones get scouted quite often. So I like that ward. It's cool. 12-minute power rune. We'll see who wins the 50-50. And this one will go to Laurel. An illusion rune. Oh my gosh.
That might actually matter because there's a silence in this game. Maybe he'll get a sick dispel. That'll help him out.
Or maybe he gets even luckier and like pops the illusion on the edge of the coil and it teleports him to the other side.
That would be sick.
That would be.
We'll see that on Reddit later.
Whitemon about to walk into Miposhka. Yeah, he's just gonna kite this one out top lane though. Stolen disruption into a nice torrent, but Toby's still plenty tanky. And he'll just walk away. I'm surprised, like maybe they didn't think the boat would kill him, so they're just harassing. I'm not really sure.
I think the timing was just a little off. They were trying to get it to combo with the boat and all that, but they felt it was like a little late. Turns out he actually didn't have enough mana until there was arcane boots near him, so they could have just gone for it, gotten the kill.
A nice swap from Whitemon to save him. They actually prevent the dive chase from the Phoenix as well. So Pure will get out. Whitemon putting the Vengeful Spirit to good use now already.
That's the difference
Yutoro
of
is farming, man.
Sven and Luna, though, too, right? That we were saying earlier. Sven gets a join, kills a Vengeful Spirit, not as good as the Luna kill, but he gets a kill, right back to farming. You ain't gonna see a Luna show up for that. Although she does have a pretty big Ancient stack here to farm, so her net worth is gonna jump up.
Oh, hell yeah. We like this. That is, what, 4? 5 stacks. Jeez. That's a lot of creeps.
Look at the money.
I'm trying to look at the numbers specifically to see how much gold she gets this. And
he stacks. What a high-level player.
See, that's huge. I want to say right at the beginning of this, he went into that stack with 7350 and came out with 8130. So that's pretty good. That's like almost 800 gold. That's good stuff. And a wisdom rune to boot. You love that. Oh, are we gonna replay this?
Oh yeah.
7240. Oh yeah. Okay. Thank you, production, for checking my math here. I appreciate that one. This is the important thing. I mean, we are. This game is just a farm fest. Let's be real. This is the action compared from last series. Oh my lord.
We top there some action. Stolen disruption. I don't have the damage with just two of them. Yeah, they're gonna leave pretty quickly. Can he get an X mark on anyone?
Nah, it doesn't look like it. Well, maybe. Bottom lane, they're also thinking of fighting. Thompson does have an arcane rune, but I feel like we're gonna be farming for a hot second here, I'll be honest.
Well, Collapse did just finish his Aghanims. Maybe. Oh, did Thompson see he finish his Aghanims? The luckiest Torrent Storm in the world. Oh, never mind.
Nope, doesn't get him. So what are we looking for here? Because Yutoro has Blink, has Echo Saber, looking for BKB, doesn't get the stun on Thompson, he gets fogged at the last second. He gets out, nice lift from 9 class, stun comes out, a great 3-hero coil, the turnaround damage though onto the Sven, they will save him with the disruption, great swap out, collapse the Torrent Storm, try to just take on these heroes, but they're too tanky. They've got too much control, and Yutoro will turn to try and clean up Toby, he almost gets him. The cleave from the Kunkka is not going to happen either, as Thompson will chase him down. Ends up being a disaster for Team Spirit. That's a stolen God Strength on 9 class, by the way. He was clicking.
Never mind. Eggs get dropped. Everyone's just going to back out. That was some fast finger reactions from Tundra. Otherwise, that fight looks totally different. Like, we saw Sven, even after being controlled up, swap, stuff like that, still almost kills Brewmaster, almost kills some supports. So if he wasn't controlled so much, and he does get that initial stun without being lifted, then that fight looks very different. That is where just having really good reaction times can sometimes win you fights.
They find themselves an extra one as well. Yeah, if the Stormhammer connects on a puck, it's an immediate Torrent boat follow-up, right? Like, he probably dies. So taking the puck out of the fight immediately would have made things quite different. The fact that this mid lane tower still stands is very good for Tundra, right? You've got this Leshrac who wants to try and bring this tower down. 4 points Edict, obviously, by 7. He's now level 12 and still hasn't been able to finish the job. Puck's had a great game.
Yeah, the tower's pretty healthy, too.
Yeah. Oh, speaking of which, they're just going to try and dive here. Coil's out, but you got to be careful. Great disruption. The bait, though. The rest of Spirit are on the backside. There's the blink. The Dragon Tail. Thompson on the run. He's got an orb in 1 second, but he can't survive. Yadro will chop him down, gets his revenge. And now your mid tower is certainly dead. You can buy yourself a little bit of time if you want to fort, but you will not get a refresh. So, okay. They will pop the fort.
I think it's worth it versus Leshrac, because usually the fort lasts long enough that most of Edict is wasted.
This is a sick find on Pure. What a read. Thinking that they're going to be mid, but instead an immediate smoke to the bottom lane and another aggressive ward placed just outside the tower.
Now a little higher. They'll never find it this time.
I mean, this is what you said, right? Sven joining with God Strength. The last like 5-6 seconds of God Strength get the kill of the Luna there, and then he backs back to farming. Mid lane, looking to go on top of the Kunkka. Does have an X onto himself. He is taking a ton of damage and ends up just dying thanks to the silence out from the puck. Haste Rune from Laurel will get him to safety. Man, they still didn't lose their tower. That X...
That fort was worth it. Well, it just bugged out, I guess. Yeah, Fortify, pretty good. Kept their tower alive. It does mean the next time you win a fight and you get there, you will get the tower. But like you said, they kept it alive for a long time, which Leshrac, he ain't happy with that. He wants to open up the map for his team.
Yeah, it kind of baits them into a bad fight, right? And that's good. Good stuff for them. Closing in on the Bloodstone here for Laurel. That's going to be massive. BKB, the next item here for the Luna.
Miposhka has Tranquil's Midas. He had a taste of scaling last game.
Hell
Oh,
yeah, let's go.
Let's do it again. Want that Midas.
I mean,
He's apparently not a believer in DY's first item, Nullifier.
It worked really well against Brewmaster. That was kind of a sick item. I hadn't ever considered that as a way to deal with the Cinder Brew. But, oh, they just smoked right under a ward. So, they know something's going on here.
Collapse almost being solo killed up here.
He is solo killed. Oh. Okay, that Torrenstorm might have saved them. Amplify damage here for Laurel. Yeah, Puck's doing a ridiculous amount of damage with that early Witchblade. And it's fantastic at being able to whittle down these like tanky cores. Also gets a Grove Bow, so even more.
They're looking for Thompson. A lot of heroes coming up here. They're going to see the Illusory Orb.
I don't think they're going to be able to
It's tough.
like, easily find him. He's going to keep going deeper into the jungle and eventually just TP, I'd imagine. Cut one more wave.
At this point, if you're killed back here, you almost don't care because of how much space is created. Oh, what a smart call to just cut it short, TP out right away.
Yeah.
Knows he showed himself.
Oh, I was like, how did 9 class get up there with an X? Okay, yeah, he stole X. He's using it, his Blink Dagger, as a scouting tool right now. Very good. How close to Radiance? We're still a little bit away, but he's closing in. Luna, BKB being delivered on the courier right now, so that's quite nice. Timed up with the Bloodstone on the other side, however. Radiant Scan connects. They know there are heroes over here as they're going to smoke up onto the high ground. The smoke pops. Yadro has to BKB and quick. He's got God Strength. He could just turn around. They dodge out the stun here on the puck. Laurel trying to find his opening into this fight. Pops the Bloodstone with the Spear Vessels on top of him. He's falling and fast. Defensive disruption will give him a little bit of time. And that's all he needs. Now Collapse comes in with the boat. Does not connect. It looks like Tundra able to disengage for now. But you're trying to disengage against a Kunkka. They're looking for more. Pure gets caught from an X. Great Cyclone. Oh, but here comes Yadro. Swap back. A great stun back the other way. Another disruption. The egg is down as well. They're doing their best on Tundra to get away, and it looks like it's going to be enough. Another X. Not going to connect there, and now Collapse. He's got to drop the Torrent Storm, but the chain stuns are there, and he's going to be the first one to fall somehow, as Laurel also bleeding on the backside to the puck. As Thompson's not going to give up this chase. He's got a Waning Rift in one. He gets some. Yadro in the trees. He dodges the stun. He's looking back the other way. Will he dive the base? He's thinking about it. He's going to go for this. All right. No more chase. They get themselves plenty out of this engagement. A fight that started at the enemy tier 2.
That was so much was used and no one died. Like, this is where we started. BKBs get popped, ultimates get used and kited. And in the end, it's just like a slow rundown. Both sides just having so many saves between disruption, swap. So it's just a lot of kiting going on. But in the end, Puck being able to just keep going with the Witchblade, poking people down, blinking, Illusory Orb chasing. A really good swap here by Whitemon. If they killed Pure here, I think it would look different, right? Because they end up overcommitting coming for this kill on Pure.
I mean, it was Toby Cycloned Collapse right on the X to the Luna. If that doesn't happen, he gets X stunned and then Torrent Stormed immediately. So it's, yeah, they don't turn the fight that way for sure. And it was just a really good series of plays. Everyone on Tundra playing this super well. The swap from Whitemon, the Cyclone from the Brewmaster. And then Rubik actually stealing some really sick spells in this fight too. Like, he stole Stormhammer, which is what was the big stun, right? As Sven initiates, they take a 2-hero Stormhammer to the face. So, mid lane, Puck. Gets the blink out. He's fine.
And the
he
shield
even
rune
gets
too.
the shield rune.
Tower is under attack.
During that replay, they did do the Tormentors, so we've got it on Collapse, which is a pretty good shard, and so is Rubik's, who got it from the side of Tundra.
Yeah, those are all really good.
Maybe we'll see Tidal Wave come into play. Smoke bottom. We'll see Luna's Illusions pushing mid, or pushing bottom.
This is a really sick gank if they find Toby here. He's going to come right through the trees and just see 5 heroes staring at him. The damage, is it there? It's not. He gets the split. The Cyclone immediately. Now the real question, can you stick on top of the Earth Panda? That's the only one you have to chase, but the TPs are coming through. He gets out. Wow.
They didn't want to commit too much for just a Brewmaster kill, but it lets the split happen. Like, they could have Torrent Storm, they could have used Boat, he could have BKB'd. You don't want to use those cooldowns on a single pickoff if you don't have to.
If you get that pick quickly, you can threaten Roche, but now you get nothing. Luna is taking your high ground in the process. So this ends up being so costly. You have a 6,000 gold advantage now, as a full Kaya Sanj is done on Thompson. And with the puck here, he has a lot of options. He could play greedy, go for a Parasma early. He could grab a Yule Scepter or just even a BKB to play around. Just like one defensive item, I think, is all he'll probably need, but... Oh, great read from Laurel.
Chain stun Thompson?
He's going to be able to phase shift a lot of this. He has an orb and a blink in 1 second. The chase from Nitoro, though. He's just going to be able to continue to kite these guys out. There's the coil. No, wait. He's out of this one. Surely, right?
Oh.
Okay.
Okay, I thought he had blink. Looks like it was not up yet.
So they commit everything this time for the puck. A much better kill. And now you can go for the Roshan. You did pop God Strength for this. Well, maybe not. They're instead going to find 9 class on the bottom side here. Good read from Collapse and Laurel, as they make quick work of the Rubik. Double kill for him. Oh, he didn't commit God Strength for it. My bad. I thought he still had it. All right. Well, you have a Luna problem on your high ground. She'll be forced to back away at some point here. But they're looking for a swap potentially on the Maposhka. They're thinking about it. Whitemon's going to go into the Eclipse. The stun, they got him. Really sick read. And now Collapse, you pull them in. Maybe you don't want to be this close to Pure on the run, but no, sir. Pure's got that 20 talent. Those Lucent Beams are brutal. He's now very deep in the base. He will give up his life for this one. Whitemon, well, he surely dies for this one, right? At some point.
Doesn't look like
it. He doesn't. He gets out. Oh my goodness. You get Aegis. You lose 2 in your base, and you can't kill the Luna.
Tower's almost dead. 163 health left on that tier 3.
Tundra's actually doing
that was a really cool
good
swap
splitting.
Eclipse kill.
Yeah.
Very cool swap Eclipse kill to open that up.
Radiant are scattered.
And I think Mira went for, they were trying to get both. Like they felt they should have both. So he looked at the Venge, but actually maybe needed the ultimate on the Luna, and then maybe that is the Luna kill.
I mean, Laurel as well. Like Laurel was just like killing the Vengeful Spirit on the backside, you know, full edict and everything, and was like, yeah, surely the Luna's gonna die, right? Nope. Just walks away under BKB. I guess he TP'd and had to go for it, but yeah, it's looking pretty good here for Tundra. 8,000 behind, but they do manage to get on top of Pure. He has no BKB. Okay, I didn't say anything about it looking quite good for them. That is a lot of gold. So that's a big death for the Luna.
70 seconds, no buyback. They've got Aegis.
They're gonna chase after
Whitemon. Running
Whitemon.
down for some towers.
Great swap. But yeah, it looks like they do manage to still find it. Whitemon should burn down here. Nice torrent or tidal wave to pull him back. So a couple of kills going the way of Spirit. Especially with this Luna being down, they can play hyper aggressive. She's a ton of their damage.
Radiant's top tower
It
is
looks
under
like they're
attack.
gonna opt for the top towers. Maybe go for a Tormentor steal.
Top tower has fallen.
I don't think the timing. I mean, you could, but you'll have to fight. You'll have to fight for it if that's what you want to try to do.
Thompson's just cutting waves.
He's gonna go for the tier 3.
Dude, he's actually gonna get it. Dude, okay. They have just been split pushing and ratting them to oblivion, and it's working. They get the tier 3. Their Luna's back in 10 seconds. Dude, Thompson has been playing this puck really well. I mean, same with the Luna, right? Both of them have been positioned super well on the map. 9 class, nice stolen X there to keep himself alive as Collapse again maybe pulled in the hero he did not want. Foil does connect. X trying to get Collapse out of here, doesn't even get close. A great chase now. Yatoro needs to be careful. Stolen boat does not connect, but it gives him a little bit of extra movement speed. The egg on the high ground will get scouted. They're going to try and burst it down in time, but the miss chance actually keeps him Poshka alive. He goes for the dive away. He's going to be all right.
Don't feel like they even had to commit that much for that. Coil, which is not the longest cooldown, but they still have Bruise Split, BKB on Luna. It's a pretty good find for them.
Yeah.
Almost got more out of it, too.
So it looks like Thompson's going Octarine. That was not on my list of items that I thought he might go for, but it is a lot of overall stats. Having more spells to just throw around in this fight is always fantastic.
Yeah, I think we've seen how much space he's made as well. Just constantly moving around the fight. And they don't have the greatest lockdown, which means the more often he has phase shift up, the harder and harder he is to kill, and he can just keep causing all these problems around the map.
It's really funny watching Thompson and Laurel chat with each other. Like every time one of them does like a kind of like a funny prediction play, they just voice line each other.
Radiant's top tower is
So
under attack.
smoked up. They were looking for someone on Spirit here, split pushing. Unfortunately for Tundra, they did get the TP on out, so their smoke doesn't look like it's going to connect, at least at the moment. Yeah, it's going to expire. 9 class still has the stolen boat. Looking for an Aghanim Scepter on the Rubik. That is not something we see all that often, but... Alright, just wanting to have more spells. A Scythe completed on Laurel, though. That is a nice pickup. As the Aegis
I mean, there's
expires.
some really great steals this game. Pretty much all of Kunkka's spells are good. Sven's stun is good. Stealing Sunray, Spirits, Egg, Leshrat Q, Disruption, Shadow Demon ult. There's like so many good spells. So 9 class definitely the kind of player who's got the fast reactions we saw earlier. He can get the steals and then just hang on to him for a long time. Like right now he's got Ghost Ship, which is a good steal.
Yeah.
And it looks like they're trying to fight around it. Pretty grouped up.
Are scanning.
I say as he turns around to go back here. What's over here? Oh, grabbing the gem from his courier.
Oh, that's kind of important. All right.
Just a
MKB
little.
done on Yatoro. So he is realizing that eventually that butterfly is probably Uh-oh.
I didn't know you could get stuck here. How can he? Look how wide open that space is. This is ridiculous. Where's the realism in this game?
Yeah. A man with the strength of a god, but can't step 1 foot to his left.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Whitemon has his Aghanims. We'll get to see the 8th new illusion model. Passing the gem over to Toby. I mean, this fight's important. If you want to fight right in front of the base of Team Spirit, Luna will definitely take, let's see, the bottom rack's already open, but you can probably take 2 sets for how long the death timers are, if not more, depending how well the fight goes.
So they've managed to pull the gold to Tundra's side. It's been, you know, kind of a steady hold, I guess, since then. But I'm trying to look again at who's scaling for late game. We saw the Midas picked up on the Phoenix earlier. So he's like, yeah, I'm ready. I'm going to go late game. I'll get a Midas. We see the Aghanim Scepter queued up on, you know, the Rubik. Are we in for another like 70-minute game here? Are we halfway through this game right now?
You say it like 70 minutes are the exception. It's just like, oh yeah, it's a 70-minute game, and maybe sometimes it's 30 minutes. Ooh.
That is true. I think there's probably more 60-minute games of Dota in this tournament than there are 35-minute games of Dota.
I mean, with these lineups, if you win a big fight, both teams take building so fast. Technically, it could end at any time. But I think because of that, you give so much respect to the enemy as well. Because you're like, ooh, if we lose this fight, you know, that could be it. So that kind of stuff does tend to drag on the games. With that in mind, we do have a smoke out. Fairly long Roche respawn at 2 minutes, 20 seconds. But they're making their way over, trying to see if it is up. They're in a good position. Like, if you are the one defending the Roche, then it's much easier to get a good egg.
Smoke pops on Laurel there. He instantly blinks out without seeing who's on the high ground. So, good response. Again, he's got this scythe. He hasn't really been able to put it to good use yet, but if they see the puck, you can kill him under a blink scythe into split earth, right? They'll have the tools to actually kill Thompson. There's not really I guess the only thing you can do is if the Venge is close enough to go for the swap. But here we are onto the high ground. Pure will crack their final fortification. Reminder, Thompson took a tier 3 already, so there is no more forts for Spirit.
Well, this position so awkward.
Oh, speaking of Thompson, just goes in, coils up this Sven. That is definitely a little awkward, but they managed to walk away. Coil now on cooldown.
I definitely thought more would result from that. I thought Tundra found a good fight there. But I guess Puck's a little too fast, so the rest of the team was still further behind. In the end, mission success as well. They didn't need to win a fight there. Their goal was to force Team Spirit away from the Roche position, which if Team Spirit had been lucky, it would have been a fast Roche. They take it, they come back, defend. You know, maybe you lost a tower or a barrack, but you have Roche, so you can go force a big fight and try to equalize, if not get more. But unlucky on the Roche spawn. Tundra force them back. Now they're sitting in Roche waiting. Maybe Spirit will be able to do the same now. They're pushing out mid and bottom.
Yeah, I feel like with Roche spawning in 25 seconds, Tundra in a pretty good position here to be able to take this. Like, we know Lesh can accomplish a lot. 9 class with a really aggressive blink in the mid lane. They actually managed to find the Lesh, a great swap in. He's going to need help. The Bloodstone's already been popped. There's going to be the Disruption to try and keep him alive, but he is completely surrounded. Laurel, he's going to go down. Yataro turns his attention over to Toby's illusions. He cancels the Primal Split. He's out. BKB will protect him from the coil as Collapse now trying to find Pure. There's the Torrent Storm coming through. Can they keep him locked down enough? No, he cannot. And the Sunray on the backside trying to make some space. He gets a Satanic off, but the damage is too much. Another swap out from Whitemon will keep Pure at bay. Mira, good disruption, aggressively Collapse onto the backside, cancels the TP on 9 class, gets the kill. 3 dead on Spirit, maybe 4 now as Mira will get ran down. A beautiful fight from Tundra. And again, no fortifications. They're just going to call it. They're going to go straight for tier 4s.
The rare 37-minute game.
You said it, man. If any team wins a fight, high ground goes real quick. They get the Hex. They get the stun. Do they have the save here for the puck? The disruption. I'm sorry, the telekinesis gets him out. Laurel just gets destroyed. The Scotty damage from Pure is way too much. That is a dieback on your Leshrac. They're gotta find a way to kill this Luna. She is the only way that they finish off this game. No Sven, no Lesh. Pure backing off for now.
White killed by these Luna delusions.
Yeah, well, they might have found more. Maposhka gets caught, silent stunned up as well. He's dead. Buyback at the ready. Whitemon with his illusion. Puts an aggressive swap in. Grabs Collapse. There comes the boat. Pure trying to finish off the Kunkka. Nice disruption again, but Thompson's in the fountain just farming your supports. The pullback from the Shadow Demon, there's just not much that you can do. It's looking all over in this game. Collapse trying to prevent the creeps from getting into the base. They pop the fort here. It doesn't look like it's going to be enough. Where's the throne?
No, they're not going to have backdoor soon. Oh, can Pure do it? It's really close.
Oh, Sven's up. They're trying to keep him back, but no, backdoor does not make it in time. Really good attempt there, but it's a little too late. Tundra grabbing game number 1 here in this series.
I was getting a little nervous for them. They were getting real close to that fountain. Getting very close to a tidal wave fountain, but they close it out just in time at the end. Really good execution from them. I don't think Spirit played poorly. I don't think the draft was bad, but when it came down to the fights, it feels like Tundra executed really well. Being really fast on disrupting, or not disrupting, like lifting the right heroes or getting the fast coils. Oh, we see this opening, immediately I'll jump. Okay, quick retreat, like whatever the situation was, they were very fast in doing it. And I feel like it didn't lead to the immediate win, but it did get them back into the game because they started a little bit back on the lanes, but pulled the lead back, found a big fight at the end off the extremely farmed Luna.
Yeah, I think at this point, like with the time that they have with how strong Luna is, like the fact that he's level 25 at 40 minutes, typically you see that on, you know, like the Sven, for instance, a hero that can farm that quickly, but Pure got involved early. You know, we were wondering if he's gonna be able to keep up with the pace of Yatoro on a Sven, but he does. And honestly, Thompson on the puck did an incredible performance. Both Whitemon and 9 class from the support roles having massive impact and not only finding kills onto, say, like Laurel and the Lesh there in the mid lane, but also saving people, right? Defensive telekinesis thanks to the shard, the constant swaps as well. Like they got it done.
Yeah, I think I was very impressed by the support play. They were in the right spot, got the good steals, the swaps, everything they need to do that game.
This is honestly where it started. This was when like Spirit felt like they were stronger for sure, but just a really sick play from 9 class, as well as Whitemon. Like they just baited them in so hard here.
And look, this fan still almost kills Toby.
Yeah.
And that shows that the execution just goes a little bit differently. They definitely could have had this fight, and then maybe they're looking to snowball the game. But the quick lifts helped them win that fight. It wasn't totally one-sided though. Like, I don't think Spirit played bad. Of course, they made mistakes. Both sides have their mistakes, but pretty understandable when both teams are coming off of hour-long series before this. So to still see both of them executing pretty well with Tundra just coming out ahead, I feel. Hopefully game 2 will be equally as exciting.
I still can't believe Toby got out of that. This was a sick play as well. I mean, this is Luna getting her 20 talent, and I don't think Collapse realized it, right? He pulls her in and is like, oh god. You know, the Lucent Beam is doing like 700 damage here, and the fact that Pure can BKB and walk out from behind the tier 3 tower and live is ridiculous. That was not something I expected to see.
I think that was probably the maybe one of the biggest misplays from their side this game, Team Spirit. A little bit of a target misprioritization there.
Yeah. A very fun game number 1. It was a little bit of a slow burn, but a very patient and well-played victory from Tundra. For now, we're going to go to a break, and we'll be back with the final game here of the evening. We'll see you in just a bit.
At some point in every gamer's life, there's a question to be asked. Do your clothes match your hobby? In any situation? Or do they just represent what you dream of? No matter what situation, there's always the right wear and the wrong. The only real question is, which are you going to choose? Decide for yourself.
when I'm here with you. You know I'm fine, you know I'm crazy about you. Oh baby, you know that my love is true. You know I smile when I look at you. I need your love every day. I need your love, hear me when I say I need your love every day. Come on, give me your love, give me your love. about you, I wanna know. Come on and tell what you want. Where are your fantasies? No, you wanna be with me. I gotta make you mine. I gotta make you mine. Oh, I gotta make you mine. I gotta make you mine. What about if you talk to me? And in the secrecy, what's behind that little smile that you're giving me? Oh yeah, come on and tell what you want. Where are your fantasies? No, you wanna be with me. I gotta make you mine. I gotta make you mine. Oh, I gotta make you mine. I gotta make you mine. Oh, what you want, what you want, what you want, yeah. What you want, yeah. What you want, yeah. Make it mine, make it mine, make it mine, yeah. No, you wanna be with me. I gotta make you mine. 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 Hold the hands of time. Promises will follow. Inner visions realized in a new tomorrow. Running with the rising sun, a new tomorrow. Step beyond how far we've come, a new tomorrow. Looking up, we rise as one.
One game left here to finish off day 2 of this group stage, and a very important game for these teams as they're both very close to making it through to the next stage. But after game 1, Tundra gotta be feeling very happy with their placement right now. Zach, what do you think? Can they keep it going? Can they carry this momentum and grab themselves a 2-0, or is Spirit bouncing back?
Definitely possible for them. They can't rest easy though. I think that was still a close game. Spirit showed that they could have won that as well. So yeah, happy you won. If we do it again, guys, like we clearly can, you know. So I think you can go in with that confidence. You don't have to feel outclassed in any way whatsoever. You should feel good, but don't feel too good. That's where you slip up, right? So I don't even know draft wise if they have to adjust that much. I feel like it was pretty good. Maybe kind of repeat. It's more on Spirit to adjust if they want, because again, I think it kind of worked. I think it came down to the execution for that game. But I mean, you could always adjust the draft to make it a little easier for yourself. For example, that puck really kind of got them. They did not have the catch they needed for that puck. So maybe you ban out the puck, or maybe you just adjust the heroes you pick a little bit to have some more instant catch, something like that. That could certainly make the game easier for them.
Yeah, I guess it's one of those things, like when you see Shadow Demon as a support pickup, like Puck feels so safe because this hero has 0 kill threat. Like Disruption only helps Puck in a lot of scenarios. and you can't follow it up like you normally do. Like a lot of times you see disruption, you're gonna go into split earth or into torrent. The chance that you actually hit those stuns on a puck after disruption is so small, right? So it was a really cool idea from Tundra to pick up that puck when they see these heroes, and yeah, executed incredibly well. I loved what they brought, and we'll have to see. I was a little bit unsure of the Venge, but it worked out really well. So it is going to be an interesting game number 2, and I believe we've got a draft ready to go here in just a moment. And I will say I don't think there's going to be a lot of changes to the opening bans. We'll have to see. I feel like a lot of these teams have kind of dialed in on what bans they like to have. And yep, there it is. First Monkey King removed. We'll probably see the Magnus here and the Chen. Oh, there maybe they'll leave the Magnus in. We'll see.
It might look a little different because this time Tundra has, or sorry, Team Spirit has first pick. It was swapped last time. I think if I was going to change any one thing from the last draft, it would be the Leshrac last pick. I do think something with more instant catch, who is a stronger laner, into puck. Or you let Kunkka lane versus the puck and you pick an off laner who's better versus Luna, more like still potentially instant catch or just like shut down the Luna. But I don't think Leshrac, maybe it's Thompson just doing Thompson things, but I think puck had a good start. It wasn't really stopped by that counter Leshrac pick. And then you didn't really have the catch either. Something like a Void Spirit might have had a better time.
All right.
There's the Shadow Demon if they want. Maybe they'll go for... Well, they could do it themselves. Io is available as well.
I don't hate the Io pick, but picking it overall first is a little bit more difficult than picking it second, but it is one of those things where Tundra only have one ban to address it, or one pick and one ban to address it. So you could still go for the IO. If you do that, do you feel like you need to ban something like the Razor? Wind Ranger has also been a common pick into IO to try and just snipe down the hero as fast as possible. Get rid of the Batrider. Okay. Enchantress for Maposhka once again. It feels like they have a lot more confidence in the Enchantress opener than something like an IO.
I think so. It's like a safer starting pick. Enchantress. It does mean we probably won't see IO, at least from Team Spirit, because... I don't know, Enchantress as a position forward just feels a lot more awkward. Mira can play the IO, so they could still do it if they wanted to. It would just start out in a different lane. And it does mean like the IO Marcy that you might be worried about is less likely to happen. I'll run it back for the Brewmaster.
I mean, why not?
I do
Looked
think
so good last game.
Yeah, it's generally strong. I feel like they should adjust a little bit though and pick more like instant stuns or have silences, something like that. Like that's kind of what they were lacking last game between dealing with the Brewmaster, the puck, and then the Venge swaps, right? Who gets to the Venge to prevent that? You throw out your stuns, you manage to hit them on whatever hero, and then there's the swap or the stolen disruption or just like the lift throwback, all that. So something like that. Maybe Clockwork position 4 could be something they think about if they want. I mean,
they've done that earlier.
I wouldn't just go for it. Yeah, I'd wait to see more heroes, but like it can be something they consider.
Yeah.
5 seconds remaining.
Shadow Demon's still in the pool, so you could grab that on the side of Tundra if you want. They like that hero. Something that lanes more directly into the Enchantress could be good. Something that can deal with the creeps or her power.
I ban out the Clockwork again. I mean, they really don't want Whitemon to have this Clockwork. He just plays super aggressively in the lane and makes space for Pure, which last game, the Morphling, I think, was more targeted ban over, say, the Luna, but now this time they don't want to deal with the Luna. But there's a lot of carries still in the pool. And again, the Weaver comes to mind as something that I feel like you need to shut down the Brewmaster lane. You have Weaver, you have Lifestealer. There are heroes that you can put here.
I'd agree with that. Weaver could be really cool too, because it, like, once you start winning that lane, you then free up the Enchantress to move around. So you don't want too weak of a laner in your carry. You want to be able to rotate, go to mid, go to the off lane.
Tundra Esports.
All right, it is giving the Lifestealer ban. I think this makes sense. I think getting rid of at least one of the hard counters to your Brewmaster lane, or a hero that has a free lane against the Brewmaster, is probably the way to go. We'll see what they want to give Yadro anyway, but for now, at least you know there's no Lifestealer you have to worry about.
10 seconds remaining.
And do you just grab the Shadow Demon?
I do think it looks good. You can run it 4 or 5. It's not too bad with Brewmaster. It is a little, maybe not as strong of a laner as you could pick versus the Enchantress, but you can proc the Cinder Brew, and Enchantress is relatively low health, so you might be able to get like some kills there, especially once you stack Shadow Poison.
Oh, they go back
for
to
White
their Elder
TT
Titan
instead.
Very cool. So this was actually banned last phase, as they saved last pick for Whitemon last game. So instead they pick it up early on in the draft, and I'm curious what they want to synergize this with, because we saw in a previous series, DY, right, was actually doing some really cool stuff on the Elder Titan, but ended up losing that game at like 74 minutes to Spirit. So.
Yeah, that was not your typical Elder Titan game. Or maybe it is. Maybe that is the typical Elder Titan game nowadays. 60-minute Dota. So far, we got some good scaling. Team Spirit, what else? We've seen them run Snapfire a lot. For example, Snapfire Mars. 1 out of 2. Mira, do you want to carry us again? How are you feeling? You want to slot up? Gleipnir, Daedalus, what was it? I was Atos Force into like Gleipnir Hurricane, and then I think like MKV Daedalus, something like that. Divine Rapier pickup later. Are you feeling it, Mira? He's like, I don't know, 70-minute game, kind of tired. Maybe not. What else is available? Tiny. They've played pretty well off the Tiny.
All right, there's Dark Willow. Good combination with the Mars, right? Offers some damage as well, and you kind of need that. If Collapse continues to do the same build he's been doing, which is the like Blink Yules, then you want you know, a 4 that can dump some damage into his kit. So Bedlam being able to throw that on the Mars and help find that initial kill, potentially very good. This does mean that they're gonna need damage from somewhere else. Like when we spoke to Mira in the draft, it's like they actually planned from the draft that the Enchantress and the Snapfire were gonna have to be some scaling heroes, and it was gonna be Mars and Laurel on the Keeper of the Light playing more of the late game support role if that were to happen. So I grabbed the Morphling, very good hero into the Mars lane. You lack serious control for this guy outside of, you know, going for the Yules into Spear.
Depending what we see here, Faceless Void looks good as a response from Team Spirit. But Morphling is, one, just a pretty good carry right now. Pure is pretty good at him. And then you're not too worried about that Mars arena because you can always waveform out of it. And you have a lot of burst with a Conda build. So a hero like Enchantress, who you might be attacking slowly, typically, now it's like, just press W on her. She dies. It's easy, guys. No worries.
I mean, you could even go back for the puck. You really could. Like, there's not a lot of catch. And on top of it, you have a lot of magic amp that comes from the Elder Titan Spirit. Okay, they grab their other support. I feel like that's the safest thing here. Save last pick for your mid laner, especially on 24 pick. But I'm saying, like, if you pick a magic damage mid hero, combine that with the Spirit of Elder Titan, you can do a ton of damage. There's things like Zeus. You have the puck, obviously, like I just mentioned.
Yeah, I think Puck versus these three does look good, but the difference is like last time when Tundra was picking their 4th pick, they were Like, that was the last pick, 18th of the phase. Ooh, the anti-mage. So they do not have a lot of lockdown on the side of Tundra right now. It's pretty much lift that is the easiest to land on anti-mage, but off that lift you have to stomp or have a brew split stun, which I think is really difficult to combo. So you can now ban out some mid laners maybe that would be good versus anti-mage. And we got an anti-mage game on our hands.
I will say it's one of the best matchups they could have gotten here. It's not bad into the Brewmaster lane at all because you just put a single point and counter spell, get yourself a little bit of magic resistance to deal with the spam from Rubik Brew. And now you have like the favorable matchup in a morph. You can prevent Brewmaster split just by simply mana burning him. Yeah, there's going to be a puck ban the other way. It is a really good puck game for both teams. I thought they might pick it on 18 for Spirit even, but yeah, the anti-mage makes way more sense now. DK already removed from Spirit.
Is there a world where you go Rubik mid and you pick a 4 support? Like, is there a 4 support that can shut down anti-mage hard enough? I can't quite think of one right now. But Thompson with Rubik, that could, because if you steal Spear or maybe like one of the spells from Dark Willow, that could be the chain stun into the lift, which a farmed Rubik would get.
That is true.
That might be too out there though.
It is out there, but Thompson is someone who could do it. They actually banned out both of the heroes I thought they would want. You know, it's like they get rid of Puck and Zeus. I thought both those heroes were quite good for this.
5 seconds remaining.
They have their Coddle still in the pool for Laurel if they want to go for the Coddle again, which does give them a lot of momentum to play around. But then again, you're running Coddle Mars, which they ran earlier, and you do not scale well
these
into the
supports
super
could
late.
Scale.
I mean,
These
do
supports
you?
could do it.
Do we just see Dark
Willow
Willow going
literally
like
a carry in the
Ags?
past.
Yeah,
literally a carry in the past.
Dude, what if they do it again? That'd actually be so sick.
Maybe
Swap
that's the
out
team
Phantom
comps right
Lancer
now.
for anti-mage.
Hey guys, you got another 70-minute game in you? He's like, ah, man, I don't know. Maybe. He claps like, are you serious? I have to play support again? No way. Reject.
Team Spirit's turn to pick.
Earth Spirit ban. That's actually quite good. Has a lot of damage that can still deal with some of these supports. Magnetize is quite good. But I'm curious who now that they're wanting to pick in the mid lane. I feel like it's Coddle, honestly, because he's a really good hero at finding the back line.
Yeah,
I think they might be
Vessel
doing it,
Orchid
man.
could be really good.